Chapter 161 Shui-En's Defeat. Zhu Shizhou descended from the sky like a god, and really scared the group of people who were fleeing. Even Shui-En was startled. He looked back in surprise, and looked at the clear sky. Where did these guys jump down from? Before he could figure it out, Zhu Shizhou quickly walked in front of him, and grabbed his collar. You bastard! Is the explosion related to you? It has nothing to do with me. Shui-En came to his senses, and denied it with an ugly look. Although he was lying with his eyes open, Shui-En was also sure that Zhu Shizhou had no evidence. Otherwise, he would not be questioning him here now. What he didn't expect was that Zhu Shizhou came so quickly. They took the professors away quickly enough, and they found the professors almost immediately. Shui-En had also specifically confirmed Zhu Shizhou's itinerary. How did he cross several decks, and quickly find him in the crowd? Zhu Shizhou's appearance completely broke his expectations. So now, he didn't even have time to make up a qualified lie. Behind him were 3 professors who were in doubt. They couldn't understand what had happened. And Zhu Shizhou's appearance also surprised them. Zhu Shizhou didn't believe Shui-En's denial, and looked around. Where are the others? They went to evacuate the crowd. This pale explanation made Zhu Shizhou unconvinced. And the 2 black soldiers couldn't stand such a procrastination. They took a step forward and approached Shui-En, reaching out and pressing Shui-En. They were going to capture this guy alive, and then use extreme means to quickly force him to tell the location of the next explosion. But how could Shui-En surrender? Facing Zhu Shizhou, he still couldn't dodge, but he couldn't ignore the actions of the 2 black soldiers. Shui-En jumped back a distance and reached for the gun at his waist. If he took out the gun to shoot, the crowd would probably be more shocked and panicked. But the more important thing now was to resist the attack of the black soldiers. He believed that he could never defeat a single black soldier with close combat, let alone facing 2 at once. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Shui-En quickly drew his gun and raised his hand to shoot. But the black soldiers were faster than him. One of the black soldiers rushed forward and pressed Shui-En's arm, while the other black soldier turned his feet and successfully avoided the shooting trajectory pointed by the muzzle before Shui-En shot. Unless Shui-En's bullet could turn, it would be impossible to hit him. Bang! A gunshot. Shui-En fired. Nothing hit. The shooting was very decisive. The black soldier next to Zhu Shizhou dodged his gun and rushed to the side. In the flash of lightning, Shui-En had no time to think about whether he had hit an innocent person. He only judged that his first shot, which had the most advantage, had no effect. Fuck. Shui-En cursed angrily. The black soldier who had rushed to his front had already touched the gun muzzle with his fingertips, and the other hand was stabbed at his face as fast as lightning, as if he wanted to poke his eyeballs out at the first moment. Shui-En barely bent down and twisted the gun muzzle. He could feel the black soldier's hand making a slight sound of breaking through the air. The disturbed air gently brushed his cheek, making him sweat coldly. Bang! Another gunshot. A blood flower bloomed from the black soldier's shoulder. Hit! At this extremely short distance, even the black soldier could not react effectively. He was already amazing for deflecting his body with the maximum reaction speed of humans. But the black soldier still avoided the vitals. The shot was originally aimed at the heart, but the black soldier's timely reaction caused him to be injured in the shoulder. The black soldier flicked his fingers, and the friction between his middle finger and thumb made a popping sound. And the bullet hit the muzzle of the gun at the moment Shui-En fired the gun. Shui-En only felt a strong force coming from the muzzle, as if someone had directly slapped his arm holding the gun. The black soldier almost made him lose his grip on the gun with just one finger. But his attack on Shui-En's face did not work. So he immediately changed his hand knife into a fist and punched Shui-En's shoulder directly. However, Shui-En had already reacted at this time, and he exerted force on his feet, and instantly pulled a distance from the black soldier. It's really worthy of being a black soldier. Shui-En retreated and smiled with emotion. The 3 professors behind fled in panic. The crowd around was even more panicked. They didn't react when they saw Shui-En take out his pistol. When Shui-En fired, the crowd screamed and made a noise in panic. Some people rushed down the stairs. Some rushed back into the room. Some squatted helplessly with their heads in their hands. And some lay on the ground pretending to be dead, hoping that these dangerous elements would not notice them. Zhu Shizhou took the opportunity to shout, "We still have room for negotiation. As long as you are willing to tell us where the remaining explosives are, we will let you go." This was of course a lie. Even if he let Shui-En go, the 2 black soldiers would not let him go, because Shui-En now seriously affected the escort plan. They didn't know if Xuan had a more dangerous plan, so they could only capture or kill him before Xuan did something more dangerous. It's useless. It's too late. Xuan shook his head and raised the muzzle of the gun again, pointing it at the black soldier who was already injured in the shoulder. If he could hit the black soldier the first time, he could hit him the second time. It's true that the black soldier's fighting skills are at the peak of human beings, but when the black soldier is unarmed, he attacks with a gun, and it is not easy for the black soldier to get rid of him with his bare hands. So with this feeling, Xuan fired 3 shots in a row. The black soldier still rushed forward plainly, but every time he deviated and dodged as if he had predicted the future, by judging the direction of the muzzle to avoid the bullet. The guy shot so quickly, and he could react? Zhu Shizhou was not shocked. He had long been accustomed to the inhuman operations of various black soldiers. The new black soldiers who fought him in the woods were already quite exaggerated, not to mention the veteran black soldiers now. Xuan's hair stood on end. Zhu Shizhou only saw the surface, but he didn't know that his 3 shots were deflected 3 times in a row. He even predicted the direction where the black soldiers would dodge through his honed shooting experience, and blocked the black soldiers' evasion routes as much as possible with each shot. The scary thing is that the black soldiers still found a way out in the first time. And faced with the shooting, the black soldiers' expressions were still so calm. Well, then you do whatever you want. I'm invincible. Look. Full of oppression. At a distance of 10 meters, Xuan can shoot with an error of no more than 1 millimeter without any aiming foundation. Or more bluntly, he can shoot wherever he points, and there will be basically no problem. But now, he has become a master of outlining. There is absolutely no hope in close combat. After Xuan figured this out, he immediately turned the muzzle of the gun. When the black soldier was about to arrive, he continued to retreated to the left in an arc, and pointed the gun at Zhu Shizhou. Attack the enemy and save him. Don't move. I will shoot if you move again. The verbal offensive had no effect. The black soldier didn't even pause for a millisecond and kicked Xuan's arm. This is not to be sure that Xuan will not shoot, but to be sure that the black soldier next to Zhu Shizhou can protect Zhu Shizhou. At a distance, the black soldier dodges like a god. Even Zhu Shizhou knows this. He has fought with the black soldier several times and knows that if he wants to hit the black soldier with a long-range weapon, he has to get close. Getting close to the black soldier can minimize the difference in reaction speed between ordinary people and black soldiers. Xuan was afraid of the black soldiers and had escaped death from them several times in the past, so he should have known better than Zhu Shizhou. However, every time he encountered the black soldiers, he was defeated and fled. Without exception, he had never fought with the black soldiers for a long time, and at the same time, he had not found the real reason for his loss. So naturally, he could not think of a way to defeat the black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou watched Xuan retreat and pointed his gun at him. He stared at Xuan without blinking. If you can shoot me in the head, I'll consider you awesome. Zhu Shizhou thought so, standing calmly in place without moving. The black soldier beside him pressed Zhu Shizhou's shoulders, and one hand locked him like a big clamp, so that he could dodge bullets with Zhu Shizhou at any time. Xuan was shocked. Why do they all seem to not care about their lives? It's fine if He Bing is like this, but why are you like this too? Did you know that I wouldn't shoot? I really wouldn't. Xuan admitted that he was seen through. If the person in his position now was Fan Jingxian, she would definitely shoot at Zhu Shizhou without hesitation. But unfortunately, Xuan didn't have a heart as cruel as Fan Jingxian. Not shooting. It means that this action was useless in this round. A sharp pain came from his arm, and his hand could no longer hold the gun, and the gun fell out of his hand. Xuan decisively gave up picking up the gun, but reached out and grabbed He Bing's leg that was kicking at his arm, and had not yet dropped it. He clenched his left hand tightly, twisted his waist and abdomen, and blasted his fist with huge kinetic energy in his upper body, aiming at the joint. He wanted to destroy He Bing's knee. However, He Bing suddenly pressed his leg down, just relying on the power of a single leg to pull it down. Xuan staggered and swung his fist into the air. Boom! This is the sound of heavy footsteps on the floor. The black soldier not only dodged Xuan's surefire blow, but also broke free from Xuan's restraints. The power gap between the two was so huge that Xuan was so angry that he wanted to curse. It was like two players playing the same game, but the opponent's level was several times higher than his, and his all-round attributes crushed him. In front of the black soldier, he was simply a novice whose combat power could not break the black soldier's defense. Before he could react, Xuan was hit hard on the cheek. Dizziness attacked his brain, and he could not control the human physiological reaction. What is the result of dizziness in close combat with a black soldier? The black soldier first grabbed his shoulders, and with 2 clicks, he directly dislocated his arms. Then he kicked his knee joints with lightning speed. With 2 clicks, Xuan's legs immediately showed a weird anti-physiological structure bending. Ah. Chapter 162. Ah. Xuan was still screaming in pain. The black soldier held Xuan's hand and wanted to ask more questions. But suddenly, there was another strong explosion. Boom. This time, even the black soldier couldn't be sure how many explosions had occurred. But the hull shook more violently, and the explosions resounded across the sea. This was an explosion that anyone could hear, whether it was ordinary people or the black soldiers. They could feel that this explosion was different from the previous 3. This time the explosions were continuous, as if the entire ship's fuel tank had exploded. The continuous explosions resounded throughout the sky. This time the hull was not just shaking. Instead, it was violently bumping up and down, like a giant beast jumping up and down in the sea. Everyone on the ship felt weightless, and the next moment they fell heavily on the deck, making a huge landing sound. How much explosives did you install? Zhu Shizhou almost fell down, and when he looked at the other people around him, someone was already injured. Ah. Xuan was still screaming. Stop screaming. Are you stalling for time? Xuan saw that he was seen through, so he stopped pretending. He was now quite desperate. He fell into the hands of the Black Soldier organization and didn't know how much torture he would have to go through. The explosives have been installed. You can't stop it. Xuan's face was pale and miserable. He didn't look proud of his plan at all. Instead, he looked more sad than him. What the hell are you pretending for? Zhu Shizhou was furious and rushed towards Xuan on the swaying deck, almost falling down. Rushing to Xuan, he kicked Xuan in the face, leaving him covered in blood. Tell me, where are the remaining explosives? Xuan's nose was broken, and scarlet blood flowed from his nose. What's the harm in telling you? There are a total of 23 explosives, 4 of which have exploded, and there are still 19 explosives, each more powerful than the last. The explosion just now directly destroyed the fuel tank on the east side of the hull, and also blew up the power system on the lower deck. What about the first 3 explosions? Where are the other 19 explosives placed? The first 3 explosions destroyed the load-bearing walls of the deck, and the next few explosions are the same. After computer simulation calculations, a total of 16 decks will collapse layer by layer. This is something you can't stop, and it has been confirmed. Even if I tell you that there will be 19 explosions next, do you dare to go? Xuan's expression has become calm at this time, and even the pain in his body can't stop the expression of pity and sadness on his face. Zhu Shizhou was furious when he saw it. You were the one who blew up the ship. So who are you showing this pretentious expression to? He regretted that he shouldn't have pinned his hopes on these people. These people are crazier than the Black Soldier organization. How come he didn't see through their true colors before? Xuan said. I won't tell you. And even if I told you, it would be too late for you to rush over. Do you know how far the explosives are from here? How long will it take for them to explode one after another? It was irreversible from the first explosion. Everyone on this ship will die. Tell me. Zhu Shizhou still pressed. Even the 2 black soldiers didn't know why he was so persistent. Only Zhu Shizhou knew that as long as he died today, he could go back to the previous day, and then solve the crisis of bombing the ship in advance according to the time Xuan placed the explosives. However, although Xuan didn't know why Zhu Shizhou wanted to know the location of all the explosives, he never answered Zhu Shizhou. I won't tell you. Xuan closed his eyes. This is the decision of the organization, and I have no way to disobey it, let alone leak it. Zhu Shizhou's heart moved. This revealed a message that Xuan didn't want to do this. But the order given to him by the organization was to bomb the ship, and he had no choice. He was thinking, is there a way to go back to yesterday and successfully persuade Xuan to give up the plan to bomb the ship? But before he could figure it out, the black soldier stood up. Let's go, the black soldier said. What? Zhu Shizhou did not react. If there were only a few explosives, I could try to remove them. But now there are still 19 explosives left. They must be hidden in secret places. And it is too late to rush over from here. There is no need to waste time. Just leave. I will contact my superiors, and they will send someone to pick me up. Leave? Are you kidding? There are so many people on this ship. All of them are alive. The black soldier interrupted Zhu Shurjio's words. So what? What does it have to do with our mission? You? Zhu Shurjio felt cold all over. In extreme anger, he lost his mind and forgot that the black soldiers were simply emotionless monsters. He looked at the black soldier beside him, who had been injected with 5 milliliters of anti-black soldier inhibitor. He saw that his face was also indifferent, which made Zhu Shurjio wonder if the anti-black soldier inhibitor had not taken effect at all. Otherwise, why would he be so indifferent? You are not human at all. You? The black soldier interrupted Zhu Shurjio, who was about to vent his emotions. The effect of the drug is too strong. So you can't think calmly? Another black soldier said. Don't forget what you thought and did before. Now you are just affected by the drug. Your compassion has been activated to the greatest extent. In fact, this is just hypocrisy under the effect of the drug. Zhu Shurjio froze. He thought of Brother Pian and Du Fei who were used by him. He also thought of the grief for the death and injury of strangers. Which one is right, and which one is wrong? He just felt as if his heart was grabbed by a big hand. And he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Xuan opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Shurjio halfway through listening, interrupting and asking, You injected the anti-black soldier inhibitor? Why did you inject that thing? Didn't I tell you? Ordinary people will even die suddenly after the injection. Zhu Shurjio did not answer Xuan. He stared at the two black soldiers with red eyes. Are you sure you want to take me away? The black soldier replied. Yes. If you don't cooperate, we will take coercive measures. After leaving the ship, we will protect your safety more closely. We will apply to our superiors for a stricter escort method. It's obvious that he can't defeat the coercive measures of these two black soldiers. What Zhu Shurjio is thinking about now is how to commit suicide to get back to the game. On the ship, he can only find the opportunity to go to the toilet to die and get back to the game. But after leaving the ship, can he still find the opportunity to commit suicide? If he can't find the opportunity to get back to the game today, once it's past midnight, the return point will be updated to 10 o'clock this morning, which is the time when the explosion occurred. He can't stop Xuan and his men from blowing up the ship anyway, because the plan to blow up the ship starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, with a total of 23 explosives. Can he stop it? Thinking of this, Zhu Shurjio suddenly jumped to the side. The incident happened suddenly, and no one expected Zhu Shurjio's action. But how fast did the black soldiers react? They immediately turned their heads and saw Zhu Shurjio jumping toward Xuan's pistol that they had kicked off before. Although they didn't know what Zhu Shurjio wanted to do, they saw Zhu Shurjio's attitude of refusing to cooperate. The black soldier came from behind and rushed forward at the moment when Zhu Shurjio held the gun and stepped on his hand. Zhu Shurjio felt a sharp pain in his palm, as if his bones were broken. Asshole! Get out of my way! The black soldier did not get out of my way. They were extremely decisive. Looking at Zhu Shurjio, who had lost his mind and screamed crazily, the black soldier made a decision. He took out a bottle of spray from his arms. Zhu Shurjio saw the bottle of spray, and his eyes were bloodshot. Alpha 7. Chapter 163, Unable to Rewind. When he woke up, the dawn had just broken. The effect of Alpha 7 was so overbearing that Zhu Shurjio was still dizzy when he woke up. And he didn't recover for a long time, until he saw the foggy sky that was just turning white. Zhu Shurjio suddenly woke up. The memories before being knocked unconscious by Alpha 7 came like a tidal wave, and he recalled everything. Time! What time is it now? Zhu Shurjio woke up suddenly, but his body couldn't stop staggering. 6 o'clock in the morning. A cold voice came from the side. Zhu Shurjio looked over and saw a black soldier sitting next to him with an expressionless face. 6 o'clock in the morning? Zhu Shurjio repeated the black soldier's words in a grim voice. Then he looked at the environment they were in. At this moment, they were riding on a speedboat. The speedboat only had a passenger capacity of 3 or 4 people, and the space was quite small. One of the black soldiers was sitting next to him, only a fist away from him, and the other black soldier was sitting in the front driving the speedboat. Surrounded by the endless sea, the speedboat was sailing on the sea, splashing white water all around. Zhu Shurjio did not see any cruise ship or cruise ship wreckage in his sight, and there was nothing but sea in the distance. Even if Zhu Shurjio was dizzy, he realized that he was far away from the cruise ship. Endless anger surged from the bottom of his heart again, but he controlled himself and asked with a sullen face, What day is it now at 6 o'clock in the morning? The black soldier glanced at Zhu Shizhou. The question was meaningless. But he still answered it. November 11th. Zhu Shizhou's face suddenly changed. Now there is a bad news and a good news. The bad news is that Xuan and his team blew up the ship yesterday. And the rewind point has been updated. The good news is that they blew up the ship yesterday. As long as he can find an opportunity to commit suicide today, he can go back to 10 o'clock yesterday morning. That is the time when the explosion just happened. Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou was suddenly shocked. Xuan and his team blew up the ship at 10 o'clock in the morning. The time when he rewinds is also 10 o'clock in the morning. In other words, even if he goes back to the past, there is no way to stop the explosion. Xuan is right. There are a total of 23 explosives on the ship. And the time between the explosions is not long. No matter what. He can't find the location of these explosives and dismantle them in a short time. When manpower is limited. It is the current situation. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes with a little despair. But the biggest problem facing him now is how to commit suicide under the protection of two black soldiers. He is unarmed, and there are no tools around him that can be used for suicide. Should he suddenly jump into the sea when they are not paying attention? This is not very realistic. The most likely result is that he will jump out, and the black soldier will catch him immediately. With the black soldier's reaction speed, he can definitely do it. Zhu Shizhou felt more and more hopeless. What should he do? Zhu Shizhou's hands were cold. At this time, the black soldier said, "We have contacted our superiors." Zhu Shizhou opened his eyes and looked at the black soldier with a bleak look. What does Su Feng mean? The superiors mean that we will escort you all the way to a Limousin Island. Our previous escort mission has already been considered a failure. So now we will not give you any freedom of independent action. Sure enough, Zhu Shizhou guessed that the previous mission of the two black soldiers was to secretly escort him to a Limousin Island. But after being messed up by Xuan and his men, it could not be called a secret escort at all. So the mission was changed to a simple escort mission. Zhu Shizhou seemed to want to adjust his sitting posture calmly, and moved a little further away from the black soldiers. However, just as he made a move, the black soldier suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhu Shizhou. What are you going to do? Zhu Shizhou was startled. He didn't expect that the black soldier would notice him sharply when he just made a slight movement. No. Halfway through his words, Zhu Shizhou exerted force on his feet instantly. The whole person rushed directly into the sea. However, the black soldiers were paying attention to all of Zhu Shizhou's actions. Under the reaction speed that represents the physiological limit of human beings, Zhu Shizhou's sudden action was really not enough to look at. He grabbed Zhu Shizhou's arm in one go, using only one hand to successfully grab his arm. Zhu Shizhou had anticipated this, and turned around and punched the black soldier in the face with his left fist. The black soldier shook his head, and Zhu Shizhou's fist landed in the air, brushing his cheek and hitting the air, making a blast that broke through the air. After dodging Zhu Shizhou's fist, the black soldier stabbed out his hand knife quickly. Under the extremely close distance between the two, Zhu Shizhou had no reaction speed comparable to the black soldier, and was stabbed in the ribs by the black soldier's hand knife. It hurts. Zhu Shizhou immediately gasped. The nerves in the ribs are extremely sensitive. In the boxing arena, the ribs have always been the area that boxers focus on protecting. If a punch hits the ribs hard, a boxer with strong willpower will inevitably lose his fighting power for a short time. This is what Zhu Shizhou is like now. He just lost the ability to resist when the black soldier poked his ribs with his hand knife, and his hands and feet became weak in an instant. The black soldier took this opportunity to reach out and grab Zhu Shizhou's neck. I said before that if you refuse to cooperate, we will take compulsory measures. You don't want to arrive at the training base in a coma, do you? Damn! Zhu Shizhou felt pain and trembled with anger, facing the threat of the black soldier. He really had no way out. He Bing took out Alpha 7 again from his arms, and Zhu Shizhou became even angrier. He quickly said with a distorted face, "No! Forget it. I'll cooperate. Isn't it okay for me to cooperate? Don't use this thing anymore." He Bing said lightly. "That depends on your attitude of cooperation." Zhu Shizhou temporarily gave up trying to go back to the game, and said, "Let me talk to Su Feng." He Bing dialed Su Feng's number without hesitation, because they had already contacted Su Feng during Zhu Shizhou's coma, and told Su Feng everything they saw, without hiding anything. After listening, Su Feng only said one sentence. He will contact me after he wakes up. After that, Su Feng hung up the phone. Now Zhu Shizhou's reaction was completely guessed by Su Feng. The call was quickly connected. The black soldier gave the command as usual. The familiar voice of the man appeared in the communication phone. Zhu Shizhou took the phone and was silent for a while. Su Feng also remained silent at first. But he was the first to speak. I know everything that happened. Zhu Shizhou still didn't speak. We saved more than 1,500 people on the cruise ship. And more than 800 died. Su Feng said a fact that almost made Zhu Shizhou burst into tears. Zhu Shizhou felt a sharp pain in his heart when he heard Su Feng's brief report of survival. The endless sympathy and sadness overwhelmed all the emotions in his body at this moment, making him speechless for a while. Tears flowed wildly from the corners of his eyes, and his body trembled constantly. If he had heard this news in the past, he might not have felt even a little bit of sadness. He also knew that all his emotions were now controlled by the anti-black soldier suppression potion. But he still couldn't stop feeling sad. He really became a compassionate saint. 800. They just died like this? Zhu Shizhou murmured with trembling lips. Yes. Su Feng replied calmly. Zhu Shizhou's face turned pale, and endless guilt and pain arose spontaneously. It's my fault. If it wasn't me. Su Feng calmly interrupted Zhu Shizhou's words. No. It's not you who's wrong. It's them. Do you think they won't blow up the ship if you don't do anything? In order to make them settle down, you not only sent people to them, but also gave them money for free. But they are still not satisfied and still choose to blow up the ship. And if you didn't do anything, wouldn't they do it? Su Feng asked himself and answered. No. They will still blow up the ship. In fact, as long as they stay on the ship for a few days, they will find that most of the people on the ship are from our Black Soldier organization. But these people are just peripheral personnel. As long as they find this out, they will eventually make extreme plans. Zhu Shizhou covered his face, tears flowing from his fingers. Su Feng's seemingly cold words actually played a certain degree of comforting role. At least Zhu Shizhou is no longer so guilty. After crying for a long time, Zhu Shizhou had the energy to think about the possibilities behind this fact. He said with a trembling voice, "You did it on purpose." Zhu Shizhou figured it out. Since you have speculated that they may make extreme actions, it is impossible not to take precautions. When I called you to confirm yesterday, you actually knew that they had placed explosives on the ship. Right? Yes. Su Feng replied calmly. Most of the people on the entire ship are my spies. Of course I know they have placed explosives. Not only that, I also know where they placed the explosives. 23 explosive placement points. I know them clearly. But you lied to me. When I contacted Su Feng yesterday, Su Feng said there was no abnormality, which was obviously a lie by Su Feng. Yes, I lied to you. Zhu Shizhou's voice trembled even more, and it was a little distorted. But you didn't stop them. Why? Su Feng, I can't figure it out. Why did you do this? What's the point of this? Those people are obviously from your organization. Why? Through this incident, I finally confirmed 100% that you can't actively predict the future. Dead silence. Zhu Shizhou's mind was blank. Before, I couldn't be sure, and even the possibility of guessing was the majority. But now I have confirmed that if you can actively predict the future, this explosion that should have happened will not happen. Chapter 164 Su Feng's 3 Plans. When Zhu Shizhou was in a daze, Su Feng helped him sort out his thoughts from the beginning. Do you still remember the information about the Black Soldier training base that I asked you to read before you boarded the ship? Zhu Shizhou's blank mind was filled with memories, and he recalled the scene at that time in the confirmed timeline. Su Feng said, "You didn't even look through the information. And when I asked you, you said you had already looked through it. From that time on, I knew you had predicted the future. But you didn't tell me the truth." Zhu Shizhou trembled and answered, "Is this the root of the trouble buried since then? The relationship model between the two sides is repeated suspicion and verification. I don't trust you. And you don't trust me. So I can understand why you didn't tell me the truth at that time. If it were me, I would do the same. But from my point of view, your concealment is an uncontrollable factor. Now you can conceal it because of a small matter. But what about the future? If you conceal something major in the future that can affect the future of mankind, what should the organization do? Therefore, I prepared 2 plans to understand your ability as much as possible." Su Feng first told Zhu Shizhou the plan that he had originally deduced. The first plan is the password. You guessed it right before. If you want to use the means of foreseeing the future to do something beyond the limit, you can only use the password to get the Black Soldier's permission. I can calculate the frequency of your change of the future by the number of times you use the password over a period of time. So, I gave the Black Soldiers an order to make a judgment. They contact me when you make unusual moves. And they don't need to contact me if they don't affect the plan. From this, I can figure out how many times you changed the future in a certain period of time. The number of times you actually predicted the future is no more than that data. As long as the number of tests is enough, the calculation results will become more and more accurate. In order to get this frequency, I deliberately placed you in an environment that seemed to have no protection. I also knew that those rats entered the ship a long time ago. But I didn't stop it. It was because Su Feng didn't stop it that things happened to this point. But does Su Feng care? He doesn't care. Zhu Shizhou understood that in order to test his ability, Su Feng didn't hesitate to pull so many peripheral personnel in the organization to test, and use them as experimental materials. But unfortunately, it seems that you have deduced the meaning of the password by predicting the future. The data I got is pitiful. Su Feng's voice was still calm. And since Zhu Shizhou guessed the meaning of the password has been useless. This plan was aborted. And it was a failed plan. He said the second way to understand Zhu Shizhou's ability. The second plan. I need to determine whether you can actively predict the future. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes palely. If he could actively predict the future, he would become a mere tool. And Su Feng would use him as a tool. He knew this long ago. Su Feng said calmly. Since you conceal the future you predicted, I realize that you might still pretend that you can't predict the future even if you clearly predict the future. So in order to determine whether you can actively predict the future, I sent someone to the ship to wait for an opportunity. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou thought of the intruder who invaded his room and the attacker who attacked Xuan and others. He pursed his lips tightly. But Su Feng's next words made him feel surprised. That person is Du Fei. What? Zhu Shizhou admitted that he really didn't expect it. We injected her with the same drug as you. And she entered the ship after a little training. She was also wiped out of her emotions like you. The only task I gave her was to create chaos on the ship while concealing her identity. And even threaten your personal safety when necessary. If you can actively predict the future, you will definitely explore her identity, and even find her before she makes a move. But unfortunately, she didn't have time to do anything before the plan was disrupted. It's not that she didn't have time to do it, but that she had already done it. But not on the same timeline. Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself in a trance in his heart. In this timeline, the mysterious man Du Fei did nothing. Should he be thankful? If Du Fei's hands were stained with blood, the guilt in his heart almost came out again. Su Feng's second plan also failed. He said then, you came into contact with those rats, and got the anti-Black Soldier inhibitor from them. Speaking of this, Su Feng also had a headache and paused. It was indeed beyond my expectation that you got the anti-Black Soldier inhibitor. But at that time, I made a temporary plan based on the potion you got, which was the third plan after the password in Du Fei. In a flash, the scene recalled in his mind appeared like lightning. Zhu Shizhou's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said word by word, 15 ml. Su Feng. This bastard. Did he do it on purpose? Sure enough, Su Feng admitted. Yes. I can actually control the amount you inject accurately. 15 milliliters is just the amount that allows you to have abundant emotions while keeping your sanity. It's not enough to restore your normal emotions before. I know from your ability to ruthlessly use Du Fei that you were actually quite selfish before, and other people's lives are not important to you at all. So I'm going to give you a higher dose, and make you a saint who can be easily touched by emotions. Su Feng's cold words shocked Zhu Shizhou's mind like a bolt of lightning. In other words, Su Feng actually knew about his deliberate concealment after injecting the drug. At that time, Su Feng meant to just let him recover a little emotion. So he injected 15 milliliters. Now it seems that it was a lie. A deliberate induction. You? Zhu Shizhou was so angry that he couldn't speak. When they were about to blow up the ship, I didn't stop them. Because I knew that you, who had become a saint, couldn't be indifferent to their behavior. If it was you before, you might still call to confuse me, and pretend that you didn't foresee the future even though you knew it. But you, a saint, couldn't do that. Because my answer to you is that they didn't do anything unusual, which means I won't stop them. If you really knew the future, you would definitely try to stop the explosion. And you might even let go of your resistance and ask me for help. At this point, Su Feng sighed. I've been waiting for your contact. But your indifference let me know the answer I've always wanted to know. Su Feng was really disappointed. It wasn't until the explosion happened that I was 100% sure that you really couldn't actively predict the future. Zhu Shizhou was furious and asked in a hoarse voice. In other words, you used the lives of 800 people to verify my conclusion that I couldn't actively predict the future? Of course it's more than that, Su Feng said. He sneered. I also eliminated the possibility of you joining other organizations. Before the explosion, you still had illusions about other organizations. But what about now? Admit it. Only our organization is the right way to save the world. As long as you join us wholeheartedly, this tragedy today will not happen. Su Feng's words are like a devil, torturing Zhu Shizhou's heart. As long as you join the Black Soldier organization wholeheartedly. Can you save more people? Chapter 165 Canned Food. Exercise. Su Feng is too cruel. Zhu Shizhou knew that Su Feng would never believe him. And Su Feng also knew that he would never wholeheartedly join the Black Soldier organization. So Su Feng decided to change his position. He did not hesitate to let Xuan and his men blow up the ship, and used the lives of so many people to confirm Zhu Shizhou's idea. Other organizations are weak, and their actions are more antisocial than their Black Soldier organization. This is something that Zhu Shizhou, who is in the state of the Virgin, absolutely cannot accept. Weakness is not a sin. The real sin is the thought of blowing up a ship without regard for human life. Zhu Shizhou is now under the effect of 15 milliliters of anti-Black Soldier inhibitor, and is heartbroken by the death of more than 800 people at sea. So he will always remember this feeling in his heart. And wanting to cooperate with Xuan and his men is tantamount to forcing himself to eat shit. On the other hand, the Black Soldier organization is at most just standing by and watching. Although it is also very infuriating from the perspective of the Virgin Zhu Shizhou. But the behavior of Xuan's organization is even more hateful. Zhu Shizhou collapsed in the repeated regret, hatred, sadness and entanglement. Only rewinding can save all this. Zhu Shizhou realized this in his heart. And the action of his hand also clearly reflected his true psychology. He punched the Black Soldier sitting next to him. I want to go back. However, the Black Soldier simply held his wrist and shook it lightly. With a click, Zhu Shizhou's arm was dislocated. Ah! In the state of emotional upsurge, Zhu Shizhou's mental sense of pain feedback became more acute. In other words, he became a person with weak willpower and fear of pain. The Black Soldier easily subdued him. And not only that, he also took out Alpha 7 again, and was ready to make Zhu Shizhou faint again. Zhu Shizhou looked at the Alpha 7 in the Black Soldier's hand in horror, and could only roar loudly in panic. Don't come over. If Zhu Shizhou, who had not been injected with any medicine, was in the standard state, then Zhu Shizhou, who had been injected with the Black Soldier substitute medicine, represented rigidity and stability, while Zhu Shizhou, who had been injected with the anti-Black Soldier inhibitor medicine, represented recklessness and jumping. After Zhu Shizhou fainted again, Su Feng, who had always paid attention to the sound coming from the communication mobile phone, shook his head. Whether it was the state of emotional obliteration or the state of emotional exuberance, Zhu Shizhou's behavior logic was gradually included in Su Feng's familiar range. If Zhu Shizhou, who had not been injected with anything, made him feel extremely strange and out of control, then now, this control has returned again. I hope this conversation can change Zhu Shizhou's concept. After giving a few more instructions to the Black Soldier, Su Feng hung up the phone. At night, Zhu Shizhou woke up. After waking up, Zhu Shizhou still refused to cooperate, and was ready to escape and commit suicide at any time. But it was useless. The speedboat had traveled an unknown distance, and Zhu Shizhou could not find a suitable way to return. He was subdued by the Black Soldiers again and again, and his joints were dislocated again and again. The most serious one was that all the joints of his limbs were removed. Zhu Shizhou was paralyzed on the speedboat for 3 hours, until he could no longer bear it. And then he let the Black Soldiers reattach his limbs. November 11th. Midnight. The replay point has been updated. Zhu Shizhou sat on the speedboat in a daze, and the whole person fell into a state of autism. The bloody fact of more than 800 lives was placed in front of Zhu Shizhou, which made him difficult to accept. But he had to accept it. Just like that, it passed. Before, his body was exhausted by the double blow of Alpha 7 and the Black Soldiers. and his spirit was also played to the point of collapse in the pain again and again. Even so, he did not break the defense. But at this moment, he finally couldn't stand it. Even if the tears dried up, it was useless. His heart was gradually filled with hatred. When was the last time he hated so much? It was when Li Hua stood in front of him with bruises and blood all over his body and said to him, "Brother Zhu, help me get revenge." From that time on, he decided to take revenge on Su Feng. And now, his hatred for Su Feng has deepened. Perhaps Su Feng's approach was a rational act after weighing the interests. In order to make him return to his heart, he did not hesitate to use human lives to prevent him from joining other organizations. But he always felt that it shouldn't be like this. It is wrong not to save innocent people when you have the ability to do so. He didn't know how he would feel in the standard state, but at least he couldn't be as cold as Su Feng in the state of the Virgin Mary. "Is there anything to eat?" After sitting in a daze on the speedboat for a long time, Zhu Shizhou asked in a hoarse voice. The black soldier glanced at him. Finally calmed down? There was no point in struggling, because in the end, he still had to inject the black soldier potion. He would not forget today's memory in the state of emotional erasure. But the heart-wrenching feeling would be completely eliminated. And then the persistence would be worn away bit by bit. This is the experience of a person who has been through it. It will take a few days to take the speedboat. And our food is only in the trunk of the speedboat, which is equivalent to the food for 3 ordinary people for a month. The black soldier replied indifferently. Although it is equivalent to the food for 3 people for a month. The 3 of them are big eaters with huge appetites. And it is hard to guarantee that they can last for a few days. Zhu Shizhou asked again. Why not send a helicopter to take me to the training base directly? If the cruise ship escort plan was chosen for confidentiality before, then why is it for now? Obviously, the explosion of the cruise ship cannot be concealed from the outside world. And the confidentiality plan has failed. Why do we have to take a speedboat instead of a helicopter to transport him directly to the training base? The black soldier only briefly replied. There is a no-fly zone at the training base. No-fly zone? Seeing that Zhu Shizhou was still confused, the black soldier continued. In order to prevent scoundrels from various countries from sneaking into the training base, and to guard against the attacks of alien insects, the illuminescent island where the training base is located has been set up with an electromagnetic protection circle, which makes the external electromagnetic signals disordered and isolates hundreds of kilometers in radius. Any flying device will crash after entering the electromagnetic protection circle. Assuming that a certain flying device is not affected by the electromagnetic protection circle, it will also be hit by our most violent firepower. So anyone who is going to enter the island can only choose to take a boat. And it can only be a boat with a non-all-electric propulsion system. No wonder Su Feng said that once they entered the training base, the two sides could not contact each other. You said, guard against alien insect attacks. What do you mean? The electromagnetic protection circle can prevent alien insect attacks? He Bing asked. Why do you think the enemy of the world is right above Jiancheng? And the Zerg are produced from the enemy of the world. But ordinary people cannot find it, and still live a peaceful life? Zhu Shizhou stared at He Bing numbly without thinking. Because Jiancheng, even most cities have electromagnetic protection circles against Zerg. But this kind of protection can only be regarded as a kind of insect repellent protection. Zerg hate this kind of electromagnetic interference. But even if they enter this electromagnetic protection circle, their physiological functions will not be affected at all. Why is the electronic signal of Jiancheng not blocked? Because the electromagnetic protection circle in the city is different from that of Illuminescent Island. It is more targeted, and is a special electromagnetic protection circle for insect repellent. In other words, the Zerg are just simply annoying, not unbearable. For the Zerg, they will choose a simpler and more comfortable way to eat. So the primary targets of the Zerg attack are those humans who are in the wild and not in the electromagnetic protection circle. In other words, Wang Chong should have been attacked after leaving the electromagnetic protection circle. And then, he was included in the periphery of the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shizhou's knowledge is quite limited. He doesn't know how many experiments these people have gone through, and how incredible scientific and technological means they have demonstrated to protect humans without affecting the normal lives of people in the city. For him now, it is useless to know this information. Sure enough, Su Feng has concealed a lot of things from me. Zhu Shizhou murmured. These are all you will know after entering the training base. There is no need to tell you this before. Is this an excuse? Zhu Shizhou didn't care about He Bing's explanation. He just sneered and said, I want to eat. Hey Bing glanced at him indifferently. Don't doubt that I will run away. I have figured it out. No matter how I run, it's useless. Hey Bing still didn't speak. After taking a deep look at Zhu Shizhou, he quickly opened the trunk and took out a can of food. There was no writing on the surface of the package. It looked like a 3-no product. Zhu Shizhou did not run away, because he knew that running away was useless. The rewind point had been updated. Even if he rewinded now, he would probably return to the state where he was knocked unconscious by He Bing with Alpha 7. What he had to do now was to improve his physical fitness as much as possible in the limited space on the speedboat. Although he couldn't practice fighting skills, he could still exercise his body to improve his body quickly. The anti-He Bing suppression potion only stimulated emotions, but the promoting effect of the He Bing replacement potion on the body did not disappear. Strictly speaking, he had only been injected with the Black Soldier replacement drug for 4 days, and the drug's effect had not yet been fully exerted. So, Zhu Shizhou opened the can under the close surveillance of the Black Soldier. It contained an unknown kind of meat. In short, it was not as delicious as the steak he had eaten on Wang Chang's cruise ship. But Zhu Shizhou still ate it voraciously. In just a few tens of seconds, he ate a can completely. Where do you throw the garbage? Zhu Shizhou asked. Throw it into the sea. The Black Soldier watched Zhu Shizhou holding the can and replied indifferently. This can is actually made of biological raw materials, and can be eaten. Even if it is thrown directly into the sea, it will be quickly eaten by the fish in the sea. Zhu Shizhou observed the can itself expressionlessly. With a little force, the can was easily torn open by him. He did not throw it into the sea, but ate the can directly. Although it tasted like chewing wax, he could still chew it. After eating all the canned food, Zhu Shizhou said, Another can. The Black Soldier took out another can from the trunk and gave it to Zhu Shizhou. Eat again. Another can. He kept repeating the above process until his stomach could no longer hold any more. And then Zhu Shizhou finally stopped eating. Then, he laid down in the speedboat and started doing push-ups. Chapter 166 Welcome to Ilinisan. Ilinisan Island. On a sentry tower by the sea. There are new people here. A sentry in military uniform put down the telescope in his hand and said to his colleague, who was eating next to him. The colleague did not put down the tableware in his hand, and did not raise his head, and asked as usual, Which one is this? The 66th. The colleague whistled. Hey, a good number. But it's very strange. The sentry picked up the telescope again and looked at the speedboat coming from the sea in the distance. He was brought by the Black Soldiers. And the colleague swallowed the food and looked up in surprise. Brought by the Black Soldiers? Sea Reserve? The sentry nodded. I think so. While watching, the sentry also exclaimed twice in amazement. People who didn't know would think that this guy was watching some bad action movie. Seeing this, the colleague hurriedly stuffed the last 2 bites of food into his mouth, and then muttered, Change shifts. Go eat. And let me see. The sentry handed the telescope to the colleague, still with an amazed look on his face. Look for yourself. This mysterious look really aroused the curiosity of the colleague. He took the telescope and looked through it. In the distant sea, a speedboat was coming quickly on the sea with white waves. And on the speedboat, there were obviously 3 people, 2 of whom were fully armed Black Soldiers, and the other was a young man. Fuck. This young man, he exclaimed. In the picture he saw, the young man was naked from the waist up, using one finger to maintain a handstand posture, quietly doing handstand push-ups on the speedboat. The young man had solid muscles. Each muscle was sharp and well-proportioned, and sweat covered his muscles. The sunlight reflected by the sweat made every muscle of his body glow, looking extremely beautiful. Of course, they were not surprised by this. They had seen many people in the world with bigger and stronger muscles than this young man. What surprised them was the young man's movements. How fast was the speedboat moving? The young man ignored the disturbance of the air and the turning changes of the speedboat in the sea. He closed his eyes tightly, put his left hand behind his back, and used his right index finger to push the bow of the speedboat. He bent his arm up and down, as if he was doing this action without interference on land. His body remained straight. If you look closely, you will find that his right index finger is straight, as if it is not affected by any gravity at all. The whole body of this young man is like a flag inserted on the bow of the ship, standing firm in the wind, doing one-handed single-finger handstand push-ups slowly and firmly. Just as the sentry was amazed, the young man's movements changed again. He used both hands instead, with his thumbs against the bow of the ship, and his body slowly bent 90 degrees to the left and right. After completing a set, he finally crossed his legs and stood upside down. Such a terrifying core strength? After watching for about 10 minutes, the sentry finally couldn't help but sigh as the speedboat was about to reach the shore, and the young man's movements did not tremble or deform at all. Isn't that awesome? The sentry who was eating asked with a smile. Awesome. No doubt. By the way, did this new guy do street fitness before? Is he so awesome? Who knows? Although most of the black soldiers in reserve are selected from the military, there are also such gifted geniuses in society. Who knows where this guy was found by the organization? However, no matter how talented a person is, after the injection of the drug, the gap between a genius and an ordinary person will be quickly eliminated. That's true. The two sentinels were amazed for a while, and when the speedboat reached the shore, they notified the contact personnel to go and contact them. The person on the speedboat was naturally Zhu Sergio. During the few days on the speedboat, he trained himself desperately with hatred, and did not leave any food for the black soldiers. And he ate all the food. The black soldiers are worthy of being black soldiers. Even if Zhu Sergio had such an obvious means of revenge, they did not say a word, and drove the speedboat to Illuminescent Island with willpower and physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. From the time they took the speedboat to the time they arrived at Illuminescent Island, their weight was about 20 kilograms lighter. Even so, the eyes of the two did not change, and they were always so firm and ruthless. Zhu Sergio was not completely revengeful. In the past few days, he put everything that happened on the cruise ship behind his mind. In order to numb himself, he spent all his time except sleeping and eating on exercise. This was undoubtedly a torture for him in an emotional state. The fragile idea of giving up often grew, but he relied on his strong willpower to make himself persist again and again, and finally reached a state of selflessness. On the ship, he tried all the exercise methods he could imagine. Handstand push-ups are just child's play, and the more difficult ones are various postures that exhaust the limits of the human body, in postures that would make national gymnasts, street fitness masters, and yoga masters dumbfounded. Zhu Sergio approached his own human limits little by little. If Zhu Sergio's control over his body was only 10 points before, then now, he has a deeper control over every muscle in his body, and the score can reach 95 points. The remaining 5 points represent the potential that has not been fully developed. He knew that among this group of newcomers on the island, the others were ordinary people who had not been injected with any medicine. Only he was injected with a lower-level substitute medicine for the black soldier medicine by Su Feng. In other words, he was the one with the best quality in this group. This is not Zhu Sergio's arrogance, but a fact. He had tested it on the ship before. The elites among ordinary people, those elite bodyguards such as Wang Chang's mercenaries and veterans, were not as good as his one hand in front of him. You have to know that he had not been trained for such a long time at that time. And now Zhu Sergio can beat himself, who was on the cruise ship a few days ago. Every muscle in his body is extremely solid, and every punch can make a loud noise. It seemed as if there was an endless amount of energy in his body, and he would never feel tired no matter how he exercised. The more he exercised, the more he could feel the gap between ordinary people and black soldiers. Zhu Sergio, who was exercising with his eyes closed, felt the speedboat gradually slowed down and finally slowly stopped. Zhu Sergio opened his eyes and looked at the beach in front of him. There were several upright reception personnel standing on the beach. Welcome to Elimination 666. Chapter 167, A Gathering of Heroes. Zhu Sergio? He hadn't even landed on the island yet. So why was someone shouting 666 to him? Although he didn't understand. When Zhu Sergio stepped on the beach, the contact person gave him a badge. It turned out that his number was 666, which means that he was the 666th recruit from the society to land on the island. He had read in the training base information that Su Feng had given him that the black soldiers had a high casualty rate when facing alien insects. So the training base would recruit a large number of newcomers every once in a while to replenish the inventory. In addition to directly selecting personnel from the military, newcomers would also be recruited from the society around the world. This is truly treating humans as consumable resources to fill the organization's personnel. Originally, the Black Soldiers organization was not planning to recruit newcomers for the time being. because it was originally planned to launch a tentative attack plan against the enemies of the world at 10 o'clock in the morning on November 7th. But the tentative attack was postponed for 3 months. So the recruitment process was restarted. It can be said that the reason why the other newcomers were able to enter the island this time was because of him. Number 666? That's a good number. Zhu Shurjiu was speechless for a while, then complained. However, the two contact personnel had no reaction, which was exactly in line with Zhu Shurjiu's imagination of the Black Soldier organization. Dull and cold. The contact personnel took Zhu Shurjiu to walk across the beach, through the jungle, and then arrived at a huge square paved with bluestone slabs. There were sparse people wearing badges standing on the square. Although it was sparse, it was only relative to the huge square. People on the square were on guard against each other, and most of them stood very far away. They all had badges like him, but some put their badges on their chests, and some put them on their waists. Zhu Shurjiu looked around and found that his number was the highest. In other words, there were 665 people in the square, and he was the 666th to come to the square. Another one? So young? During the time sailing on the sea, Zhu Shurjiu had deliberately trained his hearing, and his keen hearing picked up many people's whispers. Some people were just talking to themselves in a low voice, and he heard them all, who looked down on him, who was wary of him, and who was talking about topics that had nothing to do with him. These voices rushed into his ears, and it sounded quite noisy for a while. The contact person said to Zhu Shurjiu, "Go in. 666. When all the newcomers are here, we can start the elimination test." After that, the contact person was ready to leave. "Wait! I have more questions to ask." Zhu Shurjiu quickly reached out to stop the contact person. The contact person snorted coldly, slightly deviated his steps, and moved his body to the side to avoid Zhu Shurjiu's claws. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhu Shurjiu's hand also changed direction in the air. The direction changed as soon as he changed his movements. Unexpectedly, the contact person's collar was grabbed by Zhu Shurjiu. The contact person was stunned. Is the newcomer this time so awesome? He glanced at the badge on Zhu Shurjiu's chest. 666. What's the problem? Although he complained in his heart, the contact person pretended that nothing had happened, and his face was cold again. How long do we have to wait? Is 1 day enough? How long have these people been in the square before me? The contact person slapped Zhu Shurjiu's hand that was grabbing his collar and said calmly, "A total of 1,000 people. The deadline is 12 noon today. If someone hasn't arrived by then, the elimination test will still begin. Among you, the earliest one only came last night, so 12 noon is almost enough." "Why 12 noon? Does it have any special meaning?" The contact person answered with a dark face. "Because we have to take a lunch break at 12 o'clock. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked. "You still have to take a lunch break?" Who knew that the contact person asked back. "What do you mean? Why can't we take a lunch break?" "No. It doesn't mean anything. Just pure surprise. It's not what he imagined." "You think it's too hasty?" The contact sneered. "The deadline we notified them is 12 noon today. If they are late, they don't even have the most basic sense of time. It's useless for them to come. We set the time. If someone doesn't arrive on time, it's just bad luck. We will send them back as soon as they get to the island." Zhu Shurjiu was thoughtful. The contact wanted to leave again. Zhu Shurjiu reached out and grabbed him again. The contact was extremely alert this time, but Zhu Shurjiu still caught him as easily as catching a chicken, which meant that the other party could hold a dagger and cut his neck at any time in close combat. In other words, he was completely crushed by the other party in terms of close-range reaction speed. This situation made him fall into self-doubt for a while. Was he too weak or was the other party too strong? Before he could figure this out, he heard Zhu Shurjiu ask another question. "What is the meaning of this badge? Can I hide this badge?" The contact person was stunned. This question hit the key point. In fact, the badge is related to the elimination process later. If this is told to the newcomer, it would be considered cheating. Zhu Shurjiu saw that the contact person did not answer immediately, so he nodded and said, "It seems to be meaningful." As he said that, he put the badge into his arms. The contact person's face darkened instantly. "Damn! This newcomer is so cunning?" The contact person slapped Zhu Shurjiu's hand again and hurriedly stepped away. After confirming that Zhu Shurjiu did not catch up, he was worried that he would be tricked this time. So he snorted coldly, I didn't tell you that. You guessed it yourself. This is equivalent to admitting Zhu Shizhou's problem. Zhu Shizhou laughed and waved his hand. Okay. You go. The contact person hurriedly left, fleeing the scene as if facing a prehistoric beast. In fact, he didn't know that the badge could be hidden. Instead, he used his extraordinary vision to scan the crowd and saw many people who didn't know where to put their badges. Then he realized that those people deliberately concealed their badges. So he thought of asking the contact personnel. The response of the contact personnel directly told Zhu Shizhou that this badge might be related to the elimination test later. Elimination test. As the name suggests, it is to eliminate some people who have no ability, weak beliefs and poor quality. The talents selected by the Black Soldier Organization for the military have been in the military for a long time, and everyone can see what kind of person they are. But after all, the quality of new recruits recruited from the society is uneven. And the Black Soldier Organization also makes mistakes. The recruiters are only responsible for the initial assessment, which focuses on talent and talent. Those with special talents far beyond ordinary people can be invited by them. As for whether these people are beasts in human form, no one knows. The Black Soldier Organization needs to eliminate those who are good-looking but bad inside. Of course, there are also those who are eliminated because of lack of ability. In the information Su Feng gave him, although the specific recruitment plan of the training base was not stated, the significance of the elimination test was explained to him. In other words, he knew the concept of the game in advance. As long as he played according to the concept of the game, he would definitely pass the elimination test. Yes, Su Feng had never considered the possibility of being eliminated because of lack of ability. In Su Feng's eyes, if he was still eliminated because of lack of ability after being injected with the drug, he would basically be a pure waste. After the contact personnel left, Zhu Shizhou walked into the square. Many people noticed the process of Zhu Shizhou chatting with the contact personnel at the entrance of the square just now, and were greatly surprised. You know, when they came to the square before, many of them wanted to chat with the contact personnel for a while, but they were ignored indifferently. Only Zhu Shizhou succeeded in talking to the contact personnel, so they naturally thought that Zhu Shizhou had learned some secret information. Some stood still, while others walked up bravely. Hey, handsome guy. What did you say to that cold guy just now? The first person who came up to talk to him was a woman. Zhu Shizhou did not answer first, but asked, "Who are you?" Luo Sui. Zhu Shizhou looked at the other person's towering chest. Don't get me wrong. He didn't look at it because it was big, but he wanted to see the other person's badge. In the end, I didn't see it. I looked at the other person's waist, which was so slender that I could hold it in my hand to see the badge, but there was none. I looked from top to bottom and didn't find the badge. Luo Sui smiled and acted calmly in the face of Zhu Shizhou's gaze. I saw you hiding your badge after chatting with that guy just now. Although I don't know what your intention was. I did it. This woman reacted quickly. Zhu Shizhou nodded. You are right. The contact person should mean that this badge is involved in the subsequent elimination process. I don't know if it is the old-fashioned plot of fighting for the badge. Luo Sui shook her head and laughed. Haha. I don't think so. Zhu Shizhou asked in confusion. Why? Luo Sui looked at Zhu Shizhou. Hee. I know. You should be proficient in combat and a combat-type person. Zhu Shizhou was stunned. First of all, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how to fight. Nor do I know how to operate any lethal weapons, let alone any skills to deal with enemies such as poisoning, setting traps, and making explosives. When Luo Sui said this, Zhu Shizhou understood. In other words, the organization recruits all kinds of talents. Even if they are not proficient in fighting, they at least have outstanding talents in some aspects. If a test for fighting for badges is arranged, it would be quite unfair to you. And there is basically no point in the test. Luo Sui seemed surprised that Zhu Shizhou reacted so quickly. She nodded. Yes. So when you were guessing whether it was a fight for badges, I thought you should be a combat-type personnel. Because if you knew the situation of people like us who are not proficient in fighting, you would not make this guess. I see. This woman seems to be not simple. She actually concluded that he is good at fighting as soon as he made the guess. In order to understand the situation, Zhu Shizhou asked, are there many people like you who are not proficient in fighting? Chapter 168. Extremely Ordinary All-Round Person number 498. Are there many people who are not good at fighting? Quite a lot. Luo Sui nodded. as far as I know. Some people are good at rock climbing. Some have excellent eyesight. Some are proficient in hundreds of languages. And some have inhuman endurance. Haha. Do you know what the most ridiculous thing is? Some people are recruited into the organization just because they look extremely ordinary. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked. The first ones are okay. But what's the matter with the latter ones? The Black Soldier organization recruits people from all over the world. So don't think Luo Suyi said it so lightly. These people must have reached the peak in their respective fields before they were favored by the Black Soldier organization. But even so, isn't the last one too ridiculous? Even an extremely ordinary face can be recruited into the organization? How extreme is it? Zhu Shurjiu was curious. Where is the ordinary face you are talking about? There. Luo Suyi pointed not far away. Zhu Shurjiu looked in the direction of Luo Suyi's finger. He saw a group of people. Which one? Try to remember the faces of those people. Then close your eyes. If you can't remember the one, that one is a common face. Can you play it this way? Zhu Shurjiu tried to remember. And indeed found that there was a person whose face he forgot as soon as he turned his head. He opened his eyes and took a look. Then closed his eyes again. But still forgot. Zhu Shurjiu looked at his badge. Number 498. Damn. This number is close to the middle number of 1,000 people. Even the number plate is so ordinary. Number 498. Is this guy a natural assassin? But Zhu Shurjiu didn't believe that the Black Soldier organization targeted number 498 just because he looked ordinary. Number 498 might have other talents, which could not be determined before getting to know him in depth. Zhu Shurjiu tried several times in a row, but he only remembered his number plate and judged that number 498 was a man. As for what number 498 looked like, he really didn't remember it. What is the principle? Luo Suyi shook her head and said, Who knows? Just then, a male voice came from the side. Because people's aesthetics have blind spots. Zhu Shurjiu looked over and saw a man wearing glasses. He said, When you are surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, a handsome man or a beautiful woman will stand out as long as he has a slight flaw. And if you are in contact with ugly people, then as long as there is a good-looking person, that person will immediately appear in your mind like a crane standing out from a flock of chickens. And the image will stand out. In reality, it is impossible for everyone to be surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women or ugly people. Everyone's aesthetics depends on the average level of the people they have seen, and how many people have each person seen in their lifetime. When the data is large enough, most people's aesthetics are similar. The man with glasses pushed his glasses. Number 498 is just on the average line. He is neither handsome nor ugly. How do you think the organization found him? There is a simple way to collect the appearance of normal adult males in the world. Use AI to calculate, and finally get a face. And then use this face to match the person with the highest similarity. Luo Suyi scratched his face. Then you found number 498? No. You found a large number of people. The man with glasses shook his head. Zhu Shurjiu nodded. I guess so. If there is only one person with a common face, it can't be called a common face, the man with glasses said. Although number 498 looks ordinary, his actual ability is extraordinary. He is a true genius. He has dabbled in all fields and knows everything. But he is not good at anything. In every field, he is at the level of an ordinary person. But he has so many skills that we can't imagine. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't imagine that there was such a person. Before the elimination test began, he felt that there were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. And talented people emerged in large numbers. How do you know all this? The man with glasses replied. I asked directly. And according to number 498 himself, the organization that recruited him told him so. Luo Suyi shook her head. Then doesn't it mean that he might have deceived you? The man with glasses glanced at Luo Suyi and said, Not to mention his appearance. I discussed with him physics, literature, architecture, materials, painting, art, music, sports, firearms, a total of 28 fields of knowledge. And he could talk to me for a few words. I don't know if he is hiding it, but I usually boast that I have a wide range of knowledge. But I am just a younger brother in front of him. Each one is more awesome than the other. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These newcomers have their own talents and various skills. After being spotted by the Black Soldier organization, they were secretly recruited into the organization for training. At least they are much better than him. Compared with such all-rounders, Zhu Shurjiu feels that he knows very little. Zhu Shizhou asked, "What do you know?" He didn't expect to get an answer. But what he didn't expect was that Luo Sui hesitated for a while and actually spoke. She lowered her head in shame and said, "Alas, I only have hyperthymesia. I can remember all the people and things I have come into contact with. And I have the ability to distinguish at the millimeter level. Although number 498 has an ordinary face, I still remember every detail of his face." The man with glasses also looked up at the sky, with a look of self-abasement on his face. "I don't have any special talents. I only have 12 doctoral degrees. And I have the physical fitness of the national team in sports. I can use a lot of firearms. Oh, by the way, the reason why I can remember number 498's face is because I have face blindness. So when I remember people's faces, I can only remember his face by force without any subjective aesthetics. I can also do some sketching. As long as I spend time remembering a person's face, I can copy his face on paper. I am called a human printer." Then Luo Sui and the man with glasses looked at Zhu Shizhou. "What about you? What can you do?" Zhu Shizhou had been twitching his mouth when he heard these two people talking Versailles, and he didn't know what to say. The two cast curious glances at him. Zhu Shizhou answered expressionlessly, "Oh, I'm nothing special. I'm just a good fighter." Luo Sui and the man with glasses were both stunned. "That's all?" "That's all." Luo Sui and the man with glasses didn't show contempt, but pondered for a while. Finally, the man with glasses asked, "How good are you at fighting?" Zhu Shizhou glanced at the other people in the square. "At least, no one here is my opponent." Luo Sui and the man with glasses looked solemn. They didn't dare to underestimate Zhu Shizhou. If Zhu Shizhou didn't know anything else but was a good fighter, but he was still recruited into the organization, then it meant that his fighting power must have exploded. Some people around these three people listened to their conversation and showed a pained expression. "You guys, are you all bragging?" Chapter 169. The test begins. The first obstacle. The man with glasses is called Fusidu, and he did not say which 12 doctoral degrees he has. Luo Sui did not say anything about his abilities other than hyperthymesia. Just like Zhu Shizhou would never tell them that he would go back to the past. Zhu Shizhou certainly would not think that they would reveal all their skills just after meeting a competitor. They all knew that the other two must have something to hide. But no one asked. And the three of them maintained a silent understanding. It was no coincidence that Luo Sui and Fu Sidu, two people with excellent abilities, came to him. Zhu Shizhou was the first person who could talk to the reception staff. And Luo Sui and Fu Sidu were the two with the highest mobility among the 665 people currently present. Before the others came forward, they first came forward to show their goodwill to Zhu Shizhou, which shows how decisive they are. Luo Sui and Fu Sidu told Zhu Shizhou that the process of their recruitment was very simple, and not as difficult as Zhu Shizhou. On an extremely ordinary day, the Black Soldier organization came to them, and then explained to them the organization's philosophy of saving the world, and then showed them a confidentiality agreement for voluntary participation in the test. Sign it if you want, or forget it if you don't. Then Luo Sui and Fu Si signed it. Until now, they don't know what crisis humanity is currently facing. But this does not prevent them from choosing to believe in this group of black soldiers. There is nothing they can do. A group of fully armed terrorists with guns casually broke into your home and told you sign if you want, or forget it if you don't sign. Will you sign or not? These people can obviously threaten directly, but they still went through the process. So Luo Sui and Fu Sidu chose to believe it directly. Is that how everyone here came? Luo Sui shrugged. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses and said, I don't know if anyone really refused the confidentiality agreement. Maybe they can still survive after refusing it. But if the organization can find me the first time, they can find me the second time. It's safer to sign it. Haha. I think so too. Zhu Shizhou smiled and nodded. But in his heart, he thought that it seemed that only he was different. He was directly recruited by the commander of the front line. The three of them had a shallow friendship and were not suitable for discussing too in-depth topics. But Luo Sui and Fu Sidu had already decided to stick together, because if combat power was needed in the subsequent tests, Zhu Shizhou could be useful. Zhu Shizhou also thought so. He believed that his knowledge should be the poorest among all the people present. If the next test required a wide range of knowledge, Luo Sui and Fu Si should be able to come in handy. Soon, it was 12 o'clock noon. At the entrance of the square, a man in combat uniform holding a folder appeared. His uniform was very similar to the uniform of the black soldiers, but it looked a little simpler. I don't know how many layers of high-tech defense materials there were inside and outside. The overall style was 80% similar to that of the black soldiers. Just from the combat uniform of this man, Zhu Shizhou had no way of judging whether this man's rank was higher than that of the formal black soldiers. The man walked to the front of the square, looked at the sparse crowd, and frowned slightly. The man walked to the front of the crowd and stood still, with his hands behind his back, standing as straight as a pine or cypress. Everyone, I am the examiner for your next test. I will conduct a comprehensive assessment of you for 3 days in the following process. Currently, there are 1,000 people who should have arrived, and 995 people have actually arrived. There are 5 people who should have arrived but did not arrive, and no one knows what happened. But at this time, Zhu Shizhou could not help but turn his head to look at number 498, who looked ordinary in the crowd. I saw Luo Sui and Fu Sidu also looking at number 498. The reason is that number 498 is exactly the middle number between 1 and 995. The examiner did not care about the whispers of everyone in the square. His voice was loud enough to spread throughout the square. He directly said the many issues about the elimination rate that he cared about. If you are lucky, 995 people can pass the test. But if you are unlucky, 995 people may all be eliminated. The test content is very simple. Stay in the square for 72 hours continuously. I will observe your performance during these 72 hours. Those who perform well will be selected. Those who perform poorly will be sent back. Test, just like that? Many people present were stunned. At this time, the examiner scanned the circle of people in the square with a sharp eye like an eagle. I want to make it clear in advance that if you choose to quit now, I will directly give you 10 million repatriation fees, which is enough for you to live a worry-free life for the rest of your life. If you are eliminated and repatriated, we will not even pay for your travel expenses. How do we know whether what you said is true or false? Someone suddenly shouted in the crowd. For a moment, everyone in the square looked over and saw that the person who walked out of the crowd was number 876. A man with a strange accent. Number 876. Korean. Park Jae-suk. Good at shorthand. Very sensitive to numbers. Works as a code breaker. The examiner calmly said the man's information. I owe foreign debts of 50 million won. Number 876 Park Jae-suk shouted. Even if you give me 10 million won, it is not enough for me to pay off my debts. The examiner calmly interrupted Park Jae-suk's words. I said 10 million RB? Park Jae-suk was speechless. 50 million won of debt is only more than 270,000 yuan. Park Jae-suk calculated how many 110 million RB is equal to 1.8 billion won. Park Jae-suk took a breath. If you want to leave now, you can leave directly. I want to leave. I want money. But I don't know if what you said is true or false. What if you wait for me to leave, and then shoot me directly? This is also the concern of everyone present. They care about their personal safety. Of course, there are many people who are tempted at this moment. But none of them are as stupid as Park Jae-suk to jump out all of a sudden. They only care whether they can receive 10 million RB after withdrawing. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. These people obviously don't know what kind of crisis the world is facing. If they knew, they would realize that money is just a number, and has no use at all. The examiner answered Park Jae-suk's question and said coldly, It's up to you to believe it or not. Who do you think you are? Do I need to prove anything to you? After you enter the island, all your personal safety is under our control. Even if I ask you all to kneel down and kowtow to me now, you can only do it immediately. In addition, I can tell you clearly that after you join the organization, the probability of death within 1 year is 90%. If you don't want to die, get out. Don't waste our time. When this was said, everyone present was shocked. Are you speaking so truthfully? The probability of death within 1 year is actually 90%? Not even a good word? However, after hearing this, Park Jae-suk was not angry, but hesitated for a while. Then I choose to leave. The examiner just nodded coldly okay. After that, someone came up and took him out of the square. Zhu Shizhou thought of the cruelty of the Black Soldier organization, and said with emotion, I'm afraid he was sent down to be executed. Luo Sui pondered for a moment. Wait. I think there must be something strange about this matter. Lao Fu. What do you think? Fu Sidu said 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that this Park Jae-suk is a fool. The second possibility is that this Park Jae-suk was arranged by the examiner to deliberately eliminate some incompetent people with weak beliefs. Maybe someone will follow suit and choose to leave. Luo Sui nodded, obviously agreeing with Fu Sidu's statement. Zhu Shizhou thought, which one do you think it is? Unexpectedly, the two people gave two completely opposite answers. Luo Sui said, I think the first possibility is more likely. Fu Sidu said, I think the second possibility is more likely. Zhu Shizhou asked curiously, why? Fu Sidu said, I don't know if you noticed Park Jae-suk's name tag. Luo Sui replied, no. 876. What's wrong with this number? This number is too far back. Just now, the examiner directly said Park Jae-suk's identity information without even looking at the information. Which means that he knows the identity information of number 876 very well. But only 10 minutes passed from number 876 to number 995. I don't think the examiner can easily say the identity information of anyone from number 876 to number 995. But he did it. Number 876 jumped out, and he directly reported his information. This is very strange. Luo Sui said. What's so strange about this? I can do it too. My hyperthymesia allows me to remember everything I see. Any memory fragment seems to me to have just happened. Even if you give me a list of 100 million people, I can remember it accurately as long as I have seen it. After a long while, Fu Sidu said, you should know that there is a difference between ordinary people and patients with hyperthymesia. Of course I know. Luo Sui looked at Fu Sidu strangely. From childhood to adulthood, the ordinary people around me can't remember many things. I can understand the difference between me and them. But are the examiners ordinary people? This statement actually made Zhu Shizhou and Fu Sidu unable to refute. Luo Sui said, I still think Park Jae-suk is the real candidate. He really chose 10 million. But whether the 10 million will be given to him is uncertain. So the strangeness that Luo Sui said was here. Her eyes lit up. That's 10 million. 10 million means that I don't need to work anymore. I can stay at home alone and do whatever I want. Don't you think this is great? Fu Sidu was at a loss. 10 million, is it a lot? Luo Sui and Zhu Shizhou. Fu Sidu noticed the awkward atmosphere. He coughed twice and changed the subject to Zhu Shizhou. What do you think? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. I don't know. There is no point in thinking about this. If I want, I can also remember the information of 1,000 people in 10 minutes. And I also think that 10 million is just a number. Nothing big. This time it was Luo Sui and Fu Sidu's turn to be silent. Both of them sighed in their hearts. When it comes to pretending, you are still good at pretending. But Zhu Shizhou said something very right. Thinking about this is meaningless. The three of them thought of one thing. The test has actually begun. By the end of 72 hours, everything that happens will be regarded as a test. The first obstacle in front of these 995 people is the temptation of money. Chapter 170 Number Plate Theft. The number of people has been reduced to 990. Compared to the beginning, only 5 people have been reduced. A total of 5 people chose money and a more relaxed life. As for how many of these 990 people chose to stay because they were not sure whether the examiner would really fulfill his promise, Zhu Shizhou and the other two did not know. At least Zhu Shizhou and the other two were not going to quit. Zhu Shizhou could not quit. Luo Sui did not dare to quit. And Fu Si was unwilling to quit. After confirming that no one chose to quit, the examiner repeated the test content to them again. Any of your actions will be recorded by us. And then I will make a comprehensive assessment of you. The only rule is to stay in this square for 72 hours in a row. Those who leave halfway will be eliminated. This is a very simple rule. After saying that, the examiner sat down on the ground. Everyone in the square looked at each other. There is only this rule. If you can be eliminated just like this, what kind of waste is it? However, although they don't understand, everyone in the square still followed suit and sat down on the ground. Zhu Shizhou and the other two also sat down. Luo Sui said, I don't think it's that simple. That's for sure. Fu Sidu said calmly. In these 72 hours, anything is possible. The examiner might even arrange for criminals to attack us and force us to leave the square. Luo Sui rolled her eyes. Isn't this method too low level? Fu Sidu pushed his glasses. I'm just giving an example. After the two finished talking, they looked at Zhu Shizhou again. Zhu Shizhou finally found out this time. It was more than once that the two seemed to care about his opinions. Every time they expressed their opinions, They would look at him intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were sure that he knew something. He shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know anything, and I don't have any ideas. In any case, as long as we stay in the square for a day, it will be enough." Luo Sui laughed. "Old Jew, you are not honest. I remember clearly that you talked to the contact person for a long time before coming to the square. You must have learned some secret information. Right? If it's really nothing, it doesn't matter if you talk about it." Fusidu also nodded. "I tried to talk to that person before, but he ignored me directly." Zhu Shizhou sighed. "In fact, I advise you to choose to leave. What the examiner said is true. The mortality rate of newcomers is indeed very high. This is the truth." But Luo Sui and Fu Sidu regarded it as an excuse. Zhu Shizhou also saw that the two did not believe it at all, and he was speechless. In fact, he could also tell them about the existence of the world's enemies and alien insects. But the problem is that if he didn't tell them, these two people might be eliminated normally and return to society. But if he told them, these two people would definitely not be able to return. Zhu Shizhou was helpless. However, what kind of tricks can be done in these 72 hours? As long as the willpower is firm. Don't eat or drink. Save some energy. And barely hold on. Most people can make it through. Just when they were confused, suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. "Fuck! Where's my number plate?" Instantly, everyone in the square was shocked. They looked at the person who exclaimed and didn't know which number it was. But they could be sure of one fact: the person's number plate was gone. Zhu Shizhou, Luo Sui, and Fu Sidu were also shocked. The three of them didn't even have time to sit down. And they made a move at the same time. Zhu Shizhou touched his arms. Luo Sui touched her abdomen. And Fu Sidu touched his crotch. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. The number plate was still there. But at this moment, Zhu Shizhou and Luo Sui were stunned. And they looked at Fu Sidu with strange eyes. "Where did you hide the number plate?" Fu Sidu was calm. "Isn't this normal? For men, that is the most important place. If you put it on your body, it may be stolen. But if someone wants to steal my number plate, they must touch my crotch. And I will definitely notice it." This made sense. And Zhu Shizhou and Luo Sui were both dumbfounded. Compared to this, Fu Sidu changed the subject. "What we should pay more attention to now is that someone's number plate is missing." Luo Sui said, "He is number 369. I remember. I wrote down his number plate when I was remembering the crowd in the square. When he first came to the square, he was still wearing a number plate. And then he hid it. Who knew that the number plate was lost now? I roughly understand the routine." Fu Sidu said, "There was a thief in our crowd. This thief was arranged by the examiner. Maybe the thief is still hiding in the crowd disguised as a candidate at this moment." Luo Sui asked, "Why is it not a spontaneous behavior of the candidate?" "Because there is no elimination rate or pass rate." Zhu Shizhou also reacted. "No fixed elimination rate means that candidates do not need to desperately try to eliminate others. And candidates will naturally not risk being discovered to steal other people's number plates." "That's right." Fu Sidu looked at Luo Sui. "The question now is, do you remember anyone who has ever contacted that guy?" It is reasonable to ask Luo Sui, because if she has been observing everyone in the square, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the memory will be imprinted in her mind. Among the three people, only Luo Sui may have discovered the thief at the first time. However, Luo Sui shook her head. "In my memory, no one has contacted him. At least not within my sight." Fu Sidu frowned. "Then, there is no clue." Luo Sui suddenly said, "Is there a possibility that he was arranged by the examiner? It is not only the three of them who have doubts. There are smart people in the square who think quickly. And everyone has thought of the same doubts. The examiner had just said that everyone could pass the test, as long as they stayed in the square for 72 hours. But someone's number plate was stolen. Is it such a coincidence?" Facing the questioning gazes of nearly 1,000 people, the candidate seemed very anxious. "I'm telling the truth. My number plate is really gone. I don't remember who I had contact with. It must have been stolen." Most candidates were very calm. "What's the importance of your number plate? Isn't the examiner's words clear enough? The only rule is to stay in the square for 72 hours. Some candidates advised. "Calm down. The rule is just to stay in the square for 72 hours. Not to have a number plate. So just sit down and wait for the time to pass." some candidates shouted. Who knows if you are the one assigned by the examiner? Don't try to stir up trouble. We won't give you the number plate, let alone help you find the thief. The more chaotic the scene is, the more people's number plates will have problems. Everyone sit where they are. Don't steal or rob. Just keep an eye on your own number plate. However, the person whose number plate was stolen shouted, No. Wait. Think about it. The examiner is talking about this. Our performance will be evaluated within 72 hours to determine whether we are qualified. Now you have 2 questions to think about. The first question is, am I the person assigned by the examiner? If I am not the person assigned by the examiner, then it means that there is a thief among us. Can you guarantee that you will not sleep for 72 hours? As long as you fall asleep within 72 hours, there is a possibility that the number plate will be stolen. The second question is, if I am the person assigned by the examiner, then think about it yourself. Will your indifferent performance be regarded as incompetent and eliminated? Chapter 171 Suspicion and Difficulty. Number 369. Although Zhu Shizhou didn't know who he was or what he was capable of, he was amazed at the quick reaction of number 369. The incident happened suddenly. If number 369 was a real candidate and had no collusion with the examiner and the thief, then his reaction was very fast. He directly proposed 2 possibilities to force everyone present to make a choice. This number 369's reaction speed is really fast. Luo Suyi couldn't help but mutter. After listening to number 369's words, she subconsciously thought about it. If this was really a plot arranged by the examiner to observe everyone's comprehensive ability, then should they find the thief hidden among the candidates in order to improve the comprehensive score? And if this was not arranged by the examiner, but there was really a thief among the candidates, would this thief steal from him? I advise you to hide the number plate in your private parts like me. The more important the place is, the more difficult it will be for the thief to start. Fu Sidu said calmly. Please note that when the number plate was stolen, all the candidates who hid their number plates subconsciously touched the location where the number plates were hidden. If there was a real thief among the candidates, then we were equivalent to telling the thief where our number plates were hidden. Yes. Luo Suyi nodded, but was not prepared to move the number plates. Zhu Shizhou did not move either. Fu Sidu saw that although the 2 of them looked in agreement, I just didn't do it. Couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows twice. I think my statement is quite reasonable. Do you have any better suggestions? Luo Suyi smiled. People sleep because they want to relax their brains. But for patients with hyperthymesia like me, my brain is always working. I have long developed the ability to stay awake for a long time. Of course, this does not mean that I can stay awake forever, but I can last longer than ordinary people. In theory, I can last until my brain spontaneously blacks out. It's only 3 days. I can hold on. Zhu Shizhou and Fu Si were both stunned. Isn't it painful for you to live like this? Luo Suyi said calmly. Of course it's painful, but I'm used to it. Her super memory ability makes her never forget anything she has come into contact with. Even if it is a meaningless content, it will be stored in her brain, and it will be recalled at any time as if it just happened. How many things have people come into contact with in their lives? The huge amount of memory makes Luo Suyi's brain never get any real sleep. Zhu Shizhou thought hyperthymesia was a good thing before, but now it seems that it may be more of a torture. Fu Sidu looked at Luo Suyi sympathetically, and then looked at Zhu Shizhou. Why don't you hide the number plate in another place? Zhu Shizhou replied. Because when we think from the perspective of a thief, the problem of theft has actually been solved. How do you mean? The 3 of us are a group, while most of the other candidates are fighting alone. If a thief wants to take action, will he choose a single candidate or a candidate in a small group? Zhu Shizhou looked at Luo Suyi and said, I don't think you need to stay awake for 3 days. We just need to take turns sleeping, and thieves will be deterred. The theft problem is solved by itself. That makes sense. Fu Sidu had to admit that Zhu Shizhou's words directly solved the theft problem. They don't need to change the location where the number plate is hidden. They just need to guard against possible thieves. But there is a problem here. If she can sleep peacefully, Luo Suyi will naturally want to sleep. But she looked at Fu Sidu suspiciously and said, Old Zhu has been under my watch since entering the square. He has no chance to contact candidate number 369. So the suspicion is ruled out. But you are not always in my sight. Even if I have hyperthymesia, I can't be sure whether you have contact with number 369. How can we determine that you are not a thief? Fu Sidu seemed to have thought about this question a long time ago. he calmly replied. No need to determine. Luo Sui was about to ask why, but Zhu Shizhou spoke first. Indeed, there is no need to doubt each other. You doubt Lao Fu, but Lao Fu also doubts you. In fact, I think you are more suspicious than Lao Fu. After all, you accurately said the number plate 369. Luo Sui was stunned. Fu Sida pushed his glasses. We can't prove or disprove your hyperthymesia. So, Luo Sui rolled her eyes. After all this time, you don't believe me. Zhu Shizhou smiled and shook his head. None of us three can confirm whether what we said before is true or false. But at least one thing can be confirmed. That is, if one of us three is on guard at night, and the number plate is stolen, then that person must be the thief. At this point, Luo Sui understood. To be honest, it is true. Even if Fu Si is a thief, he would not be so stupid as to expose himself to this extent. If there are many people, perhaps the night watchers can cover up the theft of the number plate by having more people and more eyes. But their small group only has 3 people. If the number plate is really stolen, then it can basically determine the suspicion of a certain person. At this time, Luo Sui seemed to admire Zhu Shizhou for figuring out the logic so quickly. The logic is not complicated, and ordinary people with normal IQ can think of it. But there are not many who can react so quickly. However, Zhu Shizhou felt that it was not enough. And he continued, if you want to be safer, I have a simpler way to take turns to keep watch. What? Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, I can also stay awake for 3 days. I will be responsible for keeping watch tonight, tomorrow night, and the night after tomorrow. Anyway, I am 100% not a suspect. Right? Indeed. This can be said to be the simplest and most effective way. Zhu Shizhou, who was number 666, had attracted the attention of a large number of candidates as soon as he entered the square. Luo Sui and Fu Sida knew that Zhu Shizhou had never contacted number 369. So Zhu Shizhou was not suspected. No. Are you really not suspected? Fu Sida suddenly smiled bitterly. What if you are arranged by the examiner, like the candidate whose number plate was stolen? Zhu Shizhou was stunned. Luo Sui also nodded, and thoughtfully overturned her previous idea that Zhu Shizhou was not suspected. That's right. You are actually suspected too, because we are still not sure whether you are the person arranged by the examiner. Maybe your purpose is to test our ability. If you are the person arranged by the examiner, even if you don't communicate with number 369, you can probably cooperate with number 369. Speaking of which, Lao Zhu, you are still very suspicious. After all, we all saw it. And the scene of you chatting with a contact person is still vivid in our minds. Maybe you are really the person arranged by the examiner. For Luo Sui, who has hypermnesia. Isn't it vivid? Zhu Shizhou. I see. Once suspicion is formed, it is difficult to break. This is especially true for smart people, who will doubt all possibilities that are worthy of doubt. What if we work together to keep watch? Let one of them sleep, and the other 2 monitor each other? Fu Sida shook his head and sighed. The problem is, I can't be sure whether you 2 are in the same group. Luo Sui also sighed. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. What the hell? The 3 of them originally discussed to find a way to crack the thief. But they didn't expect that the more they thought about it, the more suspicious they became. The doubts in their hearts made it impossible for the 3 of them to completely trust each other. How could there be so many things? I don't care what you think. If you want to stay up late, stay up late. I don't care. I will sleep when I need to sleep. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. I believe that you 2 are not in the same group. And the fact that you 2 are on guard at the same time also eliminates the possibility that one of you steals my number plate. If you want to end suspicion, you have to trust. Right? Zhu Shizhou's trust in the 2 is based on the fact that he can go back at any time. When he was captured by the black soldiers and couldn't go back, he realized that he must have the means to go back at any time. So after thinking it over, he trained for a long time on the boat, focusing on training his finger strength. After going through various single-finger handstand push-ups, he can now go back without any equipment. He can tear off most of his neck with his bare hands. And no matter how powerful the medical methods are, he can't save him. So even if his number plate is really stolen, he can go back immediately and find out what happened. Luo Sui and Fu Si were always hesitant. Zhu Shizhou was willing to believe them, which touched them. But it was really not easy for them to believe Zhu Shizhou. Luo Sui shook her head and said, I choose to stay up late. It's only 3 days. I can endure it. Fu Si was very tired. Zhu Shizhou chose to sleep. Luo Sui, who has hyperthymesia, can stay up late more than ordinary people. He can probably make it through 3 days. But what about him? He is a normal person. In other words, the disadvantage is me? Once suspicion is formed, it is difficult to break it. The candidate whose number plate was stolen shouted in the square, but was embarrassed to find that no one was willing to pay attention to him. Everyone is smart. But the smarter they are, the more suspicious they are. In this sudden situation, they are all thinking about whether to help this candidate find the real thief. In the end, most people chose to remain silent. Wait and see. If the thief only stole a number plate, they could all pretend not to see it. But as the saying goes, as long as there are enough people, there will always be a few weirdos. A candidate suddenly stood up and said righteously, "Brother, I am willing to help you find the thief." Number 369 was stunned. He had originally given up hope. But suddenly someone showed up willing to help him. He nodded as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and said, "Okay. What are you going to do? I will cooperate with you." Chapter 172 Strong Break. Number 553. Specific ability unknown. I haven't met him either. But he looks like an athlete. Luo Sui immediately said the number of the candidate who jumped out. At this moment, most of the candidates present had hidden their number plates. Zhu Shizhou did not have super memory. So if Luo Sui did not say it, he would not know whether the man who jumped out was number 553. Number 553 said loudly, "The reason why most people choose to remain silent now is very simple. It is nothing more than thinking that the thing will not happen to them. It is better to be mediocre and not make mistakes than to make mistakes and reduce the score. But have you ever thought about it? Suppose the examiner arranged someone to steal the candidate's number plate. This is just the first test on the first day. How many tests will there be in the next 3 days? Do you know? Are you prepared to remain silent in the subsequent tests that may be more?" As soon as this was said, everyone's little thoughts were basically put on the table. Immediately, a candidate retorted, "No, I don't think you understand the meaning of this test. I think this test is to test our obedience. It is enough to stay for 72 hours in a row. This proves that I highly obey the organization's arrangements. Not being moved by external things is also a valuable quality." He just refused to admit that I would rather be mediocre and not make mistakes than make mistakes and get a lower score. He wanted to try to confuse the examiner. Zhu Shizhou glanced at the candidate, who spoke in silence. This was obviously telling the examiner that they were not incapable, but were not prepared to take action. At the entrance of the square, the examiner sat there unmoved, holding a pen in his hand and writing on the document, probably writing an evaluation of the candidates. Suddenly, Zhu Shizhou was a little curious. What did the examiner say about these people? Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou felt a little itchy. He never forgot his purpose. He came here to become the strongest black soldier of mankind in 3 months. If you want to be valued and cultivated, you must start from the beginning to show your difference from others. Regardless of whether the number plate theft was arranged by the examiner, being indifferent may be a safe way to deal with it. But the score will definitely not be too high, because most people do this. Luo Sui and Fu Sidu are very smart, but their goal is always to pass the line, which is completely different from his goal of becoming the first. Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou understood what he was going to do. He stood up suddenly. Wait, where are you going? Luo Sui reacted quickly and wanted to hold Zhu Shizhou. But Zhu Shizhou turned his feet and casually avoided Luo Sui's action. All the candidates present suddenly noticed Zhu Shizhou. Then, they looked closely. Wasn't this the number 666, who was chatting with the reception staff when entering the venue? What did he want to do? Zhu Shizhou walked straight towards number 369. Number 369 was moved and said to Zhu Shizhou, who was walking towards him, "Brother, are you here to help me too?" Zhu Shizhou smiled at number 369 and said, "Yes. I'll help you clear your suspicion. Brother, you're so nice. Hey, wait, what are you going to do? Brother? Stop." Under the gaze of all the candidates in the square, Zhu Shizhou grabbed the collar of candidate number 369. Then he dragged candidate number 369 towards the edge of the square. Under the dragging of the well-trained Zhu Shizhou, candidate number 369 was tripped and fell to the ground, screaming in embarrassment. Zhu Shizhou turned around and said sincerely to candidate number 369, I said. I will help you clear the suspicion. As long as you are eliminated, your suspicion will completely disappear. Right? Such a way to clear suspicion? For a moment, the candidates in the square were dead silent. Only number 369 was dragged to the edge of the square by Ju Sergio step by step. His voice was heartbreaking. No! No! Wait! I'm wrong. I don't want to find the thief. I choose to stay in the square. Ju Sergio asked. Are you really unwilling to find the thief? Really? Sincerely? If I am dragged away from the square by you, I will be eliminated immediately. If I stay in the square for 72 hours, I may still have the possibility of successfully passing the test. So I choose to stay in the square. I don't plan to find the number plate. Brother. Let me go! Okay. Ju Sergio heard this, and let go of number 369's collar. Number 369 quickly got up and rolled away from Ju Sergio, as if he was avoiding ghosts. Number 553 was stunned. He was ready to show his leadership qualities to the examiner. Why did someone suddenly appear and interrupt his plan? What the hell? Not only number 553 had the same doubts, but also other candidates. Is the number 666 so 6? Wait! I don't agree with this result. Number 553 suddenly shouted. Ju Sergio looked at him. Oh! What do you think? Thieves still exist among us. If we do nothing, won't it encourage the thieves? And in that case, we will only be worried. Wait! What are you going to do? Don't come over. All the candidates were numb. Ju Sergio walked forward and stretched out his hand to drag and pull. Number 553 was a big man with a somewhat sturdy figure. But in front of Ju Sergio, he was like a baby who couldn't fight back. Ju Sergio simply tripped and knocked the big man down directly. He still grabbed number 553's collar and dragged number 553 towards the edge of the square. Wait! You will definitely reduce the overall score if you do this. Let go! Number 553 wanted to struggle, but it was useless, and he approached the edge of the square step by step. Ju Sergio laughed, showing a compassionate expression. If sacrificing me can help everyone, why don't I do it? Maybe my overall score will be lowered. But I prevented a riot from happening, which is better than you inciting everyone to create chaos. Right? Fuck? There is such an interpretation? Number 553 was dumbfounded. I will eliminate you. Not only that, I will also eliminate all candidates who try to create chaos. This is the belief of sacrificing the small self to achieve the big self. Seeing that Ju Sergio was about to drag him to the edge of the square, Number 553 shouted hurriedly. Wait! Wait a minute. I understand your belief. Stop! I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't eliminate me. Ju Sergio sighed. It's not you who's wrong. It's me. But it would be great if you're willing to stop inciting everyone. I do. I do. For a moment, the big man number 553 shouted, like a delicate girl facing the oath at a wedding ceremony. Okay. Ju Sergio nodded and let go of number 553. Number 553 looked at Ju Sergio as if he was looking at a ghost. He never expected that with such a strong body, he had no power to resist under the drag of this young man with one hand. And it seemed that this guy looked relaxed. He was simply a monster. Ju Sergio ignored number 553, who hurriedly ran away, and returned to Fusidu and Luo Sui. Facing the stunned gaze of the two, Ju Sergio seemed very calm. If someone's number plate was stolen by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, he would choose to go back. If nothing happens, it means that he deterred the thief and stopped the thief's action. Assuming that the theft of the number plate was the test content arranged by the examiner, then he was equivalent to forcefully breaking the examiner's intention to create chaos. No matter what happens next, he has the opportunity to try and fail. Chapter 173 Hungry Candidates. The square was dead silent. The examiner watched all this silently, and continued to write and draw on the paper. Luo Sui and Fu Sidu stared at Ju Sergio with strange expressions, as if they didn't understand his actions. I can't understand why you did this. You are too impulsive. Both of them felt that Ju Sergio's actions just now were very impulsive and reckless. Ju Sergio looked as if it was a matter of course. The examiner said that we may all be eliminated, or we may all pass the test. What do you think is the probability of passing the test if you sit still and wait and see? Fu Sidu frowned. So you think the examiner arranged this test to see if we would choose to stand aside in the face of chaos? In that case, most of the candidates in the square would be eliminated. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. I never said that this was a test arranged by the examiner. No one can confirm it. So I'm not sure, but I think that compared to doing nothing, I at least tried. You are really bold. What if the score is lowered because of this? Luo Sui sighed. Both Fu Sidu and Luo Sui are not people who can take risks easily. So naturally they can't understand how confident Zhu Shizhou is when he can go back. I'm going to sleep. Are you going to stay awake? Then help me watch. If there is any dispute in the square, wake me up and I'll solve it. The two looked at each other. Going to bed now? It's not even night yet. Zhu Shizhou casually explained. Don't underestimate 3 days. Maybe you think you can make it. But no one can guarantee that your body will not collapse before your will. So I still advise you to replenish your energy before the deterrence I have established has dissipated, so as not to be unable to hold on later. However, Luo Sui and Fu Sidu shook their heads. Zhu Shizhou stopped persuading him when he saw this. He fell asleep directly, and even took off his coat to cover himself as a quilt in order to sleep more peacefully. The candidates naturally noticed Zhu Shizhou's behavior, and no one could understand Zhu Shizhou, who was so carefree. After a few minutes, Zhu Shizhou's long breathing sounded. You fell asleep so quickly. Luo Sui looked at Zhu Shizhou enviously. He really doesn't worry that I am a thief in the same group as you. Maybe his choice is the right one. Fu Sidu sighed. When Zhu Shizhou tried to persuade him and Luo Sui to trust each other but failed, Zhu Shizhou let it go decisively and chose to sleep by himself. He knew that it would be fruitless to continue to persuade the two. These two people are very opinionated. Instead of wasting time on them, it is better to try and make mistakes by yourself. If he really needs to go back to the game, he may not team up with these two guys. Zhu Shizhou has been too tired recently. He was tricked by Su Feng when dealing with Xuan and others on the cruise ship, and suffered a double blow in his body and spirit when he was brought to elimination. He also tortured himself for several days and was tense all the time. In addition, the anti-black soldier suppression potion kept making his emotions surge. It can be said that although Zhu Shizhou is physically healthy, he is mentally broken. So Zhu Shizhou slept very deeply this time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when he woke up. He didn't wake up naturally, but was woken up by a rumbling sound of his stomach, although the sound was not loud. For Zhu Shizhou, who was almost asleep and ready to wake up, this sound became an alarm clock to wake him up. Wow! I slept so well. Zhu Shizhou sat up slowly and stretched, feeling refreshed. On the other hand, Luo Sui and Fu Sidu looked listless. They were hungry and tired. They had experienced a long journey to the island of Illimnisan, and their bodies were already quite tired. But when they were full and satisfied, this tiredness did not show up. However, now, someone's stomach was so loud that it woke Zhu Shizhou up. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Luo Sui, who looked embarrassed. How many days have you been hungry before you went to the island? Luo Sui blushed and explained. You know, my brain's operating load is always several times that of ordinary people. So my body is more likely to lack nutrition. And it is normal to feel hungry. It's normal. Zhu Shizhou did not laugh at Luo Sui, but said with concern. So I advise you to sleep and save your energy. Now it's not even the first day. Not even 12 hours. Do you think you can last for 3 whole days? Luo Sui still smiled but said nothing. This is a common problem for many people present. They all think they are right, and are quite confident in themselves. As a result, nothing happened from noon to now. All the candidates are holding on. Tired, hungry and thirsty. Only a few people made the same choice as Zhu Shizhou to sleep. But they did not just lie on the ground and leave it at that. They found a corner of the square away from the crowd to sleep, which ensured that if the thieves came to them from afar, they would be very conspicuous. Their thinking logic was also very simple. Zhu Shizhou still had a certain deterrent effect. If they were thieves, they would never choose to come out and make trouble on the day after Zhu Shizhou issued a deterrent statement. So their choice was to rest in the early stage and get up and endure in the later stage. At night, the square was too quiet. The examiner, like the other candidates, did not eat or drink and stayed up all night in the square. Just when Zhu Shizhou thought that nothing would happen tonight and it would pass like this, suddenly a howl broke the calm atmosphere in the square. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving, a candidate shouted. This immediately aroused the candidates, who had the same feelings. I don't know if they agreed to complain together. They all let go of their voices and howled. I'm so hungry too. I'll tell you, even if I'm eliminated, I'm starving. I've been hungry for 2 days before I landed on the island. If I don't eat, drink or sleep for 3 more days, I'll starve to death. That's right. I thought we'd have a full meal before the test. But there's no food? I can't even lift my arms. Even if someone wants to snatch my number plate, I'm afraid I can't stop them. Examiner, are you really not going to prepare any food for us in 3 days? The candidates complained one by one. And Zhu Shurjiu issued an elimination declaration in the morning. The residual power of the Lord could not stop these people from making trouble. They were already hungry. And a few of them were almost unable to hold on. Or they foresaw that they could not hold on for 3 days. The examiner answered coldly, no food. Although the candidates had expected this result, they could not hold on when they heard the exact answer. What do you mean by no food? I think this is unfair. Suddenly a candidate stood up. Some candidates had eaten and drunk enough before going to the island. And some candidates had been hungry for several days during the sea voyage before going to the island. They thought they could have a good meal on the island to recharge their energy for the test. But they were tested immediately? This is unfair. Chapter 170 for the organization's promise to the candidates. Perhaps the darkness gave the candidates courage. The candidates' voices sounded quite righteous. Without any fear. Zhu Shurjiu originally wanted to stand up and suppress the troublemaker. But just as he was about to stand up, the examiner spoke. The examiner directly reported the candidate's information number 801. Zhang Longjie is good at driving most of the vehicles on the market, and is also a professional racing driver. Up to this point, it was normal. But the next moment, the examiner said a shocking melon in a calm manner. 3 years ago, you drove drunk and killed an old man, and finally fled the scene. In order to escape the police, you deliberately changed your city to live. Haha. You are a complete scumbag. The other candidates were also stunned. They didn't expect that there was a criminal among them. Number 801 was shocked, and his face turned pale in an instant. This is slander. I didn't. It's not me. You can certainly refute me. I'm not interested in arguing with you about your past. Now let's just talk about the fairness issue you mentioned. In the dark night, in the dimly lit square, the examiner's eyes looked extremely sharp. What do you think is fair? All of you candidates present here are far superior to ordinary people in at least one aspect of ability. This is more determined by the talent gene than the difference in effort. Do you think this is fair to ordinary people? Some people enjoy wealth and glory from birth, while others can only struggle in poverty. Do you think this is fair? We humans also have different physical qualities. Just like candidate number 666 this morning. He used force to make you dare not even fart for half a day. Do you think this is fair? The examiner's words made candidate number 801 quite embarrassed and ashamed. This world is inherently unfair. I will not set the same starting line for all of you candidates, because it is impossible to achieve true fairness. Suppose you pass the test and train for several years, but in the battle, the vicious enemy kills you in one encounter. Do you still want to talk to the enemy about bullshit fairness? Our candidate number 801 was so angry that he was embarrassed. However, insufficient food will make it difficult for people to support themselves. No matter how great their abilities are, they cannot be used. Is this the result you want? Ability? The examiner suddenly laughed. Most people in the square didn't know what he was laughing at. Only Zhu Shurjiu was thinking. The examiner did not explain his smile, but said, I have said before that in these 3 days, I have evaluated you comprehensively. Do you mean that you are nothing after putting aside your ability? I am not afraid to tell you the truth. Your score has fallen below the passing line. There is a 99% chance that you will be eliminated after 3 days. I advise you to give up now, so as not to end up working hard for 3 days in vain. Candidate number 801 turned pale, but did not choose to leave. Instead, he pursed his lips and sat down again. Seeing this, the examiner said to the other candidates in the square, I hope you can think clearly about what you want. For the goal you want, can you move forward unswervingly? If you are worried that you will still be eliminated after 3 days, then pack up and leave now. By the way, we will not give any food to those who are eliminated after 3 days. After money, the second obstacle is hunger without hope. As soon as this was said, many candidates were in an uproar. One candidate raised his hand. If we leave now, will you give us food? Yes. The examiner answered without hesitation. I will give you enough food and arrange a boat for you to leave the island. You can leave at any time after you have eaten and drunk enough. Then I want to leave. I can't hold on any longer. I've been hungry for 2 days. I definitely can't hold on for 3 days. Me too. I was attacked by sharks at sea before. And the boat was bitten. I swam the last few dozen kilometers. I'm so tired that I can't sleep now. I can't even hold on for a day. Many candidates are leaving. The examiner agreed, waved his hand, and arranged for the candidates to leave the square. Unexpectedly, many candidates left, and the number was reduced to 750. On the other hand, number 801, who was the first to jump out, now lay on the ground silently, saving energy to survive 3 days. At this time, Ju Sergio vaguely sensed something was wrong. Park Jae-suk, a Korean who was eliminated before, was in debt of 50 million won. Candidate number 801, who just jumped out, killed an old man in a hit-and-run accident while driving under the influence 3 years ago. Is this a coincidence? Probably speaking, this should not be a coincidence, because the examiner has only revealed the information of 2 candidates so far, but both candidates have black history. In order to confirm his guess, Ju Sergio turned his eyes to Luo Sui and Fu Sidu. What's wrong? Ju Sergio's eyes flickered when signing the confidentiality agreement. What did the organization promise you? Luo Sui and Fu Sidu were both stunned. Number 876 is in debt. He was probably recruited by the organization for money. Number 801 committed a crime 3 years ago. He may have come to erase his criminal record. Ju Sergio stared at the 2 deeply. What about you? Why did you come? The 2 looked at each other in silence. Finally, Luo Sui came back to her senses. This is not something that needs to be concealed. The organization promised to help me cure my hyperthymesia. That is, let me choose to remember and forget on my own. This is not a black history, but a temptation. Fu Sidu was silent. Ju Sergio looked at him. This man was very rational from the beginning, with few expressions, as if he didn't care about anything. Judging from his previous indifference to the 10 million, maybe he was still a rich man. Could such a person be simply forced to come here by the Black Soldier organization? It was not until Ju Sergio was about to say a few words to ease the atmosphere that Fu Sidu slowly spoke. I have a terminal illness. Ju Sergio and Luo Sui were speechless as soon as he opened his mouth. The scientific name is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and the common name that everyone has heard of is ALS. This is a terminal illness that cannot be cured in society, and is a chronic death disease. The doctor told me that the muscles in my limbs, torso, chest and abdomen will gradually weaken and atrophy within 3 to 4 years, and eventually become completely paralyzed until I die of respiratory failure. Fu Sidu's expression was extremely calm, as if he was talking about someone else's business. However, Ju Sergio looked at his trembling fingers and realized that his heart was not at peace. Unfortunately, this disease cannot be cured even if you have money. But when the organization sent someone to ask me to sign a confidentiality agreement for participating in the test, they promised me that they would cure my disease. I can't even confirm whether what they said is true or false, but my only choice is to believe them. Ju Sergio was embarrassed because it was equivalent to him directly exposing someone else's scars. Luo Sui just hyperthymesia. But Fu Sidu told his biggest private secret. Fu Sidu didn't seem to want to continue to delve into this topic. He looked at Ju Sergio. What about you? What have you been promised? Ju Sergio was in a trance for a moment, and then murmured, and said uncertainly, World Peace. Chapter 175 Number Overlap. Ju Sergio figured out the methods used by the Black Soldier organization. He was surprised from the beginning. If the Black Soldier organization only used coercion to make the people they chose join the organization, then there was no need to sign a confidentiality agreement. It would be better to put a gun to these people's heads, or tie them up to the organization directly. This method is more effective than fooling them with a confidentiality agreement. Not to mention letting these people voluntarily travel a long distance to this island. He didn't think that the Black Soldier organization couldn't think of something that he could think of. But why didn't the Black Soldier organization do this? Now it seems that the Black Soldier organization has chosen a softer way to use these people. Everyone has weaknesses. Number 870's weakness is debt. Number 801's weakness is crime. Luo Sui's weakness is hypermia. And Fu Sidu's weakness is terminal illness. If 2 samples are too few, then 4 samples are enough for him to make a bold guess. Ju Sergio probably understood the purpose of the Black Soldier organization's test. This was not a test of the examinee's ability at all, but a more pure test of the examinee's faith. Thinking of this, he glanced at Fusidu. This guy must have figured out how to play this test. When number 876 Park Jae-suk was eliminated, he mentioned two possibilities casually, saying that number 876 was arranged by the examiner to deliberately eliminate some incompetent people with weak beliefs. It is true that Fusidu subconsciously put his own situation into the situation, so he came to this conclusion very logically. But it also shows how quick his reaction was. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? No. Nothing. Fusidu felt that Zhu Shurjo's eyes did not look like sympathy when he looked at him, and his heart was quite complicated. Before, everyone would look at him strangely after hearing about his terminal illness, as if they thought he would die tomorrow. Now it is obvious that Zhu Shurjo is not like that. Fusidu said, maybe I am doing useless work now. But if I don't come and try, I will be very unwilling. I hope this organization really has a way to cure me. It must be curable. Zhu Shurjo nodded. The Black Soldier organization has almost studied the human body thoroughly in biology, and even developed the Black Soldier drug. Zhu Shurjo has no doubt about the strength of the Black Soldier organization in this regard. Fusidu thought Zhu Shurjo was comforting him, and didn't say anything. Just sighed softly. Luo Sui suddenly said, but, didn't you hear from the examiner before? Within 1 year of joining the organization, the mortality rate of newcomers is as high as 90%. If you refuse and actively cooperate with the doctor's treatment, let alone living for 3 or 4 years, it is possible that you will live for 10 years. Fusidu said lightly. You also said that the mortality rate of newcomers within 1 year is as high as 90%. But isn't that still 10? How confident. Regardless of whether Fusidu was bragging at this time, Zhu Shurjo admired his calmness in the face of real death. The departure of a large number of candidates did not affect Fusidu and Luo Sui. They still chose to stay up late. Zhu Shurjo, after being awake for a while, found that there was nothing to do, so he continued to sleep. Fusidu and Luo Sui yawned continuously, looking at Zhu Shurjo, who fell asleep again not long after waking up. And they envied him in their hearts. But they couldn't sleep. If they fell asleep, there might be a possibility that the number plate would be stolen. Zhu Shurjo slept until dawn, and rubbed his temples after getting up. I slept too long, and my head hurts a little. The two people who didn't sleep all night looked at Zhu Shurjo with dark circles and red eyes. Good morning. Facing the envious eyes of the two, Zhu Shurjo smiled awkwardly. We are not good at all. Luo Sui was a little crazy. You are right, Fusidu said suddenly. What? The thief gave up the perfect working environment in the dark last night and did nothing. Maybe it was because you used force to deter the potential thief. Fusidu said so while rubbing his temples. Zhu Shurjo smiled. Sure enough. Someone thought so. This is a misleading trap for those who don't know. Only he who can go back can do this. His confidence comes from the fact that he can start over at any time. With the bold operation yesterday, he successfully established a positive reputation among the candidates in the square. I'm afraid most people will think that it was his credit that he successfully deterred the thief. But he is really not sure whether it is actually the case. I'm so hungry. Really so hungry. Luo Sui had a bitter face. At this time, she was not sitting, but lying on the ground without any image. Fusi pushed his glasses. You can still scream, which means that there is still energy in your body to consume. That's what I said. Luo Sui muttered softly. If there's any more trouble next time, I'm sure I won't be able to bear it. Just as the voice fell, a quarrel suddenly broke out somewhere in the square. The three looked and found that two people were fighting for a number plate. Let go! This number plate is mine. You're talking nonsense. It's obviously mine. My number plate is number 142. I definitely didn't remember it wrong. What happened? Zhu Shurjo immediately reacted and walked towards the two people who were arguing over there. When the two saw Zhu Shurjo, the candidate number 666, coming, they thought of Zhu Shurjo's ruthless behavior yesterday, and each of them felt a little guilty. But they looked down at the number plates they were holding tightly, and they immediately became righteous. This number plate is mine. Why should I give it to someone else? Zhu Shurjo knew what the two people were thinking, but he didn't understand the cause and effect. One of the men said, I took a nap in the corner of the square yesterday, and when I woke up, my number plate was gone. The woman confronting the man replied, This guy is just talking nonsense. I just took out my number plate this morning to check if it was stolen. But this guy immediately came up and shouted that this number plate was his number plate. Zhu Shurjo looked at the man. the man argued. You are talking nonsense. This is my number plate. How is it possible? You can ask other people around me. Before I hid my number plate, they all knew that my number plate was number 142. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the others. Although the others were worried about being affected, they all nodded. She is right. When I saw her, her number plate was indeed number 142. After saying that, the man added, but I don't know if it was taken from someone else. The woman seemed very angry. You? Don't talk nonsense. Seeing that things were getting more and more intense, Zhu Shurjiu raised his hand to stop everyone. Don't be anxious. Wait for me to summon my companions first. There was nothing to say. Zhu Shurjiu directly called Luo Suyi over. When Luo Suyi came over, she had a blaming expression on her face, as if complaining that he was meddling in other people's business. But after listening to Zhu Shurjiu's explanation of the whole story, she looked at the two people who were fighting for the number plate in surprise. She dug out the memory of seeing the number plates of the two people from her head. I remember. You are number 142. She pointed at the woman. The woman laughed and was about to be proud. But Luo Suyi pointed at the man again. I remember. You are also number 142. The woman's laughter stopped abruptly, and Zhu Shurjiu was also surprised. Luo Suyi said firmly, that means that the two of you have the same number from the beginning. Chapter 176 Reasons for Eliminating Other Candidates. Zhu Shurjiu pulled Luo Suyi aside. Are you kidding me? How come the two people have the same number? No. I don't doubt your hyperthymesia, because no one would tell such a lie that is easily exposed. I believe in your memory. But what I want to ask is, in the memory you saw, did these two people appear at the same time? Or is there a time difference? Luo Suyi shook her head. I understand what you mean. You are guessing that one of them stole the number plate of another person, and then wore the number plate openly to show it to other candidates. Right? Zhu Shurjiu nodded. Unfortunately, now that I recall, I find that in my memory, the time before and after the two people wore the number tags was almost the same, and the two sides were always far apart. I think their numbers were the same from the beginning. Zhu Shurjiu immediately stared at Luo Suyi suspiciously. Do you know what you are talking about? You obviously have hyperthymesia and can remember all the details. But you didn't find out that the two people's numbers were the same at the first time. And you only found out now? He suspected that Luo Suyi was lying because there was too much of a flaw. The two people appeared in Luo Suyi's memory wearing the number tags at the same time. But Luo Suyi didn't find it at the first time. Zhu Shurjiu didn't believe it. Luo Suyi sighed. You still think too much of hyperthymesia. Zhu Shurjiu was puzzled. If hyperthymesia can be retrieved passively, then I don't have to be so embarrassed. But unfortunately, my hyperthymesia does not support this function, she said with deep regret. You ordinary people have the function of forgetting. So you can remember important things and forget some trivial things. This distinguishes the importance of things from the memory level. When you repeat doing trivial things that you have forgotten, your brain usually does not remind you that this thing has been done. And when you encounter important things repeatedly, your brain will tell you that this thing has been done. This is the passive retrieval function of your memory. However, for me, I can remember everything I see, hear, smell, taste and touch. All trivial things and important things are no different to me. In other words, my memory is not emphasized. Hearing this, Zhu Shurjiu understood. I understand. Your brain will not actively remind you that this thing has been done, or that the number of this candidate has been seen. If you want to recall the memory of the candidate number plate, you can only actively search your memory. Luo Suyi smiled bitterly. Correct answer. In Luo Suyi's eyes, memory is not important. That's troublesome. How can we prove which of the two candidates' numbers is real and which is fake? Why do we need to prove it? Luo Suyi asked. If you hadn't dragged me here, I wouldn't want to get involved in this matter. Have you ever thought about the nature of this test? Do you still remember what the examiner said when he reprimanded number 801? I'm assessing the overall evaluation. Do you mean that you are nothing after putting aside your ability? Is that the sentence? Luo Suyi actually repeated the examiner's words word for word. Zhu Shurjiu's memory is very good now. And he also remembers that the examiner said this sentence. So he is sure that ordinary people can't repeat it word for word. Before, he verbally believed that Luo Suyi had hyperthymesia. Until now, he secretly confirmed that Luo Suyi really had a strong memory and was comparable to the drug injector with the body of an ordinary person. Yes, that's the sentence. Isn't it clear what the examiner means? The ability test is not the point. The point is what we should do after putting aside the ability. Luo Sui thought for a while. Is this the reason why you are meddling in other people's business? I want to prove that these two people are not thieves. Or prove that one of them is a thief. This will help improve my overall score. Luo Sui looked at Zhu Shizhou strangely. Is it so important to improve the overall score? Obviously. As long as you can pass it, it will be fine. Luo Sui hesitated for a while and said, I'm not sure if these two people are thieves. But from my millimeter level memory, the number plates of the two people look the same. They are made in the same way, and are round number plates with black letters on a white background of the same color. Your words are enough. Zhu Shizhou let go of Luo Sui. Luo Sui shook her head and sat back in her original position. But she mentioned what happened to Zhu Shizhou to Fu Sidu, and told Fu Sidu what Zhu Shizhou had just said about the nature of this test. Fu Sidu had a calm expression, without any doubt or surprise. He is right, Fu Sidu said. If the tests in these 3 days are really to test the intelligence of the candidates, then we should not invite candidates who are simply physically strong but not very smart. This is just like the examiner will not arrange a simple combat test, and the examiner will not arrange a purely brain-burning intelligence test. Although the examiner does not emphasize fairness in everything, the most basic fairness must be guaranteed. Fu Sidu's idea is similar to Zhu Shizhou. He believes that the examiner actually pays more attention to the candidate's response to emergencies. After Zhu Shizhou figured out the essence, he continued yesterday's behavior. There is no doubt that yesterday's behavior will definitely give him extra points. After all, no matter what, he at least suppressed the commotion. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou intervened in the dispute between two candidates with the same number plates. Both of you have number plates 142. Zhu Shizhou, who came back, said to the man and woman who were still confronting each other. How could this happen? The man questioned. Why do you say that? Just based on what the woman said just now. Can you conclude that our number plates are the same? The woman was more rational. If my number plate and his are the same, then this number duplication incident is 100% a test content arranged by the examiner. Zhu Shizhou heard the woman's words and immediately thought of the woman's intention. She wanted to transform her personal event into an event closely related to the other candidates present. She is very smart. She realized that if this matter was just a dispute between her and this man, then other candidates might just ignore it like yesterday. But if it can be confirmed that this matter is a test arranged by the examiner, then other candidates can't sit idly by. Yesterday, these candidates were indifferent. Wasn't it because they couldn't confirm that the stolen number plate incident was one of the tests? The woman's calculations were quickly figured out by other candidates. They thought about it for a while, and then made the same choice to find the examiner. Zhu Shizhou, like a leader, brought the two people to the examiner. Behind him was a group of tired candidates. Examiner, these two people have the same number. Is there a mistake in the number plate? The examiner still sat on the ground calmly, not worried that these people would rush up and drown him. He looked up and glanced at Zhu Shizhou. It was the number 666 again. The examiner also didn't sleep all night. But unlike the candidates, he was still very energetic and didn't show any fatigue. There is no mistake in the number plate, the examiner said first. Then, the examiner added jokingly, when did I say that the candidates' number cards are not repeated? When this was said, the candidates who followed behind were shocked. Number cards may be repeated? What does that mean? In other words, this test is to let us find the repeated number cards and eliminate the opponents? No way. But now all the candidates have hidden their number cards. What can we do to make them hand over their number cards for us to verify? Examiner, is this the content of the test? The examiner glanced and suppressed the candidates who were talking. Stay for 72 hours is the baseline for passing. But all your actions during these 72 hours will be within my assessment range. Neither admitted that this was a test, nor denied it. But from the examiner's repeated statement about the number plate, this was undoubtedly intentional. Wait! I have a question. A candidate raised his hand. If the number plates of these two people are the same, does it prove that the number plates are useless? When you assess individual scores, do you assess the scores under the numbers or under the names of the candidates? When announcing the passing results, do you report the names or the numbers? Don't make me repeat it over and over again. The examiner seemed a little impatient. I said, I am assessing you personally. As for whether the number plates are useful, you think about it yourself. The candidate put down his hand awkwardly. It seems that this is really the content of the test. The woman number 142 said so, and defined the incident. Then, the woman turned around and said to a large number of candidates, I think I am not the only one with the same number plate. It is possible that the candidates present will be randomly assigned the same number plate. If you want to pass, you have to find the owner of the same number plate as you, and then eliminate the other party. After this, all the candidates fell into deep thought, looking at the candidates around them with a very alert look. One candidate suddenly understood something. No wonder there is no pass rate. It turns out that the pass rate is hidden in the candidate's number plate. Do you remember what the examiner said? If we are lucky, we can all pass. If we are unlucky, we will all be eliminated. The key point is not whether all of us pass or are eliminated, but luck. Candidates who are assigned duplicate number plates are a little bit less lucky and need to eliminate their opponents to pass. Relatively speaking, candidates with different test numbers are luckier. As long as they stay quiet for 72 hours, they can pass. The candidates figured out the knot and suddenly realized it. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the candidates who figured it out, and then looked at the examiner. The examiner didn't say anything, and still looked non-committal. But the problem is, someone suddenly said, we can't confirm the test numbers of other candidates now. Right? If we want to ensure that no candidate has the same test number as us, we have to eliminate other candidates as much as possible? As soon as this was said, the whole audience was silent. Chapter 177 Conquer by Force. The content of the test quickly spread throughout the examination room. Most of the candidates were smart people. After hearing about the content of the test, they almost immediately thought of a possibility. Zhu Shurjiu also thought of it. The theft of number 369's number plate was not a coincidence. Number 369's number plate overlapped with the thief's number plate, and the thief stole number 369's number plate in order to ensure that he could pass the exam, which was equivalent to eliminating his opponent in advance. Unlucky number 369 became the victim of repeated numbers. Originally, he couldn't figure out why the thief would steal other people's number plates without a pass rate. But now it seems that everything is clear. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the unbelievable number 142 man, and then thought of a more exaggerated possibility. He needed to confirm with this man. He asked, you just claimed that the number 142 number in her hand was yours. That means your number is missing, right? The number 142 man's face changed, and he replied, my number was stolen last night. It was obvious that he had thought of something, and his expression became quite ugly. The other candidates who reacted a little slower didn't understand what this meant. Zhu Shurjiu said, the theft of your number means that the duplicate number of number 142 is not just you and her, but there may be 2 or more candidates with the same number. Your number was seen by another number 142, and then he stole your number. Duplicate number? We already know this. When Zhu Shurjiu came back, he told Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu everything that had just happened. But Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu both said they already knew. Zhu Shurjiu could actually go back now. If he wanted to catch the thief, he only needed to go back and keep an eye on number 369 or number 142, and he would definitely find the real culprit. But he had the opportunity to go back until 12 o'clock tonight. He decided to make a big fuss before going back. What are you going to do? As soon as Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu saw Zhu Shurjiu's expression, they knew he was going to make trouble again. They also thought of Zhu Shurjiu's elimination declaration yesterday, and the means he used almost at the same time. With their eyebrows twitching, they watched Zhu Shurjiu reach out to them. Hand over the number plate for me to see. Don't force me to do it. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses, reached into his crotch with one hand, and took out a smelly number plate. Number 538. The number plate was not handed over to Zhu Shurjiu, because Zhu Shurjiu retracted his hand and said, just look at it. No need to touch it. Fu Sidu calmly put the number plate back under his crotch. Zhu Shurjiu then turned his gaze to Luo Suyi and said, look at yours. Luo Suyi rolled her eyes and said, I'm so unlucky to meet you. She took out her number plate. Number 250. 250? Zhu Shurjiu almost complained. He nodded. Luo Suyi said, even if you are going to use force to check the number plates one by one, how can you confirm that our number plates are not stolen from others? Fu Sidu also nodded. This is a very realistic question. A thief is capable of stealing candidates with the same number, and he may also steal other candidates' number plates to conceal his identity. How do you confirm this? Zhu Shurjiu did not answer directly, but said, I have my own way to confirm it. This is the role of the replay. If he replays today, the time he returns to is 10 o'clock yesterday morning, when nothing happened. Even the test has not started. Not to mention the candidates stealing each other's number plates. He wrote down the numbers of the candidates he checked in this week, and verified them with the known information in the next week. No matter how much the examiner arranged on the number plate, it was useless under his replay. Luo Sui and Fu Sida frowned. They did not doubt that Zhu Shizhou had a way, but they had not thought of that way yet. This made Luo Sui and Fu Sida feel the crushing from the IQ. Zhu Shizhou said to Luo Sui, "Before I check the number plates of other candidates, please help to see if there are any candidates who make unnecessary movements." Luo Sui nodded. "Don't worry. I will choose the best view to observe other candidates." With her around, Zhu Shizhou felt more at ease. With Luo Sui's hypermnesia, he could check other candidates with confidence. And by the way, he could come back to consolidate his memory after checking other candidates. Luo Sui became a human memorandum. So, Zhu Shizhou stood up. He walked to the corner of the square and randomly picked a candidate, and said to him, "Hand over your number plate for me to see." The candidate was quite surprised. "Why? If you want to see it, I have to show it to you. Who do you think you are?" Zhu Shizhou didn't say anything and directly grabbed the candidate's clothes. "Be obedient and let me see it." "No." In the wailing of the candidate, it only took 10 seconds for Zhu Shizhou to strip the candidate naked and find the number card from his clothes. The candidate was shivering in the cold wind in November in broad daylight, looking at Zhu Shizhou with fear. Zhu Shizhou showed the number card directly to Luo Sui, and he also remembered the candidate's face and his number deeply. What happened in the corner of this square did not hide from other candidates in the square. Many people noticed Zhu Shizhou's actions and were stunned. "What's going on? Take off your clothes. Take off your clothes. Fuck. This is a blatant robbery of the number plate." "No." He gave the number plate back again. "What happened?" "I see. He wants to use this method to check the number plates of all candidates. Is he crazy? Even if the number of candidates has been reduced to 750, is he going to find the thieves one by one? Is he so confident in his force?" Facts have proved that Zhu Shizhou's confidence in force is not false. He used force to prove that anyone who resisted him could not escape his stripping method. Even if it was a girl, he would strip her clothes. There was a girl who relied on her gender advantage, and was sure that Zhu Shizhou would not dare to attack her. Zhu Shizhou just had a guilty expression on his face, ignored everyone's shocked and contemptuous eyes, pressed the girl to the ground, and was still ready to attack. The girl realized that Zhu Shizhou was serious, and she cried and handed over her number plate as soon as Zhu Shizhou took off his coat. Of course, not everyone could sit back and watch Zhu Shizhou being so arrogant. Many candidates who were as strong as bodybuilders were ready to unite to fight back against Zhu Shizhou. But Zhu Shizhou knocked them down with 3 punches and 2 kicks without saying a word. Then these muscular men shivered in the cold wind like little girls who were raped, curled up and handed over their number plates. Later, every time Zhu Shizhou came in front of someone, that person would show his number plate to Zhu Shizhou to avoid the fate of having his clothes taken off. Finally, after walking around the square and taking down the number plates of all the candidates, he finally returned to Luo Sui and Fu Sidu. Fu Sidu didn't do anything yet, and Luo Sui looked at him as if he was looking at garbage. Zhu Shizhou felt like a big villain now. All the candidates' numbers have been checked. Now let me tell you the results, he said to the two. First, the number plates for number 369 and number 142 were not found. Chapter 178, Suicide by Slitting the Throat. The number plates for number 369 and number 142 were not found. That's normal, Fu Sidu said calmly, because the thief's purpose is not to possess other people's number plates. After really stealing the number plates, if it were me, I would throw it away or destroy it immediately. The simplest way of destruction I can think of is to eat the number plates. Luo Sui also nodded. Yes, as long as the number plates of candidates with the same number plates as his own are destroyed, then the thief does not need to worry about being eliminated because of duplicate numbers. Zhu Shizhou continued. Whether the number plates are destroyed is not the point. The point is that I didn't find other duplicate test numbers. Luo Sui frowned. In other words, the only known duplicate test number is 142. We can't even confirm whether the test number 369 is duplicated. Yes. This is a bit troublesome. It seems that the thief is more cautious than we thought. After Luo Sui finished speaking, she thought of Zhu Shurjio's method of forcibly searching for number plates just now, and couldn't help but stare at Zhu Shurjio with contempt. By the way, are you so ruthless to girls? Zhu Shurjio shook his head in shame. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. In fact, everything I did just now was against my will. Not only girls. I also did things that were detrimental to other male candidates, leaving them naked in front of other candidates. I am indeed guilty. Believe it or not, I am full of guilt now. The two looked at each other, and now they suspected that Zhu Shurjio had some mental illness. Logically speaking, Zhu Shurjio had no need to pretend like this, because he had done it, and he was a cruel guy in the eyes of anyone. Did he think that others would forgive him if he showed some guilt? Seeing that Zhu Shurjio apologized so sincerely, Luo Sui didn't know what to say. In fact, the other candidates had nothing to do with her. There was only one thing she wanted to figure out now. So how can you tell who the thief is? Zhu Shurjio said. Help me consolidate my memory first. There were 750 people in the audience, and even Zhu Shurjio, whose memory was greatly enhanced, could hardly remember them all at once. Luo Sui frowned, and she still couldn't understand what Zhu Shurjio wanted to do. What's the point of just remembering the numbers of these candidates? She remembered them all, but the valuable information she got was minimal and almost useless. Okay, when you remember everything, you'd better tell me what you think of. Next, Luo Sui spent several hours repeating the number plates of each candidate. While Zhu Shurjio stared at the candidates, Luo Sui pointed it without blinking. Fu Sida pushed his glasses and tried to remember, but he was surprised to find that his memory was not as good as Zhu Shurjio. Often he barely remembered one, but Zhu Shurjio had already remembered 3. Luo Sui, a patient with hyperthymesia, had no pressure at all. She could recite the numbers of each candidate as skillfully as calling out the names of dishes. He even suspected that Zhu Shurjio was just trying to show off. Later, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the two people's memory, so he just gave up. The conversation between Luo Sui and Zhu Shurjio basically repeated the following pattern: no triple X. Do you remember it? Yes, I remember it. Next one. No triple X. Do you remember this one? Wait, let me take it slowly. Yes. Okay, I remember it. Next one. When several candidates were all remembered by Zhu Shurjio, Fu Sida finally couldn't help it and looked at Zhu Shurjio, who was rubbing his eyebrows. You remember all of them? It's a bit reluctant, but I should remember all of them. Fu Sida was a little unwilling. His memory, which he was usually proud of, was completely blown away by the two people in front of him. He wanted to test the candidates, so he pointed to one of them whose number he still remembered and asked, "What's the number of the man wearing a black jacket, black and white striped shirt, and glasses?" Zhu Shurjio closed his eyes and recalled. 223. What about the woman in red? 931. After testing several candidates in succession, Zhu Shurjio said the number after just a few seconds of recall. Fu Sida couldn't believe it, and finally sighed a little depressed. Are you all monsters? Luo Sui's sigh was the deepest. Although she couldn't understand the difficulty of ordinary people remembering things, she had come into contact with countless ordinary people whose memory was so poor that she didn't want to communicate with them. Zhu Shurjio, who could remember something just by listening once, was already the ordinary person with the best memory she had ever come into contact with. Although this memory speed is still very slow in her eyes, it is at least not at the same level as others. Zhu Shurjio explained. I used memory and recollection to remember. When I forced those candidates to hand over their number plates, I had already memorized it once. I was just consolidating my memory just now. Even so strong. Zhu Shurjio smiled slightly. What he didn't tell Fu Sida and Luo Sui was that he also deliberately used his own emotions, which were more surging than ordinary people, to remember. Normal people know that people's memories will become more profound because of emotions. People will remember the great sorrows and joys in life very clearly. So Zhu Shurjio used the strong guilt feedback of the anti-black soldier suppression potion to make him remember the faces and number plates of most of the victims he forced. Emotionally, the act of snatching their number plates is almost the same as the emotion an ordinary person feels when he stabs his family with a knife. He discovered this method on the speedboat when he was forcibly taken away from the cruise ship by the black soldiers. Zhu Shurjio found that he could remember some unimportant little things clearly under the strong sense of guilt for not saving the lives of 800 people. So he summed up this technique Zhu Shurjiu called guilty memory. What he couldn't remember just now were those candidates who handed over their number plates without much resistance. Because those candidates had almost no sense of guilt for handing over their number plates. So he needed Luo Suyi to help him consolidate his memory. After Luo Suyi confirmed that Zhu Shurjiu remembered everything, he said, "Since you remember everything, then tell me, what method do you have to find the thief?" Zhu Shurjiu nodded. "The method is very simple. That is," he reached out and grabbed his throat. Then his fingers exerted force like eagle claws. "What are you doing?" Luo Suyi was stunned. And then after seeing Zhu Shurjiu's actions, she screamed in horror. She saw Zhu Shurjiu's right hand inserted directly into her throat, piercing a large piece of neck flesh, and then tearing it hard. Bright red blood gushed out, splashing Luo Suyi and Fu Xi's faces with blood. Chapter 179. Follow me. I will take you flying. Pain, suffocation and choking. This is how Zhu Shurjiu felt. This method of suicide is quite painful. Not only does one have to rely on willpower to stick a not-so-sharp finger into the throat, but one also has to tear the entire throat off the neck to ensure 100% death. Although the pain level is not as high as the super limit pain he had suffered before, it is enough to make Zhu Shurjiu twitch all over. The most uncomfortable thing is suffocation, the choking feeling of blood flowing back into the lungs. Zhu Shurjiu's body, strengthened by the medicine, is destined not to die so easily. When he casually threw the entire piece of neck meat to the ground, he was still lying on the ground twitching. The examiner noticed the change here. His face changed slightly, but he did not get up. In fact, he was quite confused. What happened? Did number 666 commit suicide? How did he commit suicide? Why did he commit suicide? He watched number 666 conquer the whole place with force, while he was surprised at number 660's extraordinary strength. He also thought that number 666 had some good way to find the thief that he had not thought of. But now, why did he commit suicide? He will never know the answer to this question. Just like Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu, who were horrified. The other candidates, who witnessed all this, looked at Zhu Shurjiu as if they were looking at a powerful mental patient. In their puzzled eyes, Zhu Shurjiu vomited blood and died with a smile. "So, what do you want to ask?" The contact person looked at the number 666 candidate in front of him impatiently. Zhu Shurjiu came back to his senses, turned his head to look at the surrounding environment, and then realized the time point he had returned to. The time point was when he was brought to the entrance of the square by the contact personnel, and his hand was grabbing the collar of the contact personnel, as if he was questioning something. In the eyes of the contact personnel, this candidate number 666 was stuck in the middle of asking questions, and then it was as if his personality had switched, and his whole body twitched for a while, and then his expression and temperament changed. More like a mental illness than a mental illness. "No, I don't have anything to ask." Zhu Shurjiu wiped the non-existent cold sweat with his left hand. In the last second, he was still immersed in the pain of being torn in the throat. The contact personnel immediately slapped Zhu Shurjiu's hand away, hiding away as if avoiding something dirty. Zhu Shurjiu rubbed his hands, and after thinking about it, he did not hide his number plate. In the last round, he already knew that his behavior of hiding his number plate in public would cause some candidates to follow suit and hide their number plates. So in order to ensure a smoother clearance in this round, he openly pinned his number plate on his chest. Zhu Shurjiu walked into the square. He swept his eyes as he walked, and saw all the number plates of the candidates in a circle. Most of the candidates had not hidden their number plates yet, so Zhu Shurjiu could easily confirm whether their numbers were consistent with what he saw in the previous round. First, eliminate the candidates who actively chose to be eliminated. Zhu Shurjiu muttered to himself. There were 200 candidates who had been eliminated in the previous round and confirmed to be okay. Secondly, eliminate the candidates whose numbers were the same in the previous round and this round. The faces of each candidate were marked with a label qualified in his memory. The numbers and faces could match, which proved that the number plates shown to him by these candidates in the previous round were their own number plates. He also looked at number 369, whose number plate was worn honestly on his chest, and there was no theft of the number plate at this time. Then it was number 142. He found the woman wearing the number plate 142. On the other side, the man wearing the same number plate 142 was talking and laughing with other candidates in the crowd next to him. Good guy. Such a blatant duplicate number plate appeared in the crowd, but no one noticed it. Zhu Shurjiu thought about it, and thought it should be normal. Because not everyone has such a strong memory. And the two number 142 candidates were far apart. And almost no one noticed that the number plates of two people who had no intersection were the same. Since their number plates were confirmed, Zhu Shurjiu was not going to take any further action. After observation, Zhu Shurjiu found that a total of 58 people's number plates were hidden. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't see their number plates, but he was at least sure that if there was a thief, he should be hiding among these 58 candidates, and there might be a duplicate number plate 369 among them. While thinking about this, suddenly someone came up. Luo Sui, hey. Handsome guy. Zhu Shurjiu looked up and then laughed. Luo Sui? You came at the right time. Help me keep an eye on the 58 people, and I will help you pass this test. Luo Sui is in a very strange mood now. As a patient with hyperthymesia, she is 100% sure that she has never seen this guy in front of her. Just now, she went through all her memories and confirmed that this person should be the first time he appeared in front of her. But for some reason, he called out her name directly, which made her, who was originally prepared to test him, quite at a loss. Don't look at it. You won't see anything even if you look at it again. I just don't understand. Where did you know my name from? And he looked so familiar. This really surprised her. Zhu Shurjiu smiled. Have you forgotten? We have met before. But Luo Sui was even more shocked than him when she heard this. You said I forgot? Do you know what you were talking about? Seeing Luo Sui's shocked reaction, Zhu Shurjiu finally confirmed 100% that she really had hyperthymesia. Ever since he was defeated by Su Feng, he began to try to learn Su Feng's thinking mode. And the first thing was to doubt everything. Just like Su Feng, who was endlessly skeptical, he also doubted whether Luo Sui really had hyperthymesia. In the last week, he confirmed that Luo Sui did have a strong memory. But Zhu Shurjiu didn't know whether it was hyperthymesia. So this sentence was equivalent to a test. Luo Sui hadn't said that she had hyperthymesia. And Zhu Shurjiu deliberately said that she forgot that they had met before. The normal reaction should be, huh? Have we met before? Did I forget? But now Luo Sui's reaction is in line with the personality of a hyperthymesia patient. She has 100% confidence in her memory. She will not forget anyone she has seen, even if she just glanced at a passerby. I am sure that I have never seen you, Luo Sui said firmly. Zhu Shurjiu smiled. But I am also sure that I have seen you before. Not only have I seen you, I also know that you are a hyperthymesia patient. Not only do I know that you are a hyperthymesia patient, I also know that you signed a confidentiality agreement to come here in order to cure your hyperthymesia. Luo Sui felt that she was either crazy or dreaming. When Zhu Shurjiu told her about her hyperthymesia, she was already confused. But then Zhu Shurjiu told her the fact that only she and the people in the organization who recruited her knew. And she was even more confused. Strange. I should not question my memory. Why? Could it be that my brain finally couldn't bear the huge amount of memory, fell into a state of collapse, and automatically deleted the memories I had remembered? Zhu Shurjiu saw that Luo Sui didn't know where she was thinking, and showed a horrified expression, and knew that he had gone too far. So he hurriedly said, Wait! I was just joking. Joke? Then how did you know my information? Zhu Shurjiu's eyes flashed, and he said, To tell you the truth, I actually got in through the back door. I have read the information of all the candidates, and I just happened to remember your information. After Zhu Shurjiu said this, Luo Sui let out a long breath. So that's it. You got in through the back door, huh? She looked at Zhu Shurjiu dumbfounded. She thought of the scene she had just seen of Zhu Shurjiu and the contact personnel arm in arm, and also thought of him casually telling her information. From a rational analysis, this guy, probably, is really a relative with a connection to the organization. This organization allows candidates to take the back door? Luo Sui believed Zhu Shurjiu's words, and then looked down on the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shurjiu said indifferently, It's nothing strange. You don't know what this organization does now. But after you officially pass, you will know how much unbearable darkness exists in this organization. Hearing this, Luo Sui was both confused and uneasy. I'm afraid I've stepped into a trap. Right? The organization clearly said it was very beautiful when recruiting me. Zhu Shurjiu patted Luo Sui's shoulder mysteriously. But it doesn't matter. You are here just to cure your hyperthymesia. Just use the organization as a tool to cure your hyperthymesia. Anyway, don't tell this secret to others. It's better to follow me. I guarantee that you can pass the test. We will find a time to talk after passing the test. Unconsciously, Luo Sui almost believed Zhu Shurjio's words. While being led by Zhu Shurjio, she also despised this organization. She thought this organization was so great. But it turned out to be just like this. Zhu Shurjio planted a seed of prying the corner in Luo Sui's heart. So he stopped struggling on this issue, and said to Luo Sui, "Anyway, did you see those candidates who didn't wear number plates? The key to this test lies in those people. One or more of them are going to steal other people's number plates to create chaos. Keep a close eye on them." At this moment, although Luo Sui basically believed it, she still had a little doubt in her heart. The next second, a man with glasses walked up to them. Zhu Shurjio spoke first. "Your name is Fu Sidu? Nice to meet you. My name is Zhu Shurjio. I remember you have 12 doctoral degrees, and you have super sketching skills. You can be called a human printer?" Fu Sidu was stunned by Zhu Shurjio's words before he even opened his mouth. He spoke carefully. "You are?" Zhu Shurjio still said the same thing. After that, he whispered to the two of them. "I know the test content and past strategy of this test. Do you want to know?" At 12 noon, the test began. The examiner appeared in front of all the candidates in the square on time according to Zhu Shurjio's memory. "Everyone, I am the examiner of your next test. The content of the test is very simple." The examiner spoke loudly at the entrance of the square, while Luo Sui and Fu Sidu turned to look at Zhu Shurjio in shock. The test content described by the examiner was exactly the same as what Zhu Shurjio said. Zhu Shurjio smiled mysteriously. "You too. Follow me. I will take you to fly." Chapter 180 The Role-Playing of the Inner Ghost. Luo Sui and Fu Si had to believe it. This number 666 showed foresight. Not only calling out their names, but also knowing their abilities well. They dared to swear that if they said that this guy had no relationship with the organization, they would eat shit upside down. However, there is another possibility. That is, number 666 is actually the test content arranged by the examiner. This possibility was ruled out by Luo Sui as soon as it appeared. She did not think that a person arranged by the examiner would choose to expose himself as soon as he appeared. The original high-end and serious test looked much more unbearable in the eyes of the two. They were not going to expose Zhu Shurjio, who took the back door. After all, their goal was to pass the test. This person was hanging on the wall, and they were not allowed to drink a few sips of soup behind him while he was hanging on the wall and eating meat. Luo Sui was the first to discover the problem. Someone approached number 369. Number 369's number plate was stolen. Luo Sui was speechless. Zhu Shurjio's eyes lit up, and he turned around and asked, "Who is the thief?" "A woman, without a number plate. Her number plate is hidden." Isn't this too fast? But it is true that the theft of number plate 369 was discovered after the examiner read out the rules, and everyone sat down in the square. But this does not mean that his number plate was stolen at that time. The real time of the theft should be when the candidates were still moving freely. To be more precise, the thief stole number plate 369 when the examiner read out the rules, and all the candidates' attention was on the examiner. The speed of this move was amazing. Zhu Shurjio was a little speechless. He glanced along Luo Sui's line of sight, and saw a short-haired young woman wearing an ordinary t-shirt. She looked ordinary, but she was the type that was very attractive. At first glance, no one would realize that she was a thief. Zhu Shurjio remembered that in the last round, the number plate that this woman showed her was number 56. Zhu Shurjio pondered for a moment. "What should we do?" Luo Sui asked. "Wait." Luo Sui asked, "Wait for what?" "Wait for number 369 to find out that the number plate was stolen. And you just need to keep an eye on the woman and make sure she hasn't destroyed the number plate." Then, Korean number 876 went crazy again and clamored to leave. The examiner sent him away. Everything was the same as what happened in the last round. After the examiner took the lead and sat down directly in the square, the candidates also sat down one after another. Not long after sitting down, the voice of number 369 rang in the square. "Fuck. Where's my number plate?" The candidates all looked at number 369. As Zhu Shurjio expected, number 369 found that his number was gone. "I'm telling the truth," number 369 said half a sentence anxiously. And Luo Sui stood up. "Yes, he's telling the truth. I can prove that his number plate was really stolen." Number 369 was confused. "What's going on? I haven't even finished my words. And someone is speaking for me." In fact, Luo Sui stood up at Zhu Shurjio's signal. She pointed at the young woman who stole number 369's number plate. She is the thief. All the candidates were confused. What happened? Little did they know that the young woman was even more confused. I was inexperienced. I was exposed before I even sat down to warm my seat. The young woman quickly reacted. You said I was a thief. So I am a thief? I also said that you were arranged by the examiner to deliberately cause trouble. Don't frame others casually, Luo Sui said. Whether you are a thief or not, you will know if you take out your number plate. The young woman shook her head and took out her number plate from her arms. Number 56. My number is number 56. Excuse me, big brother. Is the stolen number plate number 56? Number 369 shook his head with an ugly face. No. My number plate is number 369, the young woman said. That's it? I have no motive for committing a crime at all. The examiner made it clear that there is no so-called pass rate in this test. That is, I don't need to steal other people's number plates to eliminate others. If she didn't know that there was a hanger-on around her who used connections to get in through the back door, Luo Sui would have believed this statement. Luo Sui said faintly, Don't lie. I saw it all. The number plate is in your left trouser pocket. The young woman froze. No way. So unlucky? She was seen by everyone, Luo Sui said. If you want to deny me, then turn your left pocket out and show it to everyone. The young woman's forehead was sweating. What's in my pocket is my privacy. After saying this, the other candidates looked at her with a very strange look. This statement was untenable in the eyes of everyone. The atmosphere was cold for a while. Don't you dare to show it to everyone? Luo Sui asked. After a long while, the young woman, under the gaze of all the candidates, let out a long breath and complained. Why am I so unlucky? I was discovered just as I started. The young woman took out the number plate 369 from her left pocket and sighed. Yes, I did steal the number plate 369. The candidates were shocked. They didn't expect to see such a big drama just at the beginning of the test. Before they could react, someone stole the number plate, and the whole process happened to be seen by another candidate. If number 56 was not so unlucky, they would be in a state of fear of being robbed. Right? If they thought more deeply, maybe there was a thief hidden among the candidates, and it might force them to be unable to sleep peacefully for 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking of this, many candidates were sweating on their foreheads. Seeing number 56 admit it, Luo Sui felt relieved and was filled with emotion. It was so cool to cheat. After number 56 was discovered, he started to play badly. His expression, which was originally so nervous that he was sweating, suddenly became calm. She said to number 369, I'm sorry, number 369. I can't give you your number plate back. Number 369 was stunned and asked, Why? Because you failed to keep your number plate, which proves that you lack the most basic vigilance. The reason I chose to attack you is that you have the most distracted attention among all the candidates. After I stole your number plate, your score must have dropped significantly. Don't even think about passing. Number 369 said quickly. No. Wait. This only shows that you are good at stealing. It doesn't mean that I am not capable. As long as you return the number plate to me, I won't be eliminated. Or, don't force me to snatch the number plate back. Number 56 laughed and said, Then you try it. Under the eyes of the crowd, number 56 grabbed number 369's number plate with both hands. Damn! Is this guy crazy? What good will this do her? Number 56 said loudly to the examiner. Loudly. I am now in a hysterical state after being exposed. Since everyone knows it, I won't act this drama anymore. I will definitely be eliminated, and he won't be able to pass the test. Even if I am eliminated, I will drag someone down with me. The candidates were confused. The examiner glanced at number 56 and said, The judgment is valid. Ha ha ha. Number 56 laughed crazily, and was about to tear the number plate with both hands. But at this moment, she felt a hot body pressing against her back. And then a pair of big hands quickly stretched out from both sides of her back. Suddenly, and tightly clamped her hands. What? Number 56 was extremely shocked. There was actually a newcomer who could stick to her back without her noticing? More importantly, the strength of these hands made it difficult for her to break free. The person who stuck to her was Zhu Shurjio. When he saw number 50's number plate, He expected that this woman was arranged by the examiner. Because if number 56 was really number 56, then she had almost no motivation to eliminate number 369. So the truth is right in front of us. Number 56 was arranged by the examiner to deliberately eliminate other candidates. Number 369's number plate was in number 50's hand and had not been destroyed in time. And Zhu Shizhou wanted to keep number 369's number plate as much as possible. When number 56 took out number 369's number plate, what she said to the examiner also made Zhu Shizhou understand that number 56 must abide by certain rules in this test. Seeing that number 56 was about to tear off number 369's number plate, he rushed up and tightly held number 50's hand without thinking too much. Number 56 was about to increase her strength to tear off number 369's number plate when she heard Zhu Shizhou say behind her, "Your character is a thief. Theoretically, you can't break free from my restraints." Number 56 froze. What? Who? He actually reacted in such a short time and figured out the rules? Zhu Shizhou said. You are sent by the examiner. So I thought that your physical fitness may be much better than ours. But if you can use your physical fitness that does not belong to newcomers to eliminate candidates at will, then this test will be meaningless. And what you said to the examiner just now tells me that you must follow the role you play in this test. You can steal the number plate 369 in broad daylight, which proves that your character is a thief with superb stealing skills. This does not mean that you have great power. Right? So according to your thief character, you can't break free from my restraints. Number 56 cursed. Damn it. You're playing dirty tricks on me. Right? Just tell me if my guess is right. Number 56 shouted to the examiner unwillingly. Loudly. My adrenaline surged, and my strength surpassed the candidate behind me in an instant. So I was able to tear off the number plate. The examiner twitched his mouth twice. The judgment is invalid. You are so cruel. I give up. Number 56 shook her head and let Zhu Shizhou subdue her. While being subdued, she looked up and said to Zhu Shizhou, You have a problem. Ordinary candidates will never have such powerful strength. Zhu Shizhou smiled. Is it not okay that I am gifted? He. Number 56 suspected that Zhu Shizhou was cheating. But there was no evidence. Too weird. How could I fail in less than 10 minutes on my first try? Alas. My annual evaluation must be ruined. Chapter 181 Record-breaking. Zhu Shizhou heard number 50's mumbling and asked, Annual evaluation? What is this? Wait until you pass the test. But according to your performance with that woman, you should be able to pass the test. You caught me too efficiently. Zhu Shizhou figured it out. Could it be that this test is not only aimed at their new candidates, but also at these insiders? Zhu Shizhou's mind moved. How many traitors are there like you? I don't know. Number 56 grinned. Maybe I'm the only one. Or there may be others. But I'm just a thief. I don't know anything. Zhu Shizhou thought for a while and said, There is a problem with the character you play. If you are just a simple thief, then you still have no reason to eliminate other candidates. Because the examiner has made it clear that there is no pass rate for this test. What is your motive for stealing the number plate? No motive is needed. Number 56 said, I had a tragic experience in my childhood, which made me develop kleptomania. In other words, I am a kleptomaniac thief. So if you don't stop me, I will keep stealing. Zhu Shizhou understood. This character is quite rich. He twitched his mouth twice and walked to the edge of the square with number 56. Hey. Wait. Are you going to eliminate me like this? What do you mean? I think you can use me to set up a trap. Tie me up temporarily. And if a candidate needs me to help them steal the number plate, they will secretly let me go. And then? Zhu Shizhou glanced at number 56 speechlessly. You think too much. You are the biggest unstable factor on the field. Number 56 was desperate. He was really going to be eliminated. When Zhu Shizhou threw him out of the square, number 56 asked unwillingly, What number are you? I remember you. Zhu Shizhou took out the number plate from his arms and showed it to number 56. Number 56 was speechless. 666. Really 666. By the way, Zhu Shizhou looked at number 56 standing outside the square and suddenly said, I guess there are no more than 5 traitors like you. Right? Number 56 was stunned. The examiner actually told us from the beginning. There were 1,000 candidates who should have attended, but 995 actually attended. In other words, the actual number of candidates was 995. Hearing this, number 56 put on a poker face. Don't try to judge the truth by my reaction. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and turned back to the square. Most of the candidates in the square were still in a state of confusion. The examiner wrote down the evaluation of number 250 Luo Suyi in the evaluation book, outstanding observation and decisive action. Then he wrote down the evaluation of number 666 Zhu Shizhou, strong ability and quick thinking. The examiner was actually quite surprised. It was reasonable that number 250 could find the thief in the first time. After all, it was not impossible that he happened to witness the theft of number 56. But number 666 was able to react immediately after the thief appeared and wanted to understand the rules of the game. This was incredible. You know, all the candidates present were either Wulong or Fengchu. But they still hadn't figured out what was going on. The performance of number 666 was just like cheating. Of course, he didn't know that Zhu Shizhou had already pushed the test progress bar forward by 1/3 in the last round. With much more time to think than ordinary candidates, he was able to quickly understand the test rules. The appearance of number 56 was equivalent to breaking the last layer of window paper. What's going on? The candidates asked in confusion. Zhu Shizhou did not hide the information he had spent around to get. He said to the candidates, "The examiner arranged an unknown number of insiders to play the role of candidates among us. Their goal is to eliminate us." At this time, Fu Sidu stood up. "I understand. When those insiders play roles among us, they must follow their personalities. Just like the thief just now, who stole the number plate of number 369 according to her personality. But before number 369 was eliminated, she was eliminated by you in turn." This was not what Zhu Shizhou told him. This was what Fu Sidu realized himself. And then he cooperated with Zhu Shizhou. With Zhu Shizhou and Fu Sidu singing the same tune, the candidates understood what had happened just now. The examinee was a little bit unbelievable. Looking at Zhu Shizhou, how can you react so quickly? Because I have experienced it once, Zhu Shizhou thought. Because he is a wall hanger. Fu Sidu and Luo Suyi thought. Let the examinees understand the rules is the best prevention and control method. Instead of looking for the real culprit after the incident, it is better to prevent it from happening at the beginning. Seeing that Zhu Shizhou shared the information, the examiner added a few words to Zhu Shizhou's evaluation. He has a big picture view. After thinking for a while, he wrote a few words in the evaluation behind number 538 Fu Sidu, good at seizing opportunities. 10 minutes into the test, an insider was eliminated. What Zhu Shizhou didn't know was that such an exaggerated result had created the record of the shortest exposure time of an insider in the history of the organization's test. In other words, we have to guard against sneak attacks from insiders in these 3 days? The candidates muttered. The situation returned to a similar situation as the previous round. In the previous round, they knew that there was a thief among the candidates, but they could not be sure that the thief was an insider arranged by the candidates. This round, they knew that there was an insider, and the goal of the insider was to eliminate them. And how simple is the elimination method? Just tear off the number plate. So in order to protect their own number plates, everyone chose to stay up late at the same time. Zhu Shizhou returned to Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu. What are you going to do? Are you going to stay up late too? Luo Suyi said. I won't stay up late. I choose to sleep when I need to. We can take turns to rest and supervise each other to prevent the insider from stealing our number plates. This choice is not unexpected. After all, Luo Suyi has tasted the sweetness. If Zhu Shizhou is not someone deliberately arranged by the examiner, then she can be said to have passed the test steadily by finding the thief within 10 minutes. I choose to stay up late. However, Fu Sidu's choice is still so cautious. Zhu Shizhou asked, why? Fu Sidu smiled bitterly. Because I can't confirm whether you are the person arranged by the examiner. And I can't confirm whether you are singing a double act with number 56. Is that so? Zhu Shizhou smiled. You are indeed the one I like. Zhu Shizhou wanted to bring Fei Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu because he felt that they had great value. So at the beginning of this round, he pretended to be a candidate who took the test through the back door and revealed the test content to the two people to gain their trust. Perhaps they could pass the test with their own abilities. But after he revealed the test content to the two people, even if they passed the test, they would think that most of it was his credit. In this way, he transformed the gratitude that the two people might have for the Black Soldier organization into gratitude for him. Of course, Zhu Shizhou didn't know whether they would be helpful to him in the future. In any case, the seeds had been planted, and Zhu Shizhou looked forward to the day when they would bear fruit in the future. He didn't care whether Fusidu believed him or not. He still wanted Fusidu to pass the test. So he smiled mysteriously at Fusidu, paid more attention to number 142. Among the candidates, these two numbers are repeated. Chapter 182. Another thief exposed. In the middle of the night, a candidate opened his eyes. It was dark and windy tonight. Perfect for stealing. There was no light on the square, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, which was a perfect opportunity for stealing. During the day, he had memorized the relative positions of the number plates and other candidates to be stolen. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could accurately find the position of the candidate he wanted to find, which was not surprising. Not to mention that he had extraordinary night vision in the dark. Unless he was placed in a closed room that blocked all lights, he could see everything through the darkness. He crawled gently and slowly on the ground. Yes, crawling. Many of the candidates were sitting. Most of them were lying. And none of them were standing. So even in the dark, he did not dare to stand up and move towards his target. He was now moving like a lizard, moving slowly and firmly, and the friction of his clothes was reduced to a minimum, without making any sound in the quiet square. How could you think of stealing the number plate in the daytime? How ridiculous. He mocked his partner who stole the number plate in the daytime in his heart, and felt proud at the same time. If he had the character of a thief, he would also choose to act at night, because the night is the best disguise for thieves. Unfortunately, that guy wasted such a good character, and was eliminated without even eliminating one person, which was really embarrassing. He slowly crawled behind the man, with the number plate 142. This was the blind spot of the man's vision. The candidates around number 142 were lying on their backs, unable to notice him crawling forward. He stretched out a hand from behind number 142 and quietly reached for the number plate. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice suddenly rang out. This was like a thunderbolt released in this silent square, which was immediately very noticeable. He was startled. He quickly retracted his hand before touching the number plate, rolled over quickly, and lay about 1 meter behind number 142 as if nothing had happened. "Stop pretending. I saw you." He still didn't move, but looked to the left of number 142 and saw a man wearing glasses lying on his side on the ground, staring at this side calmly. His eyes didn't blink, as if he had locked onto his figure in the dark night. He didn't speak, and even his breathing slowed down a bit. However, the man with glasses said, "Number 142. Someone tried to steal your number plate, and I noticed it." Number 142's consciousness, which was still a little confused, suddenly became clear. "What?" "Just behind you, about 1 meter away, there is a candidate lying on the ground. Although it is late at night and I can't see clearly, I can barely notice the general outline." The man with glasses is naturally Fusidu. After receiving Zhu Shurjio's hint, he quietly came to number 142 and lurked, waiting for the thief to come. Number 142 was almost asleep, but Fusidu forced himself not to sleep, staring at number 142's surroundings with full concentration. Just now, a black shadow appeared. He witnessed the black shadow crawling slowly on the ground quietly, just like a ghost in a horror movie. A timid person might be too scared to speak, but Fusidu, as a staunch materialist, revealed the black shadow's intention in one sentence, when the black shadow was about to attack the number plate 142. At this moment, the black shadow was lying 1 meter behind. Shocked. "What's going on? Are the newcomers this year so strong? I didn't even get my number plate." Number 142 was horrified and immediately covered his number plate. Seeing this, the black shadow immediately realized that the mission had failed, and he made a decisive decision to escape. However, Fusidu, who had already made all preparations, how could he let this guy escape? Fusidu rushed up desperately. Like a hungry tiger, he pounced directly on the black shadow and grabbed the black shadow's wrist tightly. When the black shadow wanted to break free, Fusidu shouted, "Think about your character. According to your character, can you break free from my restraints?" The black shadow felt the strength of Fusidu's grip on his wrist, sneered, and deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Stupid. Even according to my character, I can hit a weak chicken like you with one hit." After the black shadow finished speaking, Fusidu felt a strong force coming from his wrist. Snap! The black shadow swung, and Fusidu's wrist was dislocated. At this time, number 142 also reacted. He heard the conversation between Fu Sidu and the Black Shadow, and the sound of Fu Sidu's wrist being dislocated, and immediately realized that this thief was very powerful, and he was not someone he could deal with. Fu Sidu's words were not actually addressed to Black Shadow, but to number 142, because before Fu Sidu made his move, he could not confirm how strong Black Shadow's fighting ability was according to his character setting. And at the same time, Fu Sidu also knew that his terminally ill body could not even match that of an ordinary person. Therefore, the conversation just now was not him being stupid, but reminding number 142 that the opponent might be very powerful. So don't rush up without thinking. Number 142 is indeed a smart person recruited by the Black Soldier organization. After hearing the conversation between Fu Sidu and Black Shadow, he did not follow up to stop him, but shouted loudly, "There's a thief! There's a thief trying to steal my number plate." When number 142 shouted, all the candidates either sat up or stood up. What? Thief? Didn't we catch the thief during the day? Now another one pops up. Fortunately, I didn't fall asleep just now. Hearing the discussions in the square, the Black Shadow was shocked. One by one, the candidates stood up alertly and cast their eyes in this direction. Although he knew that these candidates couldn't see his face in the dark. For him with outstanding night vision, the sight of these candidates staring at him in unison was extremely shocking. "You can't escape," Fu Sidu shouted. "You can quietly approach and steal the number plate when everyone is lying on the ground. But you can't get up and run away in front of everyone. Even if it's dark and windy now, your general outline can still be seen clearly. Who said I'm going to run away?" The Black Shadow also realized his desperate situation, so he immediately gave up the idea of escaping. "It's dark now. No one can catch me. Revealing my whereabouts is your biggest failure," the Black Shadow said to Fu Sidu. And one hand reached into Fu Sidu's arms like lightning. Of course, he didn't touch the number plate. Fu Sidu endured the pain of dislocated wrist and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. You will never guess where I hid the number plate. What are you laughing at?" The Black Shadow knocked Fu Sidu down with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Seeing that other candidates were gradually approaching this side silently, the Black Shadow immediately shouted, "According to my personality, I have a high fighting power. I advise you to cherish your number plate. Even if you don't cherish your number plate, you must cherish your life." The candidates stopped immediately. Fu Sidu shouted, "No matter how strong he is just one person. According to the personality of ordinary people, it is impossible for one person to fight against 100. And if he dares to steal the number plate tonight, he can directly rob it tomorrow night. Do you know what this means? He can tear off your number plate tomorrow or the day after tomorrow when you are exhausted from staying up late, so that you can watch yourself being eliminated without catching the murderer." "Shut up." The Black Shadow directly slapped Fu Sidu on the back of his neck, knocking Fu Sidu, who had been chattering and making incisive remarks, unconscious. Although Fu Sidu was unconscious, his remarks were still working. The candidates immediately realized that tonight was the only chance. If they wanted to catch this strong fighting thief, they could only rely on the power of numbers to rush forward. But if they were timid and let this guy break into the crowd, then they would not be able to tell who the thief was. Today can be spent safely. But what about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? At this time, only one opportunity is needed. Where is the opportunity? The opportunity is Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu rushed out of the crowd and punched the Black Shadow. Fu Si did not waste the opportunity given by Zhu Shurjiu, and created an environment for Zhu Shurjiu to prevent the Black Shadow from escaping. In the case of not being able to confirm the opponent's ability to escape, Zhu Shurjiu did not choose to attack at the first time, because if he fought alone, Zhu Shurjiu was 100% sure that the Black Shadow could not beat him according to his character. But can he ensure that he can catch the Black Shadow in the dark? What if the Black Shadow's character is a highly vigilant escape expert who escapes when he sees that things are impossible? Can he be sure that he can catch the Black Shadow smoothly? In the dark, Zhu Shurjiu can barely maintain a night vision ability that is far beyond that of ordinary people. But he is also sure that the opponent's night vision ability is far better than his. Of course, according to the character of ordinary people, the opponent cannot fight him in the dark. But running away has nothing to do with night vision. There is still a possibility that the opponent inadvertently dodges his attack and then escapes. Therefore, Fu Sidu created this situation where the surrounding candidates surrounded the scene with a covetous look. And Zhu Shurjiu rushed out of the crowd and attacked the Black Shadow directly. Even Zhu Shurjiu wanted to praise "well done." Zhu Shurjiu punched and shouted according to the character setting. You can't beat me! Even in the dark. The Black Shadow dodged Zhu Shurjiu's attack and shouted loudly. According to the character setting, I directly attacked and blew up the opponent. The examiner was obviously paying attention to the scene at all times. And he gave an answer: the judgment is invalid. The Black Shadow seemed shocked. This is also invalid? Who are you? So strong? Chapter 183, Equally Matched. Find a way to rob the thief. Zhu Shurjiu said seriously. I'm also surprised that you can dodge my punch. The Black Shadow's eyes turned and continued to shout loudly. According to my character setting, I can fight my opponent to a draw. The examiner replied. The judgment is valid. Zhu Shurjiu and the Black Shadow were surprised at the same time. And they said in unison, You are so strong? Zhu Shurjiu was surprised that the Black Shadow, as an ordinary person, could fight him to a draw after he was injected with drugs. And the Black Shadow was surprised that Zhu Shurjiu, as an ordinary person, could fight his character to a draw. This is a tricky trick. Zhu Shurjiu realized how tricky the Black Shadow was, and rushed forward, not holding back, and elbowed the Black Shadow in the vitals. The Black Shadow blocked Zhu Shurjiu's elbow to his chest, then took a step back and twisted his waist. A blast with a sound of breaking through the air sounded directly on his leg. The fierce wind blew towards Zhu Shurjiu's face. This was an extremely simple and powerful whip kick. Even Zhu Shurjiu only had time to stretch out his right hand to block the right side. Boom! It was just like an explosion. The candidates around all exclaimed, although they couldn't see what happened on the field. At least the explosions made them understand that the two people on the field were not good people. Zhu Shurjiu was more and more shocked as he fought. Is this the fighting power of an ordinary person? It was completely different from the bodyguards of Wang Chong who had fought on the cruise ship. Are those bodyguards too weak? Or is this guy too strong? Blocked? Haha. Not bad. The Black Shadow felt very happy with the kick just now, and couldn't help but say something. Not bad. Stop pretending to be a senior. Zhu Shurjiu's arm hurt, and while cursing, the muscles of his calves on the ground tightened, bursting out with powerful strength, and the whole person suddenly accelerated as if loaded with a jet. Fuck. So fast. The Black Shadow was startled. First, Zhu Shurjiu's left fist suddenly stabbed at the Black Shadow's head. The Black Shadow barely turned his head to dodge. But this attack was just a feint. Zhu Shurjiu changed his fist into a palm, and his sharp nails directly scratched the Black Shadow's cheek, bringing out a drop of blood in the darkness. Then it was the chest. The right fist that had been prepared long ago slammed heavily into the Black Shadow's chest. There were no fancy techniques. Only speed, fast to the limit of the human body. And behind this fast, it represented the ultimate sense of power. If this punch hit hard, the Black Shadow's ribs would definitely be broken. But at this critical moment, the Black Shadow suddenly turned sideways. Then his left hand turned into a hand knife and stabbed Zhu Shurjiu's throat, while his right fist was half-charged and punched against Zhu Shurjiu. Hiss! Zhu Shurjiu turned his head to dodge the attack on his throat, and then took a breath of cold air. The intense pain from the fist exceeded Zhu Shurjiu's expectations. This punch was like hitting a wall. The Black Shadow realized something at this time, and then said loudly to the examiner, My right fist hit him, causing my right arm to temporarily lose the ability to move. Zhu Shurjiu reacted. According to the character setting, no matter how strong the Black Shadow is, his bone density will only be slightly harder than that of an ordinary person. But the reality is that the Black Shadow's bone density cannot be reduced as his strength is hidden. So after the fight with Zhu Shurjiu, although his bones are fine, he still has to show that he has been severely injured in the character setting. Zhu Shurjiu was caught off guard and his right fist was hit hard. So the Black Shadow was not going to fight with Zhu Shurjiu. He obviously finally realized that Zhu Shurjiu's strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. So he was not going to continue to fight with Zhu Shurjiu head-on. Since his strength was similar to Zhu Shurjiu, it would be more disadvantageous than beneficial for him to drag it on. So, he chose to run away. Don't even think about running, Zhu Shurjiu shouted. However, the Black Shadow's escape speed was actually a little faster than him. He got into the crowd all of a sudden. The candidates originally wanted to make way to prevent him from mixing in with them. But the Black Shadow just dragged and pulled, causing chaos in the dark. Zhu Shurjiu shouted, All of you get out of the way. He wants to mix in with you. However, it was too late. After the Black Shadow entered the crowd, He was like a fish in water. And he moved smoothly through the crowd. Although the other candidates wanted to stop him, they only saw a trace of afterimage in the dark in the end. As for Zhu Shizhou, his sight was blocked by other candidates. And he completely lost track of the shadow. Fuck. He actually escaped. Zhu Shizhou roared unwillingly. Next time I want to catch him. It will definitely not be as easy as today. Fuck. The real shadow was mixed in with the onlookers at this moment, staring at Zhu Shizhou, who was acting helpless and furious on the field. Feeling very proud. You are a little guy like you, and you are going to catch me? The shadow was ready to leave. However, when he left, his footsteps suddenly stopped. No! The pride in the shadow's heart disappeared. He was pretending. He was relaxing my vigilance. The person in charge is confused. This sentence is sometimes really true. He almost became the individual in this saying. Black Shadow felt the warm touch on his cheek and reached out to touch it. During the battle, his cheek was injured by Zhu Shizhou. This morning, number 666, he saw, changed his fist into a palm and scratched his cheek with his nails. The blow was not simple. Black Shadow was shocked. If he was really deceived by Zhu Shizhou's incompetent and furious appearance on the field, so that he was very proud, then he would definitely relax his vigilance and remain silent for a whole night. When the next morning came, Zhu Shizhou would start looking for candidates with wounds on their cheeks. Just now, after number 666 knew that their strengths were similar, his purpose was not to force him to stay, but to leave wounds on his body. Thinking of this, sweat broke out on Black Shadow's forehead instantly. Damn. I almost got hit. But the problem now is, he can't just leave like this. If he wants to clear his suspicion the next morning, he must leave wounds on the faces of other candidates. This old man, the Black Shadow, gritted his teeth. But if he thought he couldn't do it, he was wrong. A night is so long. Anything can happen. Fu Sidu was awakened by Zhu Shizhou pinching his philtrum. How is it? No injuries? Zhu Shizhou asked. My hand? I fixed your dislocated wrist. Zhu Shizhou dislocated his wrist countless times on the way here, and he learned it by himself. Fu Sidu nodded. Did you catch that guy? Zhu Shizhou shook his head regretfully. No. Oh. Zhu Shizhou looked at Fu Sidu curiously. Why was his reaction so calm? Fu Sidu didn't know that Zhu Shizhou and the Black Shadow had fought hard last night, so he thought that Zhu Shizhou was no match for his opponent and had expected this result. Zhu Shizhou said. But I left a wound on his face. Fu Sidu's eyes lit up. Wouldn't it be possible to catch him in one go? No. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Last night, the square was full of noise. Some candidates fought each other because they suspected other candidates were thieves. This situation should be the work of thieves. When I rushed to one place to deal with the dispute, a conflict broke out in another place. I didn't even have time to deter them with force, and many people had already been injured on the cheek. Fu Sidu was not disappointed. He said, It seems that the man is quite cautious. Zhu Shizhou nodded. Yes. Luo Sui asked on the side, What should we do? This change was unexpected by no one. So in the previous plan and discussion, there was no way to deal with the current situation. The two of them were silent for a while, and then looked at each other. The next second, the two smiled, and then spoke in unison. I have a way to find the thief. Chapter 184 Blood Tracking. Eliminating the traitor. The number plate is repeated. This news exploded among the candidates like a bomb. Last night, the number plate of candidate number 142 was almost stolen. And this news reached the ears of another group of candidates in the square. Then everyone was surprised to find that there were two identical number 142. One man and one woman. The two were far apart, but both wore the number plate 142. Now the candidates were all in an uproar. Various doubts and uneasy doubts spread among the candidates. But before the candidates thought about it carefully, another conflict occurred in the square, which not only attracted the attention of the candidates, but also the examiners cast their eyes in that direction. You were the thief last night. Right? I saw Zhu Shizhou and Fu Sidu standing somewhere in the square, looking down at the candidate sitting on the ground. The candidate looked up at Zhu Shizhou and Fu Sidu in astonishment. What did you say? Zhu Shizhou said with a smile. Don't pretend. I know you are the thief from last night. No. What do you mean? Shit! The candidate was only halfway through his words when Zhu Shizhou kicked him out. This kick was fast and fierce. If it hit, ordinary people would either die or be disabled. Zhu Shizhou kicked decisively, not only because he could roll back, but also because he was sure that this guy was the shadow from yesterday. As expected, facing this kick that no one could dodge, the candidate rolled back and dodged it directly. You still say you are not? If you really are not, you definitely can't dodge this kick. The candidate rolled back and stood up. He asked in confusion, "How did you find out? Don't tell me you saw my face in the dark. I covered my face last night. And with the night vision of ordinary people, according to the weather conditions last night, you should not be able to see your hand within half a meter. Not so dark. Fu Sidu, as the only ordinary person among the three, has the most say. I can still see the outline." The candidate was incredulous. "So you found me through the outline? Just a shadow in the dark. Can you tell me apart?" Fu Sidu curled his lips. "Of course not," Zhu Shizhou said. "It is known that number 142 is the only repeated number among all the candidates. I originally suspected the female candidate number 142. Wait, if I remember correctly, my voice should be a male voice last night. Why do you suspect the female candidate number 142? Zhu Shizhou said. Because we are not sure whether the thief yesterday would fake his voice. What if your deep voice last night was used to confuse us? Okay. So cautious. The reason why we suspect number 142 is that she is the most suspicious, and she has the most motivation to eliminate the opponent with the same number plate. But I looked at her face again. There was no wound on her cheek. So it was ruled out. Is it still the wound on the cheek? The candidate frowned and touched his cheek. The wound on it was still a little painful. He had clearly caused several disputes last night and left wounds on many people's faces. So why was he still picked on? So you located them based on the wounds? But there were several conflicts among the candidates last night, and I deliberately took advantage of the chaos to leave wounds on dozens of candidates' faces. Logically, they shouldn't have identified me so quickly. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses. The wound is just a means to eliminate most of the suspects. Last night when you were fighting with number 666, number 666 judged that your height was about 175 to 180. By comparing the height, we reduced the number of suspicious candidates with wounds on their cheeks, and the same height by 10. The candidate cursed inwardly. It was too hasty to eliminate his own suspicion last night. When he left wounds on other candidates' faces, he really didn't care about the height. Because when he randomly created wounds in a large area, other candidates were sitting or lying down, and he had no way to judge the height of other candidates. At that time, all he thought about was to create as many suspects as possible to dilute his own suspicion. Then what? You have narrowed down the range from dozens of people to 10 people. How can you be more precise? Zhu Shizhou said. When I eliminated number 56 yesterday, I asked her about her motive for stealing, and she actually told me a kleptomaniac personality. From that time on, I knew that even if you were the insiders, you must have a reasonable reason when stealing the number plates. The examinee's heart skipped a beat. In this test, one premise that must be made clear is that there is no rigid standard for the pass rate in this test. So you chose the number plate of number 142, which is definitely not to randomly eliminate number 142, but to do something that conforms to the logic of the personality. Your number plate is not the same as number 142. Which means that if you want to eliminate one of number 142, you must have a reasonable motive. Whatever the motive is, it must be related to candidate number 142. When we asked the male candidate number 142, he didn't remember having a conflict with anyone. So we ruled out the reason of impulsive revenge. We asked him if he had any impression of the 10 of you, and he gave a negative answer. And when we asked the female candidate number 142, she recognized you. Among the 10 people, she only had an impression of you. According to her, you are a dog who flirts with her, but can't get her. The candidate took a deep breath. So that's it. Is it too obvious? Zhu Shizhou said. There is a wound on the cheek. The height is between 175 and 180. And there is sufficient motivation to charge for love. Your suspicion has increased immediately. Originally, I only had 90% suspicion and just wanted to test it. But this guy gave me a surprise. Zhu Shizhou looked at Fu Sidu. Meaning it was your turn to perform. That's right. Everything just now was just Zhu Shizhou's inference. He and Fu Sidu didn't discuss everything in advance. Zhu Shizhou just told Fu Sidu the information that he knew about the repeated number plate 142. He couldn't predict the series of changes that followed unless he went back to the game. So when an accident happened, It depended on the tacit understanding of the two and their ability to deal with emergencies. Zhu Shurjiu didn't understand what Fu Sidu did after he told him. Fu Sidu smiled and said, I didn't think as much as he did. I just left blood on your clothes. Blood? The examinee was startled. He immediately looked down at his clothes, but found nothing. Fu Sidu reminded him. It's at your collar. You can't see it just by looking down. Last night, when I first found you, the first thing I thought of was not to fight you head on, but to leave a mark on your body, and then mobilize the power of other examinees to eliminate you together the next day. Of course, it would be best if I could subdue you on the spot, but unfortunately I failed. At this point, he glanced at Zhu Shurjiu. He didn't expect Zhu Shurjiu's fighting power to be so strong that he could fight the people arranged by the examiner. If he had known this earlier, he would have included Zhu Shurjiu as a fighting force in the planned system. But it doesn't matter now. Fu Sidu paused and continued. Then, I bit my fingertips. After finding you, I rushed over as soon as I found you. Fu Sidu raised his thumb to show him. In order to ensure the amount of bleeding, the wound was bitten a little big, and now the wound has not healed. The candidate thought of the scene last night when Fu Sidu rushed over to restrain him. Is it that time? Yes. The candidate was speechless. He thought Fu Sidu wanted to catch him at that time, but he didn't expect. At that time, I smeared blood on your collar. The candidate was a little unwilling. This is too risky. What if I find out? What if you find out? Take off the blood-stained clothes? Fu Sidu smiled. It's November now. Winter. All the candidates were eager to wear more clothes. I almost caught a cold yesterday. If you dare to take off your clothes, it proves 100% that you don't want people to notice the bloodstains on your original clothes. The examinee was stunned. Indeed, this is a point that is easy to overlook, because his body after being strengthened does not feel cold at all. If he had discovered Fu Sidu's trick yesterday, he would definitely choose to take off his clothes and quietly throw them outside the square. But this is still within Fu Sidu's calculation. It can be said that Fu Sidu used the simplest and most efficient method to confirm that he is a thief. But, among the hundreds of examinees present, do you remember which examinee wore what clothes before? Zhu Shurjiu and Fu Sidu smiled. Luo Sui, who has hypermnesia, is really very useful, Zhu Shurjiu said. I advise you to stop talking nonsense. Should I drive you out now? Or should you go out by yourself? The examinee sighed, thinking of the frustrating battle process yesterday, and immediately raised his hand and said, Forget it. Forget it. I don't want to fight so restrained. And when you find me, my score is almost deducted, and there is basically no hope of passing. So I'd better go out by myself. Oh, my annual assessment. Another annual assessment? This was the second time Zhu Shurjiu had heard this term. He asked, What exactly is the annual assessment for? The candidate said the same thing as number 56 yesterday. You'll know when you pass the test. Zhu Shurjiu watched the candidate leave without making any move. After all, even now, he didn't dare to underestimate this candidate. Last night, the candidate was evenly matched with him because of his personality. He couldn't guarantee that the candidate would not hold back and eliminate him. The candidate stood at the edge of the square, turned around and said, By the way, you have such a high fighting power. Why don't you try to eliminate all the candidates? I guarantee that none of the other candidates can beat you. Chapter 185 An Invitation to Humanity. Hearing the question from the inner ghost candidate, Zhu Shurjiu asked back, Your fighting power is equal to mine. Why didn't you do this? The inner ghost candidate did not answer, but shrugged. Guess? I guess it's because this test is not a test of our fighting power. If I really did that, I'm afraid I would not only fail, but also lose all my points. Right? The inner ghost candidate obviously did not expect Zhu Shurjiu to know the rules of this test so well. He laughed. Ha! Correct. Absolutely correct. The fact that you can think like this proves that you have figured out the essence of this test. Before passing the test, the level of fighting power doesn't mean anything at all. Zhu Shurjiu smiled and asked, Because anyway, through training, the gap in everyone's strength will only be gradually eliminated over time. Right? The current fighting power is meaningless. Zhu Shurjiu said in the eyes of the inner ghost candidate's approval. So far, I have summarized 3 key points of this test. The first key point is to observe our crisis response ability. You and number 56 had a fight yesterday, and I quickly came out to settle the incident. which can prove that my crisis response ability is outstanding. The second key point is to observe our self-control ability. The candidates who were easily provoked by you last night have probably been deducted points, which at least shows that their self-control ability is very weak. It is estimated that any candidate who is easily instigated will fail the self-control ability. The third key point is to observe our willpower. The first rule announced by the examiner is to stay in the square for 72 hours. And the existence of you insiders requires candidates to stay awake. Otherwise it is easy for the number plate to be stolen, robbed or destroyed. If I beat everyone in the field, it does prove that I am powerful. But it also proves that I am a fool who only knows how to show off my power. As I said, there is no pass rate for this test. And it is more disadvantageous than beneficial for me to eliminate other candidates for no reason. If you want to eliminate all other candidates by force, there is only one way to go. That is to find the motivation to eliminate other candidates. It is pure stupid behavior to eliminate other candidates without motivation. But if you have a motivation to eliminate other candidates, then it is the wisdom of making full use of your own resources to achieve the goal. After Zhu Shizhou finished speaking, not only Fu Si was confused, but even the inner ghost candidate was confused. After a long while, the inner ghost candidate sighed. You can think so thoroughly. I was thinking of luring you in the end and digging a pit for you. I admire you. You are worthy of being number 666. Really 666. That's because of the existence of number 56 yesterday and you now. Zhu Shizhou laughed. It is known that your insider candidate plays the role of a candidate with a candidate personality. And your insider knows the rules of this test very well. In other words, as long as you observe and summarize the behavior logic of your insider candidate, you can infer the essence of this test. You still need a motivation to implement the elimination plan, which proves that the motivation to eliminate other candidates is a must. Any behavior without motivation is worthless. You act like a licker according to your personality, and eliminate male candidate number 142 in order to lick female candidate number 142. This proves that in your understanding, even with such a weird reason, you can pass the test, let alone other reasons. Am I right? The inner ghost candidate was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Like yesterday's number 56. The reason she eliminated other candidates was simply because in her character setting, she herself had kleptomania. And that was the motive. So the conclusion I drew is that no matter how weird the motive is, as long as there is a motive, and the motive is reasonable, other candidates can be eliminated at will. Clap, clap, clap. The inner ghost candidate applauded sincerely. I would like to call you the strongest newcomer. You have completely beaten all the candidates present. If even you can't pass the test, then the other candidates are probably useless. Fu Si was stunned, with a weird look in his eyes. Did this come out through the back door? The more Fu Si thought about it, the more he felt it was wrong. He recalled the whole process of Zhu Shizhou's contact with him. He suspected that Zhu Shizhou's so-called back door was a lie. Zhu Shizhou's thinking was not like someone who needed to cheat through the back door, but more like a person who was as good as them. No, better than them. The traitor candidate looked at the examiner and said helplessly, I can't say anything more to you. Otherwise it would be bad if I was considered to be helping you cheat. Anyway, you are very good. I will remember you. Number 666. After saying that, the traitor candidate walked out of the square without any nostalgia. So far, another traitor was eliminated. Zhu Shizhou and Fu Si returned to their original positions facing the messy expressions of other candidates. The other candidates did nothing. And Zhu Shizhou and Fu Si eliminated another traitor, which made them very anxious. As for the examiner, he added several comments fluently in the comments after Fu Si. Decisive. Strong ability to deal with emergencies. Quick wit. After Zhu Shizhou's comments, the examiner added a word. Excellent. After thinking about it, the examiner added tentative at the end. After returning, Zhu Shizhou looked at Fu Si and Luo Sui. In this way, each of you has eliminated a ghost candidate. Luo Sui said. What about you? She was actually worried about whether Zhu Shizhou could pass the test. It doesn't matter to me. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Because I was involved in the elimination of the ghost candidates behind the two of you. And the examiner saw it more clearly than me. Fu Si recounted the conversation between Zhu Shizhou and the ghost candidate to Luo Sui, who was relieved and stared at Zhu Shizhou with a strange and weird look. Obviously, she also began to suspect that Zhu Shizhou didn't need to use connections to pass the test. But like Fu Si, Luo Sui said nothing, but brought up other topics. In other words, as long as there is a reasonable motivation, other candidates can be eliminated. For example, if you suspect that your number plate was stolen by other candidates, does this count as a motivation? We can take the initiative to create a motivation and eliminate other candidates. Don't fall into the misunderstanding, Zhu Shizhou reminded. Just think about it. What benefits will we get from eliminating other candidates? No. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, that's it. Not only should we not eliminate other candidates, but we should also help other candidates as much as possible in the remaining time. Luo Sui and Fu Si were puzzled. Why? Zhu Shizhou said. Because I can't be sure how this organization will deal with other candidates after they are eliminated. Whether they were sent back, secretly executed, or imprisoned. I can't be sure. Hearing Zhu Shizhou's words, the two were stunned. They had never thought about the safety of others. And even if they thought about it, they probably wouldn't care, because human nature has always been so indifferent. But Zhu Shizhou exuded the glory of the Virgin Mary at this moment, and the whole person exuded a real and unpretentious warm light. He smiled and said, since I can confirm that I can pass, why don't I reach out to help other candidates? Luo Sui, I need your hypermnesia to help me record the actions of all the candidates present. If any abnormal incident occurs, we can follow your memory to review it. Fu Sidu, I need you to act with me. One person's strength is limited. I didn't have time to take care of many conflicts and contradictions last night. With your help, we can deal with various conflicts separately. Are you two willing to help me? Zhu Shizhou extended his hand to the two. This is both a test after the two people are basically confirmed to be qualified and an invitation to human nature. Chapter 186. It's raining. If you refuse, I will go back to the game immediately. Behind the seemingly enthusiastic invitation is a firm determination. If Fu Sidu and Luo Sui do not agree, it will prove that they are selfish and heartless people. And it will be difficult for Zhu Shizhou to use them in the future. Zhu Shizhou wants people who can help him in this ruthless organization, preferably with conscience and a sense of good and evil above the passing line. So if Luo Sui and Fu Sidu refuse or make excuses, he will go back to the game and directly erase his dealings with the two and their credit for finding the traitor. In fact, Zhu Shizhou is not sure whether it is better to let these people be eliminated or let them all pass the test. Maybe after these people are eliminated, the Black Soldier organization can really keep its promise to repatriate them. Or maybe letting them pass the test is the cruelest punishment for them. In any case, Zhu Shizhou is ready to live with guilt. Having seen the cruelty of the Black Soldier organization, Zhu Shizhou was more willing to believe that the Black Soldier organization would not let these people go. Are you willing to help me? Zhu Shizhou still firmly stretched out his hand in front of Luo Sui and Fu Sidu. My hyperthymesia makes me very painful. Luo Sui said first. I came here to cure my hyperthymesia. Other candidates probably have various reasons to come here. Right? There must be people who are as painful as me. And people who are more painful than me. And I am luckier than most people because I met you. You let me eliminate a traitor in a short time and make sure I can pass. I am satisfied. As for the others, I won't say I pity them, but I can empathize with them. After saying that, Luo Sui put her hand on Zhu Shizhou's palm and felt the burning temperature in his palm. I will help you, and help more candidates who want to pass the test. Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly. After confirming that Luo Sui would help him, he looked at Fu Sidu. What about you? Fu Sidu looked very calm. He pushed his glasses. Being grateful is a virtue of human beings. Not to mention that the return you asked for is so selfless. I think anyone with a conscience will choose to agree to you. And the act of helping other candidates may also get high scores, from both rational and emotional perspectives. It is worth doing. After saying that, Fu Sidu also put his hand up. I'll join in too. Zhu Shizhou smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps the two will be assimilated by the Black Soldier organization in the future. But at least now, they have reached the qualified standard of Zhu Shizhou. On the second day of the test, nothing else happened except that Zhu Shizhou found out a traitor candidate. Are there no other traitors among the candidates? Or are the other traitors keeping silent and waiting for an opportunity to act? Zhu Shizhou didn't know. At night, the weather was slightly cool. Zhu Shizhou touched the air, which was dull and cold. It's going to rain, he muttered to himself. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, Zhu Shizhou felt a trace of rain on his face. The candidates who were still lying on the ground curled up to keep warm all noticed something strange. and looked up at the sky with their bodies that had not slept all night. Is this also a test? One candidate muttered to himself tiredly and frantically. The number plate is a paper number plate. The test time is arranged by the examiner, and the examiner can fully grasp the weather conditions. It is very likely to be a test. Zhu Shizhou thought of this, and then woke up Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu, who had been sleeping since the afternoon. Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu woke up and were still confused. What's wrong? Zhu Shizhou said. It's raining. It's just drizzling now, and it's expected to rain heavily in a few minutes. Fu Sidu reacted quickly. If the heavy rain soaks the clothes of the candidates, then the number plates will definitely not be spared. Is this also a way of elimination? Luo Suyi thought about it, and then said, in fact, there were signs last night. It was dark and windy last night, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. The insider candidate took advantage of the weather conditions to try to steal the number plate of candidate number 142. It is probably the examiner's special arrangement that it will rain today. Artificial rainfall? It doesn't have to be artificial rainfall. We just need to choose a test day when it happens to rain. I suspect that if all candidates arrive a few days early, the examiner will postpone the test time to a rainy day. Zhu Shizhou frowned and looked at the sky. There is no shelter in the square. Fu Sidu nodded. That's troublesome. Once it rains heavily, even if you put the number plate under your butt, it will get wet. Now many candidates haven't noticed the rain. We have to remind them. Zhu Shizhou stood up. Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu looked at each other helplessly. Zhu Shizhou was indeed practicing what he said before. He wanted to ensure that other candidates passed the test as much as possible. They would never have thought of such a thing before. But who told them to promise Zhu Shizhou to help him? Zhu Shizhou's reminder was very simple. A strong voice resounded in the square. It's raining! It's raining! Candidates, please keep your number plates to avoid getting wet and damaged. Candidates, please keep your number plates to avoid getting wet and damaged. Everyone. Zhu Shizhou shouted 3 times in a row until all the candidates were shocked. Some candidates were about to fall asleep, but they were awakened by Zhu Shizhou's voice. It's raining? It's raining! It's not raining heavily now, but it may rain heavily later. Is this also a test? Oh my god! How can we survive this? There is not even a place to shelter from the rain in this square. More and more candidates began to discuss. All the candidates could not help but look at Zhu Shizhou, the man who led 2 candidates to find out the 2 traitors. No one understood the test content more deeply than him. Even now, Zhu Shizhou was the first to stand up and remind everyone. Although they could not see clearly in the dark, they still remembered Zhu Shizhou's voice. The raindrops in the sky began to get bigger, rustling. In the sound of the growing rain, they heard Zhu Shizhou's voice continue to resound in the square. They saw a dark silhouette standing in front of the square. Everyone, listen to me. There is no place to shelter from the rain in the square. If you want to protect your number plate, you can only take off your clothes and protect the number plate with your body. One candidate said. Wait, are you serious? It's cold and raining, and you want us to take off our clothes and protect the number plate with our bodies? Zhu Shizhou said. The clothes on our bodies will definitely get wet. In that case, take off your clothes, wrap the number plate tightly, and then hug the clothes wrapped around the number plate, so that the number plate wrapped inside can be kept dry. This is the simplest and most effective method I can think of. For reference only. The meaning of the words for reference only is very clear. The incident happened suddenly, and Zhu Shizhou did not have a perfect strategy to enable the candidates to protect the number plate 100%. Maybe the rain will be so heavy that even this will not be able to protect the number plate. But some candidates are still hesitating. Zhu Shizhou took the lead and first took off his coat, and then took off the long sleeves under the coat. His upper body is quite simple, much thinner than others. In the dark, everyone can see the black shadow taking off his clothes. Although it is not clear, they all know that Zhu Shizhou has started to do so. It has to be said that Zhu Shizhou's vigorous actions yesterday and this morning still affected some candidates. Some candidates thought that Zhu Shizhou would definitely pass the test. So as long as they imitated him and followed his actions, they would most likely get similar evaluations from the examiner. This is equivalent to copying answers. The answers of the top students are all in front of you. As poor students, who have not received any points so far, should they copy or not? After Zhu Shizhou took the first step, many candidates who claimed to have good physical fitness took off their clothes, wrapped their number plates with clothes, and then held the clothes tightly in their arms. Damn! It's so cold! Some candidates exclaimed directly. The temperature around was much lower than they thought. Zhu Shizhou obviously realized that low temperature is a killer for ordinary people. So he shouted, "If you believe me, you can give me your number plates, and I will help you wrap the number plates together." The candidates sneered at Zhu Shizhou's words. What a joke. Give you our number plates? Who knows what you are thinking? Such a naive proposal can be put forward, and there will be no candidates at all. Okay, I'll give you the number plate, a candidate shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a candidate standing up. In the dark, everyone couldn't see the candidate's face clearly, but they always felt a little familiar. This candidate was Fu Sidu. He walked towards Zhu Shizhou and took out the number plate from his crotch. Zhu Shizhou looked at the number plate in front of him, twitched his eyebrows. Put it in, as he said. He opened a gap in his clothes. After putting it in, Fu Sidu took off his thick coat and said, "Here, I'll give it to you as an extra layer of protection." Then Luo Suyi came up and said, "It's too much for me to take off all my clothes, so I'll give you my number plate. And my coat, too." Zhu Shizhou naturally nodded. Luo Suyi looked at Zhu Shizhou's naked upper body with knotted muscles and asked, "Can you hold on like this?" Zhu Shizhou was very determined. No problem. Seeing Zhu Shizhou so determined, Luo Suyi didn't say anything. Their physical fitness is just that of ordinary people. If they were asked to hold on like Zhu Shizhou, they would definitely be frozen to death the next day. After the two handed in their number plates, Zhu Shizhou asked loudly, "Who else? Anyone wants to hand in their number plates? You can hand them in together. I swear, I will protect your number plates with my life." Isn't it using my life? If this method doesn't protect the number plates from getting wet, then Zhu Shizhou can only go back and think of other ways. At this time, a candidate stood up. After all, a wet number plate doesn't necessarily mean it will be damaged. I think you have ulterior motives and want to incite other candidates to hand in their number plates. Who knows if you are a ghost arranged by the examiner? This voice. Zhu Shizhou feels a little familiar. He thought about it carefully. Hey, isn't this number 801? Chapter 187, Protective Measures in the Storm. In the last round, candidate number 801 jumped out because of hunger and instigated other candidates to ask the examiner for food. After failing to ask for food, many candidates' psychological defenses were broken by the examiner's words and finally chose to leave. It is worth noting that candidate number 801 did not choose to leave at that time. This round, candidate number 801 did not move at all. Zhu Shizhou did not know what exactly prompted candidate number 801 to change. But at this moment, the behavior of candidate number 801 jumping out was quite suspicious. He suspected that candidate number 801 was an insider. The possibility that I am an insider is much smaller than yours. Zhu Shizhou complained faintly. Number 801's heart suddenly skipped a beat. All candidates looked in the direction of number 801. To be honest, it is true. They were not sure about Zhu Shizhou's situation. But Zhu Shizhou's two previous deeds of leading people to catch the traitor were too convincing. As if he had a pair of golden eyes, and could see through the truth that they could not see through at once. Besides, my suggestion is just for your reference. Even if you don't agree and suspect that I am a traitor, you can just not believe me. I can't understand why you jumped out in a hurry to stop everyone. What good is this for you? Number 801 was sweating coldly. This number 666 has a very sharp vision. God knows what number 660's brain circuit is. I just stopped him with one sentence. But number 666 stared at him like prey. This sharp intuition and sixth sense is really terrifying. Number 801 immediately retorted. Then what's the benefit of you keeping everyone's number plates? Zhu Shizhou answered without thinking. Of course, it's to improve the score. What? Number 801 originally thought that Zhu Shizhou would come up with some lofty reasons, such as he was helpful. But he didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to give such a utilitarian answer. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Everyone, think carefully. You did almost nothing yesterday and today. If I were the examiner, I would definitely give you a low score without hesitation. I'm not forcing you to hand over your number plates. But I want to say that if you have a better way, you can come out and don't hide it. Zhu Shizhou's words are very contagious. After all, Zhu Shizhou's performance yesterday and today was indeed outstanding. In their understanding, the examiner would not give him a low score. So they also followed Zhu Shizhou's thoughts and thought about it. Soon, a more decisive candidate stood up and said, I was wearing a diving suit on the way to the island. Even now, I have a waterproof diving suit under my clothes. If you are willing to believe me, I can take out my diving suit and everyone's number plate can be put into my diving suit. Zhu Shurjiu was overjoyed when he heard this, while other candidates were still hesitating. Zhu Shurjiu said, Not bad. You will definitely pass the test. You have a noble heart to sacrifice personal interests to serve the public. Loudly, give him extra points. The last sentence was actually said to the examiner. The examiner glanced at Zhu Shurjiu. This kid. It's none of your business whether I had points or not. You actually command me in return? The other candidates were shocked. What do you call the examiner? Oldly, Zhu Shurjiu said, as a matter of course. Didn't the two candidates who were insiders call it that before? The candidates were silent. That's what they said. But some candidates secretly thought, could this guy be a hint arranged by the examiner to give them? Zhu Shurjiu continued. If you don't believe me, at least try to believe him. If he is willing to take out the diving suit, then put all your number plates in it. Then tie the diving suit tightly. Throw it in the corner of the square. And everyone will supervise it together. It must be said that the idea proposed by Zhu Shurjiu after his reaction was quite tempting. However, the candidate who proposed the diving suit said, There are nearly 1,000 number plates here. And my diving suit will definitely not fit. It will be almost impossible to fit 200 number plates. As everyone continued to hesitate, the rain began to get heavier. From the drizzle at the beginning, to the light rain during the endless debate, to the gradual evolution to heavy rain now, the sound of dripping water seemed particularly profound on the bluestone square. Everyone's hair was wet. Not only their hair, but also their coats. It is foreseeable that if they hesitate for a while, their clothes will definitely not be spared. Not to mention the paper number plate. Some of their candidates always hold a fluke mentality. What if the number plate is very strong and will not be damaged? Zhu Shurjiu is actually not sure whether the number plate will be damaged because of being wet. But he knows that the Black Soldier organization does not allow any fluke. If you want to pass the test as much as possible, it is better to follow the thinking of the Black Soldier organization. At the beginning, the Black Soldier organization would immediately arrest him and Li Hua for spreading a little rumor on the internet, which shows how much they dislike the mentality of luck. So Zhu Shurjiu can probably be sure that people with a mentality of luck will probably not pass the test. He did not forget that the examiner was watching all the candidates. No, maybe not just the examiner. Zhu Shurjiu could not be sure how many people were secretly watching this test and evaluating the value of each candidate. The rain was getting heavier, and many candidates followed Zhu Shurjiu's method, wrapped their number plates in their clothes, and then protected their number plates with their bodies. The candidate who had proposed the diving suit before selflessly took out the diving suit. After searching around the square, many candidates chose to believe him. The diving suit covered half of the number plate. He tied the diving suit tightly into a knot and threw it into the corner of the square. There were also many candidates who remained silent. And I don't know what means they prepared to protect their number plates. A small number of candidates thought that the number plate was very strong. So they neither took off their clothes to wrap the number plate nor handed it over to others for protection. Nor did they use any special means to protect the number plate. They simply put the number plate on the innermost side of their body. They believed that the rain would not last too long. And they also thought that it would not have any impact if the number plate was wet. However, they were wrong. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. In the second half of the night, all the candidates could not sleep at all because the rain was too heavy. The sky gradually brightened, but it was still pouring rain. The gloomy sky showed no sign of clearing up. The strong wind blew everywhere in the uncovered square, carrying bean-sized raindrops that hit everyone's faces and bodies crazily. Zhu Shurjiu was right. The rain was so heavy. It was so heavy that without any protective measures, the number plate could not be protected at all. The candidates were all soaked. After the night passed, everyone looked like they had been soaked in water for 3 days and 3 nights. Their faces turned pale. People who didn't know might think they were water ghosts who jumped out of a river. This situation was just like jumping directly into the water. There was no dry part on the body. Even the clothes inside were wet and stuck tightly to the skin. One candidate, who chose simple protective measures last night, regretted it. He quietly took out the number plate and took a look. Then, a wail sounded in the square. Fuck. The numbers on this number plate faded due to water. Chapter 188 Hypothermia. Arranging a rain to destroy the number plates is the simplest conspiracy. When the candidates who found the problem wailed, all the candidates understood the consequences of this heavy rain. It is not that as long as the number plates are not soaked, it will be okay. The number plate is a hard paper card. After being soaked in water, it can still be used after being exposed to the sun? There is no such possibility. The Black Soldier organization directly eliminated this possibility from the root. The ink used to write the numbers fades when it comes into contact with water. Zhu Shizhou hugged the 3 heavily wrapped number plates in his arms tightly with his body. When he heard the wailing, he looked up in astonishment and saw the desperate expressions of many candidates in his eyes. They trembled and took out the number plates from their arms. Not only did the number plates themselves become soft, but the ink on them was blurred. Obviously, this was another hidden mechanism. The number is completely unclear. Some candidates directly lost all their strength and sat on the ground, crying loudly. My mother has been paralyzed in bed for 20 years. I just wanted to cure her. But now all my hopes are gone. Why? I have come here after many hardships, treading on thin ice. But I was eliminated for such a simple reason? I am not willing to accept it. I am not willing to accept it. This is a filial son who came to take the test to cure his paralyzed mother. Some candidates were pale and said, death penalty. Is the death penalty unavoidable? It is obviously the only hope. If I had known that the rain would be so heavy, the number plate would be completely soaked, and the numbers would fade. I would. This is a death row prisoner who was sentenced to death. He collapsed on the ground in despair. His face was as pale as paper, and he muttered to himself in a mental breakdown. Is this the end? You said you would cure my terminal illness. This is a patient with a terminal illness like Fu Sidu. Zhu Shizhou saw all kinds of life. As he had expected, everyone had their own reasons, and every candidate whose number plate was confirmed to be damaged looked so desperate. However, there were still quite a number of candidates who remained motionless, as if they had full confidence in the safety of their number plates. The candidates who had put their number plates into their diving suits before watched other candidates collapse and go crazy quietly. Fu Sidu and Luo Sui, who were shivering with cold, came to Zhu Shizhou. Both of them felt that the current situation was a bit tricky. They didn't have time to do anything, and the power of nature directly destroyed the number plates of these candidates. What are you going to do? The two did not look worried. The reason they asked Zhu Shizhou's thoughts was only because Zhu Shizhou had invited them before. Since they have decided to help Zhu Shizhou, they must help him to the end. Although they themselves do not know what to do to recover the damaged number plates of these candidates. Wait. Zhu Shizhou said only one word. Wait. Wait for what? An insider? No. Wait for the rain to end. To be more precise, wait until 23:59 today. The rain started last night, which means that he can actually go back now. He knew it would rain more than 10 hours in advance and arranged all actions in advance to ensure the safety of the candidates' number plates. However, if he goes back now, he cannot be sure whether the rain will stop tonight. Logically speaking, such heavy rain should stop the next day. And even if it does not stop, it will slow down. He needs to confirm when the rain will stop. At the same time, he also needs to confirm which candidates failed to protect their number plates. If he goes back, he only needs to protect the candidates whose number plates are damaged. Other candidates, who are still calm, have their own solutions. At the same time, he has to think of a solution within this day. It would be best if he could find a way to protect the number plates of all candidates in this uncovered square. Not only to improve his overall score, but also to save more people. He threw this question to Fu Sidu and Luo Sui. His intellectual thinking is limited after all. The saying that 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang, which has been passed down from ancient times to the present, makes sense. Not only that, Zhu Shizhou also threw this question to all candidates in the square where the rain was pouring. Most of the candidates present were smart people. Zhu Shizhou only said one sentence to them. It's not too late to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost. Even if it is to improve the overall score, we must come up with a solution. The candidates thought about it, and it was true. Compared with selfishly protecting their own number plates, solving the problem for other candidates will definitely improve the overall score. Otherwise, what has this number 666 been busy with? This time, the academic master did not give a direct answer, but gave a solution idea and let them find the solution themselves. So, even though no one responded for a while, everyone actually started thinking about it. in the square with thunder and lightning. The sound of rain showed no sign of slowing down. Zhu Shurjiu rolled up into a ball and wrapped the clothes in his arms tightly. Although the heavy rain came from all directions, only the outermost clothes were wet from the beginning to now, and most of the rain was blocked by Zhu Shurjiu's body. Will the examiner have waterproof things on him? Luo Sui was the first to find an idea. She looked at the examiner, wiped the water off her face, and said, I don't think the examiner will design a situation where you will be eliminated. Is there a possibility that the examiner has items that can be waterproof over a large area? For example, waterproof plastic bags. If this test is a game, then the examiner is both the referee and the NPC. And it is correct for us to borrow props from the NPC. Zhu Shurjiu pondered for a while and nodded. Good idea. Let's try to borrow props from the examiner. The three of them were very active and came directly to the examiner. The examiner still sat motionless in the square, wearing a thick combat uniform. Even though he was soaked like all the other candidates, he did not waver at all. He was calm and composed in the storm. He looked up at the three people. He squinted his eyes as the wind and rain blew. Zhu Shurjiu was naked from the waist up, holding thick folded clothes in his arms. Fu Sidu and Luo Sui were thinly dressed. They had given their coats to Zhu Shurjiu to protect their number plates. The three of them directly told the examiner their purpose and wanted to ask for props. After listening, the examiner replied coldly with 2 words. No. Luo Sui was a little unwilling and wanted to say something, but Zhu Shurjiu turned around and left decisively. What the examiner said was an iron rule. Since the examiner said no, Zhu Shurjiu would not waste time on him. Luo Sui murmured, I think my thinking is correct. How come? Zhu Shurjiu said. Your thinking is correct. I also think that the examiner should not arrange a test that will definitely lead to elimination. Either the number plate is not important at all in this test, or there is a way to protect the number plates of the candidates. Fu Sidu pondered. Those candidates with damaged number plates are still stranded in the square. The examiner did not arrange for anyone to take them away. Could it be that the number plate is not important at all? Although there is such a possibility, we dare not bet. If the number plate is really not important, why would the insider candidate go to great lengths to steal the number plate? Yes, there is a possibility that the number plate cannot determine the candidate's stay or departure, but it is very small. Have you thought of a solution? Zhu Shurjiu looked at Fu Sidu. Fu Sidu smiled bitterly. No, let alone a solution. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. His physical fitness was originally worse than that of ordinary people. Now he had been hit by the cold wind and heavy rain all night, and his whole body was almost frozen. He was also extremely hungry, and his head was even more dizzy. He wished he could faint right there and sleep until the end of the test. Zhu Shurjiu noticed Fu Sidu's physical condition, and then looked at the other candidates on the field. Sure enough, he noticed that some candidates had already been unable to hold on and lay on the ground, shivering and curled up. Luo Sui, you are responsible for counting the numbers of the candidates whose number plates are damaged. If you don't know their numbers, you can go up and ask them directly. I think they should not need to hide it now. Luo Sui didn't understand, but she didn't ask any questions, but nodded okay. Fu Sidu, do you know medicine? Other candidates on the field need our help. Fu Sidu smiled bitterly. I know. I even know that those candidates are now in a state of hypothermia. If there is no shelter or treatment methods to warm up the candidates' bodies, those candidates will definitely die in a few hours. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked when he heard it. He quickly took Fu Sidu to a candidate lying on the ground. The candidate was not unconscious yet, but he was almost there. Fu Sidu squatted down and checked. 2nd level hypothermia, also called moderate hypothermia. The trance and trembling decreased or even disappeared. The weak heartbeat was irregular, and the pupils were dilated. It was rapidly entering the 3rd level hypothermia. Although it is only moderate now, we have no means of external rewarming at all. Zhu Shurjiu asked. How to do external rewarming? First, we need hot water or heating pads. Zhu Shurjiu immediately shouted to the candidates. Everyone! Who brought heating pads or hot water? The voice was so loud that it overwhelmed the sound of the heavy rain. Fu Sidu sighed. How could it be possible? I can only say that there is little hope. I brought it. At this time, a candidate stood up. Fu Sidu was stunned. Really? The pale candidate came over and said, What happened? I have a heating pad. This candidate has hypothermia. Zhu Shurjiu said. Do you have a heating pad? Can it be used now? The heating pad I brought is a long-lasting one. Under normal circumstances, it can keep warm for a day. The temperature has dropped. Just take it out and fold it back and forth a few times, and it will become hot again. There is still a large bag that has not been used. The candidate took out a bag of heating pads from his thick coat. Thank you. Zhu Shurjiu took the heating pad and handed it to the professional Fu Sidu. Although Fu Sidu was surprised, he nodded, took the heating pad, tore open the package, and started to process it. Chapter 189, Virgin Mary Saves People. Prudence saves oneself. For patients with hypothermia above level 2, rewarming should focus on the core parts, such as the neck, armpits, and groin. Fu Sidu tore open the packaging of the heating pad and applied the heating pads to the parts of the examinee, consuming a total of 6 heating pads. Is there anything I can help you with? The examinee who applied the heating pads asked on the side. Fu Sidu kept massaging the core parts of the hypothermic patient, and said without raising his head, "Help me bring the other hypothermic patients here. I will handle them together." This man didn't waste any words, nodded, and went directly to carry the other examinees. While handling it, Fu Sidu asked Zhu Shurjiu, "How do you know that some examinees brought heating pads?" Zhu Shurjiu shook his head as a matter of course. "I'm not sure." Fu Sidu was puzzled. Then he heard Zhu Shurjiu say, "But if you don't do some things, you can never be sure. Just like if I don't ask you, how do I know that you have the ability to handle hypothermia?" Fu Sidu was speechless. Zhu Shurjiu smiled and said, "I don't know if there are more indifferent people in the world, but more often, everyone just needs someone to stand up." In fact, Zhu Shurjiu didn't need to rescue these hypothermic patients at all, because he was destined to go back. But is it right to think so? Su Feng ignored Shui An's bombing of the ship at that time and had the ability to save but didn't. Zhu Shurjiu thought this was wrong. If you don't save people, how can you save the world? Although Fu Sidu didn't know what Zhu Shurjiu was thinking, he realized at this time that what this man had in his heart was completely different from them. What he had in his heart was something more noble, pure and direct. When he was still thinking about how to improve his score and pass the test, Zhu Shurjiu casually recommended him. When he was still thinking about how to protect the candidates' number plates, Zhu Shurjiu noticed that the hypothermic patients were almost dying. When he was still worrying about how to rewarm the patients, Zhu Shurjiu took the lead in asking other candidates for help. What would Zhu Shurjiu do if the candidates didn't have a warming pad? Or if no one was willing to stand up? Fu Sidu found that no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't keep up with Zhu Shurjiu's thinking. It was really difficult to think according to Zhu Shurjiu's noble heart, because the two people's patterns were completely different. This man's goal was definitely not just to pass the test. Although I'm not sure if any of the candidates have a warming pad, there are actually traces to follow, Zhu Shurjiu said at this time. From the time I arrived here to the time I was taken to the square by the guide. The guide never searched me. This means that candidates can bring personal belongings to the test. There are nearly 1,000 candidates in the venue, and there must be some who are fully prepared for this test. So there must be many candidates who have emergency measures. Fu Sidu sighed in his heart, and improved his evaluation of Zhu Shurjiu in his heart. He is not only broad-minded, but also smart and quick-thinking, Zhu Shurjiu continued. In addition, the examiner specially arranged this kind of weather for the test. There must be some candidates with poor physical fitness. Doesn't the examiner know? Why does the organization arrange these people with weak physical fitness to take the test? Physical fitness is one aspect, and whether this problem can be solved requires the ability of the candidates. Fu Sidu thought for a moment. If your physical fitness is weak, what would you do? That possibility does not exist. Although he thought so, Zhu Shurjiu said, if my physical fitness is weak, I will make all protective preparations in advance. Carry more useful equipment, heating pads, medicines, and thick clothes, which are essential. Self-defense equipment is also the focus. The test actually starts from the preparation stage. And even if there is no advanced preparation, whether you can ask other candidates for help after the test begins is also a kind of wisdom to use the surrounding resources. Fu Sidu smiled bitterly. So you think so carefully. The test I imagine should be a safer test. I thought these people are at least a secret department of the state. Even if the process of coming to the door is a bit violent, at least the means of testing will be more gentle. Zhu Shurjiu was speechless. How many people were deceived in this way? And no matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like a test for geniuses in all aspects. You know? Before the test started, I even thought it would be a written test. At this time, Zhu Shizhou looked strange. Outrageous. He suddenly realized something. Didn't these candidates know what positions they were applying for? Didn't the Black Soldier organization tell them? No. Wait. Am I in a misconception? Zhu Shizhou began to doubt himself. Fu Si was unaware of Zhu Shizhou's astonishment and entanglement. While treating the patient, he said, "You have already anticipated that the candidates have their own preparations. But I am clueless. I am really ashamed." Zhu Shizhou hesitated for a while, and then said, "In fact, there is another possibility that prompted me to ask other candidates." Fu Si was surprised. "An insider candidate," Zhu Shizhou said. "Are those who stand up to help other candidates necessarily real candidates? The real candidates don't know the test content, but the insider candidates know it very well. Do you know what this means?" Fu Si was dumbfounded and murmured, "This means that if you help other candidates in a targeted manner on the test content, it is easy to gain their trust." Zhu Shizhou sighed and said nothing. After Fu Si finished speaking, he also fell silent. If this guy only thought about the first level, he would be just a simple and kind, silly and sweet saint. But if he thought about the second level, Fu Si was really terrified. Horrible. He could only use this word to describe Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou confessed with a sense of guilt. "I know I shouldn't doubt the candidates who are eager to help. But my cautious thinking does not allow me to let go of all the possibilities I can think of. I just asked the candidates for help. But I didn't expect a real candidate to come forward to help. But I expected the insider to come forward and take the bait. But in either case, the problem of hypothermia patients can be solved. However, if the candidate who just stood up is a real candidate and not an insider, then Zhu Shizhou's current suspicion is a torment for his own sense of morality." Fu Si felt cold. At this time, the candidate with the heating pad carried an unconscious candidate from a distance. This candidate also suffers from hypothermia and is already unconscious. The candidate looked normal. But Zhu Shizhou's words just now made Fu Si involuntarily remain skeptical. Fu Si pushed his glasses and took the patient from the candidate with a normal look. But his hands were trembling slightly. Chapter 190. Using local materials to build a stone house. Zhu Shizhou's caution made Fu Si feel cold in his heart. Of course, he would not tell this candidate. Because if this candidate was really just an ordinary candidate, then Zhu Shizhou's doubts about him would be the greatest harm to him. Fu Si couldn't help but wonder, what exactly did Zhu Shizhou go through to develop such a twisted personality? That candidate brought the patients with hypothermia one by one. And this move certainly could not be hidden from the other candidates present. However, most of the candidates were cold and hungry. And they just watched the enthusiastic behavior of this candidate coldly. There are still many candidates who were indifferent. Fu Si sighed, while dealing with the hypothermia patient lying on the ground. This is human nature. They couldn't even protect their own number plates. So how could they care about how Zhu Shizhou and the others helped others? Then, Fu Si said to Zhu Shizhou, "External rewarming in the heavy rain is only a temporary solution. And it's better to have a dry shelter. Maybe it's the best choice for them to eliminate them directly. Maybe the organization will transfer them to a safe place." Before he finished speaking, Fu Si felt a hand grabbing the corner of his clothes. He looked down and saw that the first hypothermia patient he treated had woken up. "Don't," the hypothermia patient begged. "Don't eliminate me. I have reasons to join the organization." Fu Si opened his mouth. But he couldn't persuade this candidate to give up. Because he also had reasons to join the organization. He didn't know what the hypothermia patient had. But he was definitely ready to sacrifice his life for it. Zhu Shizhou patted Fu Si on the shoulder and said, "Stop talking. We should come up with a way to deal with this rain." Fu Si thought of the scene when he was shouting to the examinees just now. It would be great if some examinees brought tents. But unfortunately, there is no such thing. Everyone. Does anyone have a tent? Zhu Shizhou ignored Fu Si's speculation and shouted to the examinees again. "The hypothermia patients here need a place to shelter from the rain. If anyone has a tent, please help. This can save several lives." "No." The examinees in the rain were silent. The sound of rain was still ringing in their ears. Zhu Shizhou was not disappointed. He began to think about how to create a dry place. But the rain in the sky never stopped. There was no shelter in the square. Even a fire could not be lit, let alone a dry place. Even if he went back and could use force to protect the number plates of these people, he couldn't save the lives of the hypothermic patients. What to do? What to do? "I think, You are in a misunderstanding. At this time, the candidate who had previously used a heating pad and helped to carry the hypothermic patient suddenly said, "Misunderstanding?" Zhu Shurjiu looked at the candidate with hope. The candidate said, "Since we can't find a dry shelter, why don't we build one ourselves?" Fu Si was puzzled. While dealing with the symptoms of the more serious hypothermic patients, he asked, "How can we build a shelter ourselves? We have neither tools nor materials at hand. Even if you want to build a simple shelter in the square, you can't make a meal without rice." The examinee shook his head. "Who said we don't have materials?" The examinee raised his foot and stepped on the square floor paved with bluestone slabs. "Aren't they everywhere in this square?" Fu Sidu and Zhu Shurjiu were stunned for a moment. They lowered their heads. The floor tiles of the square? This is the material. People's thinking has blind spots. Looking back now, it sounds like this idea is easy to think of. But in fact, if no one reminds them, they may never think of it in their lifetime. "Who are you?" "Jiang Zhou. An ordinary geologist. I checked when I first came to the square. The floor tiles of the square are bluestone slabs. Bluestone slabs are the most widely used type of rock among sedimentary rocks. They have medium strength, and their main components are calcium carbonate and clay. They are more than enough to be used as building materials." Zhu Shurjiu said to Jiang Zhou solemnly. "Thank you." Jiang Zhou shook his head. "You're welcome. This is not such a great idea. And I am also an ordinary person with a conscience. I can't let these people lose their lives. The question is, how can we pry open the ground?" Fu Sidu looked at Zhu Shurjiu. "Your fighting power is so high. Can you crush the floor tiles with 1 foot?" Zhu Shurjiu raised his eyebrows. "How is it possible? I am just a little better than ordinary people in terms of physical fitness, and a little more fighting skills. Maybe the examiner can do it. Anyway, I can't do it. Human bones are still quite fragile." "That's true." Fu Sidu smiled bitterly. "But it would be much easier if there was a hammer or a shovel." Then, Fu Sidu saw Zhu Shurjiu shouting to the candidates, "Who brought a hammer or a shovel?" Zhu Shurjiu made Jiang Zhou's idea known to everyone without hesitation, telling everyone that as long as there was a way to pry open the bluestone slabs on the ground of the square, there would be materials for building a shelter. Even if the candidates didn't want to help them, they should at least help themselves. "Right?" Zhu Shurjiu told other candidates about this idea, not intending to keep it to himself, just to get more capable candidates to take action. Sure enough, not long after, Zhu Shurjiu saw a candidate standing up. "Me. I brought a military shovel. I wonder if it's useful." Zhu Shurjiu was surprised. "It's useful. Of course it's useful." The candidates were no longer indifferent this time. They thought that there was no solution to this rain, and they could only endure it. Who would have thought that they could actually pry open the tiles on the square to build a shelter? This is a blind spot that sounds simple, but is actually difficult to think of. And even if someone thought of it, they probably wouldn't know how to pry open the floor tiles. Most candidates don't have the ability to tell others about this idea like Zhu Shurjiu did, and the ability to coordinate all aspects. Soon, the candidate with a military shovel came over. The shovel blade of the military shovel was very thin, and could be inserted into the gap between the bluestone slabs that had expanded due to the low temperature. The military shovel quickly pried open the first bluestone slab. I saw that there was compacted soil under the bluestone slab. The first piece was pried open, so the second and third pieces were naturally no problem. There are tens of thousands of bluestone slabs in the whole square, so there is no shortage of materials. Soon, a large pile of bluestone slabs was piled up next to everyone. Now that the materials are available, how to build a shelter? Fu Sidu stood up. He has a doctorate in architecture. He only thought about how to build a simple, solid and waterproof building with bluestone slabs without adhesives on hand for less than half a minute, and then combine the physics knowledge in his head to construct a physical model. But Fu Sidu's command to build a shelter also needs manpower. Zhu Shurjiu still used the old method. Is there anyone willing to help? If you can, please help. A group of candidates stood up. After assessing the situation, they saw that Zhu Shurjiu's team was growing, and they made a decision in their hearts. Humans are group animals, and are easily affected by group behavior. The number of candidates who stood up to help continued to grow like a snowball. Fu Sidu was commanding the candidates to move or build shelters, and he could not take care of the hypothermia patients for the time being. Zhu Shurjiu asked the examinees again, "Who among you knows how to use extracorporeal rewarming?" There are many hypothermic patients here. Me. I am a doctor. I just observed that many of these patients are in a coma, which is a symptom of grade 3 or above hypothermia. And the situation is a bit critical. But fortunately, emergency extracorporeal rewarming methods were used. I can help these patients regain consciousness. One examinee stood up, checked the condition of the hypothermic patient, and calmly made his judgment. Zhu Shizhou sincerely stepped forward and shook the doctor's hand. Doctor, I'll leave it to you. All right. Most of the candidates in the square unknowingly joined Zhu Shizhou's team, and the vigilance of the candidates against each other gradually melted away. As a hub, Zhu Shizhou successfully mobilized the cold, hungry, and sleepy candidates. Before this, they were competitors and strangers. But at this time, they were a group working together for the same goal. He didn't know how many traitors there were among these people. And this question was no longer important. Sometimes people are not simply indifferent, but just can't protect themselves. Zhu Shizhou's sincerity and kindness are seen by everyone. Some candidates are infected by Zhu Shizhou's sincerity and enthusiasm and take the initiative to stand up and lend a hand, which is for Zhu Shizhou and for themselves, whether their purpose is to improve their scores or not. At least they stood up and did it. After the blue stone slab was lifted, the candidates walked in the mud. The mud could not stop their steps. The uppers of the candidates' shoes and trouser legs were contaminated by mud and water. But no one cared about such a small matter. The low shelter built of bluestone slabs gradually took shape. And it looked quite simple. Fu Sidu did not pursue a shelter that could shelter 1,000 people at once, because that was too inefficient. And the rain would probably stop by the time it was built. There was no other way. After all, time was short. And there were no ready-made ladders that could be moved at any time. So everyone could only build a low and simple shelter, which was the simplest and most efficient way to build it from the perspective of time cost. Rather than a shelter, it was better to call it a stone house. A stone house can accommodate about 2 people, and can accommodate 3 people if they squeeze together. Many candidates had good memory. After seeing the construction method taught by Fu Sidu, they randomly chose a piece of mud to build the stone house. No candidate scrambled for the bluestone slabs, because the square was large and there were enough slabs. After Fu Sidu confirmed that everyone had learned the construction method he taught, he went back to treat the hypothermic patients, who were transferred to the stone house. All this was seen by the examiner, and the heavy rain was still falling. But he silently crossed out the word tentative after extremely excellent in his heart. Then he added a sentence. This is a leader-type talent, and he should be the first in this test. Chapter 191. It's time to pass the test. Zhu Shizhou didn't know the examiner's evaluation of him, and he didn't know that he had become the one who crushed other candidates in this test. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because his eyes were changing. Before going to the island, he was thinking about the first place. During the test, he understood the essence of the test and figured out a lot of things. It's always better to work together than to work alone. So he learned to look far ahead, put aside the doubts about whether he could pass the test, and infected other candidates with his actions, building stone houses one by one. In the end, the heavy rain never stopped or slowed down, but the candidates hid in the stone houses one by one. The stone houses were scattered on the square, looking messy and orderly at the same time. Even if it was an insider, it would be impossible to take action under such circumstances. The stone house is not only a place to shelter from the rain, but also a natural barrier to separate the insider. Nothing unusual was found in the rain, besides the examiner, who was still sitting there firmly without moving. There were only Zhu Shizhou and Luo Suyi. Of course, he also built a stone house for Luo Suyi. But Luo Suyi did not choose to hide in the stone house. Instead, she stood in the rain and observed the whole scene, using her super memory that was unrivaled in human beings to remember every move of all the examinees. Whether there were any examinees who took advantage of the chaos to attack other examinees, even if she did not notice it at the time. She only needed to review her memory in the end to find out. Nothing unusual. After checking her memory, Luo Suyi shook her head. Zhu Shizhou breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Luo Suyi reported a long string of numbers. These were the numbers of the candidates, whose number plates were damaged that Zhu Shizhou asked Luo Suyi to count. Luo Suyi had memorized the number plates of all the candidates before. So even if the candidates hid their number plates because of the heavy rain, she could match their faces with the number plates. After reporting the numbers, Luo Suyi asked, I thought about it for a long time. But I still don't understand what's the point of memorizing the numbers of the candidates whose number plates were damaged. Zhu Shizhou was a little embarrassed and shook his head without answering. In fact, it was really useless. This backhand was not used. At first, Zhu Shizhou thought that even if these people disagreed, he would forcibly protect their number plates after the replay. Because only these people's number plates were damaged. And other candidates had the means to protect their number plates. Even if he didn't think of other solutions in the end, he could simply and crudely solve the source. That is, forcibly recover their number plates and protect them. But now this preparation is no longer useful. He has a better way to protect the candidate's number plates. That is, to build a stone house. As mentioned before, the stone house can not only block the heavy rain, but also block the inner traitor. Zhu Shizhou was both moved and ashamed by Luo Suyi's faithful execution of his orders. What he casually told Luo Suyi made her stand in the rain for several hours to observe and remember all the candidates present. I built a stone house for you. You go first. Luo Suyi was already so weak that her face turned pale, and she didn't waste any words thank you. When she was about to leave, Zhu Shizhou divided the clothes wrapped with the number tag in his arms into 2 pieces, and handed her and Fu Sidu's coats to her weight. This is returned to you and Fu Sidu. I have already taken out my number plate. Here are the number plates for both of you. Luo Suyi was very perceptive. She took the clothes and said, I feel you are going to do something again. Yes. I do want to confirm something. If I don't confirm it, I will feel uneasy. Luo Suyi was puzzled, but did not ask more. After a short time together, she knew that Zhu Shizhou's actions must have reasons. And if there was something that needed to be explained to them, he would not hide it. Then I'll go first. Luo Suyi didn't need Zhu Shizhou to lead the way. She knew where the stone house built by Zhu Shizhou was. The stone houses of Fu Sidu, Zhu Shizhou, and the other 2 were placed in a triangle, with entrances and exits facing each other, which could guarantee to the greatest extent that even if the insider candidate wanted to sneak into the stone house, they would be noticed by the other 2. Zhu Shizhou walked towards the stone house, holding the number plate. That was not his stone house. It was the stone house of the candidate named Jiang Zhou, who stood up and offered a helping hand at the beginning. Hello. Can I come in? Zhu Shizhou asked at the door of the stone house. Jiang Zhou poked his head out and looked at Zhu Shizhou in surprise. He didn't know what Zhu Shizhou's intention was, but he could guess that this guy must have something to do. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, Okay. Come in. I have a lot of space here. Zhu Shizhou went in. The space in his stone house was indeed a little bigger than that of other candidates. Zhu Shizhou didn't plan to talk nonsense. He opened his clothes directly. Inside was the number 666. His number plate. What are you doing? Jiang Zhou was stunned. This is my number plate. You can do whatever you want with it. I just want to ask a question. Are you an insider? Jiang Zhou was stunned. You suspect I'm an insider? Why? During his words, Jiang Zhou was full of disbelief and hidden anger after being suspected. Don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting you. I mean everyone in the square is a suspect. Zhu Shizhou smiled apologetically. This is the only way I can test whether you are an insider. You can take my number plate at any time and tear it up. If you are an insider, do it. Jiang Zhou frowned angrily and stared at Zhu Shizhou, saying coldly, Please leave. He was really angry. He was the first to stand up to help Zhu Shizhou. But he was suspected of being an insider? It was good enough that he didn't do anything to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou was silent for a while, then shook his head and said sorry. Jiang Zhou stared at Zhu Shizhou coldly without saying a word. Zhu Shizhou wrapped up his number plate again and was about to leave. At this time, Jiang Zhou asked, Let's not talk about why you want to use your own number plate for the test. Can you really find the traitor in this way? If I am the traitor, I will definitely not choose to tear up your number plate, because you came to my stone house. If you walk out with a destroyed number plate, others will definitely think I am the traitor at a glance. Zhu Shizhou replied, If you are the traitor, it should be easy to figure it out because this is the last chance for the traitor. Now all the candidates have built stone houses for themselves. If he wants to eliminate the candidates, it will be very difficult afterwards. It can be said that there is basically no chance to get close to other candidates. So, even if the traitor risks being discovered, he will want to eliminate other candidates as much as possible. No. If you say so, that's not the last chance. Jiangzhou reacted immediately and said in surprise. The last chance is? Zhu Shizhou said calmly. Are you talking about the number plates of more than 100 candidates in the diving suits in the corner of the square? Jiangzhou was stunned. At this moment, outside the stone house, there was a roar from the square. Don't touch my number plate. The two walked out of the stone house and saw several candidates grabbing the diving suits that were tied in a knot and thrown in the corner of the square without even covering their faces. And the one who confronted them was another candidate. And it was this candidate who roared. Everyone, come out! These people are traitors. They want to destroy these number plates. Zhu Shizhou saw the faces of those candidates from a distance. These are probably all the traitors. After losing the opportunity, they failed to resist the temptation of more than 100 number plates and were exposed to Zhu Shizhou. After seeing those faces clearly, Zhu Shizhou did only one thing. Rewind. It's time to clear the level. Chapter 192. Are we playing a game? Outside the square. In the monitoring room of the base. It is now 10 o'clock in the morning. Several men and women in combat uniforms are sitting on chairs, surrounded by 180-degree surveillance screens in a semicircle. On a total of 1,000 surveillance screens, the faces of each candidate are clearly displayed. In the center of the front of the monitoring room, there is a large screen with a huge picture, and all the actions of the candidates appear on the screen. Looking at the pictures transmitted from the surveillance, the men and women in combat uniforms yawn boredly. Every year, they sit in this boring monitoring room for the test, watching the new rookie candidates beware of each other and fight each other like they are receiving mental torture. If it is interesting, it's fine. They can still watch it. But the problem is that the newcomers every year are quite boring. Obviously, these newcomers are genius elites in society, but they look extremely dull when they arrive at the examination room. And some candidates are even worse than ordinary people. They also understand that this is a difference caused by the environment. For rookies living in peace, as long as they are outstanding in one aspect, the defects in other aspects will be easily ignored. This is the limitation of these rookies. They will not be oppressed by life and death, and they have no way to exercise their abilities. Not to mention that the candidates are wary of each other, afraid of the truth that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. So they hide their edge and only want to pass the basic score. The mentality makes some originally very capable candidates habitually hide their abilities. So on the surface, the newcomers every year give them a very bad feeling. The purpose of them sitting in the monitoring room is to select the truly useful people from these candidates. If they are selected, they will naturally pass. If they are not selected, they can only be eliminated. The examiner is only used to warn the candidates. In fact, the person who really examines the performance of the candidates and decides who can pass and who will be eliminated is not him. Or it is not just him. It is impossible for the examiner to analyze the actions of all candidates in detail. After all, he cannot observe the behavior of every candidate 360 degrees without blind spots when sitting in the square. So his evaluation is only for reference. His real role is to grasp the general direction of elimination and excellent judgment. All evaluations of candidates will be transmitted to this monitoring room, so that candidates with particularly outstanding performance can enter their field of vision. It can be said that they are the hidden examiners of this test. As for the candidates, what is outstanding performance? Just look at number 666 and you will know. Number 666. This guy. I have been watching him for a long time, but I still can't figure out how he did it. That's right. I can only say that his level has surpassed the level that can be understood by ordinary people. This kind of genius will shine like a gold hidden in the sand even if placed among these genius elites. But it's not that there haven't been candidates who quickly grasped the test context and quickly eliminated the insiders. I used to be able to keep up with the thinking of those candidates, but I didn't understand it this time. Is it because this year's test is too simple? So that we can't understand the candidates' brain circuits? Haha. Which year's test is not simple? Others did not comment. There are also number 250 and number 538. They are not bad either, but they are only good. Number 250 caught the traitor on the spot. It can only be said that the traitor was too impatient and wanted to kill indiscriminately at the beginning. But he was killed by someone. It was a matter of luck. Number 538. The reason why he was able to catch the traitor was because of the reminder of number 666. At this point, the man who evaluated Luo Suyi and Fu Sida paused. This is the strange part. before Luo Sui caught the traitor. They could still tell themselves that it was a matter of luck. But Fu Sidu's was too outrageous. They all knew that it was Zhu Shizhou who reminded Fu Sidu that number 142's number plate was repeated. So Fu Sidu ambushed next to the male candidate number 142. The question is how Zhu Shizhou noticed the problem of repeated number plates in such a short time. They don't understand. Originally, this was also a key point of this test. But it was quickly solved by Zhu Shizhou. As for the series of operations later, they were even more shocked. The examinee who pretended to be a bootlicker and stole the number plate was caught on the spot. Zhu Shizhou even realized the essence of the test through the behavior of the insider examinee. How long has the test started? He was actually seen through. Just look at the confused performance of other examinees. Obviously, this is not a problem of the test, but a problem of the examinees. Number 666 is obviously much better than others. One of the men said. If I remember correctly, the arrangement tonight is a heavy rain. Right? Yes. Want to make a bet? I bet that even if it is number 666 this time, he can only protect his own number plate like an ordinary examinee. Boring. Nothing interesting. The rain will go from 0 to a heavy downpour in just 10 minutes. It's impossible for any candidate to react in time. That's right. This bet is meaningless. The man who made the bet shrugged and continued to watch the video on the surveillance camera. His eyes habitually shifted to candidate number 666. Huh? Then he uttered a light huh. Others asked what's wrong? Candidate number 666. What are you going to do? On the surveillance screen, candidate number 666 walked up to a candidate. This candidate was the traitor hidden among the other candidates. They were of course very clear about this. No way. Was it the incomprehensible thinking of the other candidates that made him find the hidden traitor? Sure enough, the next second, they heard the voice of number 666 speaking from the bug on the traitor. If I'm not mistaken, you are the insider, right? The insider candidate looked up at Zhu Shizhou, who walked in front of him, looked around, and then pointed at his nose in disbelief. Are you talking about me? Yes. Zhu Shizhou's actions have attracted much attention. After all, his two previous actions of catching the insider left a deep impression on other candidates. So now when Zhu Shizhou said someone was an insider, other candidates had to doubt it. The insider? Is this guy the insider? Oh my god. I talked to him before. The whispers of the candidates reached the ears of the insider candidate, shocking him and tightening his heart. He pretended to be speechless and asked, No. What did I do to make you think I'm an insider? In response, Zhu Shizhou just smiled and said, I know you haven't done anything yet. That's why I didn't eliminate you right now. But what I want to say is that you'd better keep up your superficial skills and don't show your true colors in the next test. Otherwise I will definitely eliminate you. The insider candidate gritted his teeth and shouted, You are slandering me. I'm not an insider at all. What's your intention in saying this? Zhu Shizhou looked at the other candidates around him, who noticed the situation and laughed. It's nothing else. Just to make others more vigilant against you. The insider candidate's heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned his head and looked around. The other candidates avoided him like snakes and scorpions, and kept a great distance from him. If number 666 eliminated him before he did anything, then number 666 would definitely be deducted points. Because this was an uncontrollable behavior without reason. Why eliminate him? Just because of suspicion without any evidence? This is obviously not possible. But number 666 was very smart. He found out his identity as a traitor at some point. He did not impulsively eliminate him at the first opportunity. Instead, he chose a simpler way to warn other candidates before he could do anything. Wait! I'm really not a traitor. The traitor candidate lied with his eyes open. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. I have already caught 2 traitors at a great speed. Do you think there is any point in you saying this? Whether you are a traitor or not, you are already a traitor from now on. The traitor candidate was a little crazy. Isn't that right? Is there something wrong with this script? Are you cheating? How did you find me? I obviously did nothing. So far, I have been watching the situation like other candidates. Why did you suddenly find me and say that I am a traitor? The traitor candidate wanted to ask this question, but number 666 was obviously not going to explain and turned away. He, on the other hand, was still trying to gain the trust of other candidates, and kept explaining to the people around him that he was not a traitor, but was wrongly accused. Until someone said to him, Number 666 must have discovered something unusual. So he came to identify you. Instead of explaining it here in a vain way, it is better to try to recall where he revealed his flaws. The traitor candidate was shaking all over in broad daylight. Flaws? I didn't even have time to reveal any bullshit flaws. God knows how number 666 discovered my identity as a traitor. He was still thinking about it here, and saw Zhu Shizhou walking towards another traitor candidate. If I'm not mistaken, you are the traitor, right? This situation happened more than once. Why did he know? I don't know. In the monitoring room, after one question and one answer, the air was terribly quiet. Everyone looked at each other. It's too outrageous. Even I can't figure out how number 666 found these insider candidates. What flaws did these insiders reveal? The first person they suspected was the insider candidate. They thought Zhu Shizhou had found the flaws revealed by the insider candidates. But what about the reality? Even they who were using the god's perspective didn't find out what was wrong with the insider candidates. The others all shook their heads and answered in unison. I didn't see any flaws in these insiders. They didn't do anything at all. How Zhu Shizhou found out? Only Zhu Shizhou knew. In the surveillance, it was like a ghost scanning radar, accurately scanning every insider. They thought the difficulty of this test was how to find these insiders, and the candidates would be panicked and unable to sleep during these 3 days. But now, all the insiders have been found. What's the point of playing this game? Even the examiner, who had been putting on a poker face in the square, couldn't help but be stunned. Are you playing the same game as the other candidates? Chapter 193, Are you cheating? Puzzles are meaningless once you read the walkthrough. In the last round, the construction of the stone house forced the inner ghosts into a corner. They knew that after the stone house was built, they would have no chance to steal other people's number plates. So they made a last-ditch choice and prepared to destroy the diving suits with more than 100 number plates. Only by destroying those number plates can they pass their own annual assessment. Zhu Shizhou always paid attention to those number plates. If the inner ghost candidates wanted to take action, those number plates would be the only chance. Sure enough, the inner ghost appeared. They rushed out of the stone house and successfully bit the number plates that Zhu Shizhou regarded as bait. These inner ghost candidates must have their own personalities. They would probably make up weird reasons according to their personalities to eliminate other candidates, but these were meaningless in Zhu Shizhou's eyes, because Zhu Shizhou only needed to see their faces. After the replay, Zhu Shizhou immediately found these inner ghost candidates. He had no evidence pointing to them, so he couldn't eliminate these traitors like he did with the 2 traitor candidates before. But this didn't stop him from reminding other candidates. The best way to prevent a crisis is to prevent risks. Now all the traitors have been marked by Zhu Shizhou. Even if other candidates can't trust Zhu Shizhou's judgment 100%, they will take the initiative to stay away from these traitor candidates. After dealing with the traitor crisis, Zhu Shizhou turned around to deal with the heavy rain crisis that was coming tonight. Zhu Shizhou, who had experienced it once, knew that the rain did not stop until he returned to the game. If he wanted to keep his number plate, he had to build a stone house in advance. He first found Fu Sidu and Luo Suyi. When they saw that Zhu Shizhou had found them in no time, they could not help wondering, how did you determine that those people were insiders? Zhu Shizhou honestly said, I cheated. The two thought that Zhu Shizhou really knew something inside, and after looking at each other, they were ready to continue to flatter. Zhu Shizhou continued, in addition, it will start to rain heavily tonight. The numbers on the number plates will dissolve when they come into contact with water. If you don't prepare in advance, it is estimated that a large number of candidates will be eliminated. Luo Suyi was stunned. The organization can even control the weather? That's right. Who knows if the heavy rain in the previous round was artificial rainfall arranged by the organization? It is also possible that the heavy rain is a natural phenomenon. But this test must have taken advantage of the rain. In short, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Fu Sida quickly followed Zhu Shizhou's train of thought, and said, there is no place on the square to shelter from the rain. Floor tiles. The floor tiles on the square are the best material. We can pry open the floor tiles and build a stone house. Fu Sidu was stunned for a while, and looked down at the floor tiles. The material of the floor tiles. Fu Sidu was halfway through his words when Zhu Shizhou plagiarized the lines of the candidate named Jiang Zhou in the previous round. Bluestone slabs are the most widely used type of sedimentary rocks, with medium strength. It is more than enough to be used as a building material. But how do we pry it open? There is a candidate who brought a military shovel. We just need to borrow his military shovel to pry the ground open. Wow. He has considered it so comprehensively. Zhu Shurjio's performance shocked Fu Sidu. His predictive answer without hesitation proved that Zhu Shurjio had really thought about these issues. Fu Sidu's surprise did not affect Zhu Shurjio's actions. Zhu Shurjio found the candidate who brought a military shovel in the previous round. The candidate looked around nervously and asked tremblingly, "Am I also a traitor?" In fact, Zhu Shurjio's momentum in finding several candidates in a row was too strong, which made him wonder if he was also regarded as a traitor by Zhu Shurjio. Even Zhu Shurjio was stunned when he heard this. "I don't know if you are a traitor. But you brought a military shovel. Right? Lend it to me for a while, and I'll return it to you right away." "Huh? How did you know I brought a military shovel?" The candidate was confused at first. But when he saw that he was not suspected, he became bolder all of a sudden. Naturally, he refused to agree. "Although I don't know how you knew it. It's my own thing. Why should I lend it to you?" Zhu Shurjio acted like a villain at this time, saying, "Don't force me to snatch it." The candidate held it in for a long time. And after a long while, he couldn't say a tough word. And finally, he could only hand over the military shovel tremblingly. Zhu Shurjio's fighting ability is obvious to all. Last night, he fought with the traitor candidate like setting off firecrackers. He doubted that he could not even take a punch. Fu Sidu and Luo Sui were speechless on the side. They were still wondering how Zhu Shurjio would borrow the military shovel. But they didn't expect it to be this way. Although it was simple and crude, it was very effective. Soon, Zhu Shurjio pried open the first bluestone slab and threw the military shovel back to the candidate. "What are you doing?" The candidate took the military shovel and couldn't help asking curiously. Zhu Shurjio said casually, "I observed the sky at night and found that it would rain tonight. So I built a stone house to keep out the rain." The candidate pulled the corner of his mouth. "Observing the sky at night? Why don't you say you counted with your fingers?" He shook his head and looked up at the sky. "This weather does look like it's going to rain." There were dark clouds in the sky, and it was indeed possible to rain. But what if it rains? It's just a rain. As for building a stone house, although he thought so in his heart, after thinking about it, the candidate also picked up the bluestone slab and started to build a stone house. The other candidates noticed the situation here and were quite puzzled by their behavior. When the candidates asked, they naturally knew that they were going to build a stone house in order to deal with the rain tonight. There were no meteorological masters among the candidates present, but everyone could see the dark clouds in the sky. After asking, most of the candidates were indifferent, and a few candidates had already started to act. It's always right to copy the answers from the big guys. Zhu Shurjio persuaded the candidates for a few words, and told them that the numbers on the number plates would dissolve in water. But when he saw that most of the candidates were still indifferent, he shut up. It's okay to not believe it now. And when it rains tonight, the candidates will naturally react. It takes 10 minutes from drizzle to heavy rain to completely wet the clothes on the body. If you can react in time and protect the number plate, the safety time can be extended by another 10 minutes. 20 minutes is enough for the candidates to react. At this time, the air in the monitoring room entered silence. They noticed something was wrong when they saw Zhu Shurjio start to build a stone house. When Zhu Shurjio told other candidates loudly that it would rain tonight, and a hidden mechanism that the numbers on the number plates would dissolve in rain, they were even more dumbfounded. Are you fucking cheating? Chapter 194 Feeding Operation. Only one day after the test began, Zhu Shurjio had already broken through all the difficulties of this test with a strategy in hand. He found all the hidden insiders. And Zhu Shurjio also found a solution to the biggest difficulty in the test: rainstorm. The most outrageous thing is that he found a way to deal with it before it even rained. What a terrifying crisis prevention ability is this? No, this cannot be called ability. It is a cautiousness that can see the big picture from the small details. He was so cautious that he thought it would rain just by seeing the dark clouds in the sky. And he was prepared for it. The hidden mechanism that the numbers on the number plate dissolve when they come into contact with water was also discovered. God knows how he found it. Did he realize this because his sweat wet the number plate? The examiners in the monitoring room seemed to have not encountered this situation for a long time. The test could not proceed after just one day because all the arranged means were solved by number 666. What should they do in the next 2 days? Talents are rare. They don't know how these geniuses from society will perform in the end if they develop according to the normal process. so it is difficult to select them. Are they going to just eliminate the other candidates without any selection? This number 666. What should we do with the next test? Let's ask the superiors. After discussing it, the people in the monitoring room reported the matter. Soon, the superiors responded. The test will proceed as usual. A man shrugged. I guess that's what will happen. In any case, the most important content of the test arrangement, the candidate's belief in willpower, has not been tested yet. And ability is just a fantasy. Yes, ability is just illusion. Then let's give this number 666 to our assault department. I think he has been active all the time, and is a good seedling. Others started to curse. Your assault department is full of brainless muscle idiots. It's a waste to give it to you. A man laughed. It's better to give it to our emergency mobile department. This crisis handling ability is obvious to all. Everyone has no objection to saying that he is the most suitable for our emergency mobile department. The most suitable for the emergency mobile department? A woman said expressionlessly. I think he is the most suitable for our command center. He has been commanding other candidates from the beginning. And now he has mobilized the candidates to build stone houses. He is a natural commander. As long as he is put on the battlefield to hone his skills, he will shine. No, I think it's a pity to let such a talent go out to fight. It's better to let him come to our logistics department. Others shut up. The man representing the logistics department smiled weakly and shut up. We want the reconnaissance department too. We are short of talent in the support department. Why don't we let him come to our support department? We should just give this number 666 to our armed defense department. And we won't fight for the others. The people in the monitoring room argued endlessly. They didn't know the quality of the other candidates. But number 660 SIX's excellence was obvious to all. And no one wanted to let him go. After the test every year, everyone would choose the candidate they wanted. And in most cases everyone was in harmony. You want this candidate? Okay. Let's decide by playing rock paper scissors. The rock paper scissors game is based on luck. And whoever wins gets it. And there is generally no dispute. But this time, the excellence of number 666 far exceeded that of other candidates. Everyone present tacitly did not mention the game of rock paper scissors, hoping to select number 666 into their department by words. Unfortunately, this kind of competition cannot be easily resolved by words. Calm down. Who knows if this candidate will burst into thunder later? How many excellent talents have we seen, who are excellent on the surface, but later found all kinds of problems? The 3 days required for the test are precisely to give us time to observe. Don't be impulsive. The oldest middle-aged man spoke lightly and calmed everyone down. Although everyone coveted Zhu Sergio, they were also rational. Yes, what they saw now were Zhu Sergio's advantages. Who knows if this guy has obvious defects? The test is still going on. As time passed, there were already several stone houses on the square, but the number was small. Most of the candidates did not realize how heavy the upcoming rain would be. They were not even sure whether it would rain, so they naturally would not follow Zhu Sergio to build stone houses. But when the first drop of rain fell from the sky, they knew Zhu Sergio was right. It's raining. Fuck. It's really raining. This is a human-shaped weather forecast. 66 is right. The rain is getting heavier. The candidates were shocked. They reached out to catch the raindrops. The first thing they felt on their palms was a drizzle, followed by a light rain with a little weight. In just 1 minute, the rain had just started, and they could feel the rain getting heavier. They looked at the stone houses built by Zhu Sergio and other Foresight people, and immediately realized that it would be better to build their own stone houses like them. Otherwise the rain would eventually soak them. They didn't want to try whether the numbers on the number plates would fade when they came into contact with water. Anyway, it would not be wrong to listen seriously. So the candidates began to act. In the eyes of the examiners, these candidates were equivalent to latecomers. But they woke up in time and were acceptable. But the scores would definitely not be as high as those of the first batch of candidates who took action. For the first batch of candidates who took action, if Zhu Sergio was the full score of 100, then the other candidates in the first batch could be regarded as 80 points. And now the second batch of candidates who took action, after realizing it later, would pass with 60 points. But even so, there were still candidates who did not move. These candidates were stubborn in thinking and had blind confidence in their judgment. If they were put on the ever-changing battlefield, they would be fools who harmed their teammates and themselves. The examiner labeled them as unqualified. Zhu Sergio began to act. He saw the candidates, who started to build their own stone houses in the square. He wanted Fusidu to teach them. But he didn't expect that those candidates had remembered their method of building stone houses when they secretly observed them before. And now they built them better than Zhu Shizhou. They are all very cunning. Although they didn't act immediately, they were already prepared for action. Zhu Shizhou was very relieved. But he saw other candidates who were still sitting still. Those candidates just hid their number plates in their arms and took such simple countermeasures. Are these people stupid? Zhu Shizhou was so angry that he wanted to punch them all and force them to build stone houses. In fact, Zhu Shizhou had a way to protect the number plates of all candidates in advance, as long as he helped all candidates build stone houses in advance. However, protecting the candidates from being attacked by heavy rain could not guarantee that they could pass the test. So Zhu Shizhou deliberately did not do so, but let them build stone houses on their own at this time, hoping that the examiner would give them some points. He could not feed all the food to these children, like feeding children. But he still walked out of the stone house and shouted in the rain. I think the rain will get heavier and heavier. It's just a drizzle now, and it will become a heavy rain later. Those who haven't started building stone houses now can really start. Some candidates hesitated for a while and chose to join the ranks of building stone houses. Some candidates are still hesitating. Don't think they are stupid. They just think differently from others. They think that the examiner is testing their unshakable beliefs. And they don't want to look like the kind of mediocre people who are easily shaken. But this thought only lasted 10 minutes. The drizzle turned into heavy rain. And then into a torrential rain. They began to panic. Zhu Shizhou handed the number 666 to Fusidu. Please keep it for me. I will help them build the stone house. Fusidu nodded, and was touched by Zhu Shizhou's trust. Okay. After saying that, he was about to stuff Zhu Shizhou's number plate into his crotch. Zhu Shizhou quickly grabbed it. Forget it. I'll give it to Luo Sui. Fusidu pushed his glasses and was speechless. After handing the number plate to Luo Sui was surprised. You just handed the number plate to me like this? It's okay. I believe you. Zhu Shizhou said something that he only believed 90%. In fact, he didn't believe in Luo Sui, but believed in his own replay. Luo Sui was moved by this trust, and she nodded solemnly. I will keep it well. Then she said, however, helping those people build stone houses probably won't make them pass the test. Yes, now it's just a matter of time before the sheep are gone. Who said they are all stupid? Zhu Shizhou felt pity for these people who might be eliminated, and was full of emotion. He didn't talk to Luo Sui much, and went out of the stone house directly. He looked at the few candidates who were busy building stone houses in the square in the heavy rain, and rushed into the heavy rain. So, everyone in the monitoring room saw Zhu Shizhou moving bluestone slabs to build stone houses for each candidate in the pouring rain, whether in terms of efficiency or quality. The stone houses built by Zhu Shizhou were much better than those of other candidates. He obviously didn't need to do this. Yes, he must have known that his performance was enough to pass the test. But he still helped these candidates build stone houses. He gave the number plate to number 250, which was an unconditional trust in his teammates. Zhu Shizhou seemed a little too kind. But these kind qualities were not bad. And they were a key plus point for Zhu Shizhou, who had excellent abilities. With Zhu Shizhou's help, stone houses were built one after another. The examinees hurried into the stone house, listening to the sound of the heavy rain outside the stone house, and regretted it in their hearts. They finally realized now that their stubborn performance must have caused them to lose a lot of points. However, they changed their minds and thought that the test had only been over for 1 day, and there were still 2 days to go. So they felt a little relieved. They had never expected that the test content was completely cracked by Zhu Shizhou, and they were still foolishly holding on to the fluke of being able to reverse the score later. After Zhu Shizhou finished everything, he exhaled a long breath, and his body was already wet. Turning back to his stone house, he thought of something again, turned his head, and looked at the examiner, who was still sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the square, accepting the heavy rain as usual. Zhu Shizhou hesitated for a while, and finally stepped forward, moved a large pile of bluestone slabs, and placed them next to the examiner. When he was about to build a stone house for the examiner looked at Zhu Shizhou and asked, "Are you trying to flatter me?" Zhu Shizhou was stunned, and then replied, "You can think of me as flattering me. But when the rain stops, if other examinees come out of the stone house and see that you have also built a stone house, They will definitely think that you also agree with my strategy. Then my prestige among the examinees will reach its peak. To be precise, I am using you. Chapter 195. The test is over. Should we be so cautious? After hearing what Zhu Shizhou said, the examiner was shocked. Zhu Shizhou saw that the examiner did not stop him. So he continued to build the stone house. After Zhu Shizhou finished building, the examiner said, "You don't have to work so hard at all. Because I can tell you directly that your current performance is quite good. Enough to pass the test." Zhu Shizhou replied, "I know. Then why are you still helping those candidates build stone houses? And using me to increase your prestige?" Zhu Shizhou did not answer for his kindness, but looked at the examiner and asked, "What will happen to those candidates after they are eliminated? I said before the test started that they would be repatriated." Zhu Shizhou asked the most critical question. How are they going to go back? This is an island in the Pacific Ocean, which is unknown how many kilometers away from the mainland. And those candidates went through untold hardships and came here by boat. During the period, some candidates' boats were broken by sharks, and they even swam here in the end. The examiner did not give a direct answer, but said meaningfully, "It depends on whether they are willing to stay." Zhu Shizhou did not waver after hearing this, and steadily helped the examiner to build the last brick of the stone house. The examiner's answer only satisfied his curiosity, but he would not choose to believe the examiner's words 100%. Ever since he was deceived by Shui and seemingly harmless and somewhat ridiculous superficial efforts, it was difficult for him to trust others. Even if the examiner gave him a "we will arrange a ship to send them back" as answer, Zhu Shizhou would not choose to believe it. After helping the examiner build the stone house, he took back the number plate from Luo Suyi and returned to his own stone house. He didn't know whether his early solution to the internal traitor and the heavy rain would make the test more difficult, or what problems would arise in the next few days. In short, he decided to fight back. The heavy rain did not stop after it started, and even the rain did not slow down at all. While the storm continued, Zhu Shizhou would knock on the stone houses from time to check if there was anything wrong with the health of the candidates. In particular, he focused on checking those who had hypothermia last week. Fortunately, he acted earlier in this week. Although the candidates were tired and hungry, at least they could give a vigilant response that they were still alive after being disturbed by Zhu Shizhou. Until the morning of the third day, the rain stopped. The candidates came out of the stone houses one by one, all sitting weakly on the wet ground, accepting the sun's rays and waiting for the end of the test. Time passed by minute. No one complained or made trouble, because they were so hungry that their heads were dizzy. Until noon. It's 12 o'clock. The test is over. One candidate looked at his watch and shouted to the examiner. The examiner glanced at the candidates, then stood up and left the square. The candidates looked at each other. What does this mean? Does it mean that they should follow? At this time, most of the candidates lost the ability to think deeply. The time is indeed 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The test time from noon 3 days ago to noon today should have been 72 hours. And the test should be over. Some candidates were so hungry that they wanted to leave the square. Wait a minute. Zhu Shizhou blocked the exit of the square and stopped other candidates. The blocked candidates stopped and were shocked. Is this another trap set by the examiner? All candidates stared at Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou touched his hungry stomach and said only one word. Jet difference. In an instant, the candidates reacted and they suddenly realized. Damn the examiner. He actually buried this trap at the last minute. If they followed stupidly, they would have suffered. This is an unknown island in the Pacific Ocean. There must be a difference in longitude from the departure point of everyone. So there must be a time difference problem. At the beginning of the test, all candidates were paying attention to the examiner's speech. So those who wore watches did not pay attention to the time. The examiner said 12 o'clock noon, which must be based on local time. All the candidates were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Such a simple question. They actually noticed it now. Then the candidates looked at Zhu Shizhou. He was able to still hold on to his willpower to realize this at the last moment. What a terrifying concentration and willpower is this? What they didn't know was that Zhu Shizhou was able to notice this. First of all, because his body was much better than ordinary people. So now other candidates were tired and hungry. But he was not weak at all. Although the brain activity level decreased. But he was still able to maintain a high degree of concentration. Secondly, it was because he had the ability to rewind, and his ability to rewind was actually based on the capital time. That's right. He confirmed this problem after experiencing the rewind in this test. The inertia of human thinking is powerful. Zhu Shizhou has never been abroad in his life. So although he knows that there is a time difference in longitude, he still habitually ignores the time difference problem. He didn't know where the island was located in the Pacific Ocean, and he didn't have a watch or a mobile phone to read the time. He couldn't judge the exact time after the replay. But after the replay, he always felt that the time he went back was earlier. For example, the first time he replayed in the test, he went back to the time when he first landed on the island and entered the square. The test started at 12 o'clock on time. If he replayed according to his longitude, he should have gone back to 10 o'clock. At that time, he didn't notice anything unusual, but later he always felt that the 2-hour wait was a bit long. The replay after that was clearer, because he couldn't judge the time. In order to ensure that the replay point would not be updated, he chose to replay without delay after remembering the faces of those insiders. Then the time he went back made him feel something was wrong again. Subjectively speaking, he felt that it was still early when he went back. He finally realized the problem. That is to say, the time on Ilimezisen Island is several hours later than the time in the capital. Why is the time point when he goes back to the game tied to the time in the capital? Is it because he died for the first time at 10 a.m. in the capital? Zhu Shizhou didn't know the answer to this question, but he only considered such a simple time difference problem now. And he only felt a little scared. To put it simply, when it is midnight in the capital, the time on Ilimezisen Island may only be 8 or 9 p.m. If he didn't notice this, he would definitely fall into this problem later. Take this test as an example. If he delayed a little longer before going back to the game, he would probably only be able to go back to the morning when the heavy rain had already started all night, instead of before the heavy rain. And because he noticed the time difference, he stopped the candidates who were so hungry that they wanted to follow the examiner to leave. He looked at the candidate wearing a watch and asked, "Where are you from? Is your watch showing the time in the capital?" The candidate had an Asian face. The candidate nodded repeatedly, "Yes. The time on my watch is the capital time." Zhu Shizhou said, "Let's wait a little longer. To be on the safe side, we'd better wait another 3 hours." "Why 3 hours?" a candidate asked. "We are not sure where this island is located in the Pacific Ocean. We don't even know the longitude, and we can't calculate the specific time difference. Is 3 hours enough? Because I have gone back a lot. This is my personal biological clock's judgment." Zhu Shizhou certainly couldn't answer like that. He said, "Thinking back on your itinerary and transportation, you could estimate how many degrees of longitude you are away from the land." The candidates really started thinking. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to wait another 3 hours. After another 3 hours of suffering, all the candidates looked at Zhu Shizhou. Everyone's eyes clearly showed their desire to leave the square. Zhu Shizhou nodded. The candidates immediately stood up and walked towards the exit of the square impatiently. However, at this moment, Zhu Shizhou was shocked again. Wait a minute. Candidates, what's wrong? I thought about it carefully. Is the time on that watch really accurate?" Everyone looked at the candidate holding the watch. Zhu Shizhou said suspiciously, "You may also be a traitor. Are you deliberately misleading us?" The examinees were about to burst into tears, but they still looked at the examinee. "Me? The insider?" The examinee himself was dumbfounded. Thinking about it carefully, "I can't be sure that I have really found all the insiders." Zhu Shizhou said seriously, "I suggest we wait another hour." The examinee said madly, "But I'm really not an insider. I swear. If I am an insider," Zhu Shizhou said suspiciously, "tell me." "Xia people don't cheat Xia people." The examinee, "Xia people don't cheat Xia people." Zhu Shizhou continued to doubt. "Are you sure you are Xia people?" Everyone. "Damn. Do you have to be so cautious?" Chapter 196 Pass List. In the midst of hunger and cold, the candidates waited for another hour. Zhu Shizhou's caution was not entirely due to caution. He admitted that he was very active among the candidates, but he was not sure whether these activities could really get high scores in the eyes of the examiners. Maybe the Black Soldier organization wanted people who rigidly obeyed orders, did not care about number plates, did not care about any disputes, and did not care about the lives of others? Since all the previous speculations about the test were not confirmed, Zhu Shizhou was still persevering and adding points to himself in the final stage of the test, including appearing to be more perseverant than other candidates at the last moment, and letting the examiners know that he was aware of the jet lag problem, and was still able to remain objective and rational when other candidates could not hold back. After leading everyone to endure for another 3 hours, Zhu Shizhou found an excuse of insider and asked everyone to endure for another hour. It would be great if these behaviors could still add points. From a subjective point of view, the time at this moment should have been far beyond noon. But Zhu Shizhou couldn't be sure whether he was affected by hunger, which prolonged his subjective feelings. So, to be on the safe side, he even wanted to stay until the sun set. In that case, he could be 100% sure that the time had come. Little did he know that at this moment, everyone else in the monitoring room heard Zhu Shizhou's persuasion to other candidates, and they were all speechless. The jet lag problem does exist. But at the last minute, even the insider didn't think of using the jet lag to make a fuss. It can be said that the jet lag problem was a trap set by the examiner. This trap was seen through so quickly by number 666. And they were also surprised. Zhu Shizhou was more able to resist temptation than other candidates. This was basically certain. How many people could withstand the temptation in front of them like him? Caution and calmness are excellent qualities. They originally thought so. However, this guy was too cautious. The time difference between Illness and Island and the capital time is 2 hours. But he waited for 3 hours. This was not enough. This guy actually thought that another candidate was a traitor and delayed the time for another hour. At this moment, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The candidates were still stranded on the square. This was not outrageous enough. What was outrageous was that others could be suppressed by number 666 and really chose to stay on the square. Some candidates were even about to faint from hunger. But they still followed his instructions and did not move. Finally, they came to the conclusion that number 660's suppression of other candidates has reached its peak. They even suspected that if the examiner did not appear, this guy would wait until the sun went down and make 100% sure that it was past noon before leaving the square. The test was over, and the examiner reappeared in the square. Even though he had always been calm and composed, he looked at Zhu Shizhou with an expression of pain and meaninglessness. Seeing the examiner reappear, the candidates let out a long sigh. And some even looked at Zhu Shizhou with gratitude, not knowing that Zhu Shizhou had forced them to stay for more than 2 hours. The examiner said without any nonsense, "Next, I will announce the list of qualified candidates. Those whose names are called come out and line up." Zhu Shizhou, Fu Sidu, Luo Sui. In the tense atmosphere of the candidates, the examiner first called out the names of 3 people. As expected, Zhu Shizhou was the first. Fu Sidu and Luo Sui were the second and third respectively. The moment they heard their names, Fu Sidu and Luo Sui were excited, and even their tired bodies were cheered up. The other candidates could accept this result. They didn't care about the ranking. They only cared about whether they could pass the line. The examiner's announcement continued. The candidates who were called were excited, while the candidates who were not called became more and more nervous. Finally, the 15-minute announcement ended. The examiner spit out the last list of candidates. Wang Kong, Jiang Zhou, Ruth, Kamali, Sato Kenta. A total of 627 candidates passed the test. This sentence is equivalent to declaring that more than 300 candidates failed the test. The examiner said coldly, "Those who have passed the test, follow me. The rest of you will stay in the square and wait for the organization to send someone to pick you up." Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but take a step forward when he heard this, and was about to speak. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, a candidate shouted loudly, interrupting the words Zhu Shizhou wanted to say. "Why? Why didn't I pass the test? I was just like them, following them. And when the stone house was built, I was also the first to take action. Why? That's right. Why didn't I pass the test? I admit that I have been watching the changes, but I also persisted to the end. Why didn't I pass the test? I don't understand." The examinees were full of resentment. The examiner led the candidates who passed the test out of the square, without looking back, and said lightly, "Every candidate who failed the test has his own reasons for not passing the test. You don't have the authority to know those things if you didn't even pass the test." The examinees were in an uproar. They all realized the examiner's ruthlessness, and they didn't know what kind of fate was waiting for them next. So they were emotional, angry, panicked and worried. All kinds of negative emotions had reached their peak at this moment, and broke out after 3 days of brewing. "If I don't pass the test, you might as well kill me." At this time, a candidate stood up and shouted desperately. The examiner stood still. Then he turned around and looked at the candidate who shouted. Are you sure? The candidate smiled bitterly. I have AIDS. I'm going to die anyway. So I might as well die now. I just want to know why I didn't pass the test. Tell me. And then kill me. The examiner just said indifferently. The answer is very simple. Your physical potential is not good enough. For a moment, the square fell into silence. Physical potential is not good enough? The candidates calculated everything. But they didn't expect this answer. Zhu Shurjiu was also dumbfounded. What kind of answer is that? The examiner said coldly. This test not only tests the candidates' internal qualities, but also examines their physical potential. What is physical potential? Physical potential does not represent physical quality, but represents the body's ability to stabilize various mutations. Some people have not exercised for a long time, stay up all night, and have irregular work and rest, but rarely get sick. Some people are strong and go to the gym every day, but they will definitely catch a cold and have a fever every winter. This means that the former has stronger physical potential than the latter. The examiner looked at the candidate, who was determined to die, and said, when you entered the square, your physical condition was very good, but after 3 days of testing, your physical condition has fallen to the bottom. Cold, fever, runny nose. Now you look like you are about to die. In other words, if you are given a more extreme environment, you will definitely die. Chapter 197, The Ark That Preserves the Fire of Humankind. Hearing the examiner's words, Zhu Shurjiu opened his mouth. More extreme environment probably refers to something similar to the Black Soldier potion, which must be injected into the Black Soldier reserve. But I have AIDS. The examinee shouted, extremely unwilling and desperate. My AIDS has made my body weak and my immunity low. You still promise to cure my AIDS? What does physical potential mean to me? Yes. All the examinees looked at the examiner. Didn't you say that his physical potential is not good? He has AIDS, so his physical potential is certainly not good. So this kind of test is hopeless for him. However, the examiner's mouth corners slightly raised and sneered. We have cured your AIDS. The examinee's desperate expression came to an abrupt end. What did you say? No. No. You didn't do anything at all. You said you cured me. The examiner replied. We really didn't do anything. We just forged your AIDS medical record. There was a dead silence. After the dead silence, there was a trembling question. What did you say? The candidate trembled all over, with an unbelievable look on his face. The examiner only heard you don't actually have AIDS at all. The terminal illness is a lie we made up. The organization thinks you are capable. So when you went to the hospital for a checkup, a medical record was forged. In fact, you are very healthy and don't have AIDS at all. No. No. I went to several hospitals. The examiner's answer almost made the candidate collapse. All the medical records of those hospitals are forged. The other candidates trembled all over, with expressions of disbelief, excitement, and relief of surviving a disaster. However, the examiner's words made them fall into the abyss again. Forged medical records are only a minority. Most of the candidates who come here because of terminal illnesses actually have terminal illnesses. Fu Sidu was also trembling in disbelief. After hearing this, he felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured on him. He pushed his glasses and spoke tremblingly. My disease? The examiner glanced at Fu Sidu. He had a deep impression of him. His stiff tone softened and he answered. Your ALS is real. The organization will cure your ALS. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses and remained silent. The examiner looked at the other candidates. Physical potential is only one reference factor. The rest of the people who were eliminated did not seize the opportunity. The action of number 666 is the standard answer. But you are slow thinking and have no reaction to his warning. The examiner criticized these candidates as nothing. The candidates refuted with frustration. But this is just that we understand the test differently. We think. I don't want you to think. I want me to think. The examiner replied coldly. You may have your own understanding of this test. But what if it is put into actual combat? Your brain circuit is destined to be different from the organization. What we need is talents who can perfectly understand the organization's orders. In other words, your brain circuit must be consistent with the organization. Some people may be really geniuses, but the more genius they are, the more their brain circuits may be different from those of ordinary people. You may have your own unique understanding of the same thing. The organization does not need such outliers. And if you really choose to stick to your ideas and sit in the rain for 3 days, I will look up to you. But you didn't. The meaning is quite clear. They were indifferent to Zhu Shizhou's reminders, and only changed their minds in a hurry when the rainstorm really came. They couldn't even stick to their own ideas. What kind of people are they? The candidates trembled and opened their mouths without saying anything. The examiners scanned the whole audience. Of course, there may be other candidates who were eliminated for different reasons. I won't go into details one by one, but I can tell you clearly, there is absolutely no possibility that you will change my mind and pass the test. Don't even think about the resurrection match. Hearing this, the candidates were desperate and waited for the examiner's final verdict. As if toying with their minds, the examiner said something that made their emotions fluctuate constantly. You will not die, but we will also help you solve your problems. For those with terminal illnesses, we will help you heal. For those who owe debts, we will help you pay them off. For criminals with sins, we will help you eliminate your sins. The price is only one. You will live as an experimental subject on this island for the rest of your life and never leave the island. This is the greatest happiness for you. Finally, the examiner looked at the candidate who said kill me at the beginning. Now, do you still want us to kill you? After the examiner finished speaking, no other candidates questioned it. Zhu Shizhou was also stunned, thinking about the meaning behind the examiner's words. These eliminated people will become experimental subjects. What is the Black Soldier organization experimenting with? For a moment, Zhu Shizhou couldn't figure out whether those who passed the test were luckier or those who failed the test were luckier. The examiner's words were equivalent to imposing a life sentence on these people, and they would probably have to cooperate with various experiments. And what about these Black Soldier reserves? In Zhu Shizhou's eyes, they are dead soldiers. While Zhu Shizhou was still thinking, the examiner took the candidates who passed the test away from the square. Then, everyone saw a high wall. Zhu Shizhou's thoughts were interrupted. Outside the high wall stood a giant sentry tower, almost 10 stories high, and on the sentry tower stood a fully armed black soldier, wearing a black soldier uniform and holding a gun. Zhu Shizhou knew that it was a black soldier, and others were just amazed that the country's secret agents wore this kind of clothes. The examiner led everyone to the foot of the high wall. With a loud rumbling sound, the electronic gate like a city gate seemed to verify the examiner's identity and slowly opened to both sides. Everyone followed the examiner into the wall. Then, everyone saw a city. Everything was similar to the outside world. Wide streets with traffic lights, vehicles shuttling back and forth on the main road, shops standing on both sides of the road, residential areas standing in the distance, pedestrians in ordinary clothes coming and going, and even children playing happily on the street. The scene in front of them made everyone feel a strong sense of unreality. After 3 days and 3 nights of hunger and cold, they saw such a non-serious and full of life. They thought they would be taken to the military camp, but they were only taken to another city. What's wrong? Are you stunned? The examiner returned to the city and seemed to be less cold. He teased everyone stiffly. No. How could it be? Zhu Shizhou was a little dazed. How could it look no different from ordinary cities outside? Everyone looked back and saw that there was only an extra wall behind them. No. If you look closely, there is still a difference. Everyone saw the black soldiers patrolling the streets with guns in their hands. They saw the advertisements on the billboards of various shops with unclear words, such as K300 protective clothing sale. They saw that when children were playing, they were not playing house with Ultraman fighting monsters, but holding lifelike toy guns and shouting slogans such as "Damn bugs! I will destroy you on behalf of justice." The candidates were confused, looking at the peaceful scene in front of him. The examiner's eyes showed a touch of tenderness. And then he looked at the confused candidates and said lightly, "Let's go." The candidates followed him blankly. The examiner led everyone on the street and explained to the candidates, who didn't know how to complain. This island is the last paradise of mankind. And it is also the ark that we swear to protect and preserve the fire of human civilization. Chapter 198: The Contrast Between Abnormality and Daily Life. It turns out that Illinois Island is the ark. Zhu Shizhou was surprised, but not completely surprised. Su Feng did not tell him about the plan of Chihuahua, Arkansas. At that time, it was a confidential matter for ordinary people like him. But now it is so simply presented in front of him. Surprisingly, after Zhu Shizhou learned the news, he did not feel any shock or disbelief. Perhaps He was occupied by the picture, with a strong sense of life in front of him. Zhu Shizhou found that although he was a little surprised, he quickly accepted it. What the Black Soldier organization did was very simple. It built a city on the sea that could accommodate tens of millions of people, and then kept it secret from the outside world, and quietly developed for many years. If the outside world's insect tide broke out, and the end of the world came, then this base would be the last paradise for mankind. Things like the hasty establishment of emergency shelters when the end of the world came in the movie would not happen here. Humans have been preparing for this for many years. Zhu Shizhou had never seen the desolation of Illinois when it was first established. Nor did he know how the first group of people established order here, and how they captured the talents and elites from the outside world and persuaded them to settle here. He also didn't know how the Black Soldier organization established industries in this city that had nothing at the beginning, and finally developed to a level of prosperity that was almost the same as the outside world. Su Feng didn't tell him that there was a human city on Illinois Island. Zhu Shizhou came back to his senses and sighed. If the end of the world is really just an outbreak of insects instead of the destruction of the earth, this place may really become the last place for human fire preservation. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and shook off those unnecessary assumptions. He looked around and asked the examiner beside him, loudly, when will the bus come? Because he didn't know the examiner's name. He could only call him by the name that the two insider candidates had called before. That's right. They are now more than 600 people, standing at the bus stop, waiting for the bus. The examiner said indifferently, don't worry, because there are so many of us. We need about 10 buses. The bus company arranged 10 buses to leave together, and they will arrive in about 10 minutes. Zhu Shizhou felt it was quite nonsense. There is also a bus company? What's the matter with this daily life? Speaking of daily life, the scene of passers-by passing by is also very daily. It seems that these candidates are not ordinary. The 600 or so examinees occupied the entire bus station. People who didn't know would think something big had happened here. But when passers-by got closer, they saw a group of skinny refugees in a miserable state. Hey, loudly, are these all newcomers? There are so many who passed the test this time. I remember there were less than 100 last year. When a passerby passed by, he actually greeted the examiner. Obviously, this was not the first time this happened. Yeah. The examiner nodded indifferently. The passerby didn't chat with the examiner, as if he was used to the examiner's indifference, and turned to look at the examiners. When the wind blew, everyone trembled all over, and for a moment they felt like street performers, being criticized by others. The passerby came closer to see newcomers. Who among you is the first place? All the examinees looked at Zhu Shizhou in unison. You are the first place? Asked the passerby. Zhu Shizhou nodded. Yes. What's wrong? The passerby did not answer, but looked Zhu Shizhou up and down, then smiled and said, I will remember you. I look forward to your performance. What is this? Zhu Shizhou felt puzzled. The passerby did not answer Zhu Shizhou's doubts and turned away. After the passerby left, the examiner said, Illinois Island is closed all year round. So many entertainment methods cannot be connected to the outside world. In addition to the organization's propaganda, the city residents are very concerned about the annual assessment. Every year, the assessment will be edited into a documentary and broadcast on TV and broadcast in every household. The candidates were stunned. Will our performance in the square be shown on TV? The examiner nodded. It's using the internal network. Just the TV on Illinois Island. One candidate raised his hand and asked in panic. Wait a minute. The scene of me secretly getting up in the middle of the night to pee won't be. Don't worry. Even if it is edited into a documentary, it will be mosaicked and released. This statement is not reassuring. What else did the candidate who urinated and defecated in public want to say? The other candidates followed up with a lot of questions. At the end of the questioning, the examiner was annoyed. Don't ask questions. Wait until you get to the student dormitory of the training base. Turn on the TV and watch it yourself. Don't talk nonsense here. If you keep talking nonsense, I will eliminate all of you. The candidates all shut up. Although Zhu Shizhou was also surprised that he was going to be edited into a documentary. He did not ask about the documentary, but asked, the city residents even know about the assessment. So do they also know the enemy we are going to deal with? The examiner looked at Zhu Shizhou meaningfully. We have disclosed part of the truth to the residents. It is indeed the case. When he entered the city, he heard children playing in the street, and shouting insects. He expected it. Now he asked, and it was indeed the case. Those children, born in Illuminiscent, have no idea what the normal world is like. In their eyes, the existence of alien insects may be a matter of course. If you think about it, you will know that the Black Soldier organization is obviously training the next generation. They entrust the future of mankind to these children. The Black Soldier organization has considered the possibility of failure of the plan, and considered that if the plan fails, mankind will have no way to retreat. So it can only start the ARC plan. Once the ARC plan is launched, if the organization wants to train black soldiers in the future, it will not search from the outside world. Children who grew up in Illuminiscent are natural black soldier reserves. So the Black Soldier organization made every year's assessment into a documentary for the residents to watch in terms of publicity, instilling some necessary concepts in the residents and making everyone accustomed to it. The bus slowly approached from a distance, and the examiner added one last sentence to the candidates. In the outside world, those charming artists are the mainstream on TV. But in Illuminiscent, the black soldiers are the real stars. Don't think that documentaries are just for entertainment. In fact, documentaries also record the legend of our human salvation. Maybe one of you can become a savior who saves the world. At that time, these documentaries will become the epic of mankind and be sung from generation to generation. The candidates were all shocked by this. Fu Sidu and Luo Sui also frowned. Save the world. Who are our enemies? Although they knew that the Black Soldier organization existed to save the world when they signed the confidentiality agreement, they actually didn't know the specific content. Now, listening to the examiner's words, all the candidates were full of imagination. 10 buses lined up and stopped in front of the bus stop. The examiner said to everyone, "You will know in a while. I will take you to the cinema to watch a movie about humans fighting against alien insects." Some candidates who were already very hungry raised their hands. "Examiner, don't we go eat first?" The examiner got on the bus first and answered, "I'm afraid if you eat first, you will vomit later." Chapter 199. I'm here. The examinees vomited. In the cinema, although the examinees had not eaten or drunk for 3 days and 3 nights and their stomachs were empty, they still vomited. Although they could not vomit anything, they were still retching stomach acid frantically. And the entire cinema was filled with the miscellaneous smells of more than 600 examinees retching. And the source of all evil that made them retching frantically was the movie mentioned by the examiner. Is that a movie? Rather than a movie, it's better to say it's a documentary. On the big screen in front, an inhumane massacre was being staged. It was not people killing people, but insects killing people. The weird-shaped insects shuttled back and forth on the battlefield, one by one, and from time to time defeated the special forces wearing ordinary combat uniforms. The special forces screamed and wailed, and then their chests were pierced and they fell down. This is the normal state in the picture. After passing through the chest, the insects will temporarily stay on the bodies of the special forces and start to eat. The scene was horrible and indescribable. The kind of cruel scene that would be harmonized if it were written into words. It was precisely because of the short interval in the gnawing stage that the special forces were not completely defeated at the beginning, but were able to launch a counterattack as if they were lingering on. Modern firearms were completely useless. The bullets hit the alien insects, which could only make the alien insects shake slightly. The alien insects were covered with hard shells, and the lethality of the bullets was not painful at all. The entire battlefield was a river of blood, and the smell of blood was so strong that it almost jumped from the screen into reality. Everyone was vomited by this real scene. From the beginning of the movie to now, less than 10 minutes have passed. Then, the camera screen went black. It seemed that the camera was knocked over by the flying alien insects, and the photographer was not spared. Then a line of subtitles popped up on the screen. At the end of 2010, the US military encountered alien insects and was defeated, taken from real recorded footage. This sentence made everyone realize that this was not a joke, and the above record was not made by special effects, but a real movie that would not pass the review in a movie theater outside. What a joke. Are we going to fight this kind of insects? Fu Sida's face was pale, and Luo Sui's face was not good either. But the two of them did not vomit. One was a man whose will could not be defeated even by a terminal illness, and the other was a woman who had been tortured by hyperthymesia for more than 20 years. The two of them were extremely mentally tough and defeated at least 90% of the candidates present. "I regret it," Luo Sui said. "I really shouldn't have let me watch this." You can forget it after watching it. But I can't forget it at all. Every second of the scene will be reproduced in my memory. And even this heart-wrenching and desperate atmosphere will be engraved in my mind. I think I may be depressed in a few days. Zhu Shizhou pursed his lips in silence and didn't speak. How powerful the alien insects are. He knew it when he talked to Su Feng. But the short documentary that Su Feng showed him at that time was not this part. Which shows that the Black Soldier organization has a lot of similar materials. How many times did humans lose to the alien insects in the process of developing effective countermeasures? He felt angry and sad from the bottom of his heart. The movie is still going on. And the process of the next movie just fits the general process that Su Feng described to him. It's just that Su Feng's description was very rough at that time. While this movie tells everything in detail, some of which even Zhu Shizhou didn't know. In the movie, the US military encountered alien Zerg, and then concealed the existence of alien Zerg, preparing to capture them secretly, but ended up in a miserable defeat, and had to launch missiles to finally eliminate the initial alien Zerg. But missiles brought ruins, and the flying speed of alien Zerg was comparable to bullets. It was impossible to really use missiles to watch the ground all the way to deal with alien Zerg, which would cause too much harm to humans. What's more, alien Zerg are produced from the enemies of the world every day. Let the United States launch a missile every day. Even if the funds are sufficient, missile production can't keep up with the progress. So the United States gave up. The United States held on for 2 years. And these 2 years were called the darkest period in human history. Unless the United States confesses itself. No one knows what happened in these 2 years. Then the enemies of the world came to Jiancheng. Xiagua. Countries around the world held a meeting on jointly fighting against alien Zerg. The specific content of the meeting was only briefly mentioned in the movie. But from that time on, the official Black Soldier organization was established. Since the enemy of the world stopped in Jiancheng, Xia State took the lead in establishing the Black Soldier organization. And other countries provided manpower to assist Xia State in its fight against the alien insects. However, this situation was very harmonious at the beginning. But over time, other countries found that the enemy of the world would not leave Xia State, and the alien insects were too powerful. So they began to retreat, and their support gradually slowed down. They began to shift their focus to building their own arc. Only the Black Soldier organization, led by Xiagua, still resists at the forefront day after day and night after night. As long as the Earth is not unified, humans will not be able to stand on the same front to fight against alien insects. This is reality. In this desperate reality, humans are defeated little by little, retreating little by little, until laser weapons are developed. In the movie, a young researcher looks very nervous in front of the camera. Have you started shooting? Oh, okay. Then I will start to introduce. Dear audience, this laser weapon is a miniaturization of the current laser weapons. It is better to say that it is an improvement than a research and development. We have concentrated the ultra-high-power large laser into a gun the size of a submachine gun, and solved the problems of fast charging and cooling. This interview took place in the laboratory. The researcher stuttered and spoke the lines. Although his acting skills were not good, they were very real. This actor should be a real person. Right? Fu Sidu even wanted to complain. He is qualified to be a real person, Zhu Shizhou said, because he knew that it was the birth of micro-high-energy laser weapons that gave humans the ability to fight back at low cost. Just like the examiner said that their assessment would be played as a documentary in every household. This researcher's documentary might also be played in every household. He might have become a legendary figure in Illuminiscence. And the same legendary figure. There is Su Feng. That's right. Zhu Shizhou actually saw Su Feng in the movie. How ridiculous. Seeing Su Feng accepting the interview with a blank expression and frowning from time to time. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but feel a pain in his balls. When Su Feng first appeared in the movie, other candidates didn't react. But Zhu Shizhou almost cried out in surprise. 10 years ago, a documentary of Su Feng, who was still a young man in his 20s, participating in the test appeared in the eyes of the candidates. The test content back then was undoubtedly much more ruthless than it is now. The test not only required physical fitness, but also wisdom, perseverance, command ability, combat ability, and learning ability. In short, that was the standard for selecting the top special forces of mankind. Su Feng quickly qualified with thundering means that the candidates could not understand at all, and became the top of the test 10 years ago. This is the beginning of Su Feng's legend. Then, Su Feng entered the command center and began his rise from obscurity to defy the heavens. So that's it. Zhu Shijie was a little dazed. What does it feel like to see a guy who looks like an enemy, but is not an enemy appear in the picture seriously? Compared with the current version of Su Feng, the young version of Su Feng has only a few fewer wrinkles at most. And his expression is still so serious. Even in the interview scene in the movie, he is also serious. The reporter said in an admiring tone, "Commander Su, I grew up watching your documentaries. Now every household has a legend about you. Do you have anything to say to your fans?" Su Feng sat in the office expressionlessly, frowning. After a long silence, the reporter could hardly hold back the smile on his face. Su Feng finally spoke and said a very simple sentence. "Humanity will win. I am 99% sure of this." Lies. The other candidates looked at the man in the movie with shining eyes. But Zhu Shijie judged it at the first time. This is a lie. Su Feng was not sure at all. But as a representative of the human front, every word he said in front of the public would be carefully considered. He must not show any fear, and must not show any lack of confidence or weakness. Among the candidates present, only Zhu Shijie understood Su Feng's mood. He could even see how terrible the pressure was behind the man who was in the spotlight and carried the whole world. The interview process seemed extremely relaxed and pleasant. The reporter even talked to Su Feng about what food he liked to eat. And Su Feng's answer was no. When asked if Su Feng had an ambiguous object, Su Feng's answer was no. When asked about Su Feng's usual hobbies, Su Feng's answer was still no. Su Feng was quite boring. And it seemed that nothing could shake his will. Since becoming the commander of the front line, he has become a saint with a pure heart and few desires. And there is only one goal in his eyes: leading mankind and saving the world. The interview reached the final stage. And the last question was very interesting. The reporter asked, "Commander Su, I believe there are many people who have the same dream of saving the world as you do, and want to become an outstanding person like you. Do you have any advice for them?" Faced with this question, Su Feng pondered for a while. After pondering for a long time, Su Feng raised his head with a serious expression and looked at the camera. His resolute gaze almost pierced through the screen into Zhu Shijie's eyes. He said to the camera and the world, "People who are better than me, please join us. Humanity needs you. I'm waiting for you here." Zhu Shijie stared at the screen, as if he was looking directly into Su Feng's eyes, and had a conversation with Su Feng across the long river of time. He looked at Su Feng as if Su Feng was right in front of him. He moved his lips and answered in a voice that only he could hear. "I'm here." Su Feng. Chapter 200 Garbage Classification. This movie is a baptism. It left a deep impression in the hearts of all the candidates, who were exhausted physically and mentally. After watching the movie, all the candidates knew what the organization was facing, and that they were about to become a part of this organization. Luo Sui, who had said that she regretted watching this movie, touched her towering chest after the movie ended with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. "I take back what I said before. And I am glad that I watched this movie again." Not only Luo Sui, but even the more rational Fu Sida could not hide his excitement. Although the candidates vomited at the beginning, they couldn't help but feel the urge to die for the world in the end. The candidates who passed the test had normal moral values, and also had normal human emotions. The movie's real infectiousness also infected them. The best way to brainwash is not drug control, hypnosis, or coercion and inducement, but emotional control. Zhu Shijie has a deep understanding of this. Zhu Shijie, who had been injected with drugs, knew that people's emotions also have inertia. Even if all emotions are wiped out, the values driven by emotions will leave a huge inertia, making them keep moving forward. The stronger the emotions and the firmer the beliefs, the stronger the inertia will be after the injection of drugs. Even if they become machines without emotions, they will act according to their original beliefs. This inertia is the premise for the existence of black soldiers. There is no fear in retreat, and all unnecessary emotions are put aside. Only moving forward is this black soldier. Not only the black soldiers, but also the black soldiers in reserve before becoming black soldiers have to be injected with drugs. After watching the movie, the examiner took the candidates to walk on the street and finally came to the bottom of a building. "Where are we going to do this?" the candidates asked. "Garbage sorting." The examiner replied lightly. The candidates were stunned. "What do you mean? I said before that the mortality rate of newcomers in the first year is 90. In other words, more than 500 people present are garbage. And now, It is my final duty to bring you garbage to the ministers of various departments. Which department you will eventually go to depends on the selection of the ministers. I call this process garbage sorting. The candidates were speechless. Is it necessary to say it so harshly? But the candidates are very confident. After watching the movie, although they felt that the Zerg were indeed very powerful, they also believed that they could be the 10 that survived. The examiner sees so many confident newcomers every year, and each of them is pretentious. But what is the final result? The examiner has reservations about the final result, but is not optimistic. More than 600 people entered the building in a mighty manner, and did not take the elevator. After all, the elevator load could not carry more than 600 people. The examiner led everyone to climb the stairs. After climbing 10 floors in one breath, some candidates had reached their limit, and finally climbed to the 10th floor little by little with their hands and feet. Even Zhu Shurjiu was a little bit overwhelmed at this time, let alone other candidates. There is a white room on the 10th floor. Zhu Shurjiu thought of the room where Su Feng injected him with the drug. The room was as big as 2 football fields, and more than 600 people seemed insignificant in the room. Everyone was led into the room by the examiner. And then, the examiner turned around and left as if the task was over, leaving a sentence. You wait here. After saying that, the examiner left directly, leaving behind the candidates panting and looking at each other. Fortunately, someone walked in from outside the white room soon. There were 7 people in total, 6 men and 1 woman. Everyone was wearing neat combat uniforms, and wearing various golden medals of different styles on their chests. At a glance, it was clear that they were all honored, in connection with the garbage classification mentioned by the examiner. The candidates understood that these people were the heads of various departments. The candidates saw that they were wearing badges on their chests, and those with sharp eyes could see the words on the badges. There were a total of 7 departments and 7 heads: the Assault Department, the Emergency Mobility Department, the Command Department, the Logistics Department, the Reconnaissance Department, the Support Department, and the Armed Defense Department. I'm the head of the Assault Department. Xiong Chu, a man who was at least 1.9 meters tall and had a strong body, said to the candidates with a smile. He was bald and had a ferocious smile on his face. He held a piece of paper in his hand, which looked very small and exquisite in his hand. He shook the paper and said loudly, "Candidates whose names I called, please stand up. You will be members of our Assault Department after you. Xiao Liqing, Lily Angelis, Edward, Vladimir, Valery." The head of the Assault Department picked more than 100 people. The candidates whose names were called looked at the other ministers, who were indifferent at all, so they knew that they were assigned to the Assault Department. This is not for them to make a choice, but for the minister to choose them. This result has been decided long ago. After selecting the candidates, the director of the Assault Department did not leave, but hugged his muscular arms and watched the selection process of other ministers with a smile. The director of the Emergency Mobile Department is also a muscular man, but he is a refined one. He said to the candidates, "I am the director of the Emergency Mobile Department, Zhu Yiheng. The candidates whose names I called, please stand up." Then, the director of the Emergency Mobile Department recited a long list that he had memorized. More than 100 candidates were selected. The woman with the name director of the Command Department on her badge said expressionlessly, "The people whose names I called, please stand up." The Command Department. After watching the movie, the candidates knew that the frontline commander Su Feng was once from the Command Department, and now that man has become a legendary figure. Compared with other departments, candidates hoped to be called by the Command Department. But unfortunately, the director of the Command Department only reported about 20 names. Then came the Logistics Department, the Reconnaissance Department, the Support Department, and the Armed Defense Department. In the end, there were only a few people left on the field. Among them were Zhu Shurjiu, Fu Sidu, and Luo Suyi. No one expected that they would be the last ones left. But soon, those who were quick-witted had already reacted. They are different from us. It's not the minister who picked them, but they picked their own departments. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at them with envy. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the other remaining candidates, wanting to see if there were any familiar people. Among the other remaining candidates, he saw Jian Zhou, the man who claimed to be an ordinary geological researcher, who was also the candidate who proposed to use the bluestone slabs in the square to build a stone house in the previous round. He didn't know if Jiang Zhou had the ability to conceal himself. But he knew that Jiang Zhou did hide his shortcomings in the test. The reason why the ministers kept them was either because they performed well in the test, or because the information of the candidates they got was very special. Jiang Zhou's information was definitely not as simple as he seemed. I only know one person. Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself. Luo Sui spoke at this time. I only know one person. Number 498. Number 498? Zhu Shizhou looked around and found a common face. Just talking about your weak presence. I, Zhu Shizhou, would like to call you the strongest in the human race. Chapter 201, Selecting Departments. Assault Department, Emergency Mobile Department, Command Department, Logistics Department, Reconnaissance Department, Support Department, Armed Defense Department. The heads of these 7 departments stood in front of Zhu Shizhou and others, waiting for Zhu Shizhou and others to choose. The candidate guessed correctly. It was really them who chose the department, not the department who chose them. The first person to be selected was Zhu Shizhou, who was the talent that all the heads wanted. Number 666. Zhu Shizhou. Come to our assault department. This is the best place for you. The head of the assault department grinned. Our assault division is full of top human experts. You can learn the most combat skills here. I've seen your performance in the test. You are a natural warrior in your bones. Come on. The head of the emergency mobile division next to him started to sabotage. The strongest human at this stage still comes from our emergency mobile division. Zhu Shizhou. Don't think he said it so well. In fact, the assault division has been fighting on the front line against the Zerg for many years. They have no time to learn any combat skills. They can only mindlessly give away their heads. You might as well come to our emergency mobile division. Our emergency mobile division once trained the strongest human. And now that strongest human is still active. All the soldiers in their assault division are not enough to beat that man. The responsibilities of our emergency mobile division are also very simple. That is, if there is an emergency where the Zerg attacks humans, we will go there. The risk factor is not high at ordinary times. And we can still have extra time to hone ourselves. The head of the assault division was unable to refute the simple words of the head of the emergency mobile division. Because what the head of the emergency mobile division said was true. The strongest of mankind does come from the emergency mobile department. And the soldiers of the assault department do need to fight on the front line for a long time and cannot squeeze out time for training. The director of the assault department thought for a long time before saying, if you are afraid of death, just don't come to take the test. I believe that none of the candidates present are afraid of death. At this time, many candidates standing behind the director of the assault department complained to the boss. We are afraid of death. Have you asked our opinions? The director of the emergency mobile department shook his head and said, I am not talking about whether I am afraid of death or not. I want to say that if you enter your assault department, you may die before you grow up. How many talents do you waste in your assault department every year? In my opinion, the talents wasted in the assault department may have the opportunity to become the strongest of mankind if they are placed in the emergency mobile department. This is a problem. The candidates were all shocked, especially the candidates standing behind the director of the assault department. Listening to their conversation, they knew how dangerous the assault department was. Some of them even had weak legs and feet, and could not stand steadily. The director of the assault department scratched his head. He had nothing to say now, because this was still the fact. The head of the emergency mobile department looked at Zhu Shizhou and said, so, come to me. Our emergency mobile department is the department that can help people grow the most. We have a lot of opportunities to fight against alien Zerg, and we also have time for you to grow. It is definitely worth choosing our department. Zhu Shizhou listened to the conversation between the head of the assault department and the head of the emergency mobile department and asked, is the assault department the department that has the highest frequency of contact with alien Zerg? The head of the emergency mobile department was stunned and nodded. Yes. The head of the assault department looked at Zhu Shizhou in surprise and said, yes, yes, yes. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Choose us. There will definitely be no shortage of opportunities to fight against alien Zerg. No one expected that Zhu Shizhou was so belligerent in nature. The first question he asked the ministers was aimed at the frequency of contact with alien insects. Zhu Shizhou replied, I'll think about it. For normal people, the emergency mobile department should be a good place to go. Listening to the conversation between the two ministers, it is indeed more reasonable to join the emergency mobile department. However, Zhu Shizhou knew that he only had 3 months. Within 3 months, he needed to stand out from everyone like a rocket and appear in the sight of the upper echelons, and then become the strongest combat force that can influence the upper echelons' decision-making. And this requires a lot of military merit. Frequent contact with alien insects is a good thing for him. What the emergency mobile department said about giving him time to grow seems perfect. But in fact it is as illusory as a mirage. When the ministers saw Zhu Shizhou's expression, they knew that he was a little moved by the assault department. While they were surprised, they also hurriedly introduced their own departments. The head of the reconnaissance department said temptingly, "The reconnaissance department is responsible for detecting dangers, and plays a role equivalent to the vanguard in every battle." The head of the assault department laughed at this time. "You said you are the vanguard? Don't laugh to death. Isn't the principle of your reconnaissance department based on reconnaissance, and only take action when it is absolutely necessary? In other words, even if you witness the scene of the alien insects slaughtering humans, you must stay still, and would rather detect the number of alien insects on the side than fight back against the alien insects." The head of the reconnaissance department was hit on the sore spot, and retorted, "You brainless stupid bear. This is just the responsibility of our department. Not that we are cowardly. Don't use this as an excuse." The head of the assault department folded his arms, and smiled without saying anything. This guy. He took advantage of the preference of number 666, and was so arrogant. Damn it. Yes. In fact, the head of the reconnaissance department also saw that Zhu Shizhou hoped to have more and more dangerous opportunities to fight with alien Zerg. So he deliberately described the duties of their reconnaissance department as vanguards. But in fact, scouts are more like the spies sent to each other before the encounter between the two armies in ancient times. The lie of the head of the reconnaissance department was exposed by the head of the assault department, and he was a little angry and a little desperate for a while. "But at this time?" Zhu Shizhou asked. "In other words, the reconnaissance department is usually the first to contact the alien Zerg before fighting with the alien Zerg?" The head of the reconnaissance department nodded repeatedly. "Huh? It seems there is hope." Zhu Shizhou thought that the reconnaissance department seemed to be very suitable for his death rollback. The first contact with the alien Zerg means that he can be the first to prevent the upcoming crisis. What he feared most was not death, but surviving without realizing anything and missing the rollback point. If the reconnaissance department is the first to contact the alien insects, then he can help other soldiers avoid many dangers in terms of reconnaissance. To be determined. The head of the support department said, "Our support department, actually there is nothing much to say. In fact, we go wherever we are needed. If you want to talk about the biggest advantage, it is that the support department is there to turn the tide on the battlefield. It is very likely that one battle can make you a household name. The support department only plays against the wind to turn the tide. Fame comes the fastest. If Zhu Shizhou wants to become famous quickly, he might be able to enter the vision of the upper echelons if he plays a few more games against the wind. But, think about it. You will know that the comeback against the wind often happens when you have already lost a lot. What Zhu Shizhou wants to do is not to play against the wind, but to lay the foundation for victory from the very beginning." Zhu Shizhou shook his head. The support department seemed to have been prepared mentally, shrugged, and gave up very freely. Next is the Armed Defense Department. The head of the Armed Defense Department smiled and said, "I had prepared a lot of rhetoric, but now it seems that it will not be used. The duty of the Armed Defense Department is very simple. That is, to guard one side. No matter how good your ability is, the first thing you have to learn is to stand guard at the most important stronghold of mankind day after day and night after night. The only advantage may not be an advantage in your eyes. Our equipment is always the latest and best, and most of the time we don't encounter alien insects. It can be said that the position is very important, but it is generally very leisurely and safe. This is the one with the least hope of winning Zhu Shizhou. Oh, by the way, there is also the logistics department." The head of the logistics department did not speak at all. He knew that he had no chance of winning Zhu Shizhou, so he did not waste his breath. The remaining one is the command department. Why did the command department speak last to recruit people? Because the other heads knew that the candidates came here after watching the movie. Su Feng came out of the command department, and Su Feng became a hero of mankind. And the command department became the most popular department. They were worried that if the head of the command department spoke first, they would have no chance. The big and strong man of the assault department began to play tricks. He coughed heavily and said, "Boy, don't forget your original intention. You are a natural warrior." The head of the command department is the only woman among the 7 heads. She is tall and very heroic. The expressionless look she has maintained from the beginning to now reminds Zhu Shizhou of Su Feng. The head of the command department asked a question. What do you think of Su Feng? Zhu Shizhou thought about it. No opinion. If I really want to say, it's not a positive opinion. This answer was quite unexpected. Not only the candidates were stunned, but even the head of the command department was stunned. What's the reason? Zhu Shizhou shook his head and said nothing. The head of the command department looked at Zhu Shizhou for a long time. Did she know that he was recommended by Su Feng? Zhu Shizhou didn't know what means Su Feng used to arrange himself among the candidates. But he always felt that even if the heads of other departments didn't know, the head of the command department should be able to know. After looking at each other for a long time, the head of the command department nodded. Well said. I hate him too. Everyone looked at the head of the headquarters speechlessly. Originally, Su Feng was her capital to win over Zhu Shizhou. But seeing that Zhu Shizhou hated Su Feng, he turned around and threw this capital away like garbage, which is very consistent with the style of the headquarters to make full use of things and discard them when they are no longer useful. I won't say other nonsense. It has nothing to do with that man Su Feng. You don't need to consider his factors. The headquarters has a comprehensive understanding of the overall situation and has the greatest power. If you join other departments, you can only become a tool under other commanders after graduation. If you join the headquarters, you will have more autonomy. If your command ability is qualified, you can also become a commander after graduation. Just like Su Feng. Chapter 202 I plotted against myself. Zhu Shizhou's true intention. After watching the movie, Zhu Shizhou knew that this was the path Su Feng took. But Zhu Shizhou still cared about one question. Do you have many opportunities to come into contact with alien insects? The head of the headquarters replied. So many that you can't count them. As a commander, can I fight in person? No, generally speaking. But before you graduate, you should fight when you need to. It has nothing to do with the department you choose. Everyone must experience the baptism of battle. Moreover, in order to enable the commander to more clearly understand the direction and development of the battle situation and cultivate the commander's sensitivity to the battle situation, the number of times people in our department fight against alien insects will not be less than that of people in other departments. What if I am not only talented in command, but also have top-notch talent in combat? How will the organization arrange me? We already have Su Feng in our headquarters, so it is not necessary for the commander to be able to fight. There are no rigid requirements for commanders, and they will not lock your development like people in other departments. If you want to transfer to another department, and your ability is really excellent, you can apply for a transfer at any time, and your superiors will approve it at their discretion. Will Su Feng interfere with me? For people in other departments, he can apply to his superiors for someone, and his superiors are likely to agree to his application. But on your side, if he asks for someone, he must first give my approval. Zhu Shizhou asked tentatively. Your position is higher than Su Feng? The head of the command shook his head. No. In terms of position, I am at the same level as Su Feng. This is a procedural issue. I can add my approval suggestions to the approval form. As long as I don't give in, he will never have the right to transfer you. Zhu Shizhou felt that the head of the headquarters might really know something. His words showed all kinds of resistance to Su Feng, which was extremely unreasonable in the eyes of others. But the head of the headquarters seemed to have no doubts. Except for asking a reason at the beginning. He let his resistance develop and spread. Now he kept talking along with his thoughts. It seems that the head of the headquarters can understand his resistance to Su Feng. The other ministers and candidates all twitched their mouths when they heard it. In their opinion, Zhu Shizhou's idea was simply naive and ridiculous. Even a little arrogant. It was like thinking that a small role like him could stir up a big storm, worrying about nothing. As for Zhu Shizhou's choice of department, the other ministers saw that this guy was attracted to the headquarters. The head of the assault department was the most anxious. How could the duck in hand fly away? Boy, don't forget your original intention of fighting with alien insects. The head of the command department glanced at the head of the assault department and said to Zhu Shizhou, if you want to fight with alien insects, you must have a place to use your skills. In the organization, orders are everything. If you are not a commander, you will have to accept the commander's dispatch in the battle. Well, Yu Fei is a case. He was recalled by the 12 gold medals at the most critical moment of the war, and had to give up the battle. What does this mean? No matter how good you are at fighting, how capable you are, and how stupid you think the commander above is, you have to obey orders. The head of the command department pointed out the most critical issue lightly. Unless you become the commander yourself. The head of the assault department stopped talking and glared at the woman with gritted teeth. Hearing this, Zhu Shizhou had already made a decision. The command department has the greatest authority and is able to dispatch people who graduated from other departments after graduation. And the combat issues that he cares most about are not a problem before graduation. There are a lot of practical opportunities, which are enough for Zhu Shizhou to shine in the battle. I choose to join the command department, Zhu Shizhou said. After speaking, he walked behind the head of the command department. There were more than 20 candidates standing there, fewer than in other departments, which also meant less competition and easier to stand out. Your choice is wise. The head of the command department nodded lightly. The result was decided. The ministers had discussed it before. No matter what the final result was, as long as Zhu Shizhou was selected, others were not allowed to compete. Now the ministers of other departments were disappointed. But they still turned their attention to the remaining candidates. Fu Sida pushed his glasses and said, I also choose the command department. The head of the command department interrupted. Sorry. We don't accept you. Huh? The reason why you are left is not entirely because you are more capable. That is only one factor. But more because 2 or more ministers have taken a fancy to you. You should ask which ministers have taken a fancy to you. Fu Sida was a little embarrassed. He turned his head and looked at the other ministers. The head of the support department said, Me. What else? The head of the logistics department weakly raised his hand. And me. Fu Sida pushed his glasses. What does the logistics department do? Logistics support. Including but not limited to technology research and development, equipment maintenance, publicity and promotion, business negotiations. Various industries are filled with our logistics personnel. Compared to other departments, the biggest advantage is relative safety. In the 10% survival rate of newcomers in the first year, 5 are contributed by our logistics department. He had already understood the support department before, and only played against the wind. He came to save his life, not to die. So he nodded. I will join the logistics department. Entering the logistics department and doing technology research and development is the best choice for him. Next is Luo Sui, who wants her department to be the reconnaissance department and the logistics department. The head of the logistics department smiled awkwardly. But Luo Sui did not choose the logistics department like Fu Sida, but the reconnaissance department. The head of the reconnaissance department smiled and nodded. Welcome to join the reconnaissance department. If we can adjust your hyperthymesia to be controllable, you will become the best newcomer in our reconnaissance department. The results of the next few people were similar. One of the only 2 people Zhu Shizhou knew, Jiang Zhou, joined the emergency mobile department. The ordinary all-round genius number 498 joined the support department. All candidates joined their respective departments. The next step was the established process that Zhu Shizhou knew. Injection of medicine. This was also shown in the movie, so everyone roughly knew what it was. Several staff members came in pushing a cart with bottles of medicine. Line up. The assault department goes first. The emergency mobile department headquarters is next. There were many excited candidates among the more than 600 candidates. After all, they were ordinary people before. As long as they were injected with this potion, they could transform into the super serum warriors that often appear in movies. Who wouldn't be excited? Before injecting the potion, the ministers of each department reminded the candidates. After injecting this potion, you will no longer be ordinary people. It will be difficult for the feelings of the world to touch your heartstrings. It will not be until a month later that your emotional system will slowly recover. But at that time, you will receive the potion injection again. What else do you want to say? The candidates were silent. Zhu Shizhou looked at the potion and felt indifferent. Emotional obliteration? It doesn't exist. As early as on the cruise ship, when he got the anti-black soldier suppression potion, he expected that he would have to inject the black soldier reserve potion when he became a black soldier reserve. So even when he realized that the anti-black soldier suppression potion 15L was still an overdose, he did not choose to rewind, but let the rewind point update. Because he knew that the anti-black soldier inhibitor was the only means of maintaining his emotions that he could access before and after landing on the island. Su Feng was calculating him. And he was also calculating Su Feng? He resisted telling Su Feng that he had overdosed. Just for this moment today, Su Feng saw through his disguise and took the opportunity to use him. But he failed to see through his true intentions. All his true feelings and tears on the speedboat became the best disguise. Even in the most grief-stricken and angry moments, he did not reveal his true thoughts. His sadness is indeed real. But at the same time, the realization he made in the state of emotional obliteration is also real. Although he did not see through the true colors of Xuan and others in the state of emotional obliteration, would he really believe Xuan and others in that state? In fact, Zhu Shizhou also knew that Xuan and others were not trustworthy. And he also knew that after injecting the anti-black soldier inhibitor potion, he would easily make irrational decisions. But he did not choose to rewind after injecting an excessive amount of anti-black soldier inhibitor potion. Although Xuan and other ship bombing was not in his calculation, he had already realized that he was tortured by the regret caused by irrational decision-making in the state of emotional obliteration. The person who really calculated and played with him was not Su Feng, but himself. No matter what happened afterwards, he had to maintain the state of the Virgin Mary and persist until the injection of the Black Soldier Reserve Potion. This was Zhu Shizhou's calculation. And it was also the self-torture that constantly tortured the Virgin Mary Zhu Shizhou. Neither the ruthless personality nor the Virgin Mary personality was the real him. He, Zhu Shizhou, was just a selfish savior who wanted to save the people he wanted to save. Now he wishes Shizhou to recover his original self. Chapter 203, Drug Transformation. The ruthless personality taught Zhu Shizhou to be ruthless, and the saintly personality taught Zhu Shizhou to be compassionate. He had experienced the extreme rationality of ruthlessness, and had also been tortured by endless grief. These two opposite emotions are difficult for ordinary people to experience at the same time in their lifetime. In other words, if you don't experience these two personalities, ordinary people will always have gaps in these two extremes. And now, Zhu Shizhou has made up for the gaps and finally achieved perfection in personality. Since you are a human, why do you need to become a saint? Whether it is ruthless or saintly, they are just small twists and turns on his way to save the world. After the drug was slowly pushed into his body, his abundant emotions were suppressed a little bit. But the emotions still existed and were not completely wiped out. Zhu Shizhou's injection played a leading role. The other candidates were able to maintain the last bit of sobriety in the excitement. And some of them rationally controlled themselves under the temptation of becoming extraordinary humans, and kept hesitating. But when they saw Zhu Shizhou's decisive behavior, the hesitation in many people's hearts was all dispelled. Although there are side effects of emotional erasure, didn't you hear the minister say that the emotional erasure state can be slowly lifted over time? One candidate raised his hand and asked, "Can I choose not to be injected?" The ministers replied, "No." The candidates all lost hope. Regarding the potion, the ministers didn't say much, and the candidates couldn't learn from them the seriousness of injecting the potion. However, when they saw that the strongest newcomer among them, number 666, had injected the potion casually, they thought that injecting the potion should not be a big deal. Right? So most people chose to inject it immediately. But there are still a few people who are still hesitating. Suddenly, the candidates, who have not yet been injected with the medicine, heard a scream. "Aho! This medicine is poisonous." What? The candidates were in an uproar. Aho! It was not just one person who was howling. Almost all the candidates who had been injected with the medicine were in so much pain that they could not stand. They felt that their whole body, from internal organs to skin, was burned by fire. They were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Their already weak bodies became even more fragile, and some even fainted from the pain. "What's going on? Minister, can you explain it?" one candidate asked. The minister of the assault department touched his iconic bald head and said innocently, "Oh, I forgot to say that it would be painful after the injection of the medicine. But the medicine itself is not poisonous." "Nima, why didn't you say such an important thing earlier?" When the howling candidates heard this, even the pain could not suppress their indignation, and they cursed in their hearts. But at the same time, everyone looked at Zhu Shizhou. He was the only one who had no reaction after the injection. "No. But why didn't number 666 have any reaction? Is his medicine different from ours? What's the difference?" The head of the command looked at number 666 and said while praising him, "The medicine was pushed in on a cart, and the order in which you received it was not fixed. It was even more impossible for us to know when he would receive his medicine. You said his medicine was different from yours?" The examinees who were holding the medicine and were reluctant to inject it looked at Zhu Shizhou, and then looked at the others who were rolling on the ground in pain. This the director of the assault department said. He just held it back with willpower. Everyone was shocked. Especially the examinees who were lying on the ground with eyes rolled up in pain and tears, and saliva flowing. They couldn't believe it. However, if you look closely, you can still see that Zhu Shizhou's body is trembling slightly. But the amplitude is very small. Okay. Those who haven't been injected can be injected. This medicine is mixed with special nutrients. You have been hungry for 3 days. Your body should be very hungry. Right? If you don't inject, the canteen will not provide meals at this time. Damn. You should have said it earlier. The examinees who haven't started the injection were speechless. And then they didn't hesitate. They gritted their teeth and inserted the syringe into their bodies. And then, screams rang out one after another in the white room. And all the examinees fell down. Oh, right. I forgot to say one thing. At this time, the director of the logistics department suddenly glanced at the examinees, as if he had just remembered it, and said, "Some people may not be able to bear the injection and die. You must hold on. Don't die. Fuck. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Get lost. Why are you telling me this now? It hurts. It really hurts. Who will save me? I don't want to die." The candidates screamed and cursed. And some of them screamed with their wills broken. If it was the Virgin Mary, she would probably cry out at this moment, and perhaps even be tortured by guilt and suffer more than them. But now Zhu Shizhou just sighed lightly. The head of the headquarters heard Zhu Shizhou's sigh and thought that the potion had not taken effect yet. Although there was no need to explain. She still said, "This is to stimulate their will to survive." To stimulate the will to survive? Why do you think we eliminated so many candidates after the test? Especially those who did not meet the physical potential. All of them were eliminated by us. Precisely because they could not withstand the transformation of the potion. The head of the headquarters looked at the candidates rolling on the ground. But on the other hand, those who can pass the test are basically determined by us to be able to withstand the transformation of the potion. At least physically. So the words that you might die just now are just to stimulate their will to survive. Under the motivation of this will, most of them should be able to survive. Is that so? Zhu Shizhou nodded. Then he thought about it. And then asked, "Is it enough to just meet the physical standard?" The head of the headquarters looked at Zhu Shizhou with interest. Zhu Shizhou said, "I have a question. The organization's focus is on fighting against alien insects. And it has also invented a drug specifically for improving human fitness. Why are the candidates selected so good at a variety of fields? Some people have very poor physical fitness. Such candidates should have been screened out at the initial stage. Why were they selected to come here?" The head of the command center did not cover up the problem in a roundabout way, but answered directly, "The human brain also has potential." Zhu Shizhou was stunned. "Do you think they are only highly accomplished in their respective fields and have no talent in other fields?" The head of the command shook his head. "No. In fact, apart from the fields they chose on their own initiative, if they work hard in other fields, then the final achievements they achieve are likely to be higher." The head of the command pointed to number 498, who was wailing on the floor behind the head of the support department, not far away. For example, he is a typical example. He is the candidate with the most extensive knowledge among all of you candidates. The fields he covers cover the sum of the fields involved by all of you candidates. But this is not because he is more talented than you, but because he has worked hard in many fields. It's just that due to time constraints, he can't be proficient in every field and can only dabble in it. Even so, he is much better than ordinary people. This kind of brilliance can be seen at a glance. If a person's brain potential does not meet the standard, after the injection of the drug, he will die at best, or become a brain damaged at best. Well, brain damaged in the literal sense. Oh my! Zhu Shizhou was shocked. I almost became a brain dead? But if you think about it carefully, this is the truth. How can one survive the potion transformation with willpower alone? Su Feng also said at the beginning that ordinary people cannot withstand the potion transformation. This does not only refer to willpower, but also to the tolerance of the brain. Thinking becomes more agile. Reaction becomes faster. Calculation ability and 5 senses are greatly improved. All aspects involve the most mysterious brain of human beings, which shows how taboo this potion is. No wonder even the secondary potion is not popularized. The high cost is one aspect, but more because the brains of most ordinary people do not meet the standards. So now you understand why we recruit geniuses. I see. It turns out that the ability of these geniuses is not the point. The point is their brains. The head of the command looked at Zhu Shizhou strangely. Don't forget. You are also a genius. Zhu Shizhou reacted immediately and fell into deep thought. After all this time, I am actually a genius? Time passed by minute. The wailing of the geniuses gradually decreased with the passage of time. Some people took a break and insisted on standing up and began to move their bodies. The feeling of hunger disappeared. All body functions returned to normal levels. And the speed of thinking was slightly improved. Zhu Shizhou heard a candidate from the command calmly muttering to himself. Judging the difference before and after the injection of the drug, their emotions have been wiped out. Zhu Shizhou sighed with emotion in his heart, thinking that he was the same at the beginning. The candidates from other departments also gathered like old people in the senior activity center to warm up, shaking their legs and bodies from time to time, and doing some stretching exercises. Death toll. 0. Everyone survived. This result was beyond Zhu Shizhou's expectations. Zhu Shizhou originally thought that several people would die, but everyone turned out to be so awesome. Fu Sidu and Luo Sui are also alive and well, but their expressions now look very plain. Let's not talk about Fu Sidu. His expression before and after is basically the same. Luo Sui's contrast looks bigger. Just from the surface, he has become much colder. The minister clapped his hands. Okay. Next, I will take you to your student dormitory. Chapter 204 Check-in. Zhu Shizhou was ultimately unable to talk to Fu Sidu and Luo Sui. The three of them belonged to different departments. And when he was led out of the white room by the head of the command center, he parted ways with them. After leaving the building, the head of the command center took everyone on a container truck, which drove for about 10 minutes and finally stopped at a place similar to an armed base. The management mode of the training base is similar to that of a university. You can think of the training base as an alternative university, except that it covers a larger area and many courses are dangerous. I won't go into details. You will know when the notice is issued later. Regarding accommodation, the students of each department are arranged to live in different dormitory areas. The number of people in our headquarters is a little less than that of other departments. There are still many vacant rooms. You can choose the floor and room at will. Just report to the dormitory manager after moving in. Each room has sufficient daily necessities, as well as various necessary guidelines and equipment, including mobile phones for communication. Mobile phones cannot connect to the outside network and are only useful in medicine. There are still many useful videos stored in the computer in the room. You can learn about them in advance. Remind you again. Report your room number to the dormitory manager as soon as you move in. The head of the headquarters led everyone on the wide road, passing by buildings, and finally stopped in front of a dormitory building. On the way, she had told everyone a lot of things to pay attention to, but most of them were just mentioned briefly. The most important thing was to let everyone understand it themselves. After you move in, get your own mobile phone. Report to the dormitory manager, and I will add you to the group. If you have anything, please let me know in the group first, or ask other seniors in the group. I'm very busy, and I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. The head of the command center did not intend to chat with them, and was about to turn around and leave after he finished speaking. The new students were confused. Wait, head, is this dormitory mixed with men and women? A female student raised her hand and asked. Yes, men and women live together, but the dormitories are all single rooms. If you insist on staying together in the middle of the night, I don't object. The female student secretly glanced at Zhu Shizhou, thinking that this was not impossible. Don't get me wrong. This is not the influence of lust, but a simple value judgment. All the students present knew how Zhu Shizhou stood out among them, and even the heads were vying for them. So many students wanted to have a deeper exchange with Zhu Shizhou. Not only female students, but also male students had the same idea, but no one said it now. Zhu Shizhou also looked at other students strangely, thinking, why are you looking at me? Facing Zhu Shizhou's question, they all looked away expressionlessly. In short, the minister just left them here and walked away. No one came to pick them up, as if they were all insignificant little characters. In fact, it was true. There were newcomers every year, and there were probably many newcomers who performed better than Zhu Shizhou. It was just a mandatory rule for the minister to personally select them. After the selection, the minister's tasks were completed. I'll go in first. Zhu Shizhou said hello to the others and went into the dormitory first. The other students looked at each other and followed them in. Newcomers? The dormitory manager was sitting in the dormitory manager's room on the first floor. He saw Zhu Shizhou and others coming in from behind the window and asked casually. Zhu Shizhou nodded. Yes. May I ask which rooms are available now? I want to check in. The dormitory manager flipped open the thick folder and glanced at it. Do you want to live on the upper or lower floors? Higher floors. There are 3 empty rooms on the 10th floor. Why not go to the 10th floor? Wait, Zhu Shizhou suddenly said. Which room did the frontline commander Su Feng live in? Haha. I knew you would ask such a question. Because many newcomers have asked it before. But don't think about it. The room he lived in has been occupied for a long time. After every student who lived in his room graduated or died, other students would immediately apply to live in his room. Okay. Then pick a room on the 10th floor for me. Just any clean and tidy one. Every room is very clean. So I'll give you 1002. The dormitory manager found the access card for room 1002 on the 10th floor and handed it to Zhu Shizhou. And reminded him, the elevator is on the right. Thank you. Hey. Quite polite. The dormitory manager felt a little strange. He had seen all kinds of students and naturally knew what kind of state most students were in. Instinctively, he felt that Zhu Shizhou was not a student whose emotions were wiped out, but rather a student who retained his emotions. Before he could think deeply, the students behind him came up. Do you want a high-rise or low-rise room? The dormitory manager asked. One student said, I wanted to say low-rise, because it takes less time to get in and out of the building. But why did he choose high-rise just now? He is the strongest newcomer in our period. From a rational and logical point of view, we cannot judge the significance of his choice. The dormitory manager thought about it, then shook his head. No. You are limited by your thinking. Living on a high floor is also very convenient for going downstairs. As long as you equip yourself with a powered hang glider. When you want to go out, you can just jump down from the building with the hang glider. The high floor has a wide field of vision. And you don't have to walk anywhere you want to go. Everyone. Is there such a thing? Zhu Shizhou naturally didn't choose a high floor because it was convenient to go downstairs. It was simply because the high floor was convenient for him to go back. Of course, there are other more simple and effective ways to go back. And the leap of faith is just a backup. He took the elevator to the 10th floor. After entering the room, he first looked at the layout. The room was about half the size of a classroom. The whole room was both a living room and a bedroom. There was a glass coffee table in the middle. There was a TV hanging on the wall on the left side of the room. And a desk and a thin laptop were placed on the right side. There was also a bookshelf full of books next to the desk. Zhu Shizhou first gave the room a thorough inspection, mainly to check if there were any obvious monitoring devices. He didn't find any. Not finding it doesn't mean there isn't any. Anyway, he always keeps his suspicion. Then, Zhu Shizhou also rummaged through the closet and found a whole closet full of combat uniforms of the same style. Not even a regular uniform. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Black soldiers don't need to dress up at all. Everything should be based on training. Just think about it, and you will know that this is the clothes he will wear every day in the future. And this reminds Zhu Shizhou that if he wants to pretend to be in an emotionally obliterated state in the future, he must not have various personalized clothes. Even the clothes he wears must be the most ordinary standard clothes. This combat uniform is different from the black soldier suit. It looks more ordinary. And there is no black technology on it that he can't understand. Zhu Shizhou shook his head, took a shower, and changed into a brand new combat uniform. Half an hour later, he sat in front of the desk in a combat uniform. On the desk were various books that he collected from the bookshelf and found useful. Conjectures about the enemy of the world. New soldier strategy. Top secret 100 hidden rules you don't know. Course selection suggestions for newbies. Zhu Shizhou didn't touch the communication phone for the time being, but planned to spend a few rounds to read the books on the entire bookshelf. By the way, test the time of the replay. He had to measure the accurate time difference. Chapter 205 Parallel Universe Theory and True Wormholes. The enemy of the world organization still has not figured out its true identity. Perhaps it is an alien warship full of alien worms. Perhaps some kind of cosmic void life beyond human cognition. Or perhaps a true wormhole from a parallel universe. The current mainstream view is that the enemy of the world is an alien warship built by aliens using quantum invisible materials. And this alien warship may be full of alien worms. Many scientists prefer to believe this theory, although there is no concrete evidence. This theory has been recognized by most scientists. The book Conjectures About the Enemy of the World on the bookshelf is very imaginative, recording a variety of conjectures nowadays. And each conjecture has a lot of evidence that seems to make sense. Just talking about what was mentioned before. The enemy of the world is a true wormhole from a parallel universe. This conjecture is actually believed by many people. In this regard, Zhu Shizhou can only say outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that this conjecture has a theoretical basis. In 2020, NASA conducted an Antarctic pulse transit antenna experiment in Antarctica to observe the radioactive products generated by cosmic rays from outer space to the Earth. Neutrinos. Surprisingly, according to scientists' conjecture, neutrinos should appear from the universe and reach the Earth. But the result is just the opposite. Neutrinos are generated from the Earth out of thin air and then shoot upward, as if neutrinos have crossed the distance of the parallel universe from the mirror universe opposite to the current universe to their universe. Zhu Shizhou turned to the next page, and the author wrote, "The specific details can be checked in the news. If you write too much, it may be suspected of watering the word count." This news was widely announced to the public that year, and was not secret. This is old news from 25 years ago. After all, conjecture is just conjecture. At that time, this conjecture was popular all over the world, and many people believed it. The author does not completely believe it. But the neutrino appeared out of thin air. There is no final conclusion until 2045, and it can only be included in the unsolved mysteries of human physics. The author wrote in the book, "If this conjecture is true, then the enemy of the world should be a parallel universe warship that is physically parked in a parallel universe and creates a large-scale wormhole in the current universe through some kind of quantum interference method. As for this kind of parallel universe warship, why does it produce only 3 alien insects every day to erode the Earth?" The conjecture proposed by the author believes that it is not that they are unwilling to release more, but that the limit of their interference in the current universe is to produce 3 alien insects every day. The universe where the parallel universe warship is located may be riddled with holes. They want to capture the Earth by producing alien insects in order to achieve cross-universe migration. Nonsense! This is too much. Zhu Shizhou saw this and couldn't help but complain. This idea is so wild that it doesn't look like a scientific conjecture at all, but more like a movie. What's more important is that it is actually well made. Even the news from 25 years ago is brought up. However, it is precisely because of the research on neutrinos that this conjecture has a weak theoretical basis. Even Zhu Shizhou cannot deny the concept of parallel universe. To say something even more unscientific, he thinks that his death rollback is even more unscientific. Why can he roll back after his death? And the rollback time is still bound to the capital time? Is it possible that his repeated deaths are actually traveling back and forth in parallel universes? There are many questions. So even if Zhu Shizhou thinks that parallel universe wormholes, this concept is too ridiculous. But we dare not deny it completely. According to this theory, as long as humans specialize in the research of high-energy neutrino flow, and develop weapons based on this development direction, and use high-energy neutrino flow to impact the enemies of the world, they can achieve cross-universe quantum interference, attack the real enemies of the world, and close the wormhole. The existence of wormholes is quite unstable, because even the enemies of the world can only barely release 3 alien insects every day. So in theory, we can reversely use this instability, bombard the enemies of the world with neutrinos, and successfully close the wormhole. I have to say that after seeing the back, Zhu Shizhou almost believed it. If he hadn't experienced the terrifying blue light, he would really believe this nonsense theory. The entity of the enemy of the world exists in the mirror universe opposite to this universe, and uses high-energy neutrino flow to attack the enemies of the world? Zhu Shizhou really wants to greet the author who proposed this conjecture in the most beautiful Xiao language. He even suspected that this author was the real source of all evil, making the Black Soldier organization determined to use different means of attack to attack the enemies of the world. That's right. The wormhole theory is just one of the conjectures about the enemy of the world. In this book, the author also proposed more conjectures, each of which corresponds to a tentative attack method. The author is not prepared to be a human being at all, and is the most crazy and radical with the most brain holes. He even wrote at the end of the book, because the theory is not certain, the author suggests that all the attack methods should be used together. I think at least one can be guessed. If the human defense line can't hold up one day, I suggest you adopt my suggestion. Obviously, The author's suggestion worked. The Black Soldier organization really chose to attack the enemy of the world. If I can find you, I will cut you into pieces. Zhu Shizhou was so angry that his teeth itched. And then he looked at the author's name. Anonymous. Fuck you. Anonymous. Zhu Shizhou cursed in the room for 5 minutes. And only stopped when he had used up all the swear words. However, Zhu Shizhou had to admit that he knew that the action would fail in the end because he had a god's perspective. But in the eyes of the Black Soldier organization, with so many attack methods used together, the probability of success should be very high. What exactly is that blue light? This book doesn't mention it at all. Because the enemy of the world has not shown any attack methods other than releasing alien insects so far. Even humans don't know whether releasing alien insects is an attack on the enemy of the world. After finishing the book with a heavy and bad mood, Zhu Shizhou opened other books. There were too many books on the bookshelf. If he wanted to read all the books on the bookshelf, it would take at least 3 days. Thanks to the fact that the drug was still taking effect, Zhu Shizhou's mind was quite clear. His memory might not be as strong as Luo Sui's, but it was not much different. Until dinner time, someone knocked on the door. Zhu Shizhou marked the book and went to open the door. Standing outside the door were several men and women, who were the students who passed the test with Zhu Shizhou and entered the headquarters department. Is there something? Zhu Shizhou asked. Yes. I don't know if you checked your phone. We have all linked our accounts. But you haven't made any movement until now. The director asked me to check to see if you are dead. If you are not dead, please quickly link your account so that the director can add you to the group. Zhu Shizhou. Sorry. I forgot about it. Is there anything else? A student glanced into Zhu Shizhou's room, as if to find out what Zhu Shizhou was doing just now. There is something else. One of the girls answered. The director has sent a lot of notifications in the group. Since you didn't join the group, you probably don't know. We will gather in an hour to visit the alien insects together. Visit the alien insects? Zhu Shizhou was shocked. But he kept a poker face on the surface. Yes. They said that in order to let us understand the alien insects more intuitively, there are special instructors who will take us to the alien insects they have captured, so that we can observe and even contact the alien insects under the premise of ensuring safety. Zhu Shizhou was even more shocked at this time. There was actually such a course? He originally thought that he would have to wait until he had learned enough before he would have the opportunity to contact the alien insects. Unexpectedly, he had just joined the headquarters and had such an opportunity. Is this an activity unique to our headquarters or all freshmen together? Okay. In an hour. Right? I understand. Zhu Shizhou continued. Anything else? The female student asked tentatively. Are you busy? Zhu Shizhou answered honestly. Busy reading. Reading books? Is it convenient for us to go in and take a look? I don't know if the books on our bookshelf are the same as yours. If there are any, I would like to exchange them with you and borrow them. Zhu Shizhou thought about it and realized that this was the truth. Can he guarantee that his books are comprehensive? Maybe there are some books that he doesn't have here, but other students do. So Zhu Shizhou made way and let them in. The layout of this room is similar to my room, the female student said. And then she looked at the books on the bookshelf and confirmed that they were indeed the same. During this period, other students who were secretly looking at Zhu Shizhou's room, like her, naturally noticed the other books neatly stacked on the desk. It was obvious that Zhu Shizhou was not lying, and he was indeed reading a book before. I don't have this book on my bookshelf. Let me take it back and take a look. The female student took a book from the bookshelf. Zhu Shizhou thought to himself, you are really rude. But he also knew that this was the power of the potion. Everything started from rationality, and emotional intelligence dropped to 0. Such a rude request to a stranger would undoubtedly be offensive. But no one else seemed to think there was anything wrong. No. Put it down. I haven't read this book yet. Other students also came over. Huh? I don't think I have this book. This book is unfamiliar. I haven't seen it before. Can you lend me this one? What's going on? Are you short of books? Zhu Shizhou finally realized what these people were up to. Even if he was slow, these guys didn't need books at all, but wanted to establish a connection with him. Borrowing books was just an excuse. In fact, these people's real intention was to curry favor with him. After thinking this through, Zhu Shizhou said expressionlessly, have you finished reading? You can leave after reading. I won't lend you. If you want me to lend you books, then you have to exchange them with actual benefits. Now everyone is penniless. What can they give? Zhu Shurjiu drove the students out. Although I'm sorry for you. Even I want to curry favor with him. And you currying favor with me is a pure waste of time. But just when he was about to close the door, the female student blocked the door. Wait. I have actual benefits. Let me in. I'll talk to you alone. Zhu Shurjiu was surprised. And he looked at the other male students. The other male students shook their heads. What she can give you? We can't give. Chapter 206. Please reproduce with me. What can female students give that male students can't? After Zhu Shurjiu let the female student into the room, he knew the answer to this question. The body. To be precise, it is the mother body that breeds offspring. After the female student entered the room, she unzipped her combat uniform and said, Please reproduce with me. Zhu Shurjiu was stunned by this sentence. Wait. What are you doing? He stopped the female student's action. And he was still stupid at this time. The female student said, My name is Su Chan. I'm 23 years old. 172 centimeters tall. 55 kilograms in weight. Zhu Shurjiu interrupted the pretty female student and said, Just tell me why you did this. Su Chan replied, I know my behavior is not in line with common sense, and is contrary to the moral values of normal people. But for me who has lost all my emotions, it is the most reasonable behavior. Have you ever thought about how to avoid the 90% mortality rate of rookies in the first year to the greatest extent? I haven't thought about it. Because I am sure that I can definitely survive. Zhu Shurjiu tried not to frown. And after answering, he asked, Does this have anything to do with you wanting to mate with me? After joining the group chat, the first question I asked other seniors was what the organization would do if a new student got pregnant after joining the organization. The organization's answer was to ensure the birth of the child. In other words, if I get pregnant, I can safely spend the first year of the rookie period. Zhu Shurjiu opened his mouth slightly. This is normal. After losing my feelings, the first thing I thought about was what advantages I had over others. So I thought about my ability to get pregnant. So what does the organization think about female students getting pregnant? Will the organization allow female students to get pregnant when they are new? What to do after getting pregnant? The fact that the minister brought us to this dormitory actually explains the problem. Men and women live in the same building. And I looked through the rules for an afternoon and didn't see any regulations prohibiting men and women from dating. So I understood that this is a hidden rule. Zhu Shurjiu heard this and figured out her logic. Then, did you ask the department head in the group and confirm with them the treatment of new female students after pregnancy? Su Chan nodded. Yes. Asking directly is the fastest. I am sure that I am not the only one who has thought of this question. Other seniors must have had similar thoughts. From the perspective of the organization, we are all geniuses far beyond ordinary people. Doesn't the organization want to keep the excellent genes of geniuses like us? So, I asked other seniors in the group, and their answer was that at least once a month, the organization would come to take the egg cells of our female students and the sperm cells of our male students. Zhu Shurjiu almost couldn't hold it in. This is something that sounds very perverted at first, but it is very reasonable when you think about it carefully. He has never thought about this question. Are you serious? This is what the seniors told me. When I asked, they also told me that even if there were stocks of our egg cells and sperm cells, the organization would not prevent us from naturally giving birth to offspring. And in order to ensure that the child can be born normally, after the female student becomes pregnant, all dangerous courses will be stopped, and a comfortable environment will be arranged for the pregnant mother to prepare for pregnancy. Zhu Shurjiu understood. This seemingly frivolous girl actually performed the most rational thinking, and used her extraordinary wisdom to think of the safest way to survive at the first time. Su Chan said, I just want to survive. If you agree to mate with me, then everything I have will be yours. You can use me at will. From the perspective of human reproduction, if your belief in saving the world is strong enough, you should leave as many excellent seeds as possible. And I can be the first. Moreover, if it turns out that our child is excellent, you may be able to reproduce more offspring, be protected all the time, and live to old age. After Su Chan finished speaking, the whole room fell into a long silence. Time passed second by second. So what's your answer? Su Chan didn't intend to waste time waiting. She asked. All you need to pay is the calories consumed by exercise, and your sperm cells. From a rational point of view, you have almost no loss. After a long silence, Zhu Shurjiu's expression changed. As long as I consume calories once, I can save your life. And by the way, I may become a stud with a worry-free life under strict protection of the organization in the future? Yes. Zhu Shizhou looked at Su Chan. A girl with a clean appearance and a sense of self-respect and self-love. If she recovered emotionally during pregnancy, would she regret her choice today? He shook his head expressionlessly. It sounds good, but I refuse. Su Chan was not surprised, but just asked why. Unfortunately, you did not meet me in the state of the Virgin Mary. Zhu Shizhou answered in his heart. If she met him in the state of the Virgin Mary, he would probably agree. There is no other reason. Just because he can save her life with a mating. This reason is enough for him as a Virgin Mary. And rejecting Su Chan also requires a legitimate reason. In order to ensure that he does not reveal any flaws, he needs to reject Su Chan's proposal from a rational point of view. There are two biggest problems with your reason. The first problem is that you think the child born after you and I combine will be excellent in the future. This is just your own assumption. Only under the premise of this assumption can I qualify as a stud. But have you ever thought that your or my genes may not be as good as you think? The organization will come to take my sperm cells, which means that my sperm cells are likely to be cultivated into fertilized eggs with other egg cells. In other words, I just need to wait for my child to be born. And there is no need to combine with you. Especially since I am the best newcomer this year. I believe the organization will give me a more suitable egg cell. What's more, if the child born after I combine with you is not that good, then wouldn't it cut off my path to becoming a stud? Su Chan listened expressionlessly. Secondly, is it really good to be a stud? Even if safety is guaranteed, who knows if I will become a mere sewing tool? If I do it too many times, will my lifespan be affected? These are things that you cannot regret once you choose them. Why should I take such a big risk to mate with you? There are more disadvantages than advantages. Besides, your choice does not necessarily have to be me. If you want to successfully conceive, I am not the only choice. After saying that, Su Chan still had no reaction. So he simply pushed Su Chan out of the room. Su Chan did not resist, and left the room honestly. Before closing the door, Zhu Shizhou said, finally, I will give you a suggestion. Think about yourself before the injection of the drug. If one day you recover your emotions, will you regret it? Chapter 207 The Death of Luo Sui. Zhu Shizhou drove Su Chan away. Her proposal was completely beyond Zhu Shizhou's expectations. It seemed that the other students also knew what Su Chan wanted to do, and did not stop her, which showed that their values had been distorted by the potion. In the end, he just persuaded Su Chan. As for whether she would find someone else to reproduce in the end, Zhu Shizhou didn't know. If such a thing really happened, he would only sigh at most. Su Chan had nothing to do with him. He had said everything he should say. If she didn't listen, Zhu Shizhou couldn't do anything. But although the proposal was ridiculous, Zhu Shizhou still felt that there were quite a few smart candidates who passed the test. Female students can avoid participating in overly dangerous tasks by getting pregnant. This hidden mechanism was discovered so quickly. I didn't even think about it. There is no doubt that during the entire test process, there must be many candidates who concealed their strength and chose to keep a low profile. Zhu Shizhou felt that his brain circuit was still a little behind these people, since someone at the headquarters has thought of this. What about Luo Sui? Zhu Shizhou thought so. This matter cannot be delayed. Luo Sui is one of the chess pieces he may use in the future. If there is a problem with her, and she does not follow the route he gave, then this chess piece will be useless. Moreover, Luo Sui is half a friend of his. So Zhu Shizhou tidied himself up and went out. He did not alarm others, and only took his mobile phone with him. After leaving the dormitory, Zhu Shizhou first bound his account on his mobile phone. The binding method is very simple. Just fill in the information. The account is real name. There is no nickname. The first screen after each mobile phone is turned on is the registration interface. And even a fool can follow the prompts. After registering the account, Zhu Shizhou's mobile phone received a large number of messages at the first time. And it kept dinging continuously. So many people want to add me as a friend? There are also invitations to join the group. How come it's like I just entered college? This extremely ordinary way of contact made Zhu Shizhou feel confused. The new students who just entered the school all have a common large group. Zhu Shizhou found Luo Sui and Fu Sidu in a list of freshmen and applied to add them as friends. The operation of the contact software is very simple. Before the friend application was approved, Zhu Shizhou called them while inviting them to join the group. As a result, Luo Suyi did not answer the phone, and Fu Sidu answered it first. What's the matter? Fu Sidu's tone was very calm. If ordinary people heard it, they would probably think that this guy was alienating him. But Zhu Shizhou knew that this was the normal phenomenon of emotional erasure. Zhu Shizhou simply told him about the female student who asked him to reproduce, and asked him what he thought of Luo Suyi. After listening, Fu Sidu thought about it and said, Luo Suyi should not do this. The reason is very simple. Her purpose is to cure her hyperthymesia. This is her greatest belief in joining the organization. This is her primary purpose. Only when this primary purpose is achieved can she consider the issue of survival. Because I am the same. After the injection of the drug, although all my fears about terminal illness disappeared, objectively speaking, I still followed my previous purpose. Is this emotional inertia? Zhu Shizhou muttered to himself. My treatment will start after the visit to the alien insects tonight. But I don't know about Luo Suyi. Maybe the treatment has already started. Zhu Shizhou was a little worried. After calling up the map on his mobile phone, he walked directly to the dormitory building of the reconnaissance department. It only took 10 minutes for Zhu Shizhou to stand downstairs of the dormitory building of the reconnaissance department. Huh? Number 666? When he was about to go in, a student who just came out of the dormitory seemed to recognize him, and made a surprised sound. It's me. Zhu Shizhou didn't know this person. He just said, I know you. You are the newcomer who performed best in this test. Didn't you choose the command center? Why are you hanging out in the reconnaissance department? Who are you? Just an unknown person in the reconnaissance department. The person who claimed to be an unknown person waved his hand and reminded. If you are looking for the newcomer number 250, who is in the same period with you, go to the dormitory building next door. The rooms here are occupied by our old students. The newcomers live in the next building. Zhu Shizhou suddenly realized. Thank you. However, this also told Zhu Shizhou that their old students were also paying attention to the newcomer's test. And they also knew something about him, and number 250 Luo Suyi. When Zhu Shizhou was about to leave, the old student asked, What do you want to do with her? Zhu Shizhou didn't have a good way to express his emotional obliteration for a while. So he thought about it, and answered looking for her to mate. Old student. Zhu Shizhou's words made the old student speechless. Just like when Zhu Shizhou heard Su Chan's words. The old student sighed. You young people are really having fun. Is the outside world so open now? I can't keep up with the times. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. As if he was performing for a blind man. He asked tentatively. Your emotions. I inject the medicine once a month. I haven't injected the medicine for next month yet. So that's it. The old students are not in a state of emotional obliteration all the time. It is possible that their emotions are obliterated this month. But they haven't injected the medicine next month. And their emotions will return to normal. They also need to wait for a new round of injections to restore their emotional obliteration. The old students in front of him obviously have normal moral values and subjective emotions. You go first. I won't stop you from mating. But I want to remind you that in the organization, studs will eventually die of exhaustion. There are really studs in the organization? Zhu Shizhou was very surprised. But he felt it was reasonable. This is something that the Black Soldier organization can do. Thanks for the reminder. But it doesn't matter. He is not going to be a stud. Not to mention that his genes are really not that good. After his sperm cells combine with other excellent people, his genes may be a hindrance. Let alone worrying about being selected by the organization to be a stud. There is more than one dormitory building in the reconnaissance department. Zhu Shizhou followed the instructions of the old students, and came to the bottom of another dormitory building. He went in to ask the dorm manager, who said, Luo Suyi really? She lives in room 211, and didn't go out the whole afternoon. Didn't go out? Zhu Shizhou was puzzled. He called Luo Suyi again. But no one answered. Zhu Shizhou didn't waste any words. Went up to the second floor, found room 211, and knocked on the door. After knocking for a long time, no one responded, and Zhu Shizhou had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurried downstairs to find the dorm manager. I suspect Luo Suyi in room 211 has a problem. Please open the room immediately. I want to go in and check. The dorm manager was not surprised. Nor did he ask. But just sighed. It's probably another one. Oh. Let's go. I'll go with you. I brought a spare access card. TSK. I guess I have to clean it up again later. Another what? What to clean up? The words of the dorm manager made Zhu Shurjiu feel even more uneasy. But Zhu Shurjiu didn't waste time asking, and went upstairs again and took out the spare access card. The dormitory manager opened the door. Then, Zhu Shurjiu smelled blood. On the sofa against the wall of the room, Luo Suyi was wearing the same clothes as when she was tested. She lay quietly on the sofa, and the blood that flowed to the ground had solidified into a large pool of shocking marks. Luo Suyi was dead. Chapter 208, Ulterior Motives for Friendship Proposals. The dormitory manager muttered. Another suicide. Zhu Shurjiu felt his body go cold, muttering to himself. Why? The dormitory manager shook his head. Why else? Of course. It's because she couldn't bear the cost of emotional loss. See if she left any suicide notes. But I guess there won't be any. They are all suicides. It's even more abnormal to have a suicide note when their emotions are wiped out. Zhu Shurjiu quickly calmed down, walked over and touched Luo Suyi's body, which was extremely cold. The dormitory manager also came over to check. The time of death has exceeded 3 hours, which means that she basically chose to commit suicide not long after arriving in this room, which shows how decisive she is. After the dormitory manager checked, he and Zhu Shurjiu, as the first person to discover it, stayed in the room and reported the matter to their superiors. The superiors obviously had a plan for this situation. The police, forensic doctors, and cleaners, who came to deal with the body, and the blood in the room rushed into the room expressionlessly. After a brief inspection of Luo Suyi's fatal wound, the cleaner quickly carried Luo Suyi away, and then cooperated to clean up the blood on the ground. The whole process took no more than 10 minutes. After that, Zhu Shurjiu was taken to the interrogation room. The police officer first said that we have preliminarily determined that she committed suicide and was not forced by anyone. No one else was found to have entered her room in the surveillance. But this is only a preliminary result, and your suspicion cannot be completely ruled out. In addition, we found 2 call records from her mobile phone address book, both from the same number. Zhu Shurjiu calmed down and said, That's my number. The police checked Zhu Shurjiu's number and confirmed it. Why did you call her? Why did you come to her? Do you have any clues about her death? I called her because I wanted to mate with her. My goal is to reproduce with her and leave as many seeds as possible. I think my genes are excellent. Even if I don't accomplish the great feat of saving the world, the offspring I breed will definitely be able to do it. So I came to her. Zhu Shurjiu had a blank expression on his face, with no emotional fluctuations. This answer is quite reasonable. So reasonable that it is hard to find fault with it. Mating is to breed more talents with excellent genes. And Zhu Shurjiu is the best student of this session. In the entry test, Luo Suyi was the top female student. And Zhu Shurjiu's belief in saving the world made him consider it very comprehensively. So it is not surprising that he wanted to reproduce with Luo Suyi. She has hyperthymesia. I think that's why she committed suicide. Hyperthymesia? The police officer flipped through the information in his hand, and it was true. Then I roughly know what's going on. Her hyperthymesia means she can't bear the cost of emotional loss. Zhu Shurjiu asked why. You can imagine. If you regard hyperthymesia as torture, would you want to end this torture as soon as possible? Before the injection of the drug, the way she ended the torture was to ask the organization to help her treat hyperthymesia. After the emotional erasure, although she would not suffer, she could choose a faster way to end the torture, which was to end her own life. Ending her life is the easiest way to treat hyperthymesia for her. She didn't do it before because she was afraid of death, and her will to live prevented her from committing suicide. But then, after the injection of the drug, this fear of death instinct disappeared, and she began to weigh treating hyperthymesia and ending her life. Which one is more convenient? There is no doubt that Luo Suyi chose the latter. This is too extreme. After waiting for more than half an hour, the final test results came out, and Zhu Shurjiu did not have anything to do with it. Luo Suyi's suicide was completely spontaneous and had nothing to do with Zhu Shurjiu. After confirming this, Zhu Shurjiu was released, and the police officer even drove him back to the cadet dormitory of the command center. Zhu Shurjiu thought for a long time and has not yet returned to the game, because there is not enough time. He has to wait until tomorrow at least, and he can return to this morning after his death. Zhu Shurjiu just told Fu Sidu about this. Fu Sidu's answer was still very calm. I understand. Even I had thought about suicide before, so it's not surprising that Luo Suyi would do so. Zhu Shurjiu was silent, then shook his head. He knew that it was useless to discuss this with Fu Sidu. because both Fusidu and Luo Suyi's survival emotions were suppressed by the medicine. Fusidu's goal was to treat terminal illnesses, and the core content itself was survival. With a belief in survival, Fusidu would not easily commit suicide. Should he save Luo Suyi? Zhu Shizhou had no hesitation about this question. Anyway, he was not going to update the rollback point before he finished reading the books on the bookshelf in the room. He would probably roll back 2 or 3 times. If he could not persuade Luo Suyi to survive in these 2 or 3 rollbacks, he would not roll back for Luo Suyi. He could only say sorry and continue to advance time. After returning to the room, Zhu Shizhou looked through the chat group of the headquarters. There were many members who were lurking in it. Generally, no one spoke. This group was mainly used to issue some notices. In the afternoon, Su Chan and the others came to him and talked about the activities of visiting alien insects. Zhu Shizhou indeed found the announcement notice issued by the minister in the group. Now it was time. The head of the headquarters said in the group. All new members of the headquarters gathered downstairs in the dormitory. Zhu Shizhou checked his combat uniform and went out. But he saw Su Chan and the others as soon as he opened the door. It was obvious that they had been squatting here just now, waiting for Zhu Shizhou to go out. Zhu Shizhou did not have to act alone, so he did not refuse them to go with him. The other students were walking in front, while Su Chan was half a step behind them. I thought about what you said to me. Zhu Shizhou was still thinking about Luo Suyi, and replied casually, I hope you really listened to it. I listened to it, so I thought of a way that would not make me regret it and achieve my goal. You haven't given up yet. Zhu Shizhou was a little speechless. Then he heard Su Chan continue to say, as long as I fall in love with you sincerely, I won't regret it. The same is true for you. As long as you fall in love with me, then the combination of the two of us will be a natural thing. Zhu Shizhou was stunned, and it took him a long time to react. Does this mean that you want to pursue him? I've thought about it for a long time. The emotional erasure effect of the potion has a recovery period every month. I want to use the emotional recovery period every month to have a serious relationship with you. Su Chan said seriously. You don't rush to refuse. You don't have any feelings for me now. But that must be the effect of the potion. When you enter the emotional recovery period, you can consider my proposal carefully. Su Chan patted Zhu Shizhou's butt and took the opportunity to pinch it twice. Even if we can't be lovers, I want to be friends with you. What do you think? Please think about it carefully. Chapter 209. A woman who is extremely good at taking advantage of everything. What the hell? I am a man, and I was molested by a nymphomaniac? Zhu Shizhou was shocked. However, when he touched his butt, Su Chan had already withdrawn her hand, and she looked as if nothing had happened. The butt feels good? Su Chan said lightly. Zhu Shizhou. Just now, most of his attention was focused on Luo Suyi's death. But now he found that his original sad and emotional mood was suddenly destroyed by this guy's molesting and harassment. It can be seen how impactful her molesting behavior is. Pervert. Zhu Shizhou made a conclusion about Su Chan in his heart. He felt that he was defiled. Zhu Shizhou didn't want to say much to this pervert. On the surface, he pretended that nothing happened, but his footsteps had already quietly moved away from her. Su Chan didn't care either. She just felt that she didn't show greater value. So Zhu Shizhou couldn't put her on both ends of the scale. This is rational thinking. She thought Zhu Shizhou would think absolutely rationally. But Zhu Shizhou didn't. No matter what happened between the two, the other students were unaware. Everyone went downstairs and saw a man in a black soldier uniform standing downstairs. Unlike other black soldiers, this man was not wearing a mask and had no firearms in his hands. This was the first time Zhu Shizhou saw a black soldier without a mask, and he was a little surprised for a while. I am your command instructor. My last name is Mo. You can just call me Instructor Mo. Instructor Mo said calmly. Zhu Shizhou, who had read the course manual in the room a long time ago, understood that this person was the instructor of the core courses of their headquarters. Each department has its own series of core courses, which are equivalent to compulsory courses in college. And the command course is the basic course of the core courses. For example, the foundation of their headquarters core courses is the command course, and other core courses are centered around this course. For example, the core basic course of the assault department is the use of firearms. The emergency mobility department is extreme training, and the reconnaissance department is intelligence analysis. Each department has its own focus. Some courses in other departments are compulsory, and some are elective. In other words, the core courses of each department may have overlapping parts, such as the intelligence analysis course of the reconnaissance department, which is also one of the core courses of the headquarters. In terms of the range of choices, in theory everyone can choose the core courses of other departments, but no one will do so, because they can't learn them all, even if they are geniuses. Zhu Shizhou doesn't have to worry about this. The only thing that limits him is time. As long as he goes back enough times, he can always master more skills than other students. The official course selection will start tomorrow. Of course, the tomorrow here, for Zhu Shizhou, should be 3 days later. During this period, he had to keep going back and read all the books in the room in one go. Now back to the matter of visiting the alien insects. After all, there are fewer people in the command center, so Instructor Mo is a little faster than the people in other departments. He took the lead in leading everyone to walk on the wide road and move towards the destination. After walking for about 20 minutes, the students found that the surrounding environment gradually became remote. But the surroundings were still silent, and there was a feeling of gradually becoming weird, as everyone was alert. Instructor Mo said calmly, "This area is the outer area of the alien insect living area." No one reacted at all. Zhu Shizhou's heart skipped a beat. "Alien insect living area?" Instructor Mo said. "We have to deal with alien insects, so we have to study them. How fast are alien insects? How hard is its carapace? How sharp are its limbs and mouthparts? How fast does it reproduce? How much does it eat? Does its food menu only include humans?" Instructor Mo raised a lot of questions, some of which Zhu Shizhou had thought about before, and some of which he hadn't thought about yet. Most of the other students were in the same situation, and they began to ponder. In short, the Zerg are very powerful, but they are not impossible to capture. Since our organization captured the first Zerg, we have begun to study the Zerg, and even developed a lot of technology that is ahead of the times, because there are a lot of new elements in the Zerg that are not found on Earth. Every cell and every drop of fluid in the Zerg is worth studying, and our command center does not need to study their characteristics like a research institute. We only need to study their behavior patterns and understand their habits and decision-making patterns. Instructor Mo said as he led everyone to a house, in a place that looks like a primeval forest. A modern building suddenly appeared. Instructor Mo also said, "This is the teaching building for our command class in the future. Today is the first time I bring you here. You will need to come here by yourself in the future. Tomorrow is the course selection time, and starting from the day after tomorrow, you all need to come here for class at 8 o'clock every morning. Latecomers will be deducted points. Everyone's initial score for the command course is 1,000 points. The command course implements a deduction system. All your actions may be deducted points. All the interpretation rights are mine. After the course is over, your remaining score will be the final score of this course. Finally, the organization will combine all your scores to determine whether you can pass the line." Speaking of this, Instructor Mo glanced at everyone with a calm and majestic look. "Now, do you have any questions?" Everyone remained silent. It was not that they had no questions, but they were still thinking about what Instructor Mo had just said. "No one wants to ask anything." Instructor Mo nodded and said calmly, "Okay. Deduct 10 points from everyone." The students were stunned. They started deducting points now? Too fast. "Why?" Zhu Shizhou asked immediately. "You gave us too little time to think, and the rules were not explained. We don't know how to follow this deduction system. The points may be deducted for no reason." Instructor Mo looked at Zhu Shizhou and said, "Zhu Shizhou, deduct 10 points. Zhu Shizhou, the time you are given to think is too short because you often have that little time to think. In my class, you must maintain the most focused attention and the fastest thinking speed. Otherwise, I will deduct points from you. Just now, no one of you asked questions. If you just didn't react, it only means that your brain is not good. But if some of you have understood the rules just now but didn't ask, it means that you don't have the courage and initiative that a commander should have. You didn't understand the rules. You didn't ask me, but questioned me instead. This shows that you are more accustomed to questioning orders than obeying them, which is a taboo in the army. Is what I said above clear enough?" Everyone quickly answered clear. "Quite clear," Instructor Mo said coldly. "The same sentence does not need to be expressed a second time. Your answer just now was not concise enough, but because you have not undergone systematic military training. This time it is just a warning. And the second time will be deducted. Do you understand? Now everyone was forced to keep up with Instructor Mo's rhythm. And they responded concisely one by one. Understood. Damn. This is too scary. In just a few minutes, Zhu Shurjiu felt a strong sense of oppression. You know, the class hasn't even started yet. And everyone has been deducted 10 points. He, the best newcomer, has been deducted 20 points. It can be foreseen that if the class starts later, I don't know how many points will be deducted. However, despite the deductions, Zhu Shurjiu still raised his hand and started asking questions according to Instructor Mo's previous instructions. Instructor Mo, there is a deduction system. Is there a bonus system? No. Instructor Mo answered. The other students also reacted and began to ask. What will happen if the points are deducted? You will fail the course. But you will have one chance to retake the exam. But if you fail the retake, you will be directly demoted to an experimental subject. And the treatment will be the same as other candidates who were eliminated in the test before. This is quite scary. The students asked again. Is there a passing line after the course? No. Is the command class life-threatening? Yes. What is the probability of death from the beginning to the end of the command class? Among the more than 20 of you, about 5 will die. But if all of you are very capable, then perhaps everyone can survive. Instructor, can I sleep with you and reproduce? No. The last question was asked by Su Chan. Such a shocking question directly made all the other candidates look at Su Chan. Su Chan looked calm and did not feel embarrassed at all. Zhu Shurjiu held his forehead and was deeply impressed by Su Chan's brain circuit. Instructor Mo frowned. Su Chan, deduct 10 points. Don't ask meaningless questions. Zhu Shurjiu looked at Su Chan speechlessly. Su Chan looked at Zhu Shurjiu and whispered. Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking this question just to reproduce with the instructor. I just want to prove that scores are meaningless to me who will eventually get pregnant. If you have any questions, you can ask me for you. So that you, the best one, won't be deducted. This was the first thing Su Chan could think of after listening to the course rules announced by Instructor Mo. She was serious about her own value to Zhu Shurjiu. You can use me at will. Su Chan was serious when she said this before. Of course, in order to avoid becoming an experimental subject, Su Chan added, just don't let my scores be deducted. Zhu Shurjiu opened his mouth, but was speechless in the end. I have to admit that this is a very tempting proposal. If Su Chan does some things that may be deducted for him, then perhaps things will be easier in the future. Sometimes he can even let Su Chan become the knife in his hand to reduce the number of rollbacks. This woman. For the first time, Zhu Shurjiu took her seriously in his heart and placed Su Chan on the same level as Fu Sidu and Luo Sui. Chapter 210 The End of the Death Squad. This is the first time that someone wants to be his tool. Zhu Shurjiu did not give a positive response, because he vaguely sensed the danger of Su Chan, a woman, and felt that it would be bad if he got involved with her. But in short, Su Chan had already given her price, and she believed that Zhu Shurjiu would give her a satisfactory answer after weighing the pros and cons. Instructor Mo was answering the students' questions in front. Some students asked very valuable questions, but some students asked stupid questions and were deducted points. You should know that the class will not start until the day after tomorrow, and some students' scores have dropped to 950 points. Instructor Mo clearly remembers the names of every student, and every student who has been deducted points should not try to get away with it. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the core course instructors of other departments also brought their students here. Zhu Shurjiu saw Fu Sidu among the people in the logistics department, and Fu Sidu also saw him. The two looked at each other, and Fu Sidu nodded to him, which was considered a greeting. One look at Fu Sidu's face showed that he was not affected by Luo Sui's death at all. Instructor Mo waved his hand to stop the students who were about to ask questions. The students immediately shut up obediently. A tall and strong man laughed when he saw this. Hey, Instructor Mo, you have trained them well. You made them obedient so quickly? Instructor Mo had a cold face, his hands behind his back, and remained silent, looking arrogant, which made the man angry. Just as he was about to speak, a female voice came from the side. Instructor Ma, the people in your assault department are still so noisy. The woman who was talking was the instructor of the core basic course, intelligence analysis course of the reconnaissance department. Instructor Ma retorted. Town Nua, I heard that one of your students seems to have died. I would say that the people in your reconnaissance department have weak psychological endurance. Shut up. Instructor Tao's face darkened. The other instructors did not speak, but it was obvious that they were used to the bickering between the two. In the end, it was Instructor Mo who got straight to the point. Stop talking nonsense. Now that everyone is here, let's start the activity. Fortunately, the bickering between the two was just a minor friction. After each of them snorted coldly, they said to everyone behind them, "Everyone stand at attention." With a swish, the students present quickly lined up and stood in place. Instructor Mo did not speak. He just walked to the teaching building in the forest first and said briefly, "Follow me." Everyone followed obediently, and the students led by other instructors followed one after another and entered the teaching building. The scene in the teaching building was quite ordinary. Everyone walked through a long corridor, took the elevator to the top floor in batches, and came to a room similar to a large conference room. The entire conference room can accommodate at least 1,000 people, much like the auditorium for various meetings in the university. Everyone sat down in different areas in the conference room according to the instructor's instructions. And then the visit to the alien insects began. There was a huge screen in front of the conference room. Unlike watching a movie, this time the screen showed a real-time ultra-clear picture without delay. There was a forest on the screen, empty and silent. Instructor Mo said, "Our teaching building is in the outer area of the alien insect living area, and the picture on the camera is the core area of the alien insect life. The speed of alien insects is comparable to that of bullets. Under normal circumstances, we can't even successfully lock onto the screen of alien insects, let alone observe them. So in order to facilitate observation, the organization arranged people as bait." Zhu Shurjiu was shocked. What he said about visiting alien insects is this observation method. Who would be the bait? In the picture, a group of men and women in thin prison uniforms, about 20 people, appeared at the edge of the forest, and there were several fully armed black soldiers holding guns standing next to them. Instructor Mo said, "These people are death row prisoners. According to the laws of society, they would have become dead souls under the gun a few months or even years ago. But our organization summoned these people and asked them to demonstrate various dangerous courses that might kill the students. It's a waste utilization." Hearing this, Zhu Shurjiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, what was about to happen in the picture did cause him some psychological pressure. As an ordinary person, he couldn't sit back and watch others die without doing anything. But death row prisoners are different. At least they feel much less guilty. Zhu Shurjiu did not dare to show a strange look, and kept comforting himself in his heart. These death row prisoners were just people who should have died long ago. Now they were asked to donate their useless bodies for the cause of human research on alien insects, which was a worthy death. However, he finally understood why the organization injected the black soldiers with the black soldier potion that wiped out emotions. Today, death row prisoners were used as experimental subjects. But what about the future? Will innocent people be used for experiments? Once this kind of guilt accumulates and then explodes, it is enough to distort a person's will. The Black Soldier organization solved this problem from the root. Not only did they directly wipe out emotions, but they also tampered with everyone's rational logic during the training class, forcing everyone to accept the concept that human lives are resources that can be consumed at will. People who were wiped out by emotions could not realize how distorted this concept was. The students were concentrating, and none of them thought as much as Zhu Shurjiu. Now, just seeing the death row prisoners standing at the edge of the forest, each with a pale face, Zhu Shurjiu almost couldn't help shaking his head. Fortunately, he held back. The reason why the kindness of hypocrites is called hypocrisy is precisely because their kindness is very fragile. Suchan said beside him, "Use death row prisoners." Sure enough, I was wondering before why the organization knows so much about alien insects, and where the experimental data comes from. It's really the case, Zhu Shurjiu said lightly. Just make the best use of it. Suchan glanced at Zhu Shurjiu, then nodded. Instructor Mo took out a communicator, and the voice amplified by the microphone resounded throughout the conference room. Begin the experiment. The armed personnel on the screen received the instructions, so they pointed their guns at the prisoners' heads and forced them to move forward. Then, it was unknown what they said to them. The death row prisoners showed panic on their faces, and then strode forward and ran wildly into the depths of the forest. Then, the screen split into two halves. The left side was a view looking down from the sky, and the right side showed a radar-like screen. The slowly moving red dots on the black screen symbolized the escape routes chosen by these death row prisoners. The red dots scattered and moved in all directions in a radial pattern. However, this scattered action was meaningless to the Zerg. Soon, everyone saw the first dead person. The Zerg was indeed very fast. Everyone noticed the death of this person, because they saw the red dot on the radar on the right suddenly disappeared. After the red dot disappeared, the real-time monitoring camera turned to the dead person. The Zerg pierced the chest of the death row prisoner, and then began to eat his body. The sharp legs tore the thin clothes into pieces, and stuffed them into his mouth. The blood scattered on the ground. The death row prisoner stared at the sky with his lifeless eyes, and died with his eyes open. 3 months ago, he brutally tortured and killed a girl and abandoned her. When he was arrested by the police, he still insisted that he was innocent and confessed that he was mentally ill, hoping to escape legal sanctions. Instructor Mo said lightly, announcing the crime of the death row prisoner. The crimes of the other death row prisoners are equally unforgivable. If these death row prisoners can survive this experiment, they will be assigned to the next experiment until they die. They will not be redeemed, but their existence will be recorded by us. If one day you also commit a crime that is unforgivable to humans, you may also become a glorious experimental subject and sacrifice your life for the cause of human research on alien insects. Just like these death row prisoners. 10 minutes later, the death row squad was wiped out. Chapter 211, Advanced Experimental Subjects. It was cruel and realistic. The organization gave this group of death row prisoners the task of crossing the forest. The death row prisoners may not know what is waiting for them, but facing the threat of force from the black soldiers, they still ran wildly into the depths of the forest, and were eaten by the alien insects as delicious food. Everyone carries an unforgivable sin, and the scene of everyone's death is so miserable. Will we be like this in the future? Su-chan murmured beside him. I will definitely die. From a rational point of view, I can't imagine how I can deal with these alien insects. No matter how much training humans have, can they be compared with alien insects? Before Zhu Shurjiu could answer, Instructor Mo said, humans are superior to alien insects in that they can use tools and have higher intelligence. Do you know why the core course of the assault department is the use of firearms? Because humans cannot deal with alien insects with bare hands. Only by using firearms can there be a glimmer of hope. Just now, I showed you how unarmed ordinary people are powerless in the face of alien insects. Now I will show you what the result is when trained and strengthened people face alien insects fully armed. Zhu Shurjiu's heart moved and asked, Black soldiers? Instructor Mo sneered and replied, No. It's the rats of the anti-black soldier organization around the world. And the traitors of the black soldier organization. Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. The other students also hurried to look at the screen. What is different from the previous batch of death row inmates is that this time, a group of people wearing black soldier uniforms appeared in the picture. Everyone's face had a calmness that was different from the previous batch of death row inmates. It seemed that they were not being executed, but dying heroically. After they were captured by us, we strengthened their bodies, but did not erase their emotions. The equipment they were wearing was ours, and they had also undergone combat training and firearms training from our black soldier organization. It can be said that except for emotions, they have reached the standards of black soldier in all aspects. In other words, these people are experimental subjects with abilities equivalent to those of black soldier. After hearing these words, Zhu Shurjiu thought of a possibility. Damn it. Could it be that letting the rats develop in the outside world is not because the black soldier organization does not care, but because the black soldier organization regards them as a stock of advanced experimental subjects? When these people are used up, they will capture some from other organizations outside, and after catching them back, they will be given intensive training, forcing them to learn how to fight alien insects. Then they will become the best experimental subjects with actual abilities comparable to those of black soldier. What's more terrifying is that people from other organizations are completely unaware of this, and they are developing quietly like clowns, treating the calmness of the black soldier organization as a fear of them. People like Xuen who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is have joined those organizations one after another. The black soldier organization doesn't even need to select people who can meet the standards for drug injections, because other organizations are all ready. Zhu Shurjiu's scalp tingled, but he noticed the other type of people the instructor mentioned. He asked calmly, Instructor, what about the traitors in the black soldier organization you just mentioned? Instructor Mo glanced at Zhu Shurjiu and said, Some black soldier reserves are not honest. After joining the organization, they want to secretly resist the organization. Some organizations even arrange their people into our black soldier organization in order to steal the secrets of the black soldier organization. Facing the gaze of Instructor Mo, Zhu Shurjiu pretended to be calm. He happened to be the former. Instructor Mo continued, if these people did not take any action, we could still pretend not to know. But when they started to act, they became traitors. We sent people to capture them. And then, they became advanced experimental subjects. With a few words, he directly summarized the magnificent resistance actions of these people, who were full of awareness. In short, what you see now are actually very well-trained and excellent experimental subjects, who have reached the standards of black soldiers in all aspects. They will show you how to fight against alien insects correctly. Of course, they may also become negative examples. These people after the death penalty team are called the resistance team. The team name was just a casual remark by the instructor. And the students began to call these people by this name. Who cares about their real names? They don't even care about their own names. The edge of the forest. As we said before, there are alien insects in the forest. Your mission is to cross this forest and reach the beach by the sea. The black soldier, holding a gun, said coldly to the people in front of him, who were also wearing black soldier uniforms, and then pointed to the gun rack pushed up next to him, on which were placed the same standard guns. Each of these guns can only be fired 10 times in total. You go forward to receive them according to the number, which will be your guarantee for crossing the forest. Don't do anything irrational. Otherwise we will kill you on the spot. Every member of the resistance team has a number on his chest, which is very eye-catching. Okay. I get it. I said these words last year. Last year, there were 3 people who resisted. But you took less than half a second to deal with them. We all know it. One of the experimental subjects, with a hideous scar on his face, said impatiently. And the number displayed on his chest was number 1. This was also his number last year. Old Wolf. Is there really no chance to resist? Number 1 was called Old Wolf by the other members of the resistance team. He was the only senior member of the resistance team who had survived from last year to now, while the others were experimental subjects who were captured in recent months. What Old Wolf said impatiently just now was not actually against the black soldiers, but to remind the others in the team. These experimental subjects were captured by the black soldiers and trained for a long time, just to wait for one day to rise up and resist. Their hard work even surpassed many black soldiers in reserve. In addition, their qualifications were also good, and their strength had changed dramatically. But they were experimental subjects after all, and they could not see any hope of survival. Lao Lang spat on the ground. Don't think about it. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Last year, a brother wanted to do this, but was killed instantly. Do you think you are strong enough now? No. It's all bullshit. These black soldiers who guard us are elites among the official black soldiers. No matter how strong you are just chickens to them. Others naturally believe Lao Lang, although everyone has known each other for less than a few months. They are all comrades of the anti-black soldier organization after all. Lao Lang is the experimental subject who has experienced the most experiments among them, so he naturally has a say. In fact, they didn't know each other's names. They usually called each other by code names. For example, Lao Lang was called Lao Lang because he had a wolf head tattoo on his body, and his eyes were as sharp as a wolf. Lao Lang, who did not want to reveal his name, behaved like a veteran in every experiment. Most of the time, he could lead everyone to overcome various difficulties and pass the experiment. He was also the most cowardly one among all. He said that everyone could not resist the black soldiers, and probably they really could not resist. In short, the purpose of this experiment is to prepare a performance for the new black soldiers in reserve. It is not difficult. I also experienced it last year. As long as you listen to me, you will definitely pass this experiment. Hearing this, everyone sighed. But they had no choice. One by one, they went to receive the guns calmly, looked at the black soldiers who were fully armed and staring at them, and finally chose not to resist. What can they do if they resist? The gun is limited to 10 rounds. Even if they show their power and kill these black soldiers who are supervising them, where can they escape? There is no means of escape. Resistance is tantamount to seeking death. Some of the less experienced ones were still thinking about resisting, but the more experienced ones were ready to lie down. So, under the pressure of the black soldiers, everyone entered the forest. As soon as the old wolf stepped into the forest, his temperament changed. From the original reckless, he became a very iron-blooded warrior. The whole person suddenly changed. Everyone knew that this was the old wolf entering the combat state. After countless life and death wanderings, the old wolf's actual combat ability is no less than some elite black soldiers. Ordinary alien insects can't deal with the old wolf, who is fully focused on the combat state. Bamboo Pole Iron Man. You two reconnaissance teams should first scout for traces within 100 meters. Starting from the northeast and heading northwest in an S-shaped reconnaissance. Bamboo Pole and Iron Man responded, and then began to scout forward. Bamboo Pole was called Bamboo Pole because when he was first captured, he was as thin as a bamboo pole and was held captive for 3 months. Iron Man's nickname came from the fact that he was once selected to participate in a willpower experiment. Among more than 100 people, he was the only one who did not have a mental breakdown. His willpower was extremely strong. So he was called Iron Man by everyone. He was held captive for 9 months. The two of them usually perform reconnaissance tasks in the resistance team. They can find details that ordinary people don't easily notice, and combine intelligence analysis capabilities to infer traces of alien insect activities from these details. Bamboo Pole has a very sensitive sense of smell, and Iron Man's visual ability has been enhanced beyond that of ordinary people. Both of them are very qualified reconnaissance team tools among the black soldiers. Old Wolf continued to arrange. Lao Chen and I are the assault and command group, located in the front and rear wings. Fangzi and Ashui are the assault group, located in the left and right wings. Hammer and Xiaofeng are the emergency mobile group and support group respectively, located in the center. If the momentum is not right, they will go up and provide support in time. With just a few words, the most concise instructions were given. TSK. It's a pity that the equipment and number of people are like this. Otherwise we can arrange a few armed defense groups. Old Wolf muttered. Then, Zhuvan and Iron Man, who had just gone out for reconnaissance, came back. No trace within 100 meters. Very good. Everyone move forward. Level 3 alert within 100 meters. Level 3 alert means that there is danger in a large area. But there is no danger around for the time being. Lao Lang believes in the abilities of Bamboo Pole and Iron Man. He knows that in a battle, the most taboo thing is to question. Since both of them said that there is no problem, there should be no trace of alien insect activity within 100 meters. In the meeting room, all the students watched Lao Lang and his actions, and almost understood the action mode of this team. Su Chan said, Fortunately, I did not join the reconnaissance department. The reconnaissance department is the first to contact alien insects in the team, and the danger is too great. Zhu Shurjiu stared at the screen intently, and did not answer. This is the best learning material. The instructor's purpose is very clear, which is to use human lives to teach these newbies how to fight alien insects. Everyone has a god's perspective. And the scene appearing on the overlooking screen made Zhu Shurjiu dare not be distracted. Especially about 1 kilometer in front of these resistance teams. An alien insect drilled out of the soil and shook off the dirt on its body. Chapter 212 Predictive Shooting. There is a problem. 2 members of the reconnaissance team came back after a reconnaissance and reported. 50 meters ahead, there is a very faint smell of blood in the air, and there are traces of freshly turned soil on the ground. We saw puncture marks left by the limbs of the alien insects piercing the tree trunks on the surrounding trees. We have reached the vicinity of the alien insect's nest. The judgment of the 2 reconnaissance teams was very accurate. When everyone was nervous and focused and walked to the front 50 meters, everyone really saw the traces left by the alien insects' activities. This is too obvious. The signs of alien insects' activities and stay nearby have long been studied by them. The smell of blood means that the alien insects have just eaten fresh blood. Lao Ang was reminded of this time last year, when he was still a newbie in the resistance team. A senior member of the team told him that the smell of blood in this forest meant that the Black Soldier organization had just fed humans to the alien insects. Yes, they feed humans like food to the dangerous pets of the alien Zerg. At that time, Lao Ang was furious and could not say anything. But now, he has long been numb. Before us, there were a group of people who entered this forest. Lao Ang said to everyone, maybe they were experimental subjects like us. Or maybe they were someone else. In short, these people have been eaten by the alien Zerg. Once you encounter alien Zerg and leave a bloody smell, it basically means there is no hope. Last year, the senior told Lao Ang what he told his teammates. This year, Lao Lang, as a senior, told his teammates again, "Is human life so cheap?" Xiaofeng, who was in the support group behind him, asked in a low voice. "Yes, human life is so cheap. In the eyes of the black soldiers, human life is a consumable resource. And in the eyes of the alien worms, it is food. Neither of them is a good thing." After Lao Lang answered, he warned Xiaofeng, "Don't be distracted in the battle. Otherwise you will die miserably. Suppress your emotional fluctuations. The black soldiers are the best standard textbook." Xiaofeng was still a little angry. "If you are like a black soldier, are you still a human? Stay rational. This is the effective conclusion I have drawn after so many experiments. Don't let the alien worms smell the hormones we produce due to emotional fluctuations." Xiaofeng heard this and forced himself to calm down. Although there is no definite evidence, there has been a saying among industry organizations that the alien worms hunt humans by smelling human hormones. The various hormones of the human body are extremely tempting spices to the alien worms. The alien worms can smell the hormones of the human body within a range of several kilometers, and thus discover humans. This theory came from an organization that was destroyed by the Black Soldier organization. Therefore, other anti-Black Soldier organizations also thought of the Black Soldier's operation of erasing emotions, which made sense after the connection. So even though they regarded the Black Soldier organization as an enemy, they still regarded them as standard teaching materials. You know, the Black Soldier organization is the one that has the most in-depth research on the Zerg. So other organizations are also scrambling to imitate the Black Soldier in order to increase their survival rate as much as possible. The Zerg must have ambushed us nearby at this time. We must be cautious. Lao Lang said something that was not nonsense. In the conference room, Zhu Shizhou held his breath and watched the screen. Only with a god's perspective could he see how dangerous Lao Lang and his team were. Damn it. The alien insects were less than 10 meters to the left of these people. Behind a tree. Lying on the trunk. In their blind spot. Zhu Shizhou held back the words that he was about to shout. And Lao Lang and his team were still unaware at this time. Su Chan, who was sitting on the side, was the only one who focused all her attention on Zhu Shizhou. She noticed that Zhu Shizhou obviously had something to say, and thought he wanted to ask a question. So she said to Zhu Shizhou, "Do you have anything to ask? I can help you ask the instructor." Zhu Shizhou reacted, then glanced at Su Chan, and then said, "Will the alien insects ambush humans again? Why is it different from the previous wave of death penalty teams?" Su Chan was actually thinking about this question. But if other candidates didn't ask, she wouldn't ask the instructor too much. Who knows if asking this question will be deducted points. But now, since Zhu Shizhou wanted to ask, she raised her hand and asked the same question. Instructor Mo looked at Su Chan and Zhu Shizhou and explained calmly. Although alien insects cannot communicate with humans, it is undeniable that they have intelligence. They don't always rush to attack humans without thinking. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is their basic intelligent judgment. Just like the black soldiers know the alien insects. The alien insects also know the black soldiers. It knows the clothes of the black soldiers, and has the memory of the black soldiers killing their own kind. So when they see the black soldiers, they will use a little trick, temporarily ambush, and wait for the best time to attack the black soldiers. Other students asked, "How do we know that the Zerg will seek benefits and avoid harm based on the clothes people wear?" "Of course, because we have done experiments." Instructor Mo replied, "We once asked ordinary death row prisoners to wear black soldier uniforms and enter the forest, and then found that the Zerg did not charge the death row prisoners immediately, but chose to ambush. We also asked the resistance team to change into ordinary clothes, and the Zerg attacked them directly. Behind every conclusion is a human life." Hearing this, Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but feel cold in his heart, just as the students were still trying to understand and accept this information. The alien insects in the picture suddenly moved. The trunk where the alien insects were originally attached made a bursting sound, and the whole tree was like being blown up by a powerful bomb, with wood chips flying everywhere. And the alien insects accelerated from stillness to a level that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Under the camera, the alien insects were completely invisible to everyone. Time was only a short moment, and the assault team member number 3 and named Fongzi on the left wing fired without hesitation at this moment. And his reaction speed was so fast that it was astonishing. The shot missed, and everyone saw a black shadow flashing in the air. And the target was Fongzi, who fired a shot. At this time, most of the students in the conference room did not realize what happened. Hammer, who was a member of the emergency mobile team, and Xiaofeng, who was a member of the support team, cooperated tacitly and fired a shot each, shooting at the black shadow in the air. This shot was a prediction. They expected that the alien insects would emerge from the left and then attack Fangzi, who was the closest and most threatening on the left. Fangzi's first shot was not a mindless shot, but a premeditated one. His first shot was based on his feelings. If the first shot hit, then everything was fine. But if the first shot missed, then he would automatically become food with no ability to resist in the eyes of the Zerg. This is bait. The Zerg are intelligent. This is the premise. The Zerg are quite familiar with the combat methods of the black soldiers. They know that the black soldiers' guns have a 1-second cooling period after firing the first shot. So they will definitely choose to attack Xiaofeng, who is in the cooling period of the gun first. The Hammer of the emergency mobile group and Xiaofeng of the support group reacted quickly. The moment they heard the sound of the tree trunk burst, they pointed their guns at the source of the sound, which is the left wing. When Fangzi fired to repel the Zerg, they started to pull the trigger without any hesitation, thinking about how to fight based on the premise that the Zerg will attack Xiaofeng, and fired their own shots. Moreover, the two of them did not shoot at each other, but the Hammer was the main attack, and Xiaofeng blocked the Zerg's evasion route. Also predictive shooting. The above is the peak operation of humans. What did the Zerg do? It changed direction in the air and dodged the Hammer's shooting. But at the same time, it failed to dodge Xiaofeng's shot, which did not hit its body, but its legs, as several dazzling white lights flashed. The high temperature of the converged laser burned the air, and directly shot a path in the forest. And the people of the resistance team also smelled the burning smell of the Zerg's body being hit in the air. Hit! Xiaofeng spoke angrily, and the previously suppressed anger was vented. Don't take it lightly. The alien insects are only slightly injured. Lao Lang shouted immediately. Damn it. As for the operation of the resistance team in the picture, Zhu Shizhou only had this feeling in his heart. What kind of operation is this? He didn't even react. The other students present were even more confused. What happened? In their eyes, just now, the three people of the resistance team fired a shot each, and then the alien insects disappeared. It can be said that they fired almost as soon as the alien insects appeared, which was extremely fast. Some students happened to be distracted just now, and they couldn't even judge that the alien insects moved first. They thought that the resistance team suddenly went crazy and fired, and scared away the alien insects. Someone who reacted faster raised his hand and asked, Instructor, what's going on? Can people's reaction speed really be this fast? Instructor Mo was about to speak, but Instructor Ma of the Assault Department's Firearms Use class suddenly stood up. Let me answer this question, Instructor Ma said, striding up to the podium and snatching the microphone from Instructor Mo. Instructor Mo silently gave way. First of all, I can tell you that with human reaction speed, even if it reaches the limit, it is impossible to keep up with the speed of the Zerg. Then just now, I haven't finished talking yet. Instructor Ma glared at everyone. Their response to the Zerg just now actually relied more on prediction and sixth sense. Sixth sense? The students did not expect to hear such an answer from Instructor Ma. Instructor Ma laughed. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that under the extreme speed of the Zerg, human physical fitness is of any use? The students were silent. The answer is useless. It's useless. It's useless at all. Not to mention you. Even if it's a black soldier. It's a joke to want to fight against the Zerg with physical fitness. Chapter 213. When the human body is developed to the limit. It is the sixth sense. The black soldiers have been doing all kinds of extreme training to improve their physical fitness, and have trained the human body to a level close to the physiological limit of humans. Do you think that this can fight against alien insects? Instructor Ma gave an answer that made all the students' minds go blank for a moment. This was not because of surprise, but because it was too different from what they expected in their heads. They had never thought that the black soldiers' physical fitness, which was far better than that of ordinary people, was useless. So what if you have good physical fitness? Can you be better than the Zerg? If that's the case, you're just a slightly harder target in the eyes of the Zerg. Because the Zerg are fast. They have an extremely fast speed. At this speed, everything is false. Similarly, the reaction speed of the black soldiers is off the charts, which can be called extraordinary among humans, or even superpowers. However, when facing the Zerg, they still can't react. This is reality. A student raised his hand and asked, "Then why do we still need to exercise? Is it just for psychological comfort? Are you fucking brainless?" Instructor Ma glared. "I actually gave the answer just now. The black soldiers rely on the sixth sense and prediction to fight. Do you think everyone can have the sixth sense?" The students paused in thinking. Could it be that? Yes. They all have the same assumption in their hearts. Instructor Ma gave a direct affirmative answer. The sixth sense is a sense that only appears when the human body is close to the limit of the human body in all aspects. The students could not go against their rational logic and asked, "Is this scientific?" Instructor Ma waved his hand and said, "I don't know if it's scientific or not, but it does exist. According to the organization's research, the sixth sense comes from the subconscious judgment of the danger level of the surrounding environment in the human brain. To be more precise, it is the human beings themselves who capture the surrounding pheromones and then process them deep in the brain. And the processing result obtained by combining various information, in terms of external manifestation, is that humans inexplicably have intuition, which is commonly known as the sixth sense. You don't have the sixth sense yet. Only when your physical fitness reaches the peak, you will be able to touch that door. But we can be sure that all the students present can open the sixth sense as long as your physical fitness meets the standard." Really? I don't believe it. People have different physical fitness. If the physical fitness meets the standard, can the sixth sense be opened? Some students who are good at arguing questioned, "Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth, because you have survived the potion transformation." The students reacted, "Is this the effect of the potion?" Instructor Ma shook his head. "No, you haven't understood yet. The cause and effect are reversed. Your brain has such potential, so you can withstand the transformation of the potion. And the potion is just to help you grow faster under this potential. You are qualified to open the sixth sense. If you regard human potential as a bottle of water, the standard for opening the sixth sense requires a certain amount of water. Some people have a big bottle, and some people have a smaller bottle. Even if ordinary people have developed their potential to the limit, the amount they can hold is only so much, far from meeting the standard for opening the sixth sense. After your potential has been developed to the limit, you can naturally open the sixth sense because the amount you have filled has reached the standard. The effect of the potion is like turning the tap that fills your bottle with water a little wider, helping you fill the bottle faster, rather than expanding the capacity of your bottle. Ordinary people cannot withstand the transformation of the potion because the tap is turned too wide and directly breaks through the wall of their bottle. The reason why you are fine is because your bottle wall is strong enough. Do you understand?" At this point, everyone understood. People who survive the potion transformation have the qualifications to open the sixth sense, which has nothing to do with the potion. As they learned before, there are thresholds in the human brain, and these geniuses have reached one or more ability thresholds in a certain field, which proves that they have such potential. And this potential is not only unilateral, but multifaceted. Zhu Shurjiu finally had a more intuitive understanding of the potion at this time. He always thought that the role of the potion was to enhance people's potential, but he didn't expect it to be like this. So, these people in the resistance team also have the sixth sense? Yes. Instructor Ma laughed. These people's sixth sense is developed after repeated extreme training, especially the emergency mobile department. The basic core course of the emergency mobile department is the extreme training course. For students in other departments, the training goal is only to open the sixth sense. The subsequent training efficiency is too low, and the results are not great. But the people in the emergency mobile department have endless requirements for themselves. After opening the sixth sense, they will still conduct extreme training. They have a more illusory goal, which is to open the seventh sense. Seventh sense? The students thought the sixth sense was ridiculous enough. But there was a seventh sense? If the sixth sense is the subconscious judgment of the brain when danger is around, then the seventh sense is a sense of crisis that can appear when there is no sign of danger. This is more like a legend. In fact, although there is this theory, even the scientists who propose this theory think it is too ridiculous and like a joke. Isn't it a joke? Isn't it the same as predicting the future? It's really nonsense. Su Chan touched Zhu Shurjiu's hand, and her small hand touched Zhu Shurjiu's big hand. Do you think the seventh sense exists? Zhu Shurjiu was still in a trance at this time, and he didn't know that he was being touched. At the same time, he was shocked and couldn't help but guess that everything he experienced was not something that had already happened, but the future that he predicted after the seventh sense was inexplicably opened. This idea was denied by Zhu Shurjiu after it came up. It shouldn't be. Because even if it is the seventh sense, according to the theory of the Black Soldier Organization, it should be the sense of the coming crisis. Things likely was network disk password. Even if you turn on the 99 senses, you can't know it. Maybe. It exists. Zhu Shurjiu answered Su Chan. But don't worry about the sixth sense and the seventh sense for now. The alien insects have started to attack those people again. He moved his hand away to stop Su Chan from taking advantage of him. Su Chan looked at the screen. And sure enough, the battle started again. No. In fact, when everyone was still talking about the topic of the sixth sense and the seventh sense, the alien insects had already launched several new attacks. Someone is already injured in the scene. Ashui. Su Lan. The next target of the bugs is you. Xiaofeng supports Su Gan. I support Ashui. Hammer. Be alert. Very good. Beautiful. The speed of the alien worm has decreased. Keep up the good work and hit it with one more shot. And it won't be a problem. Ah. My hand? The right hand is broken. So use the left hand to hold the gun. You must hold the gun. The first person the bugs will attack must be the one without a gun. Iron Man. You are too far away. Move towards this side with Zhu Gan. Fangzi. Don't leave the battlefield. Do you want to escape? You can't survive alone. Old Wolf is a very qualified commander. When the alien worm shuttled back and forth in the air looking for opportunities to attack, he kept his sixth sense off the charts and gave predictive commands. Be careful. The alien worms have released poison. Be careful not to let the wounds touch the toxin. Check your gas masks. Chapter 214 Summary of each department. In the scene, each of Lao Lang and his team fired at least 3 shots. At the beginning, Xiaofeng hit the alien limbs, which greatly affected the alien worm's balance system. The flight trajectory in the air became erratic, although it made it more difficult for everyone to aim. The alien worms also had empty attacks when attacking everyone, and their speed was greatly reduced. The alien worms have wisdom, but not much. They were easily deceived by everyone's bait tactics again and again, and the result was just pushing themselves to the road of death. The second shot was fired by Lao Lang. With his sixth sense bursting, Lao Lang deliberately bought a flaw for the alien worms. When the alien worms wanted to attack him, he only felt that every hair on his body burst out. This is a sign of death that only appears in extremely dangerous situations. Lao Lang has long been accustomed to wandering in the signs of death again and again. The experiment of the Black Soldier Organization on him not only did not defeat him, but also trained him to have a subjective feeling of extreme sensitivity to death. So he fired without thinking. This shot directly hit the left abdomen of the alien insect. After being blown away by the shot, the alien insect spun in the air and fell to the ground in the distance. After falling, it bounced a few times. Just when it was about to get up, it was shot in the head by the bamboo pole of the reconnaissance team. Various black juices flowed turbulently, and the splashing toxins corroded the ground and the trees splashed, making a sizzling sound. At the same time, a tree with the largest area splashed by toxins actually died on the spot. The toxins spread at an extremely fast speed to most of the branches and forks. Within a few minutes, the fallen leaves fell, symbolizing that the tree had lost its vitality. This phenomenon did not attract the attention of Lao Lang and his companions, because they already knew that the toxins of the Zerg were very powerful. Not to mention trees. Even an adult blue whale would die quickly if it received 1 micromilliliter of toxin. Fortunately, this forest is equivalent to the ecological park of the Black Soldier Organization, which is isolated from the biological cycle of the outside world. Otherwise, the toxins in this forest will cause great trouble to the biosphere. After the Zerg's head was blown up by the third shot, it lay on the ground motionless. Lao Lang and his companions waited for 10 minutes, and picked up various stones and debris on the ground and threw them at the Zerg. After confirming that the Zerg had indeed lost its vitality, they finally let out a long breath. The Zerg is dead. All members lifted the 3rd level alert state and entered the 4th level alert state of preparation. Move 3 kilometers before repairing. Even after the Zerg died, Lao Lang did not completely give up the alert state, because he was not sure how many Zerg there were in this forest. However, it is certain that the number is indeed very small. After all, the Black Soldier Organization cannot leave such a big risk factor in Ominison, and the number of Zerg must be strictly controlled. The reason for moving 3 kilometers before resting is to ensure that the various pheromones in the battle here will not attract other alien insects. The battle just now was very thrilling. But everyone played at their peak. Even Hammer's hand was broken after being hit by the alien insects. Now he can only hold the gun with his left hand, and his combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. But overall, the loss is still acceptable. Bamboo Pole, you did a good job in the end. Lao Lang also praised Zhu Gan, who seemed to be the last one to grab the head and finish the job. The reconnaissance team is the second weakest of all the organizations, and the last one is the logistics department. Because of this, Zhu Gan's last job seems full of details. In the previous battle, Zhu Gan and Iron Man basically only played a harassing role, and they were not even qualified as baits, and they fired very few shots. On the other hand, Lao Lang and his team fired at least 3 shots after fighting with the alien insects, and Lao Lang fired 4 shots directly. According to the Black Soldier's prompt, the energy of each person's gun can only support 10 shots at most, so no waste is allowed for each shot of each person. In the battle just now, the 3rd shot should not be fired by Lao Lang and his team, because the overall situation has been decided, and Lao Lang and his team shooting is a pure waste. So Zhu Gan's last shot was not actually to grab the head, but to effectively save resources. If this gun was an ordinary firearm, they could still ensure the effective use of resources by exchanging guns. But this gun was not an ordinary firearm. Each gun had its own number, which was the same as the number on them, and each gun was bound to them personally. This is why the Black Soldiers asked them to collect guns in the order of numbers before entering the forest. Not only that, Lao Lang also knew that there were electronic devices inside the gun, which could be remotely shut down by the Black Soldiers. In other words, the possibility of the Black Soldiers rebelling in Ilminison was fundamentally eliminated. He remembered that last year there was a Black Soldier reserve who didn't know about this hidden mechanism and wanted to rebel. As a result, it was like a joke. The gun in his hand couldn't emit any laser, and he could only use the gun as a stick. And then, he was captured alive without any effort. Last year, the Black Soldier Reserve was used as an experimental subject and died in an experiment. The Black Soldier organization will not mention this to the Black Soldier Reserves. But if they know, they will know. And they will not deliberately conceal it. Just like now. Zhu Shizhou asked Su Chan to ask the instructor why Lao Lang first praised Zhu Gan's finishing operation at the end. Instructor Mo explained this matter casually, without any intention of concealing it. Su Chan asked again, what if a student dismantled the gun and cracked the electronic equipment inside? Wouldn't it be easy to rebel? Instructor Mo looked at Su Chan deeply and sneered. Uh-huh. What? Do you want to rebel? Su Chan shook her head. No. I'm just asking. This is what Zhu Shizhou asked him to ask. Don't ask such a dangerous and meaningless question to you. Su Chan will be deducted 10 points. Zhu Shizhou next to him was thoughtful. The experiment in the picture came to an end. Lao Lang and his team will move deeper into the forest next. There is no danger for the time being. The instructors in the conference room began to talk to the students and explain to them the meaning behind each operation of Lao Lang and his team. It can be said that Lao Lang gave the students a standard demonstration, which is the result of the training of the Black Soldier organization. Instructor Tao of the Reconnaissance Department said to everyone in the Reconnaissance Department, our Reconnaissance Department is a relatively weak organization, but our role in the team is indispensable. Just now, Number 3 and Number 4 are the pioneers of reconnaissance. After noticing the abnormality, they will report to Number 1 of the command group first, and the command group will make the next arrangements. Even after the battle begins, we don't have to serve as the main output. Naturally, there will be people from the assault group or emergency mobile group as bait. When Instructor Tao was talking to other students, Zhu Shizhou thought of the battle with the Black Soldiers when he was still an ordinary person. At that time, the weakest Black Soldiers in the reconnaissance team beat him. His mouth twitched. Instructor Mo said to the students, if our command center graduates, we will definitely take on the command responsibilities of the team. How to judge the degree of danger. How to give effective instructions in the ever-changing battle. How to ensure the efficient use of students. How to ensure the maximum survival rate. These are all things we need to consider. This is just the deployment of individuals. Later, you also need to learn how to deploy resources in squads, brigades, and even the world, and think about problems from a larger perspective. In each command class from now on, you will have your own experimental subjects. What you need to do is to replace the position of Number 1 just now, and remotely guide the experimental subjects every step in different simulation environments. if the experimental subject is affected by your instructions. If a person dies, 10 points will be deducted for each person who dies. Each person can only leave 30 people per month. If you have used up the quota for the month, and there are still command courses in the month, you can only be treated as absent. Instructor Ma of the Assault Department's firearms course said to the students, "You only need to learn 3 things in the firearms course: accurate, accurate, accurate. In the following courses, I will let you remember with your body what is shooting from instinct. Like in the picture just now. No one shot after thinking. The speed of the Zerg can't let you count 3 steps in battle. Except for the people in the command center. They are all scheming bitches. We don't need to learn their style. We just need to shoot and hit." In the conference room, the instructors evaluated the battle of Lao Lang and his team just now, just like evaluating the homework submitted by students. After pointing out the places worth learning, they also pointed out various shortcomings. Some instructors directly said what everyone needs to learn in the next course. The Armed Defense Department did not speak, because there was no one from them in the example just now. However, they were the group in the entire conference room who had been sitting upright and silent since entering the conference room. Most people in the Armed Defense Department spend their professional lives on guard duty. Except for standing guard. Standing guard. This requires strong patience and concentration. No distraction is allowed during the guard duty. So after watching the operation of Lao Lang and his team just now, they went back and asked everyone to write a report, describing in detail every detail of the battle just now. This proves that they really focused all their attention on the screen, which is also a test of their attention. Their future lives will be dedicated to endless boring silence, using tenacious spirit to resist self-doubt of why should I just stand and waste time. At the same time, they must tirelessly repeat the same alert process every day without any slackness. Even if there is no abnormality, all defense equipment must be checked regularly, meticulously, and the error tolerance rate must be minimized. Among all departments, the students of the Armed Defense Department are more like ruthless machines than those of other departments. The instructor of the support department said to everyone, "Our support department is the most ordinary department." Why is it ordinary? You can see just now that our functions are actually very similar to those of the emergency mobile department. We are both latecomers. The only thing we need to learn is how to find a ray of hope in the most adverse situation. This requires our strong adjustment ability. We need to find a way to restore the battle situation to the most normal track when the battle situation is about to collapse. To put it in a more metaphysical way, our department has always only recruited ordinary people. We don't need extreme geniuses, just ordinary people. In my opinion, you all have the potential to make every battle ordinary. You will not be the strongest or the weakest among all, but you must be the most stable. In theory, our support department needs to master the comprehensiveness of being able to take on any position at any time. But few people can do it, and those who can do it will become the trump card of the support department. Neither super god nor super ghost. What their support department needs to learn is stability. Number 498 sat in an ordinary corner, listening to the instructor's words, and nodded like everyone else. The instructor of the emergency mobile department said, "There is nothing much to say. Extreme training, developing the limits of the human body, is the course of our emergency mobile department's extreme training. And it is also a mission that represents the hope of mankind to resist the alien insects. Whether we can fight against the alien insects with our mortal bodies depends on us." Logistics department. The instructor of the logistics department did not speak. The students looked at their instructors with a blank face. The instructor said helplessly, "They play their own games. In this class, our focus is on participation." The students. Chapter 215 Course Selection. I want all 40 courses. The activity of visiting the alien insects is over. Lao Lang and his team encountered alien insects again on the way, and then killed the alien insects at the cost of a member being seriously injured, and finally escaped from the forest successfully. Although it was a simple description, there were all kinds of dangers in it, which was more exciting than watching a movie. Of course, the only person who would feel so emotional was Zhu Sergio, and everyone else was silently summing up the gains and losses of today. On the way back to the dormitory, Su Chan proposed to visit Zhu Sergio's room, but Zhu Sergio successfully saw through that this guy was undisguisedly greedy for his body. So Zhu Sergio simply refused, although he couldn't stand Su Chan's casual and distorted values. In fact, the real reason for Zhu Sergio's refusal in his heart was that he didn't want to have any close relationship with anyone, because it means that if he gives his feelings, He will inevitably want to go back and start over because of the death of his close person. Why did he give up the state of the Virgin Mary? It was precisely because he couldn't make a decisive decision in the state of the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary Zhu Shizhou wouldn't even think of doing something like this, which was self-defeating. Zhu Shizhou returned to the room. He estimated that he would have 1 or 2 hours to update the backlog point to this morning. Due to the uncertainty of the time difference, Zhu Shizhou could only estimate when it would be 12 o'clock in the morning in the capital. No sleep tonight. Zhu Shizhou read books all night. The speed of reading was faster than he expected. He estimated that he would be able to remember all the books on the bookshelf in 2.5 days. It must be said that the medicine was really powerful, especially for people like him who had been injected with the second medicine. The memory was increased more than other students. However, he had asked Su Chan and the others before how much they had read the books on the bookshelf, and Su Chan and the others answered that they had read almost half of them. Zhu Shizhou was a little confused at that time. He had only read less than 1/3 of the books at that time. He was embarrassed to tell Su Chan and the others about this result. He had amplified himself twice, but his memory was not as good as Su Chan and the others. You should know that Su Chan and the others were not always reading books. They also took the time to register an account and chat in the group for a while. Of course, this may also be because the people in the command center are smarter. If they were students in the assault department, they might only be able to read a few books. Anyway, Zhu Shizhou understood that his brain was not good, so he would go back to the game to make up for it. One night was not enough. In order to ensure that he could read as much as possible, Zhu Shizhou read until noon the next day, until Su Chan knocked on Zhu Shizhou's door. "Brother Zhu, why haven't you chosen a course yet?" Su Chan asked in a calm tone and a coquettish voice. This was the result of her study after searching for countless learning materials on the computer all night. Zhu Shizhou appeared in front of Su Chan with dark circles under his eyes. He was disgusted and shook his head and said, "Oh, yes, it's time to choose courses." Su Chan looked at Zhu Shizhou's room and asked, "What's wrong with you? Did you stay up late?" Zhu Shizhou was puzzled. "This guy actually cares about me," Su Chan said. "It is said that staying up late will reduce the quality of sperm cells in men." Zhu Shizhou's face darkened. "Don't worry. It won't be used anyway. Thank you for reminding me to choose courses. I will start right away." After finishing speaking, Zhu Shizhou was about to close the door. Su Chan hurriedly stopped Zhu Shizhou. "Wait! I said before that I can help you do some things that are inconvenient for you to do, so as to ensure that you always maintain high scores. So if you want to choose any courses, I will choose them too. Let me go in first." Zhu Shizhou hesitated for a while, then nodded. After welcoming Su Chan into the room, Zhu Shizhou distanced himself from this nymphomaniac and said, "I want to choose all courses." Su Chan knew that she should be shocked now, but she couldn't be shocked because her emotions were wiped out. "All courses. Do you think you can learn them all? Or do you want to be like number 498 and just try them all?" Zhu Shizhou raised his eyebrows. Number 498 also chose all courses? He chose the core courses of all departments. Su Chan answered honestly, "No one is as crazy as you. Others only chose courses they think are useful, especially the extreme training of the emergency mobile department, which almost every student chose." Zhu Shizhou nodded. Of course, he would choose the extreme training course, but he didn't want to miss other courses, because his goal was clear. To be the first, undisputed, the strongest in the world. No one knew his goal. So even if Su Chan knew that he was the strongest newcomer this year, she would not have thought that Zhu Shizhou would choose all courses. Zhu Shizhou said, "You don't have to follow my choice. I have no objection." After that, he turned on the communication phone. Sure enough, the course selection interface appeared on the screen, divided into 7 departments in total. Each department has its core courses and a series of elective courses. For example, in the Command Center, Command Course, Intelligence Analysis Course, and Extreme Training are compulsory courses, while Military Theory, Advanced Psychology, Firearms Use, Human Anatomy, and Will Training are elective courses. 3 compulsory courses, each with an initial score of 1,000 points, and other elective courses with 500 points each. At least one elective course must be selected. You will fail the course only after the scores of the 3 compulsory courses are deducted, and the final comprehensive assessment score of the elective courses must not be less than half of the total score. Otherwise you will fail the course. So from a rational point of view, If you want to pass the assessment as little as possible, then it is naturally better to choose fewer courses. Zhu Shizhou took a look and found that the command center had 3 compulsory courses. The emergency mobility department had 1 compulsory course, and the assault department, reconnaissance department, armed defense department, and support department had 2 compulsory courses. The logistics department actually had the most compulsory courses, with 7 courses. The core courses of each department overlapped with each other. For example, the core courses of the command center, intelligence analysis course, and extreme training course are also the core courses of the reconnaissance department and the emergency mobility department respectively. In total, if Zhu Shizhou wants to learn all the core courses, he only needs to choose 11 courses. Then the elective courses, 29 courses. In other words, he needs to choose 40 courses. After Su Chan calculated this result, she thought for a while and said, "There will definitely be conflicts in time. You know, if you are absent, late, or leave early, you will be deducted points. How can you ensure that you will not be absent, late, or leave early after choosing all the courses? Can you split yourself? You know, even number 498 only chose 11 core courses of various departments." Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "Have you noticed? The organization did not prohibit students from choosing all courses." Su Chan tilted her head. Zhu Shizhou said, "You can recall when you were in college. If you chose more than a certain number of courses, the system would automatically report an error." "Ah? I didn't go to college," Su Chan said blankly. "I came from the Children's Palace and went directly to graduate school after graduation." "Have you been to college?" Zhu Shizhou. "Damn it. Can we have a good conversation? Anyway, it's good that you know this hidden mechanism. If the system doesn't prohibit it, it means you can choose it," Zhu Shizhou said with gritted teeth. Su Chan thought about it and said, "That makes sense. But how do you avoid the problem of deductions?" Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "You still don't understand. Who said I want to avoid deductions?" "Ah?" Su Chan's mind still didn't turn around. Zhu Shizhou laughed. "It's a conflict of time. Being late, leaving early, or skipping classes will only result in failing the course. Isn't there a make-up exam? As long as I can pass the make-up exam, the score is meaningless to me. I want to take all 40 courses." Chapter 216 Su Chan's Comprehensive Pregnancy Plan. Human energy is limited. A day's time is also limited. The courses that everyone can study must be arranged without conflicting time. Otherwise they will face the situation of 2 classes starting at the same time and have to choose one of them. If you choose one of them, what about the other one? Skip the class directly? Zhu Shizhou first noticed Instructor Mo's explanation of the deduction rules. Instructor Mo said that after 1,000 points are deducted for the command course, the students will face a make-up exam. And if they fail the make-up exam, they will become experimental subjects. Then during the student question session, a student asked if there was a pass line after the course ended, and Instructor Mo's answer was no. Speaking of this, the matter is actually very clear. The real meaning of the score for the course is not to assess whether the students can pass the course. You have all been misled. In fact, the real decision of whether we can pass the course is whether we can pass the make-up exam. During the course, no matter how many times we miss classes or how many points we are deducted, as long as we can complete the make-up exam, we can continue to study. Every time you fail a course, you will have a make-up exam opportunity. In other words, in theory, you can fail the course and make up the exam all the time, until you finish all the courses. After Zhu Shizhou finished speaking confidently, Su Chan was silent. The room was left with an awkward atmosphere. It was really that Zhu Shizhou's words were too shameless. As if he was 100% sure that he would not fail the course. You have to know that with so many courses, if you make a mistake once, you will become an experimental subject. Is Zhu Shizhou really that confident in himself? You know, every course has its learning difficulties. Even if you are truly a genius, and you can make rapid progress in every course by studying a few classes, can you be sure that you will not encounter a course that you cannot learn no matter how hard you try? No matter how hard you try, there is no such thing as a course that I cannot learn. As long as you go back to the game enough times, I will kill you even if you are a god. The reason why ordinary people cannot become geniuses is that geniuses can learn faster than ordinary people in a shorter time. But what if we condense the time of ordinary people? If we condense 10 days, half a month, or even longer into one day, Wouldn't that be a genius in the eyes of ordinary people? So for Zhu Shurjiu, it is not the study time that limits him, but the progress of the course. If the Black Soldier organization is sure to cram everything into Zhu Shurjiu's head in one class, then Zhu Shurjiu only needs to take one class to graduate on the spot. Unfortunately, the Black Soldier organization can't do it. In the past, there were 2 reasons why Zhu Shurjiu didn't have infinite rewind to upgrade himself to a genius in all fields. The first reason is that he is just an ordinary person. He has to spend a lot of time to learn knowledge that he doesn't know whether it is useful or not. And he may forget that after learning this. Not to mention the extreme inefficiency. More importantly, society can't let him access higher-level learning resources within one day. It's a waste of death. The second reason is that he is afraid that he can't rewind infinitely. In fact, the second reason is enough to stop Zhu Shurjiu from doing that. He is not afraid of death that is destined to be rewinded. He is afraid of real death. There is no instruction manual for this death rewind ability. Who knows if he will really die one day? In fact, Zhu Shurjiu still hasn't been sure until now. But after experiencing the influence of the ruthless Zhu Shurjiu, who had experienced emotional erasure, he has become a normal person who can kill himself ruthlessly countless times. According to the ruthless Zhu Shurjiu's theory, if he can't rewind infinitely, then his desire to save the world is nothing but a foolish dream. He will die sooner or later. So it's better to die early. Now, the 2 reasons that prevented him from learning courses by rewinding after death have disappeared. He injected the drug twice. Not only did his brain get greatly strengthened, but he also had top resources opened by the world's top organizations in front of him. So, when he saw that he had to learn a total of 40 courses, Zhu Shurjiu ruthlessly chose a predictable and difficult path. It doesn't matter if the 2 courses conflict in time. As long as he studies this course this week and that course next week, jumping back and forth repeatedly, and constantly cycling, he will definitely be able to achieve the ultimate super god. How many times does it take to complete 40 courses? Zhu Shurjiu knows with his ass that Su Chan touched that it will definitely be a number beyond his imagination. Are you sure you want to choose all? A total of 40 courses? Su Chan saw how determined Zhu Shurjiu was, and knew that she could not stop Zhu Shurjiu's crazy behavior. But she still asked. Yes. Zhu Shurjiu nodded and looked at Su Chan. There is no doubt that Su Chan is struggling now, because the reason why she put her hope of pregnancy on him before was nothing more than that he was the strongest and had the brightest future. But now, he seemed to have jumped into a road of seeking death that she could not understand. So should she continue to go all in? Zhu Shurjiu guessed correctly that Su Chan was indeed struggling with this issue. You have the confidence to spend less time than other students or even skip classes to complete all the courses. But I don't have the confidence. So from the ability point of view, I can't pass the makeup exam. Su Chan said first. Zhu Shurjiu nodded. This is normal. From a rational point of view, choosing all the courses like Zhu Shurjiu is just like crazy, which is an extremely irrational operation. Su Chan, who is in a state of emotional obliteration, should not make the same choice as him. But is it really so? Is it really not rational enough? Wrong. Facts have proved that Su Chan's brain circuit is really different from that of ordinary people. I don't know if you can finally pass the exam, but for me, in fact, whether it is the score or the problem of failing the exam is actually not important. Su Chan said, as long as I successfully get pregnant before failing the exam, then the makeup exam is not something worth worrying about for me. So, my choice is the same as yours. I also choose all. Just as Su Chan didn't understand Zhu Shurjiu, Zhu Shurjiu didn't understand Su Chan now. He said, I'll make it clear in advance that if you want me to get married with you, you're dreaming. The woman said calmly. I know it's difficult. But what if it succeeds? First of all, the original scores of each course are very high. So I don't expect that I will be at risk of failing within a month. And before that, both of us will experience at least one emotional recovery. I want to confirm whether I will launch an offensive against you at that time, or whether I can conquer you during the emotional recovery process. If successful, then everyone will be happy, and I don't have to worry about failing the course, because you can make me pregnant. But what if there is no way to conquer? Zhu Shurjiu was just about to ask this question. Su Chan said in the extremely rational and calm tone of the Black Soldier Reserve. Secondly, you are not the only solution to the pregnancy problem. You are just the optimal solution. This is actually an opportunity for me to confirm whether I can conquer you. If I can't conquer you during the emotional recovery process, then I won't waste time on you. I will turn to someone else. Zhu Shurjiu shook his head. I don't recommend you to do this, because your current behavior seems rational, but in fact you are likely to regret it in the end. You are pitting yourself after your emotional recovery. Zhu Shurjiu has experience in this regard. He is an old predecessor who pits himself. However, what he didn't expect was that Suchan said, So what? By that time, it will be too late for me to regret. What? Suchan said lightly. You may not know what kind of person I was before the injection, but I know very well that I am a socially anxious coward, indecisive, inferior, depressed, suspicious, with all kinds of flaws. I may not regret it. I will definitely regret it. So, after the injection, I knew that this was the only chance to change me. If I make the decision after my emotions recover, I will definitely die. In order to avoid such an outcome, I need to consider a route that I cannot change and can ensure my survival under extremely rational conditions. That is, make me pregnant, and make it impossible for me to regret it. Even after my emotions recover, I can only do it. My original first plan was to successfully conceive your child before my emotions recover. But you rejected me. This is also the reason why Suchan took off her clothes without hesitation and tried to coax Zhu Shurjiu when she first entered Zhu Shurjiu's room. The first plan failed, and my second plan was to find someone to make me pregnant. At the same time, your reminder made me realize that I might not be able to accept it after my emotions recover and commit suicide. So I still have to find an excellent person, so that I can feel that I have taken advantage after my emotions recover, so that I won't shoot myself casually. Zhu Shurjiu suddenly realized at this moment. What he hadn't understood before was why Suchan had to find him instead of others. Now he finally understood. After understanding, it was unbelievable that this guy actually considered a seemingly perverted possibility so comprehensively. After the second plan failed, I decided to rely on you. Now it's the third plan. You are too good. I was quite inferior before I injected the drug, and you are the one who I know will definitely make me feel unworthy of you. But you are not the only one. I have several alternatives in my mind. When you proposed to choose all the courses, I knew that this was a rare opportunity. If I choose the course, then after my emotions recover, I will definitely find ways to conquer you. Even if I can't conquer you, I will find ways to beg you to give me my body. Now you are also wiped out by emotions, and you are very rational. But what about you after your emotions recover? Facing a girl who comes to you for free and begs you to have sex. Can you still maintain a gentleman's attitude? Zhu Shurjiu opened his mouth slightly. Is there a possibility that I am really a gentleman? Chapter 217, Rewind. Operation to save Luo Suyi. Su Chan's considerations were too comprehensive. Even Su Chan's plan was an open conspiracy without any disguise. In her opinion, such a perfect plan had little chance of failure. It took all aspects into consideration, even including herself in the calculation range, and pitted herself without mercy. Even Zhu Shurjiu had to admire that this boy had the appearance of Zhu Shurjiu. However, what she absolutely could not have imagined was that Zhu Shurjiu was now in a state of emotional recovery. From the previous test, Suchan thought she knew Zhu Shurjiu. She was deceived by the virgin Zhu Shurjiu, thinking that the virgin Zhu Shurjiu would not sit idly by and would most likely agree to her plan and have sex with her. In fact, she had not considered that Zhu Shurjiu was now in a normal emotional state, and thought about the problem from both rational and emotional perspectives, and finally chose to refuse. The emotional recovery period did not exist for Zhu Shurjiu. This was the biggest loophole in Su Chan's thinking. However, it was shocking enough after hearing it. Zhu Shurjiu's mind was raised to a higher level of danger for Su Chan. In addition to being good at using others, this woman was also very comprehensive and as ruthless to him as he was. Zhu Shurjiu eased his shock a little, not letting himself show any abnormality, and then asked, So, why did you choose to tell me these things? Do you know that after you told me these things, it will increase the difficulty of your strategy to capture me? Suchan said lightly. If I can't get your heart, then get your body. I just want your body. Oh my god. These words are simply the standard lines of the villain in the melodrama. Zhu Shurjiu complained in his heart. Moreover, this is to increase my value in your eyes. Do you think I really gave up the first plan? No. If I can get pregnant with you in the state of emotional annihilation, I will still do it. Given up, but not completely. Zhu Shurjiu was numb. You and I are both in the emotional annihilation period. The reason why you don't get together with me is nothing more than because you don't understand me at all. My value is not as great as you think. So if I want to conquer you at this stage, the only way is to increase my value, including choosing the same course with you, and also including telling you my plan now. This is Su Chan's fourth level of thinking. This woman really used all her rational emotions on how to make her successfully pregnant with this child. If you can put this kind of mind on saving the world, wouldn't you have another good comrade with excellent ability on this road? Thinking of this, Zhu Shurjiu's heart moved slightly. No, I can't let this guy get pregnant. The fundamental purpose of this guy getting pregnant is to survive. I have to think of a way to protect this guy and make her work for him. You will definitely be a useful chess piece, Zhu Shurjiu said to Su Chan seriously. Su Chan nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for the compliment. Then mate with me now. He was about to take off his clothes. Zhu Shurjiu quickly stopped Su Chan. Wait! Not now! Su Chan was not disappointed. On the contrary, she became more determined to capture Zhu Shurjiu because she noticed the looseness in Zhu Shurjiu's words. It seems that my value is not big enough, Su Chan said. Yes. Zhu Shurjiu nodded seriously. If you want to improve your value, then study hard, make progress every day, and be an excellent student. Okay. Su Chan also vaguely realized that Zhu Shurjiu's mate selection criteria were different from those of ordinary people, and she was still too useless now. In this way, Zhu Shurjiu used this ambiguous way to hang Su Chan, just like a green tea whore. But Su Chan was not a licking dog. To be honest, the two sides should be in a mutually beneficial relationship. After sending Su Chan away, Zhu Shurjiu eased the outrageous emotions that had just been shocked by his 3 views. Then, suppressing this outrageous emotion, he continued to study. After reading for 2 or 3 hours, he went back to the game. He returned to the capital time at 10 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, all the candidates were lying on the ground waiting for the end of the test. 2 hours later, a candidate shouted to everyone that it was already 12 noon according to his memory. Zhu Shurjiu immediately knew that it was time for him to show off. Wait! He stopped all the candidates according to his memory, raised the issue of time difference, and also raised the question of the insider. After going through it once, he actually knew that the candidate wearing a watch was not the insider, because this guy was also on the list of candidates who passed the exam last week and accepted the department selection with them. But he still had to say it this week, because it showed his cautiousness. His choice would not change. It was still the command center. As his memory recovered, he had abundant emotions. He not only wanted to save Luo Sui, but also wanted to save Su Chan. But he knew that this abundant emotion would successfully turn back to a normal personality after injecting the drug. So he now has a strong sense of guilt. Everything now is still in the process of him calculating himself. And this can never be changed. Luo Sui, do you have suicidal tendencies? While waiting for the test to end, Zhu Shurjiu asked Luo Sui, who was lying next to him without any image. Luo Sui. She looked puzzled, because she had not eaten for 3 days and 3 nights and was rained on. Luo Sui was in a very low mood at this time. She said weakly, I think so. If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. What does I think so mean? Luo Sui said. You should not know how painful hyperthymesia is. When my mind was not as tenacious as it is now, I tried to commit suicide. Luo Sui lay on the ground, looking at the clear sky, and calmly told her secret. She seemed to be flipping through her experiences at that time in her mind. Unlike ordinary people, she was really flipping through them. At that time, I was only 7 or 8 years old, but my intelligence had matured to the level of a 15 or 16-year-old girl, which is equivalent to adolescence. Then I couldn't stand the pain of being tortured by memories every moment and every second. So I chose to commit suicide. The result, you can see me now. Of course, because it didn't succeed. Because it hurts too much. Suicide is not an easy thing. As she said, Luo Sui showed Zhu Shurjiu the scar on her wrist, with a little embarrassment on her face. Later, I was forcibly sent to treat depression. It's hard to say whether it was cured or not. But in short, my adolescence is over. The spirit has also become tougher with the passage of time. But even that experience was recorded by my hyperthymesia. Do you know what it feels like? Luo Sui's tone was nothing special, but there was a deep feeling behind her words. It was a feeling that I was still in that depressed stage. Strictly speaking, my tendency to commit suicide was not cured because I couldn't forget that feeling. I just endured it silently. Chapter 218. Su Chan's Social Phobia. Luo Suyi's suicide. People with hyperthymesia may also have problems with their emotional systems. The inability to forget means that all the joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness in the past seem to have just happened. And many deep memories accompanied by emotions will not disappear. And they have been affecting the present. Zhu Shizhou saw the scar on Luo Suyi's wrist and understood. It turns out that this guy has a criminal record. For a moment, he couldn't help but sigh that if he had cared more about Luo Suyi in the previous round, he might have discovered her suicide tendency earlier. Luo Suyi. The goal of life is not only to cure hyperthymesia. When you cure hyperthymesia, you can try to enjoy life. Zhu Shizhou couldn't empathize with Luo Suyi's experience, but he still persuaded her earnestly. Luo Suyi's heart warmed up, and she said, "Don't worry. These are things that happened in the past. I'm fine now. Many doctors say that it's a miracle that I can maintain a normal state now. So don't worry about me. As you said, if my hyperthymesia is cured, I will definitely start to enjoy life." Zhu Shizhou still didn't let his guard down. After all, before and after the injection of the drug are two different people. Maybe Luo Suyi is thinking well now. But after the injection of the drug, will the situation change? Zhu Shizhou sighed, and then began to secretly scan the candidates lying in the square. Then, his eyes locked on a woman. Su Chan. Su Chan was curled up in the corner of the square alone, because they were too far apart. Zhu Shizhou could only see so much and confirmed that no one had any intersection with Su Chan. He thought of what Su Chan said before, that she was a socially anxious coward, indecisive, inferior, depressed, and suspicious before the injection. She simply degraded herself to the ground, which shows how much Su Chan, in her rational state, disliked herself with her ordinary personality. However, was what Su Chan said at that time true? If you want to accurately grasp Su Chan as a person, you have to start from her own perspective. But if the information is wrong, then there may be problems in controlling her. Thinking of this, Zhu Shizhou stood up and walked towards Su Chan. How eye-catching is Zhu Shizhou now? His extremely excellent performance is seen by other candidates, and he even uses his personal prestige to make others suppress their desire to leave the square, which shows how awesome he is in the eyes of other candidates. Now Zhu Shizhou's every move attracts their attention. Su Chan is also. The girl was lying on the ground, curled up, and looked timid. When she saw Zhu Shizhou approaching, she was still looking around in panic, not sure whether Zhu Shizhou was looking for her. She was not as bold as the pervert in the previous round. Zhu Shizhou was surprised. You? At this time, Su Chan realized that Zhu Shizhou's target was really her, and she panicked all of a sudden. What's wrong? Did I make a mistake? She was so panicked that her voice was a little distorted. Is this person still Su Chan? Zhu Shizhou looked at Su Chan for a long time and shook his head. Nothing. Sorry. I disturbed you. After saying that, Zhu Shizhou turned and left. Su Chan had no idea what was going on. At the same time, she was confused and couldn't bear the gazes of the candidates around her. So she curled up more and more in panic. After Zhu Shizhou left, Su Chan hunched over and curled up on the ground, her lips trembling, and she bit her nails. If someone approached her, they would definitely hear her mumbling quickly like a female ghost in a horror movie, constantly saying incomprehensible words, her eyes wandering, and she was flustered. Why? Why did number 666 come to me? Did I do something wrong? Suspect I'm a traitor? Or is he interested in me? No. No. It's too presumptuous to think like that. How could I think like that? I'm obviously a waste. I'm nothing except that I'm a little smarter than ordinary people. It's so shameful. Why would I think like that? But, can this be used? What should I do? If I had talked to number 666 just now, would I have been able to join number 660SIX's team like number 250 and number 538? Woo! But I didn't do anything just now. If I could be better, maybe I could muster up the courage to talk to him and seize the opportunity. But, Su Chan's face was pale, and her curled-up body was shaking. But the next second, she found an excuse for herself and comforted herself in her heart. No. The test is almost over. This is meaningless. The problem is that 666 came to find me. I clearly didn't have any intersection with 666. And I didn't show any abnormality in front of others. No one knows me. And I have never talked to other candidates. Could it be that 666 came to check because he saw that I was in a bad state? No. Why do I have such narcissistic thoughts? How could he notice me? I am nothing. Woo. Don't think about it. How could someone like me attract the attention of number 666? Maybe he just recognized the wrong person. After mumbling to herself for a long time, Su-chan suddenly realized it after coming to a conclusion here. Number 666 came over to take a look, and didn't say anything else. After taking a look, he turned around and left, which actually explained the problem. Ju Sergio thought she was his acquaintance, came over to take a look, found out that she was not, and then left. Very reasonable. When she thought of this, Su-chan was about to cry. She touched the corners of her eyes that were almost wet from being stared at by everyone, and curled herself up into a ball, pretending to be an ostrich who didn't notice everyone's gaze. She was so inferior that she couldn't convince herself that Ju Sergio really came to see her. The other candidates were puzzled, but they finally thought that maybe number 666 went to check on the girl because he saw that she was lying on the ground and she looked unwell. This was not surprising to Ju Sergio, who had always been kind. He really? I cried to death. Even Luo Suyi and the others thought so. When Ju Sergio returned to Luo Suyi and Fu Sidu, Luo Suyi said with emotion, "There are not many people as gentle as you. You insisted on checking the physical condition of other candidates until the last moment." Ju Sergio? It took him a long time to realize that his behavior of going to check on another candidate for no reason was actually interpreted as caring for other candidates in the eyes of others. Well, yes. She's not in a good condition. Ju Sergio nodded vaguely. But compared to the injection of the drug, this was still good. He touched his buttocks, and there was still lingering fear on his buttocks. But it can be confirmed that Su-chan did not lie to him. 3 hours passed quickly, and nothing unusual happened. In order to ensure that the trajectory of last week would not change, Ju Sergio still acted according to the previous trajectory, once again showing his caution and suppression of other candidates. Everything was similar to Ju Sergio's memory. Only this week he paid special attention to Luo Suyi and Su-chan, causing both of them to feel a little strange. Su-chan was okay. She felt inferior and socially anxious, and she only felt that Ju Sergio's sight was like a thorn in her back. Every time she looked at Ju Sergio from a distance, she would find that Ju Sergio was looking at her, causing her to panic and avoid his sight. And Luo Suyi looked a little unnatural. After Ju Sergio looked at her several times, she finally couldn't help but say, "Stop looking. Are you interested in me?" Ju Sergio was still thinking about Luo Suyi's suicide, pretending to be ignorant, and said blankly, "I didn't see it." Luo Suyi teased, "Don't pretend. I saw it all. You looked at me again and again, and I don't know what you were looking at. Tell the truth. Lao Zhu, are you interested in me? What is this? Love at first sight or suspension bridge effect? I'm not. I don't." Ju Sergio's pale and weak explanation did not satisfy Luo Suyi, but made her more certain. This guy likes me. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Ju Sergio sighed. "I'm worried that you will be upset after joining the organization." Luo Suyi was surprised. "So why do you think so? Just because I told you about my past experience of suicide? Anyway, can you promise me? Don't be so impulsive." Luo Suyi felt that Ju Sergio was making a fuss, but still nodded with a strange expression. "Okay, I promise you." Suicide? How could he do that? He had persisted for so many years before, and now there is hope for treatment. How could he not think it through? Purely worrying about nothing. Luo Suyi committed suicide when the time came to be taken away from the examination room by the examiner, and then divided into departments after watching the movie, and taken to their respective living dormitories by the heads of each department. Ju Sergio rushed to Luo Suyi's dormitory without stopping. No time was wasted. However, after asking the dormitory manager of the new student dormitory of the reconnaissance department to open Luo Suyi's room with the spare room card, he still saw Luo Suyi lying on the sofa. The scene was almost exactly the same as the previous round, which made Ju Sergio curse inwardly. The only difference is that this time Luo Suyi's body is still warm. Didn't I say that? You said you wouldn't commit suicide? Alas. Another one. The dormitory manager said the lines from the previous week. Let's see if she left any suicide note. But I guess there isn't any. Since she's a suicide. And her emotions are wiped out. It seems like there really is one? The dormitory manager picked up the letter on the table in surprise. Zhu Shizhou suppressed his puzzled expression and took the letter in a calm manner. Zhu Shizhou's personal letter was written on the outside of the letter. The font was very beautiful. And the signature was Luo Suyi. Opening the letter. The content inside is also very simple. Sorry. I broke my promise. This is the first sentence at the beginning, which makes Zhu Shizhou want to curse. Then she talked about the reason why she broke her promise. This is not impulsive, but the result of my careful consideration. After injecting the medicine, I realized the true meaning of life. Everyone will die one day, and everything after death has nothing to do with me. So, what is the difference between dying early and dying late? After thinking for a long time, I couldn't think of the answer to this question. So, from a rational and logical point of view, I chose death. But I just took a shortcut to the end of my life. The dormitory manager was also reading this letter. After reading it, he nodded in agreement. It makes sense. This is what absolutely rational people do. I have seen too many students with weak beliefs. After erasing their emotions, they felt that saving the world was meaningless and living was meaningless. So they committed suicide. There was even one who was the most outrageous. He felt that breathing was a waste of energy. So he buried himself in the soil and committed suicide, turning his body into nutrients for trees. Zhu Shizhou. What kind of brain circuit is this? The dormitory manager looked at Zhu Shizhou, who had an expressionless face. If you want such people to give up the idea of suicide, you have to give their lives new meaning. Otherwise they will be like a compass with a disordered magnetic field, and will never find their direction. Chapter 219. What kind of silver party is this? After another interrogation, Zhu Shizhou returned to the room, a little tired. Then he met Su Chan and other students at the door of the room. Since Zhu Shizhou rushed to Luo Suyi's dormitory without stopping this time, these people did not block Zhu Shizhou. And Su Chan did not show her crazy appearance. Can we go in? The students who wanted to curry favor said so. No. Zhu Shizhou was very depressed now. And he had no energy to deal with these people. He went straight into the room and locked them out with a snap. After relieving his depressed mood a little, he started reading again. I read almost half of the last week. If I speed up this week, I might be able to finish it directly. But, what after reading it? Do I really want to give up Luo Suyi and move time forward? In the afternoon, Su Chan and others came to ask Zhu Shizhou to visit the alien insects. But Zhu Shizhou ignored them. He also saw the notification in the group. He had read the last round and knew what was going on. This round, he still chose to skip the activities and read in his room. The next day, Su Chan and others came to ask Zhu Shizhou to choose courses again. But Zhu Shizhou still ignored them and continued to read. At this moment, the last unread book on the entire bookshelf was placed on the desk in front of Zhu Shizhou. But he didn't open it. Luo Suyi. Luo Suyi. What can I do to save you? There's nothing to say. Let's go back. At worst, read the book again to consolidate my memory. Zhu Shizhou grabbed his throat. Listen to me. Don't commit suicide. As soon as the game was back, Zhu Shizhou stared at Luo Suyi with a resentful look. Luo Suyi. What are you talking about? Zhu Shizhou reached out to grab Luo Suyi's wrist, revealing the scar on her wrist. I can see that you have a tendency to commit suicide. Your childhood was spent with the pain of hyperthymesia. Right? Luo Suyi's pupils shrank slightly. You found out? Yes. Tell me. What do you want to live on? Luo Suyi was really confused. Just now, the three of them were still looking forward to the end of the test and a good meal. But why did this guy suddenly become like a different person? Grabbing her hand and telling her not to commit suicide? What happened? And Luo Suyi felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to pull her hand out. But Zhu Shizhou held her hand tightly and refused to let go. Promise me first. Don't think too much. Okay. Okay. I promise you. You said the same thing in the last round. Zhu Shizhou obviously didn't believe it. But what else could he say? Luo Suyi now couldn't understand Luo Suyi after being injected with the drug. And she would never have thought that she would choose to commit suicide without hesitation after being injected with the drug. So her promise at this moment was meaningless. Zhu Shizhou asked. Besides treating hyperthymesia, do you have any other obsessions or wishes in your life? Luo Suyi looked strange. What's wrong with you? It's as if I'm going to die soon. Fusidu interrupted and said, Is there a possibility that I am the one with a terminal illness? Zhu Shurjo ignored Fusidu and continued to ask Luo Suyi. Is there? Although Luo Suyi didn't understand why Zhu Shurjo was going crazy here, she still tried to think about it. And then said, No. No. Zhu Shurjo was a little annoyed. Yes. You can imagine how many things a person will encounter in his life? How many are repeated? I will never forget what I have experienced once. So most things are boring and boring to me. I really can't imagine what I can be obsessed with. What's more, if I try more things, I might feel even more bored. Zhu Shurjo asked again. Suppose your feelings are completely wiped out. Will you commit suicide? Luo Suyi thought about it, then nodded. Yes. Because the reason why I can hold on until now is because I have an optimistic attitude. But if this optimism disappears, I will have nothing to support myself. Zhu Shurjo understood that this was the fundamental reason why Luo Suyi committed suicide. After finishing speaking, Luo Suyi looked at Zhu Shurjo. Do you know something? First of all, I do know something, Zhu Shurjo said. Luo Suyi and Fu Si both nodded. Then, you need to inject a drug to enter the organization. And that drug will wipe out all your emotions. But this effect is not permanent, but will slowly fade away in less than a month. And then, you will need to inject a second dose of the drug. Zhu Shurjo directly said the information that they could only know before receiving the drug. Luo Suyi and Fu Si were both shocked. How is it possible? I'm telling the truth. That kind of medicine will greatly strengthen the body. And at the same time, it will also wipe out emotions. Luo Suyi thought for a while. In other words, I might really commit suicide? Yes. Zhu Shurjo simply made the information clear, hoping that Luo Suyi would strengthen her own beliefs. As long as the belief of not committing suicide is more firm, Luo Suyi will not really choose to commit suicide after the emotions are wiped out. No, I won't. Luo Suyi shook her head firmly. If my emotions were wiped out without knowing it, I might really choose to commit suicide. But now, I can guarantee that I will never commit suicide. Believe me, I don't believe you. After passing the test, it was still the same old drama. The ministers explained the situation to everyone. Luo Suyi chose the reconnaissance department, and Zhu Shurjo chose the command department. Then the ministers took everyone to the student dormitory. Wait, can I not go with you first? Zhu Shurjo said to the head of the command department. The commander frowned. If you don't want to go with us, where do you want to go? I want to go to the dormitory of the reconnaissance department first. I'm not changing jobs. I just want to take a look. Why? The commander was ready to get to the bottom of it. Zhu Shurjo said. I want to mate. In order to give birth to more children who inherit my good genes, I want to reproduce with number 250 Luo Suyi. The commander. 6. What? Nothing. Go ahead. Our organization does not object to students mating and reproducing with each other. In fact, the children born from natural mating of students are more malleable, and there is a high probability that they can inherit the advantages of both parents. When you really make number 250 pregnant, the logistics department will take over and pay attention to this project. Protect the mother throughout the process to make it safe for pregnancy. Zhu Shurjo had no choice. He couldn't find any other absolutely rational reason to stop Luo Suyi. In the last week, he tried to rush to Luo Suyi's dormitory without stopping after arriving at the dormitory. But he still couldn't stop her, which shows how tight the time was. It was also thanks to Su Chan's magical brain circuit that Zhu Shurjo realized that this excuse for sewing was really useful. Speaking of the devil, Su Chan jumped up from the side without knowing when, and she heard the word safe preparation for pregnancy. Su Chan said seriously, Minister, I also want to apply to mate with number 666. The head of the command center twitched his eyebrows. He is already going to mate with Luo Suyi. Su Chan said, It's not impossible for 3 people to go together. What kind of silver party is this? Zhu Shurjo was also frowning. Human lives are at stake. Why are you following me to cause trouble? Fortunately, the head of the command shook his head and said no. That is to say, how could they agree to it? Even if the Black Soldier organization is perverted, it would not be perverted to this extent. Zhu Shurjo was thinking about this when he heard the head of the command say, The organization has already arranged people to experiment. If there are multiple people at a time, the chance of pregnancy will be reduced, and the quality of sperm cells will also decrease. Therefore, In order to ensure the quality of sperm cells, they still have to do it one by one. Chapter 220, How to Curb Physiological Reactions. It turns out that the best newcomers have privileges. Zhu Shijie was allowed to leave the team, but Su Chan was stopped from staying in the team at the headquarters. In the team, Luo Suyi looked at Zhu Shijie expressionlessly. I heard that you want to mate with me. Zhu Shijie was a little embarrassed and shook his head. No. Mating is just an excuse. I'm here to stop you. Luo Suyi asked. What are you stopping me from doing? Stop you from committing suicide. Luo Suyi was silent. After a while, Luo Suyi said, You are worthy of it. During the test, you were able to predict that it would rain and take precautions. Now you can predict that I will commit suicide after injecting the drug. You can see the big picture from the small details. Is there anything you can't see through? Zhu Shijie was a little embarrassed by what he said. So, you really want to commit suicide? Yes, Zhu Shijie asked. So, what about what you promised me? Before, in the square, you clearly promised him not to commit suicide. But after injecting the drug, you turned around and broke the agreement. You know, that kind of agreement is meaningless. Especially for you and me after our emotions have been wiped out. I have a question. Why did you come here to stop me from committing suicide? Obviously, your emotions have been wiped out. Zhu Shijie lied seriously. There is a thing called emotional inertia. After the black soldier was injected with the drug, his emotions were wiped out. Why did he continue to devote himself to saving the world? It's because their previous emotions were too passionate. That is, their beliefs were too firm. Even if their emotions were wiped out, they could still act according to their original intentions. Su Chan, the woman who just clamored to mate with us, was most afraid of death before the injection of the drug. So after the injection of the drug, this became the emotional inertia that drove her actions. You want to commit suicide because your emotional inertia is to treat hyperthymesia. You think that suicide is the quickest way to solve your hyperthymesia. This is because you are still driven by inertia after the emotional erasure. And I still want to stop you from committing suicide because I am too kind and can't bear to see anyone die. Especially you. Although this may sound like bragging, it is true. My emotional inertia is to save everyone. So that's it. Luo Suyi pondered. It seemed to be true. The head of the reconnaissance department, who was leading the team in the front, looked back at Zhu Shijie, who was mixed in their team and talked a lot. His eyes were full of praise. Yes. Just like Zhu Shijie immediately understood the essential rules of the test not long after participating in the test. Now Zhu Shijie immediately understood the essence of the drug after injecting the drug, which is really too good. Many people were paying attention to the conversation between Zhu Shijie and Luo Suyi. After hearing this, they couldn't help but start thinking about their emotional inertia. They would never have thought that Zhu Shijie had already injected the drug more than once. No one knows the black soldier drug better than him. So, how do you want to stop me from committing suicide? Zhu Shijie said. I plan to stay by your side until the organization treats your hyperthymesia. You won't die as long as I'm here. After listening for a long time, the head of the reconnaissance department finally couldn't help but speak. I just listened for a long time. And I have an idea. Why don't you apply for a transfer to another department? Zhu Shijie shook his head and said, I refuse. Although I want to save more people, I have a more ambitious goal, which is to save the world. If Luo Suyi still wants to commit suicide after the treatment, I will not stop her, because stopping her will waste my time. I will not allow anyone to stop me from moving forward. Okay, this is very dark. Although, at the end of last week, he chose not to open the last book on the bookshelf, and his steps were blocked once. But that was Zhu Shijie's last mercy. If Luo Suyi wants to commit suicide at that time, Zhu Shijie will not stop her, and will use Su Chan instead. Su Chan is Luo Suyi's substitute. But Su Chan is a person who will do anything to survive, and is difficult to trust. Luo Suyi looked at Zhu Shijie deeply, then nodded and said okay. The head of the reconnaissance department didn't know that Luo Suyi had a tendency to commit suicide before. Now, after listening to the conversation between the two, he realized that Luo Suyi, whom he had won over with great difficulty, might lose her life, and said, Don't worry. I will arrange treatment in the evening. In other words, just wait until the evening. Zhu Shijie nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. His efforts had worked. Anyway, he had almost finished reading the books on the bookshelf, so he could go to Luo Suyi's room to finish the last book. However, The head of the reconnaissance department said. We can arrange treatment for her as soon as possible. But there is a requirement. That is, you can't do anything to her. Zhu Shurjiu almost didn't react. The head of the reconnaissance department looked at Zhu Shurjiu vigilantly. You know, she is the best talent in this reconnaissance department. And her hyperthymesia is too suitable for the reconnaissance department. So if you let her get pregnant, Zhu Shurjiu said quickly. No. How could you do that? As his pawn, Luo Suyi was in Zhu Shurjiu's consideration about the situation after her emotions were restored. If he really took advantage of her and attacked her during the period of her emotional erasure, then Luo Suyi would definitely hate him. And that would be purely making things difficult for himself. Pregnancy? Luo Suyi thought about it. Then she said coldly, It doesn't matter. I will abort it. Zhu Shurjiu wanted to complain, but held back. Anyway, this was a non-existent possibility, and he was not going to discuss this topic with her. Everyone was led into the training base by the head of the reconnaissance department and taken to the downstairs of the dormitory. This is your dormitory in the future. The one next to it is the dormitory of the old students. If you have any questions, you can go and consult the old students. I will take you to register for the room, and I will leave after registration. The head of the reconnaissance department was obviously much more enthusiastic than the head of the command department. You should know that the head of the command department directly put them downstairs of the dormitory and left. But the director of the reconnaissance department took them into the dormitory and signed their names with the dormitory manager. Huh? Isn't this number 666? Why did you come to our reconnaissance department? Unexpectedly, the dormitory manager recognized Zhu Shurjiu when he saw him. The director of the reconnaissance department said, He came to accompany his girlfriend, and he finally chose the command center. Is that so? That's a pity. The dormitory manager obviously knew Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu was a little surprised. The dormitory manager didn't say much when he came here twice before. He opened Luo Suyi's room for him with a spare access card without saying a word. Did he know him? He thought of the old student who walked out of the dormitory building next to him when he came here before and went to the wrong dormitory building. He also knew him. Zhu Shurjiu asked. Am I famous? The dormitory manager smiled and replied. Not very famous. But I'm starting to become famous. The advanced version of the documentary about the assessment test has been circulated in the training base. Basically, many old students will pay attention to it. And you, number 666, are the star student of this class. Every year there are star students with excellent abilities. After graduation, they will become the mainstay of resisting alien insects. I hope you will be the same. Zhu Shurjiu was surprised in his heart, but he did not move on the surface. When registering the room number, Luo Suyi still chose room 211, just like the previous two times. After Luo Suyi and Zhu Shurjiu entered the room, they looked at each other. Then Luo Suyi said, I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to come with me? Zhu Shurjiu. Seeing that Zhu Shurjiu did not respond, Luo Suyi asked again. In an instant, Zhu Shurjiu even broke out in a cold sweat. He had not considered the issue of taking a shower before. But now, the biggest problem he faced after entering the room was taking a shower. His original idea was to keep staring at Luo Suyi so that she couldn't commit suicide. However, does Luo Suyi have to stare at her when she eats, drinks, defecates, urinates, and takes a bath? In the state of emotional erasure, Zhu Shurjiu can go in and take a bath together without hesitation. However, Zhu Shurjiu now has emotions. However, Zhu Shurjiu is not considering the constraints of moral sense, which is meaningless to him. He is considering the instinctive physiological reaction. If he goes in and takes a bath together, how can he curb his physiological reaction? There are two ways to drive a man's physiological reaction. One is manual. That is, to use the body to feel the stimulation. Even if the emotion is wiped out, the corpus cavernosum can expand. The other is automatic. That is, to use emotion to drive the corpus cavernosum to expand. There is no doubt that after the injection of the drug, it is reasonable to say that only the first way can make him have a physiological reaction. Zhu Shurjiu, who has experienced emotional erasure, knows that if the black soldiers after emotional erasure want to reproduce, they can only do it manually and cannot stimulate physiological reaction through emotional automatic methods. If he has a physiological reaction just by looking at Luo Suyi's body, it will inevitably be noticed that he has not been emotionally wiped out at all. At the same time, at this moment, Luo Sui is staring at him with her eyes, and any hesitation on his part will become a factor of suspicion. He must quickly find a suitable way to curb his own physiological reaction. In a flash, his mind ran at an unprecedented speed. After being blessed by 2 drugs, Zhu Shizhou is no longer the same as before. If he runs his mind with all his strength, he can barely do multi-threaded thinking. So, Zhu Shizhou, who realized the problem, immediately thought of several ways. The first way is to make a glue first. This was the first way he thought of to curb his physiological reaction. As long as he vitted it first, he could effectively curb the expansion of the corpus cavernosum. But Zhu Shizhou was not sure how long this would last. The second way was to take advantage of Luo Sui's inattention and destroy his lower body. But to be honest, this was too cruel. Zhu Shizhou did not have such awareness. If he really had to do this, he might as well let Luo Sui die with guilt. The third way was to go in with her and take a shower, and then always pay attention to Luo Sui's sight, and not let her notice his lower body. This is a bit difficult, because he can't control Luo Sui's sight, and it's also suspicious to stand in her blind spot. And there's no guarantee that she won't be suspicious. The fourth rule is to let Luo Sui take a shower this round to see if she will commit suicide in the bathroom. This is very painful, because it means that Zhu Shizhou is likely to do it again. But before, he had made up his mind that this was the last time to go back for her. Now, is he going to end this round hastily with such a ridiculous reason? The fifth rule. It was a cold day, and Zhu Shizhou's back was soaked with cold sweat. In just 1 second, he experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Luo Sui still looked at him. Do you want to go in with me? What are you hesitating about? Could it be that you don't actually? Zhu Shizhou stood up suddenly, walked directly in front of Luo Sui, and stretched out his hand. He said calmly, I just thought about it. The most effective way to stop you from committing suicide is to knock you out. So, sorry, Luo Sui. The next second, Luo Sui, who just wanted to take a shower, was hit on the back of the head by Zhu Shizhou with a knife and fainted. Chapter 221 Noble and Mean. Are you awake? The operation was successful. Under the white operating room light, everything looked hazy. This was the first sentence Luo Sui heard when she opened her eyes. A group of female nurses next to her looked at her and said the sentence just now. Luo Sui didn't react to what happened. The memory in her head was still stuck on Zhu Shizhou knocking her out with a knife in the last second. And the next second the picture turned to this. This is a single ward in a hospital, which is no different from an ordinary hospital. What's wrong with me? Luo Sui spoke weakly, sat up with difficulty, and looked at her clothes. She had been changed. The clothes she was wearing were a clean hospital gown, and there was no peculiar smell on her body after the previous test. She sniffed slightly. Not only her body, but also her hair was fragrant. This was a smell of alcohol mixed with a faint smell of shower gel and shampoo. The smell of alcohol came from the gauze on her head, and the unique smell in the air in the hospital. And the shower gel and shampoo came from her body. Who helped me take a bath? Luo Sui asked. I don't know. But a young man brought you here. When he brought you here, we simply sterilized you and changed your clothes before starting the operation. There is no doubt that the person who brought her here was Zhu Shizhou. So was it Zhu Shizhou who helped her take a bath? Thinking of this, Luo Sui reached into her crotch and checked that she was still a virgin. In other words, Zhu Shizhou really just wanted to ensure her safety and knocked her out. Looking back now, it was indeed a very rational operation. It's just that Luo Sui really just wanted to take a shower at that time. She had no intention of committing suicide at all. After all, she promised Zhu Shizhou that she would at least wait until the operation was over. Although her emotions were wiped out, the operation was performed at night, so she could afford to wait for such a short time. It makes sense. This is indeed his style. He is too cautious. Luo Sui did not expect that Zhu Shizhou chose to knock her out in order not to expose his own emotional state. Instead, she thought that this was what he would do. Anyway, you should have a good rest first. During the operation, you were given a strong recovery agent. The gauze can be removed in about 3 days. Anyway, this is just a minor operation. Don't worry about any sequelae. Luo Sui only then noticed that her memory was very calm. This was a kind of calm state that she had never felt in her life before. At other times in the past, every minute and every second of her experience would be recorded by her millimeter-level memory. More than 20 years of life are all loaded into her mind. This is an extremely terrifying experience. Only patients with hyperthymesia can experience the feeling of memories rushing out every second. It's like a computer playing every second of the video of more than 20 years at the same time. And it's an ultra-clear version. Now, her memory has calmed down. If she actively recalls, she can still remember the millimeter-level memory. If she doesn't actively recall, her brain will not be attacked by the sudden pop-up memory. She touched her head with trembling hands. You shed tears? The nurse, who was changing the dressing on the drip next to Luo Sui, noticed the abnormality of the calm Luo Sui. Luo Sui, who should have been wiped out by emotions, shed 2 lines of tears from the corners of her eyes. Luo Sui touched the corners of her eyes, and indeed felt a handful of wet liquid. She said, "This is unreasonable. I am very calm now." The nurse smiled and said, "The human body is amazing. Isn't it? The drugs injected by scientific means only limit your emotions. But restrictions are just restrictions. There are always people in the world whose emotions are so passionate that they break through physiological limitations. You are probably like this now. Your obsession with treating hyperthymesia is so deep that your emotions broke through the limit the moment you found out that the hyperthymesia treatment was over. This is something you didn't even realize. Is that so?" Luo Sui couldn't stop her tears at all. She wiped them dry, and they flowed again. She simply stopped wiping them. Wiping them again would be a waste of calories. The medicine has been changed. By the way, you have 2 friends coming to see you. They are waiting outside the door now. Friends? The people Luo Sui could think of were Zhu Shurjiu and Fu Sidu. Sure enough, the nurse went out and called them in. The 2 entered the ward empty-handed, without taking anything. For a moment, there were only 3 of them in the ward. The test instrument next to them was still beeping, and there was no other movement. After the 3 of them were silent for a while, Fu Sidu spoke first. "Was the operation successful?" "The operation was successful. I didn't expect you 2 to come to see me," Fu Sidu said. "Of course I will come to see you, because I will also undergo surgery tomorrow. I need to confirm whether the organization has enough ability to treat hyperthymesia, so as to determine whether my terminal illness can be cured." "Okay. This makes sense," Zhu Shurjiu said. "The woman who helped you take a bath and change clothes is a woman I know. Her name is Su Chan. In order to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings after your emotions recover, I will explain it to you first." Luo Sui herself did not care about this problem. After Zhu Shurjiu explained, she nodded. "My hyperthymesia has been completely cured, and I now feel better than ever before. It's just that, it seems that my body has broken through the physiological limitations of emotional erasure, which prompted me to be unable to stop my tears after the treatment of hyperthymesia was completed. In fact, Zhu Shurjiu noticed it as soon as he entered the ward, and was still wondering why Luo Sui was crying. And she was crying with a very strange face. Luo Sui said, "If my emotions were not erased, I should be in a state of being moved by joy and tears now." Zhu Shurjiu was a little surprised after hearing this. To what extent did she obsess over hyperthymesia that she could break through physiological limitations and cause her body to secrete tears? "Fu Sidu, can you go out for a while? I have something to say to Zhu Shurjiu." Fu Sidu looked at Zhu Shurjiu, then at Luo Sui, and always felt that he was a little redundant. So he said, "Then I'll go?" In an extremely rational state. After confirming that Luo Sui's operation was successful, he decided not to stay here any longer. He didn't know what happened between Zhu Shurjiu and Luo Sui, and he had nothing to do with it anyway. Luo Sui nodded. "You can go now." So, Fu Sidu left. Only Zhu Shurjiu and Luo Sui were left in the ward. The 2 of them were in awkward silence for a long time. And then, they heard Luo Sui suddenly ask, "The drug didn't completely wipe out your emotions?" Zhu Shurjiu's body suddenly stiffened. Luo Sui said, "I heard from the nurse that as long as a person's emotions are too passionate, they can break through physiological limitations. I am crying now because my obsession has been resolved. Did you choose to lead the team to stop me from committing suicide because you wanted to save me? It's not because of emotional inertia, but because your emotions have not been completely wiped out. Among all the candidates, you are the kindest, most enthusiastic, and most helpful. In order to allow more candidates to pass the test, you refuse to relax even at the end of the test, but instead check the physical condition of other candidates. It can be said that you are a person with noble moral integrity that I have never met in my life. I think about it. And the only person who can break through physiological limitations with passionate emotions is you. You actually chose to stop me from committing suicide because your emotions are still there. Right? This is not a conclusive fact. But Luo Suyi's guess. Zhu Shizhou was about to deny it. But the next moment, he thought of this as something he could use. He could completely engrave the image of the harmless Virgin Mary in her heart, so that she would unconditionally trust that everything he did was to save more people and make things better, even cheating on her feelings. Zhu Shizhou suddenly realized that he was really despicable. Chapter 222 Emotional Control. The reasoning process was wrong, but the conclusion was right. Zhu Shizhou's emotions were indeed not wiped out. Luo Suyi didn't actually want to confirm this, but she felt confused. After the treatment of hyperthymesia, the direction of her life disappeared. It felt like a ship lost its power and drifted on the sea with the waves. Where to go? She didn't know. Is it necessary to commit suicide next? She didn't know. If Zhu Shizhou's emotions were really not wiped out, then could you tell her what she should do? The tears were almost dry, and Luo Suyi's emotions were still calm. She never came to this island to save the world. All she wanted to do was to treat her hyperthymesia. It can be said that this was her emotional inertia. When this goal was achieved, she had no reason to continue. Zhu Shizhou did not clearly answer whether he was really completely wiped out of his emotions, but he showed a slightly soft expression on his face to prove that Luo Suyi's guess was correct. He did not admit it directly, which meant that Luo Suyi could not have solid evidence to prove it. At the same time, even if there were surveillance or listening equipment in the ward, it could not record the images or audio of his honesty. This ensured to the greatest extent that Luo Suyi was just a pawn and could not be used to control him and threaten his existence. If Luo Suyi could really be used by him, she would not become his partner, but only his pawn. Zhu Shizhou had already calculated this. After seeing the gentle expression on Zhu Shizhou's face, Luo Suyi confirmed her guess in her mind. Although Zhu Shizhou did not admit it directly, she still thought she guessed right. So, Zhu Shizhou said to Luo Suyi, in short, don't always think about committing suicide. If you don't know what to do in the future, then look at me. Although I don't know what I can do for you, as long as you look at me, I will try my best to be excellent. In order to try my best. Speaking of this, Zhu Shizhou seemed to shyly look away. What? Seeing that Zhu Shizhou had not finished speaking, Luo Suyi couldn't help but guess in her heart. On the square, Zhu Shizhou had expected that she would commit suicide in advance, and he would look at her once or twice from time to time. At that time, she felt a little strange in her heart, and she was a little suspicious. Did Zhu Shizhou like her? Now in the state of emotional obliteration, she naturally thought about this unanswered question. The emotional speculation that the emotion has not been obliterated has become the only basis in the rational state at this moment. Luo Suyi asked directly, "Do you like me?" Zhu Shizhou did not answer directly, but said, "I won't spend so much time on other people." Luo Suyi became more and more sure of her guess in her heart. I see. That makes sense. Passionate emotions break through physiological limitations. Although Zhu Shizhou is a kind and emotional person, it is himself who really determines that Zhu Shizhou can break through emotional limitations. His love for her is so strong that it breaks through the physiological limitations of the medicine. Seeing Luo Suyi's thoughtful look, Zhu Shizhou knew that from now on, he would always wear a mask in front of Luo Suyi. In the state of emotional obliteration, Luo Suyi can only think logically, and it is easy to turn a blind eye to the doubts that can be found in the emotional state. For example, why did Zhu Shizhou fall in love with her so easily? Love is not something that can be concluded with rational logic. Luo Suyi's desire to understand this matter in an emotionally obliterated state is nothing but a fool's dream. Why did Zhu Shizhou, who was emotionally obliterated, have to restore his emotions? It was because he was worried that his thinking would be biased. And now, Zhu Shizhou took advantage of Luo Suyi's deviation and forcibly implanted the concept of Zhu Shizhou fell in love with Luo Suyi into her mind before she recovered her emotions. It is foreseeable that when Luo Suyi's emotions gradually recover, she will inevitably have a strange trust in him when she recalls the bits and pieces of their time together, and even fall in love with him in return. Zhu Shizhou does not necessarily have to achieve the latter. He only needs Luo Suyi's positive emotions towards him. He knows that the best way to use a person is never coercion and inducement, but emotional control. Then, after making up his mind, Zhu Shizhou took out his mobile phone and played the content of the afternoon class for Luo Sui. From the time he gathered at the headquarters dormitory building to the time he visited the alien insects in the forest teaching building, Zhu Shizhou recorded it with his mobile phone and now showed it to Luo Sui, who missed the event because she had to receive treatment. This is another detail operation. Luo Sui also evaluated his thoughtful behavior in her heart. Luo Sui finished watching the video recorded by Zhu Shizhou, which finally made up for the afternoon's activities. "You are worthy of it," Luo Sui said. She was referring to the part in the video where Instructor Mo asked the students if they had any questions. Zhu Shizhou raised his hand and took the lead in asking a question, while most of the students watched in silence. As a result, except for the person who asked the question, all other students were deducted 10 points. She felt that this was another example of Zhu Shizhou's unique sharpness. If she were in the command center, she might have been among the students who remained silent just now. At the end of the event, Zhu Shizhou still had 1,000 points. The student who had the most points deducted was 950 points. Because that student asked a lot of stupid questions. "Thank you," Luo Sui said. From the perspective of interests, Zhu Shizhou recorded the video of the event for her. He didn't have to do it, but he still did it. She didn't think at all that she would miss the event because Zhu Shizhou knocked her out. You know, the treatment time does not conflict with the time of visiting the alien insect activity. Zhu Shizhou put away his mobile phone, stood up and said, "Since you have finished watching, I will leave first. Don't forget to choose the course tomorrow. By the way, let's add each other as friends to facilitate communication later." During the whole process, the two only experienced a few words, and there was no follow-up in-depth conversation about who likes who. But Zhu Shizhou showed with every move that he was really interested in her. As if there was no need to explain this matter, Zhu Shizhou returned to the dormitory, and at the door of his room, he saw Su Chan. Su Chan asked as soon as she opened her mouth, "How is it? How many times have you and number 250 come? Do you have any spare time?" Zhu Shizhou. "Against the sky," Zhu Shizhou replied expressionlessly. "Not once." Su Chan looked down at Zhu Shizhou. "Could it be? If you have something to say, come in and say it. Don't stand at the door and make people speculate." Zhu Shizhou was now extremely wary of Su Chan and did not want to reveal any information about Luo Sui. After the two entered the room, Su Chan still mentioned Luo Sui. Su Chan naturally wanted to know what kind of person Zhu Shizhou would actively ask to mate with. But Zhu Shizhou always kept his mouth shut about it. Su Chan said, "If you really want to mate with her, why don't you take advantage of her when she fainted?" She knew about this because Zhu Shizhou called her to bathe and change clothes for Luo Sui. She secretly checked Luo Sui's body at that time and knew that she was still a virgin. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "I'm sorry, I can't answer. But you don't seem to care about this." Su Chan seemed to accept this statement. She saw that Zhu Shizhou was determined to keep it secret. So she simply gave up asking and said, "What course will you choose tomorrow? I want to choose with you." Zhu Shizhou had already experienced this topic and answered Su Chan's question. After the two had an in-depth conversation, Su Chan left Zhu Shizhou's room thoughtfully. Just like before, Zhu Shizhou had already decided to take all the courses. At night, he took out his mobile phone and left a message for Luo Sui. "Look at me." He wanted Luo Sui to think that he took all the courses for her. Chapter 223, Selecting Experimental Subjects. There is no doubt that Zhu Shizhou is the only person in the history of the Black Soldier organization who has truly chosen all the required and elective courses. The content of this session's test and assessment has long been circulated in the training base. But since there is a test and assessment every year, this is not a new thing. Everyone originally thought that the storm caused by Zhu Shizhou would calm down with the passage of time. However, when they found out that someone had chosen all the courses, the storm started again. They found out that the person who chose the courses in this way was Zhu Shizhou. Even the head of the headquarters asked Instructor Mo to talk to Zhu Shizhou. "Why did you choose all the courses? Don't you know that there will be a conflict in time?" Instructor Mo came to Zhu Shizhou's room and asked indifferently. In fact, he didn't want to come at all. But this was the request of the head of the headquarters after all. God knows why she paid so much attention to a newcomer. Zhu Shizhou naturally said the same thing. In short, failing a course does not mean failing. As long as you can pass the makeup exam, you can continue to study. Right? Instructor Mo was not surprised that Zhu Shizhou discovered this hidden rule. because he was not the only one who discovered this rule. He said, "That's right. But you have to know that no one in history has ever been able to protect themselves after taking so many courses. The highest record of the number of courses taken before you was 36 courses. After taking 36 courses, a student failed 20 courses and failed the make-up exam, and eventually became an experimental subject." Zhu Shizhou didn't care about the experience of the failed student, but asked, "Experimental subject? Is it the kind we saw at the event yesterday?" That was just one of the experimental projects of the Black Soldier organization. There are many other experiments. I can tell you clearly that although it will not be as dangerous as the experiment yesterday, if the Black Soldier Reserve becomes an experimental subject, it can basically be determined that you will have no future. That kind of future is not within my consideration," Zhu Shizhou said. "Since I chose 40 courses, it proves that I have confidence in it. Confidence and strength are two different things. The student before was also very confident, but he still failed. Su Feng, who came from the same command as me. How many courses did he choose?" 15. Instructor Mo said. "I was not an instructor at the time. I was Commander Su's junior. I just heard that he chose 15 courses. He filled up all his courses, and after self-studying for a period of time, he applied for early graduation before all his points were deducted. Even a genius like Commander Su only chose 15 courses. My suggestion is that you should do the same as him and choose at most 15 courses." He chose those 15 courses because he thought they were truly useful courses. Other courses can be given up at will. In response to Instructor Mo's persuasion, Zhu Shizhou only said, 15 courses. Is that enough? I once followed a teacher to learn archery, and that teacher said something to me that I still remember. If you can't get out of your comfort zone and only have your eyes on the target, no matter how calm your mind is and how accurate your shooting is, the best result in the end is just to hit the target. If that's the case, although I have achieved my goal, it also means that I will never be able to shoot an arrow that exceeds my level. Zhu Shizhou's words are enough to show his determination. Instructor Mo therefore confirmed Zhu Shizhou's determination, and finally asked one more question. Are you sure you don't want to change? No. I have to learn all 40 courses. Instructor Mo nodded with a little regret. Okay. His eyes were like seeing a genius who was destined to fall. Geniuses have privileges, but these privileges are not unlimited. If Zhu Shizhou really had problems after taking 40 courses and failed, it would prove that he was just SOSO. The recognition of one's own strength is also a basic quality required by black soldiers. If you have no strength but insist on pretending to be a hero, it can only prove Zhu Shizhou's stupidity. Instructor Mo said, I don't care about other courses, but don't miss my first class tomorrow. Zhu Shizhou nodded. Classes will start tomorrow, and a total of 7 core basic courses in 7 departments will start at 8 a.m. In other words, it was a hellish start from the beginning. The schedules of 7 courses conflicted, and no one could think of a solution. This problem is simply unsolvable. The old students who heard about this thought that the strongest newcomer of this class was probably crazy. The head of the command naturally received the report from Instructor Mo. Zhu Shizhou still insisted on not changing. She could only think that this was Su Feng's plan. Luo Sui sent a message to Zhu Shizhou, and also thought that Zhu Shizhou's choice was not wise. Zhu Shizhou's reply was just look at me. If you don't know what to do next, try to see how far I can go. Maybe I can really pass these 40 courses smoothly? Luo Sui couldn't believe from a rational point of view that Zhu Shizhou could do this, thinking that he was courting death. But considering Zhu Shizhou's performance in the test, she could only reluctantly believe that Zhu Shizhou could do it. The course selection time for the day was over. Many students in the same class thought that Zhu Shizhou would change his choice at the end. But he didn't. Early the next morning, Zhu Shizhou came to the teaching building in the forest according to his memory of yesterday. When he walked into the classroom, he felt that many people were looking at him. Here, I saved a seat for you, Su Chan said to Zhu Shizhou, who had just entered the classroom, patting the empty seat next to him. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. It was just awkward flirting. Right? The classroom is so big, and there are only about 20 people in the entire command center. I need you to save a seat for me? But although he thought so in his heart, he still walked over. You really chose 40 courses. You know, you have missed 6 courses now. You may have set the record for the most number of absences on the first day in history. Zhu Shizhou had just sat down when Su Chan started talking about this matter. It's just skipping classes. Normal. Zhu Shurjiu said that these were all minor issues. Just skipping classes. Who hasn't skipped classes? But I definitely didn't set a record. Because there is another person who has skipped classes like me. Who? Su Feng. Zhu Shurjiu said. He originally selected 15 courses. And it is certain that he must have selected all the required courses in other departments. Selecting all means skipping classes, being late, and leaving early. I just added a little bit on this basis. Su Chan asked. Commander Su? In other words, do you think you are better than Commander Su? Zhu Shurjiu said calmly. I must be better than him. He didn't say his opinion, but stated a fact. As good as Su Feng is, he can't really decide the plan to attack the enemy of the world. If he wants to decide the plan, he has to be better than Su Feng. This is the reality. Before he said a few words, Instructor Mo from the command class came in from the door. Punctual. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Instructor Mo glanced at everyone in the classroom. Very good. No one is absent. Instructor Mo was very satisfied, although he didn't show any satisfaction from his serious expression. Start the class now. Without any other nonsense. Instructor Mo directly turned on the big screen in front of him. The screen showed a white room. There were many experimental subjects wearing black soldier combat uniforms in the white room. These people all had the ability of black soldiers. But in fact they were just guinea pigs captured by the Black Soldier Organization. The Black Soldier Organization tested various drugs whose efficacy has not been fully confirmed on these people. Some drugs were used to stimulate the human body's potential as much as possible, thus consuming the human body's lifespan. But in short, in terms of strength, these people are almost the same as the Black Soldier. Now, each student selects 30 people from here. This is your share this month. As I said yesterday, if one dies, 10 points will be deducted. They will become the basis for you to fight against alien insects in class. Everyone on the screen has a badge on his chest with a number written on it. This is their number. A pop-up window popped up automatically on the students' phones. With a click of a finger, they entered the experimental subject selection stage. There were only numbers on it, but no introduction to each experimental subject. According to the instructor, you don't need to know their abilities in advance, but you can do it yourself before officially arranging them to enter the alien insect forest. In short, the instructor guaranteed that the selection stage was fair. If you really picked a defective product, you can only blame yourself. The numbers on the phone screen turned gray one by one, which proved that these numbers had been selected by others. Zhu Shurjiu naturally had no requirements for the experimental subjects and chose blindly. The students were selecting, and in the screen in front of the classroom, the experimental subjects were getting uneasy, because they were separated one after another under the instructions of the black soldiers. What are you doing? Someone asked the other experimental subjects next to him nervously. I don't know, but I seem to have heard that one of my elder brothers told me that every year, some test subjects are called out for some unknown purpose, and they never come back after they leave. This has become a legend in the test subject circle, and no one knows what happened. What about your elder brother? My elder brother was also selected last year, and I haven't seen him since then. It seems that it's our turn this year. Most test subjects were confused and didn't know what happened. However, there were still a few test subjects who knew the truth. For example, Old Wolf. Yes, Old Wolf was also selected. Has this day finally come? Old Wolf muttered to himself. He knew what this was for. Last year, a rebellious black soldier reserve also became an experimental subject. Old Wolf had dealt with that experimental subject, thanks to that black soldier reserve who told him the truth. Otherwise he would have been a hoodwinker for the rest of his life. The others around Old Wolf saw that Old Wolf was quite calm, and seemed to realize that he knew something. So they all asked. Old Wolf said, "We will be assigned to the new recruits of the Black Soldier Organization's headquarters in a group of 30, and then break into the Death Forest to play a game against the damn bugs. But in this game, the new recruits are the players, and we are the characters they control." What? This shocked everyone else. Old Wolf said quietly, "The others didn't come back because they died. And most of them didn't die because the Zerg were too powerful, but because we had to obey the stupid orders of the new trainees in the stupid command department to fight against the Zerg and died. You can imagine what kind of weird and stupid orders these new trainees who have never come into contact with Zerg will give. Even the genius commanders need to learn from scratch. And the price of this learning is their lives." Chapter 224. How to use the tool Su Chan. Inference of the advantages and disadvantages of the experimental subjects. Old Wolf was pessimistic about whether he could survive, because he really couldn't think of a reason why he could survive. As he thought before, even a genius commander needs a process to learn from scratch, such as grouping the experimental subjects according to their own abilities in a team of 30, analyzing the intelligence set by the reconnaissance team in actual combat, making strict deployment based on the intelligence, and giving more flexible strategies in combat. There are too many things worth learning here. According to the Black Soldier Reserve he had contacted last year, the Black Soldier organization recruited members from the Society for Selection, and then transformed these people with drugs, making them emotionless monsters. The rebellious Black Soldier Reserve chose to rebel because he couldn't accept the state of emotional obliteration during the interval of emotional recovery, and the course was about to fail and couldn't pass, so he was easily captured. The problem is that these new members were originally ordinary people in society. It was only after joining the Black Soldier organization that they had a partial understanding of the Zerg, and were slightly better-minded ordinary people. This is very annoying. Instead of expecting these ordinary people to command them to fight against the Zerg, it is better to expect them to resist and escape from Illumination Island. Old Wolf did not hide anything and told the experimental subjects all the information he knew. The experimental subjects were very united, and there was no so-called intrigue, because they all knew that everyone needed to help each other during the experiment. Who knows who can help them next time? So Old Wolf told the experimental subjects this information, hoping that everyone could come up with a way to help each other survive. However, after hearing the information from Lao Lang, everyone was in despair. How could it be? It shouldn't be like this. Then we are doomed? The experimental subjects panicked. Lao Lang said calmly, "Don't panic. We will die sooner or later anyway. Even if we don't die at the hands of these new students, we will die in an experiment sooner or later. Don't you even have this little awareness? If it's not because of the genetic disease." Someone grabbed his head and muttered to himself in a state of collapse. Lao Lang glanced at them and stopped comforting them. Genetic disease. This is the disease that the Black Soldier organization studied on them when they were preparing to improve the Black Soldier drug. The drug that the Black Soldier organization widely uses for the Black Soldiers is not a genetic drug. In essence, it stimulates the potential of the human body by promoting the secretion of chemical substances in the brain and reasonably regulating the hormone system of the human body. In other words, it is strengthened when the human body itself has potential. However, the Black Soldier organization has no taboos in the various drugs that they experiment on them. The Black Soldier organization has never given up on further improving the human body. After discovering that the original Black Soldier drugs have reached their limits, they turned to studying how to make the human body evolve artificially. That is, based on the Black Soldier drugs, they began to study human genes. The human body is a very complex thing. A slight change in the gene fragment will cause various diseases. Even if some of the drugs that the Black Soldier organization experimented on them can make them particularly outstanding in some aspects, they also have various genetic defects. This kind of genetic defect can only be treated by the Black Soldier organization, and other organizations outside do not have such strong scientific research capabilities. No one wants to die if they can live. The genetic disease fundamentally determines that they cannot escape from Illumination Island, let alone resist. The performance of the experimental subjects was naturally seen by the students. Who is calmer and who is more panicked can be seen at a glance. The first person to react was Su Chan. She directly chose Lao Lang. This is the calmest one among all the experimental subjects. Under the cover of the gas mask, they did not recognize that Lao Lang was the experimental subject who commanded the team during the visit to the alien insect activity the day before yesterday. Su Chan just chose the extremely calm Lao Lang at the first time. In her opinion, this extremely calm experimental subject must have something. It's too slow to choose alone. I will help you choose, in order to prevent the better experimental subjects from being snatched away by other students. Su Chan said to Zhu Shurjiu while choosing. All courses are meaningless to me, so my experimental subjects are your experimental subjects. When I take the stage to command, I will listen to you in everything. It is equivalent to you having 60 experimental subjects alone. It is twice as many as others. Zhu Shurjiu had expected this. This is also the reason why he did not completely stop Su Chan from getting close to him. When he first entered the classroom, Su Chan left a seat for him. He sat next to Su Chan, just to let Su Chan make this proposal to him. If Su Chan wanted to please him, she would definitely think of this. Others only have a quota of 30 people every month. But he has a quota of 60 people, which is enough for him to get more opportunities to try than others. Skills that may originally require 100 rollbacks to master may only need 50 times with the help of Su-chan. This is the role that Su-chan can play. However, in response to Su-chan's attentiveness, Zhu Shizhou looked at Su-chan deeply and said, "It's up to you." Su-chan was not disappointed. She herself had no disappointment. Such emotion. However, she saw a loose attitude from Zhu Shizhou. If Zhu Shizhou chose to use her before her emotions recovered, what about after her emotions recovered? Thinking back to everything he did now, would he feel guilty? In that case, could she use Zhu Shizhou's guilt to successfully conceive his child? Future me. I have left you a way out. You must seize it. I will win this time. Su-chan thought so. At the same time, she observed the experimental subject numbers selected by Zhu Shizhou to avoid repeating the numbers selected by Zhu Shizhou as much as possible. Then, she found a problem. What's going on? Su-chan looked at the screen. Why are the experimental subjects you selected all some crooked melons and cracked dates? On the screen, many experimental subjects had already sat on the ground in despair. And some were crazy and collapsed. And there was no excellent quality at all. These were the people Zhu Shizhou chose. Why did Zhu Shizhou choose these inferior products? Of course, it was to show his value as much as possible. From the beginning, Zhu Shizhou's idea was very clear. If he could complete the course with 0 casualties using some inferior products, it would be easier to command better characters. In other words, if he was given 30 super god characters to complete the course, it would only show that the characters were strong, not that he was a good player. The strength of the experimental body would overshadow his talent. Of course, he couldn't say that in his absolutely rational state. He said, "First of all, I can be sure that I will inevitably fail the command course and have to take the makeup exam. But I'm not sure whether the instructor will give me a strong experimental subject when I fail the makeup exam. So I need to be prepared at this time and deliberately choose an inferior experimental subject. This is a rehearsal for the makeup exam. This is one reason. Secondly, these collapsed experimental subjects may look terrible, but I see a strong will to survive in them. On the other hand, those seemingly calm experimental subjects may be the ones who are truly desperate and can accept death calmly. In other words, the former may seem bad, but they may try every means to survive in battle." As soon as this was said, all the candidates in the classroom stopped the selection process, including Su-chan. Chapter 225 Zhu Shizhou's Fourfold Plan. Comprehensive Thinking. Zhu Shizhou's prestige has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people during the test. And the 2 reasons Zhu Shizhou gave just now are quite reasonable and sound flawless. The calmness in his words reveals a 100% certainty. And this strong confidence easily makes people feel that what he said is right. The other students were injected with drugs for the first time and were emotionally wiped out for the first time. How could their experience be as rich as Zhu Shizhou? So Zhu Shizhou anticipated everyone's reaction at the first time. Know what kind of logic they will think with in the state of emotional wiped out. If they are not reminded, they will never notice that the will to survive of these experimental subjects will also affect the state of the experimental subjects themselves. Because they are emotionally wiped out, they can no longer understand human emotions. This is the blind spot of emotional wiped out. Everything starts from rationality. And rationality is first substituted into these experimental subjects, believing that the experimental subjects who remain calm must have good abilities, and the experimental subjects with emotional collapse are waste. But how could this be true? Zhu Shizhou's remarks just now were half his own speculation and half nonsense. Most likely, the abilities of all the test subjects are actually comparable. The will to survive can indeed affect the state of the test subject, but the effect will not be too great. But without any contact with alien insects, how can the students know whether a calm test subject is better or an emotionally broken test subject is better? Zhu Shizhou actually couldn't even be sure himself. When the students stopped the selection process, Zhu Shizhou quickly looked at the screen in front of the classroom, and then frantically chose those emotionally broken test subjects. Seeing this, many students who were convinced by Zhu Shizhou also started to move. What is there to hesitate about? The strongest newcomers of this session chose the emotionally broken test subjects, which proved that in his opinion, these test subjects were most likely to survive. Reversal of choice. Following the trend, this was decided by Zhu Shizhou during the test assessment. Why did Zhu Shizhou have to shine during the test and implant his prestige in the hearts of other candidates? The primary goal is to get the first place. And the secondary goal is to influence other candidates through his behavior. Once these students in the same class as him get used to thinking along his lines during the test, they will definitely adjust their own ideas based on his lines of thought. Zhu Shizhou had made sufficient preparations during the test. Fu Sidu and Luo Suyi are his clear chess pieces, while other candidates are always his potential chess pieces. How could he completely give up other candidates and only pursue Fu Sidu and Luo Suyi? It would be too stupid to give up a whole forest for 2 trees. Zhu Shizhou wants them all. In summary, at this moment, other students in the classroom have followed the trend one after another. Choose, and the candidates who originally chose the emotionally stable experimental subjects have turned to those emotionally unstable experimental subjects. The will to survive is indeed very important. Su Chan said so. She felt that Zhu Shizhou was right. She didn't expect that her self-determined decision would not help at all. If it weren't for Zhu Shizhou's reminder, she would have thought that she had considered it very comprehensively. But she didn't expect. Oh! Is this Zhu Shizhou's caution? I am still too weak. She was about to follow the trend and make a choice. But Zhu Shizhou suddenly lowered his voice and said to her, "You choose according to your original idea." Su Chan stopped her action after hearing this. Then, in a flash, she figured it out. No! Zhu Shizhou's real idea was not to realize that the survival wills of these experimental subjects were different, but to guide the choices of other students, so that she would have the opportunity to choose high-quality experimental subjects who were calmer. If Zhu Shizhou knew Su Chan's idea, he would definitely applaud. If choosing experimental subjects with stronger survival wills is the first plan to increase the survival rate, then letting her choose experimental subjects who are calmer is Zhu Shizhou's second plan. In the picture in front of the classroom, the experimental subjects who are calm are a minority, temporarily called Type A experimental subjects. More experimental subjects are emotionally broken, temporarily called Type B experimental subjects. There are 26 students present. If all students choose the A-type experimental subjects, then Zhu Shizhou and Su Chan will only have a chance of 13th. And they can't compete with other students at all. No matter how fast Su Chan's hands are, she can't choose all the targets she wants. But what if Zhu Shizhou interferes with the choices of other students? All students, including Zhu Shizhou, actually have no way to determine which type of experimental subjects can maintain a better survival rate. So, in fact, Zhu Shizhou's remarks to other students just now have no basis at all. The reason why it sounds reasonable is that it is indeed reasonable in essence. B-type experimental subjects with a stronger will to survive will do their best to survive. Is that wrong? This is right. However, who can guarantee that the A-type experimental subjects are not calmer because of their richer experience and stronger abilities? Therefore, Zhu Shizhou considered 2 possibilities from the beginning. And for these 2 possibilities, he guided other students to make okay choices. While he and Su Chan chose the 2 ends of the scale, he created a great opportunity for Su Chan, letting her choose all the A-type experimental subjects, while he chose the B-type experimental subjects. The 2 are 2 extremes, no matter which one. As long as Su Chan joins the selection, Zhu Shizhou's choice will not be biased. With Su Chan around, how could Zhu Shizhou choose only one of the categories? Su Chan thought this was his second plan, and that he wanted to choose a stronger experimental subject. However, she did not expect that Zhu Shizhou's real second plan was to choose a weaker experimental subject. Other students blindly chose to compete for powerful roles, but Zhu Shizhou directly guided the students to have a selection order. His goal was always a weaker experimental subject. The students did not know whether the A or B experimental subject was weaker, but the instructor must know. If the A experimental subject chosen by Su Chan this round was weaker, Zhu Shizhou would choose the A experimental subject next round. But if the B experimental subject was weaker, he would choose the B experimental subject next round. In short, as long as he used the weaker experimental subject to achieve a more brilliant record, it would definitely prove that he was excellent. At the same time, the other students who were guided by him to choose the weaker experimental subject were likely to perform poorly, which would highlight his excellence. This was his dark second plan. However, is it over here? It's not over yet. Zhu Shizhou has a third plan. There is actually a simplest and most brutal way to choose a weaker experimental subject. That is, to rewind. As long as the number of rewinds is enough, and all the experimental subjects are tried one by one, you will naturally know which experimental subject is stronger and which is weaker. But why didn't Zhu Shizhou do this? because he needs to use the way of guiding other students to classify the qualities of these students. Most of the students were busy considering the inference of Zhu Shizhou, the strongest newcomer, and only 2 or 3 people still insisted on their own choices. In this way, Zhu Shizhou can distinguish these students, who are more opinionated and insist on decisiveness, who are easy to follow the trend and sway with the wind, who observe secretly and makes plans later. All are seen by Zhu Shizhou. This is just the first trial. In the endless rewinds in the future, there will undoubtedly be a second and third time, countless trials. He needs to use the least number of rewinds as much as possible to establish the most complete image of these people in his mind, accurate to each person, so as to judge which people can be won over and used, and which people are risky to use. The more chess pieces there are, the more you need to master the ability of each chess piece. This is Zhu Shizhou's third plan to test and evaluate these chess pieces. And this test is long-term. Su Chan never expected Zhu Shizhou's third plan. Therefore, she could not expect that Zhu Shizhou actually had a fourth plan. This plan is about Su Chan herself. Su Chan has always wanted to use her score to exchange for the opportunity to sleep with Zhu Shizhou and get pregnant. But how could Zhu Shizhou choose to do this? Su Chan's previous unscrupulous ideas beyond his imagination proved that this woman actually has a greater possibility. Apart from anything else, she stood on Zhu Shizhou's blind spot in thinking on the issue of female students' pregnancy. Not to mention that Su Chan can also become his tool to greatly reduce his number of rollbacks. How could Zhu Shizhou let go of such a useful tool? Therefore, in order to protect this woman under the above 3 considerations, Zhu Shizhou's idea is simple. That is, he chooses the weakest experimental subject, and Su Chan chooses the strongest experimental subject, so that he can not only protect this tool, but also show his own value. Therefore, creating opportunities for Su Chan is actually for Su Chan herself. Su Chan thought she would be Zhu Shizhou's trial and error tool, but she didn't expect that she was indeed Zhu Shizhou's trial and error tool. But at the same time, Zhu Shizhou also wanted to take her off. Zhu Shizhou has seen Su Chan's appearance in the square before the injection of the drug. As Su Chan said before, she was a socially anxious person with low self-esteem and sensitivity. So he knew that if he really took Su Chan away, then Su Chan, who had recovered her emotions, would definitely have the greatest affection and dependence on him. She would strongly believe that Zhu Shizhou was the most reliable person who could help her survive. Then after injecting the drug, Su Chan would follow this emotional inertia and think about it, slowly, falling into the trap of unconditional trust in him again and again. At this moment, Su Chan had already taken the first step. This is Zhu Shizhou's fourth plan. Under this fourfold plan, Zhu Shizhou was full of confidence. Then the 30 B-type experimental subjects he selected and Su Chan's 30 A-type experimental subjects, a total of 60 people, were all killed in the first command class on the first day. Chapter 226, Teams Enter and Join. The most promising newcomer in the command center, in the first command class on the first day, directly consumed all the experimental subjects within 10 minutes of the opening. And this is only the 30 people on the surface. Everyone can see that Su Chan's experimental subjects are also under Zhu Shizhou's control. As a result, Su Chan's 30 people were also destroyed. In other words, Zhu Shizhou alone controlled 2 resources, but all of them were wasted. None of the students could have predicted this result. Even Zhu Shizhou himself was shocked. Let's review what happened just now. As Zhu Shizhou expected, Su Chan chose the A-type experimental subject. That is, the experimental subject who was obviously calm. Zhu Shizhou chose the B-type experimental subject. That is, the experimental subject with emotional collapse. Not only them. The choices of other students were also clear. Only 2 or 3 chose the A-type, and most of the others chose the B-type. This is obviously the effect of Zhu Shizhou's guidance. After everyone selected the experimental subjects, the real practical course began. Instructor Mo said to everyone, "Now, you have 5 minutes to talk to your experimental subjects. You can use your mobile phone to communicate with the experimental subjects remotely. In 5 minutes, all experimental subjects will be transferred to various entrances of the Death Forest. Then you will command the experimental subjects to conduct remote combat. And you will be the commander. They need to spend 5 minutes to understand the abilities of 30 people. And then divide these 30 people into groups with different functions." The day before yesterday, when visiting the alien insects, I saw Lao Ang casually divide his teammates into several groups. It looks simple. but it is quite difficult to operate in practice. The students in the classroom chatted with their experimental subjects in a chaotic manner. Zhu Shizhou and Su Chan found a remote corner and started the communication. All experimental subjects, report your respective abilities in the order of numbers. If you want to survive this experiment, you have to cooperate with me as much as possible. I will bring you all alive. After everyone selected the experimental subjects, the screen in front of the classroom was divided into 26 screens, showing a total of 26 teams. Zhu Shizhou accurately found his team through the experimental subject's number, and saw that those experimental subjects were obviously a little flustered after receiving his communication, and did not give any effective feedback to his orders. At this time, Zhu Shizhou realized that he had made a mistake. Really? After hanging out with this group of absolutely rational guys for a long time, have I become rational too? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. He had forgotten the fear of death and subconsciously put himself into the hearts of these experimental subjects, so that now facing their fear, he did not make the right operation in the first time. He should appease them first, instead of giving orders. Our test subjects, please be quiet for a moment and listen to me. The test subjects quickly quieted down. I know you are very scared now. I can tell you directly that your lives are now in my hands. I will command you to enter the Zerg forest and fight against the Zerg, but if you are lucky enough, you may not encounter the Zerg. After hearing Zhu Shizhou's words, everyone obviously quieted down. That's right. Continuing to quarrel is a waste of time. The reason why they were so confused just now was because they could not confirm whether what Lao Lang said was correct. Now, even the commander in the communicator told them how to play this experiment, and they could confirm the current situation. Fear comes from the unknown. They felt much more at ease after learning the situation. Commander, please give orders. We will resolutely follow the orders, one of the experimental subjects said. Another experimental subject cursed in a low voice. What an idiot. Still a commander? Didn't you hear what the man said? We are all experimental materials for these new students. What's the use of flattering? That is to say, resolutely follow the orders. Isn't this sending yourself to death? Fuck you. I would rather die standing than live on my knees. You can give orders casually. Anyway, I won't listen. In this regard, Zhu Shizhou thought about it. They were so scared before, and he saw it all. It was nothing more than fear of death. Now they said I would rather die standing than live on my knees. They must be bluffing. These people are used to repeated experiments. If they want to have a chance of survival, they can only pin their hopes on new students can let them fight against the Zerg on their own. If they are allowed to fight against the Zerg on their own, they will have no regrets even if they die. However, if they obey the orders of new students to die, they will definitely die with regrets. This is a command class, which depends on the student's command ability. How could Zhu Shizhou let them perform on their own? Zhu Shizhou realized that it would not work to talk to them in a nice way. So he said lightly, "Don't talk nonsense. If you disturb the morale of the army again, you will die in the next second." The experimental subjects were suddenly silent. Even the man who had been shouting the loudest just now couldn't help shrinking his neck. Now 1 minute has passed. I only have 4 minutes to get to know you. If you don't want me to randomly group you, then quickly explain your abilities. The experimental subjects looked at each other, and after a while, a man stood up and said, No. I'll say it first. My observation skills are excellent, and I'm more suitable for the reconnaissance team. Other experimental subjects also stood up and said, I was selected to be the assault team in many experiments. I'll be the support team. My ability is more suitable for the emergency mobile team. The experimental subjects talked about it like filling out a volunteer application, reported a group to Zhu Shizhou, and then divided themselves into groups. Zhu Shizhou didn't even have time to say whether he agreed or not. They stood up and lined up neatly. Really skilled. Zhu Shizhou thought about it, but still didn't change the configuration they decided on. The current situation is that the reconnaissance team has 7 people. The assault team has 6 people. The emergency mobile team has 8 people. And the support team has 9 people. There is no command group, because Zhu Shizhou's function is equivalent to being an independent command group. The experimental subjects are obviously still worried, and put forward their opinions. Sir, we suggest that we still select a command group. After all, you are not on the scene, and you may not know the situation on the scene. It is you who don't know. Zhu Shizhou said lightly. The picture I see allows me to have an overview of the whole situation, just like playing a game with a god's perspective. I have a perspective plugin. Wherever there are alien insects, I can command you to avoid that area, which is much better than you commanding by yourself. The experimental subject was still persuading. No. I mean, at least give us a temporary command. In the ever-changing battle, you may not have so much experience and cannot give accurate orders. So, Zhu Shizhou said, you also know that I don't have so much experience? The experimental subject was stunned. I have no experience. So I need to learn. Otherwise, what do you think your life is for? You are just my first batch of experimental subjects. So I want you to be a tool for my growth. If I give you temporary command, how can I grow? The experimental subjects turned pale. Their eyes panicked again. Some experimental subjects sneered after despair. I have long guessed the cruelty of this dog thing. Don't forget that whether it is a black soldier or a black soldier reserve, they are emotionless monsters. Of course, Zhu Shizhou said this just to find a rational excuse. In fact, the reason why he did not give up power was because he was sure that he would find the correct strategy after countless replays. And if he let these people mix in his strategy, it would undoubtedly add many uncertainties to his strategy. From a big picture perspective, if I command alone, I will have fewer rollbacks. These people don't understand. And Zhu Shizhou can't explain it to them too clearly. So he just uses a rational excuse. Other people in the classroom have also been divided into groups one after another. Zhu Shizhou said to Su Chan, later, our two teams will act together, so that we will be more capable of resisting risks. Su Chan naturally licked. Okay, I'll listen to you. After everyone was divided into groups, 5 minutes were up. And Instructor Mo said calmly to the communicator, start the drill. Then everyone saw that the students' teams were escorted to the edge of the alien insect forest by the black soldiers. 26 random entrances. Each team was dispersed, at least 1 kilometer apart. The experimental subjects were given guns and then entered the forest. Su Chan knew the location of Zhu Shizhou's team and drove them directly in the direction of Zhu Shizhou. Old Wolf was naturally among them. He was silent at first, but he quietly opened his sixth sense and was fully alert to the surrounding situation. Under Su Chan's command, he followed the team in one direction. But when he saw another team, he immediately understood Su Chan's intention. Wait, Commander. I have an objection. We can't act with other teams. Old Wolf was startled and opened the communication directly. Su Chan said calmly. Reason. The Zerg use pheromones to determine food. The more people we have, the more conspicuous we will be in this forest. The Zerg will definitely target us. So I don't recommend that we act with this team. Su Chan said without thinking. Reject? The Old Wolf looked grim. He didn't ask why. Because it was meaningless. On the battlefield, you can make suggestions, but you can't influence orders. He didn't ask. But Su Chan said, to prevent you from refusing to execute orders, I will explain. But I will only explain once. From now on, don't waste time questioning my orders. The commander of the team we are looking for now is the strongest newcomer recruited by our headquarters. He is an unprecedented genius commander. So as long as we obey his orders, we can guarantee our survival to the greatest extent. What? The Old Wolf was shocked. And then the uneasiness in his heart eased a little. He was indeed worried that his team would be wiped out before. But this was all based on the commander's lack of ability. If he is a genius commander, the more people he has, the better he can display his strength. So there is no need to worry. Now the only thing he is thinking about is how strong this newcomer is. Chapter 227 300 points deducted from all members. After the two teams joined together, Zhu Shizhou immediately made arrangements. The reconnaissance team, assault team, emergency mobile team, and support team were all gathered. Anyway, Zhu Shizhou could no longer tell who these experimental subjects belonged to. And he was dazzled by the numbers. Zhu Shizhou imitated the Old Wolf the day before yesterday and sent out a reconnaissance team to scout the surrounding conditions first. With a reconnaissance range of 100 meters. Sir, did you watch my experiment the day before yesterday? So you chose to scout the anomaly within a range of 100 meters? Old Wolf couldn't help but stand up. Zhu Shizhou heard this familiar voice, looked at Old Wolf's figure carefully, and then realized that this man was the captain of the experimental subject they saw when they visited the alien insects the day before yesterday. Good guy. He was actually chosen by Su Chan. It is obvious that this guy is among the A-type experimental subjects. And now thanks to Su Chan bringing them here, he was able to find Old Wolf. Zhu Shizhou silently wrote down the man's number. Number 15. Zhu Shizhou took the phone from Su Chan and asked, "What do you mean?" "What I want to say is that the reason why I only scouted 100 meters the day before yesterday was because there were very few people participating in the experiment at that time. But now we have 60 people. So we can be bolder and choose a farther scoping range. You know, there are a total of 19 people in our scouting team now. And the scouting range is too small." Zhu Shizhou thought about it. And while learning humbly, he adopted Lao Lang's advice. Seeing this, Lao Lang also became a little bolder and said, "In addition, I think our position is a bit unreasonable and needs to be adjusted. We are standing too close to each other." Zhu Shizhou asked, "Isn't it better to be tight? It can effectively prevent the Zerg from attacking the team." Lao Lang felt something was wrong. Is this the genius commander? If we use the guns in our hands to attack the Zerg, it is easy to accidentally hurt our teammates, and we also have to move. If we don't have space to move, then we will be a target with our hands and feet tied in the eyes of the Zerg. Zhu Shizhou suddenly realized that this was the truth. Many things seem simple, but they are easy to ignore in actual operation. What the commander needs to do is to accurately grasp this easily ignored situation and make efficient deployment considering all aspects. Lao Lang is a good teacher. The last good teacher was Du Fei. Zhu Shizhou nodded with satisfaction. "I will give you temporary command authority, and you show me how to stand. This is all learning experience." Instructor Mo obviously wants everyone to analyze and comment on everyone after making mistakes after the first class. Now that Lao Lang is here, Zhu Shizhou can start learning directly. However, Lao Lang felt worse and worse, and started to deploy the team after taking over the command. This should have been done before sending out the reconnaissance team for reconnaissance. But now the commander was obviously slow to react, and the only wise decision was to give him temporary command. He didn't want this kind of self-knowledge. Where is the genius commander? After Lao Lang deployed his teammates anxiously, the reconnaissance team that went to scout for abnormalities came back. Report: there are traces of Zerg activity ahead. It is recommended to deter. The reconnaissance team reported the result with just this sentence. Lao Lang subconsciously asked, "That's it?" "Yes, that's it." When Lao Lang heard the answer, his heart sank. "What's going on? Something is wrong. Are you sure you are a reconnaissance team? Not a traitor sent by the Zerg?" What's even more outrageous is that the commander asked in the communicator, "What's wrong?" If he hadn't seen Zhu Shizhou, Lao Lang would have almost jumped up and pointed at Zhu Shizhou's nose and scolded him. "What's wrong? How dare you ask this question?" Lao Lang patiently explained. "This guy's reconnaissance ability is not up to standard. The assignment was wrong from the beginning. If the reconnaissance team finds traces of alien Zerg activities, they should tell the commander what details make him think there are alien Zerg activities ahead. This is the first intelligence judgment of the reconnaissance team. After the reconnaissance team gives feedback, the commander needs to make the second intelligence judgment. An experienced reconnaissance team can judge the approximate number of alien Zerg. If the number is small, our 60 people can completely kill the alien Zerg. If the number is large, we need to take a detour. Although I am not a professional commander, this is fucking basic knowledge. The implication is that you don't even know this basic knowledge. And you stupidly ask what's wrong. Do you know how to play? And how did you put this guy, who doesn't even have the most basic reconnaissance ability, into the reconnaissance team? This is obviously a wrong job assignment." Zhu Shizhou suddenly realized after hearing this. No wonder the reconnaissance department and the command center both have a core course, intelligence analysis. It turns out it's because of this. Lao Lang said, "You may have been misled by my previous experiment. I actually don't have the ability of a commander at all. So the day before yesterday, after the reconnaissance team gave me the information, I directly adopted their opinions. But you can't do this now." Zhu Shizhou reacted. "Reconnaissance team, report the information you have reconnaissanced in detail." The reconnaissance team was speechless. Lao Lang cursed angrily. "You pig teammates! If you can't do reconnaissance, don't lie about your ability. With you guys, what the hell am I doing? A bunch of brainless ghosts." The reconnaissance team looked very ugly. Zhu Shizhou realized the problem. "So that's how it is. When you recommended yourself, you pretended to be from the reconnaissance team?" Old Wolf was tired of scolding, and he said directly with experience, "During the experiment, people in different groups may have different misunderstandings. Many experimental subjects who often play the role of the reconnaissance team will think that the mortality rate of the reconnaissance team is very high. Many experimental subjects in the assault team will think that the tasks performed by the assault team are the most dangerous. The emergency mobile team and the support team have similar ideas. So when assigning, you must not listen to their self-recommendation. Experimental subjects, who really have reconnaissance capabilities, may have recommended themselves to other groups. This group of idiots obviously wanted to take this opportunity to escape to another group, because they always mistakenly think that other groups are safer. This is the difference in experience. As experience as Old Wolf. No, not just Old Wolf. The A-type experimental subjects selected by Su-chan basically know this, so they are very honest when reporting their abilities. However, the B-type experimental subjects selected by Zhu Shurjiu had their own ideas and lied about their abilities. In Lao Long's opinion, these are all brainless teammates. They were wrong from the beginning. Just like the reconnaissance team just now. They scrambled and reconnaissance was lonely. Zhu Shurjiu was expressionless and cursed in his heart, with no idea what to do. He could only follow Lao Long's advice again and divide the group into groups again. However, the time was wasted. And just as Lao Lang worried before, the alien insects soon targeted them. There is danger. Everyone in the team was alert at the first moment. Everyone present has a sixth sense. Although they made a big mistake due to lack of experience, their physical fitness is close to the physiological limit of humans. The sixth sense allows them to know that danger is coming and even know how dangerous it is. How dangerous is it? Lao Lang's sixth sense sounded the alarm. The reaction on the body was that his scalp was numb, and goosebumps appeared on the surface of his skin, which could not dissipate for a long time. There were 60 people in total. Logically, if they encountered 1 or 2 alien insects, their sixth sense would definitely not be so strong. However, this was obviously not a sense of danger caused by 1 or 2 alien insects. It was a death omen that rushed towards them, like a tsunami swallowing a lonely boat. Die, 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 die. The surging death omen seemed to fall on everyone's forehead. Suddenly, before everyone could react, Lao Lang instantly raised his gun and fired a shot into the air. He didn't hit anything, but everyone saw a black shadow. For a moment, a large piece of white light appeared in the sky, and everyone was shooting at the sky with their guns. Lao Lang shouted, "Don't fucking shoot." However, it was too late. Everyone had a strong omen of death in their hearts, and everyone had no clear division of functions. So what they wanted now was to kill the alien Zerg in the air first. Within 0.5 seconds, the alien Zerg's body was predicted and concentrated by everyone in the air, and was directly killed. However, the omen of death did not disappear. After firing the first shot, Lao Lang knew that this alien Zerg was just a bait. In fact, there were more alien Zerg waiting for all their guns to fall into the cooling period. How long is the cooling period? 1 second? A full second. Lao Lang did not regret firing the first shot, because in terms of function, he was now classified as an assault group and should have fired. But what the hell was it that other people fired? Before he could curse out loud, more alien Zerg appeared. Lao Lang felt a pain in his chest, and when he looked down, he found that there was a huge hole in his chest. Obviously, with the wisdom of the alien Zerg, he was directly regarded as the commander of the team, and he attacked him immediately. As his consciousness was cut off, Lao Lang cursed, "What a stupid genius, commander. I don't trust you." Lao Lang only had time to curse in his heart. And then in just 0.3 seconds, the 60-man team heard the sound of human chests being pierced by alien insects. Some test subjects pulled the trigger in despair, but the cooling period of the gun only made them more desperate. Zhu Shurjiu stared at the screen expressionlessly outside the field, but his heart was cold. This is the end? He felt that he did nothing. But in the chaos of test subjects, the team was wiped out. What the hell? This crappy game is too hard to play. All the other students, seeing that Zhu Shurjiu's team was wiped out within 10 minutes of the start, immediately commanded the experimental subjects to bypass the area where Zhu Shurjiu's team was. The strongest newcomers were wiped out. What can they do? Facts have proved that they are not much better. 20 minutes later, a total of 780 experimental subjects commanded by 26 students in the entire classroom all died in the mouths of alien insects. Without exception, all of them directly consumed the experimental subject quota for this month in the first class. 10 points were deducted for each dead experimental subject, and all members were directly deducted 300 points. Chapter 228 Remedies Ensure Accuracy. Points. You are the worst class I have ever taught. After all the students' experimental subjects were consumed, Instructor Mo said to all the students in front of the podium. He watched the students make mistakes with his own eyes, and then buried all the experimental subjects in the mouths of alien insects. Even now, the screen in front of the classroom is still playing the real-time scene in the forest. A few alien insects appeared, lying on the bodies of the lost experimental subjects and eating the corpses. Each experimental subject's chest was pierced, and the gas mask was also damaged by the sharp mouthparts of the alien insects, revealing a terrified and vivid human face. However, Instructor Mo's tone did not fluctuate at all, because he has seen this result countless times. Every class he has taught is like this. All the experimental subjects were consumed in the first class. This situation is almost a routine for new commanders. The students basically don't know anything. So facing the alien insects whose mobility is far better than that of humans, any instructions from the students are slow. First of all, the first question you have is, why do you put all your eggs in one basket when facing the vast unknown land? Especially Zhu Shizhou. You are a typical negative example. The students were at a loss. It is known that all members have 30 experimental subjects. And it is also known that these 30 experimental subjects are your quota for the whole month. Do you have to let these 30 experimental subjects act together and be wiped out by the Zerd together? Your ability is not enough to allow you to command the actions of 30 experimental subjects at once. Why not command them in teams? Team command? This question really confused Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou raised his hand and asked. There is only one screen. How to command the team? This is not just a problem for Zhu Shizhou alone. All the students present are because they can only see one screen of their own team. And there is no way to command the 30-person team. If the team is divided, then you can only focus on one of the teams. What about the other teams? Who said there is only one screen? Instructor Mo pointed to the screen behind him and said, You 26 people. A total of 26 monitoring screens. This is already a rare deployment on an ordinary battlefield. If you really get to the battlefield, you can only communicate with the team members through the communicator. That will really make you black eyes. In other words, they can actually divide the 30-person team into 2 or 3 teams, and then choose to use the monitoring screens of other students to command 2 teams at the same time. In this way, even if one of the teams is targeted by the alien insects and then wiped out, the final result is only a part of the 30-person quota. This is the correct mode for students to cooperate with each other to pass the level. Su Chan's operation of pulling 30 people in at once is a typical textbook mistake. I understand. Zhu Shizhou murmured and nodded secretly. However, the instructor heard Zhu Shizhou's words and said, No, you don't understand. You can't even command a team well. And the command of the sub-team will only make it more chaotic. The purpose of the sub-team command is actually to use the sub-team as bait to attract the alien insects to fight. What? Zhu Shizhou opened his mouth slightly. Under the expressionless mask was shock. Yes, this is just the simplest and most plain bait tactic. But no one did it. Why? Instructor Mo knew. Because before the injection of the drug, everyone adhered to the moral inertia of normal people. After the injection of the drug, although the emotions were wiped out, the concept of life did not change substantially, but became extremely fragile, unless someone broke it and reshaped it. And now, Instructor Mo is carrying out the reshaping operation. He needs to shape the idea of human life as a consumable resource into the students' concepts. The bait tactic can greatly increase the survival rate of the experimental subjects. Instructor Mo told the students that the number of alien insects in the alien insect forest will not be too many, and the alien insects will not attack humans all the time. Everyone can see that when the alien insects eat people, they lie on the corpses and do not move. In other words, it takes time for the alien insects to eat people. And this time is the meaning of the existence of the bait tactic, which is the time gained with life. In addition, he singled out the mistake Zhu Shizhou made at the beginning as a negative example and began to explain. He talked about Zhu Shizhou's communication with the experimental subjects at the beginning, and his statement was basically the same as what Lao Ling said. The experimental subjects might conceal their abilities and try to change groups on their own initiative. The commander cannot just let them group based on the experimental subject's words. This mistake was too low level, and Instructor Mo was actually reluctant to talk about it. However, in addition to Zhu Shizhou, 2 or 3 other students also made this mistake, so he had to mention it. The real way to make them report their abilities truthfully is not to ask them in a nice way, but to threaten them with death. The relationship between the two parties is originally the relationship between the experimenter and the mouse. Do you need to communicate with the mouse in a gentle way during the experiment? Not at all. Because you don't understand the abilities of the experimental subjects. You can't deploy them effectively in the battle, let alone command on the spot. Speaking of this, let me tell you another negative example. Zhu Shurjiu. This is the third negative example. And Zhu Shurjiu is the third one. The person involved in the negative example is speechless. Brother, can you stop staring at me? Why didn't you let go of the right to command on the spot at the beginning? Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. He didn't expect that the negative example that Instructor Mo was talking about was this. What I need to explain is that since you are not at the scene, you cannot tell the degree of danger at the scene. And you cannot use your undeveloped sixth sense to do anything. The ability to sense danger through the screen and then avoid it is the seventh sense. If you can't do it, then don't cling to your command. The experimental subjects know what danger is better than you. You have all seen the result of not having a commander in the team. They are in a mess and shoot randomly, giving the Zerg a chance to attack. Then, Instructor Mo scolded Zhu Shurjiu, almost making him autistic. Zhu Shurjiu suspected that if he had not persisted for only 10 minutes, he would probably find all the negative examples that Instructor Mo scolded from him. The reason why Instructor Mo scolded Zhu Shurjiu was simple. First, everyone knew Zhu Shurjiu. Second, the mistakes he made were indeed typical. Third, he observed Zhu Shurjiu the most among all the students. Who else should I criticize if not him? Throughout the whole class, he spent at least 2/3 of the time criticizing Zhu Shurjiu. At the end of the command class, a student raised his hand and asked, Instructor, our experimental subjects have all been consumed. What should we do? I don't believe that our students in previous classes have not encountered such a situation. Instructor Mo sneered. I have already said the day before yesterday that if the quota for the month is consumed and there are still command courses in the month, then the remaining courses of the month can only be treated as absenteeism. How many points will be deducted for each absence? How many days are there in a month? Zhu Shurjiu pouted secretly. If this is true, the points will be almost deducted in a month. Instructor Mo is just joking. He can't really do that. Just think about it, and you will know that their situation is definitely not accidental. There must be a way to remedy it. So the uninformed student asked, Is there no exception? I'm talking about a dead rule. But there is also a way to remedy it. Instructor Mo seemed to be playing a trick on everyone at this time, and suddenly turned around. Remedies? What? Instructor Mo looked at Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu. Do you know? Zhu Shurjiu, who had been scolded for most of the class, was not affected at all and replied, By paid experimental subjects. Other students looked at Zhu Shurjiu. Instructor Mo nodded and finally softened his tone. That's right. It seems that you, the strongest newcomer, are not too bad. At least you have learned about it in advance. Many students were confused and didn't know where Zhu Shurjiu got the information from. The answer is from the book. These things are roughly introduced in the books in the rooms of each student's dormitory. Zhu Shurjiu spent 2 weeks reading through them, while most other students knew nothing and looked confused. Instructor Mo didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, The 30 experimental subjects given to you every month are free. And there are naturally paid ones. Your solution is very simple. That is to buy paid experimental subjects for classes. You have nothing at the moment. And you can't even buy the lowest level experimental subjects. So your only way is to take out loans to attend classes. The only difference from the outside world is that the currency used in society is money. And in the training base, you can use 2 currencies. One is Shurha coin, and the other is points. Chapter 229 actively apply for a makeup exam. Shurha currency points. No one has mentioned this. And Instructor Mo only mentioned it now. Due to limited resources, the treatment you can enjoy on Illinicent Island is limited. All resources consumed for food, clothing, housing, transportation, and classes have a free quota every month, and cannot be consumed unlimitedly. Once consumed, you can only wait until next month to enjoy the free resources of the next month again. For example, experimental subjects. If students can consume experimental subjects unlimitedly, then almost all students will take this opportunity to consume experimental subjects crazily to improve their abilities. It is estimated that a single person consumes 1,800 experimental subjects per day. So in order to avoid this kind of crazy and unrestrained waste, The Black Soldier organization can only give students free resources. However, in addition to free resources, if students want more resources, how can they fight for them? Of course, they pay for them. This is simply nonsense. But the students have never thought about this problem. The main reason is intelligence restrictions. The common currency of the entire Innocent Island is called the legal currency of the World United Peace Survival Organization, abbreviated as Shurha coin. This is also a digital currency. This currency is the official currency that even ordinary people on the island can use. If you do nothing and just stay in the training base, then this currency is useless to you, because Shurha coin is mainly used for transactions with residents on the island. The role of Shurha coin is quite limited. It can only buy some things that residents on the island can buy. For example, important resources such as experimental subjects cannot be purchased with Shurha coin. So in order to ensure the stability of the financial system and open up resources to the trainees, there is another currency system in the training base, which is the points I just mentioned. This currency is only useful in the training base, and it is just a simple number in the island society. In short, everyone can use the Shurha currency, while points are only useful in the training base. Points have stronger purchasing power and can buy things that residents cannot buy. Many years ago, the logistics department developed point trading and promoted it to the training base. With the development of time, points have become a financial currency system that serves the training base. Instructor Mo briefly introduced it and didn't say much to everyone. This was not part of his teaching content. He just mentioned it and asked everyone to go back and read the book. After reading the book, everything will be clear. These things can be found in the books in each student's room. Zhu Shurjiu has read it. Not only did he read it, he even knew how to earn points because it was written in the book. What is how to quickly earn points? What is 27 ways to get free points? What is how to get the most points for 0 Krypton students? But even though he knew all this, Zhu Shurjiu did not say points at the beginning, because it was meaningless. New students have very few opportunities to earn points at the beginning. If they really tried to earn points foolishly, they probably won't be able to buy a single experimental subject in a day. So where is the way out for new students? New students have nothing at the beginning. So if they want to buy paid items, they can only borrow points from old students. Most new students are taking out loans to attend classes, and then they will pay off their debts little by little later. This is the current situation of most new students. Instructor Mo's meaning is very clear. That is, to let them borrow points to buy paid experimental subjects for classes. Want a powerful character? Then please pay for it. No money to pay for it? Then take out a loan. It's that simple. Zhu Shurjiu knew this a long time ago. But what makes him different from other new students is that he can go back. The first command class is over. Instructor Mo gave everyone a reminder and prepared to leave the classroom. However, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly blocked Instructor Mo. Is there anything else? Zhu Shurjiu asked. Instructor Mo, can I apply for a makeup exam now? Instructor Mo was stunned. He thought Zhu Shurjiu wanted to know more about the course content. And he even thought about how to refute Zhu Shurjiu coldly. But he didn't expect Zhu Shurjiu to say such a sentence. Did you calculate the score wrong? You have only been deducted 300 points now. And there are 700 points left to be deducted. So there is no need to retake the exam. I didn't calculate it wrong, Zhu Shurjiu said. Can you only apply for a retake if all the points are deducted? Then can the instructor deduct all my 700 points? Instructor Mo didn't understand what Zhu Shurjiu meant, and said, the rules are correct. However, he has taught so many students, and he has never met a student who took the initiative to take a retake, Zhu Shurjiu said. In fact, there is a way to use experimental subjects without borrowing. That is, retake the exam. We don't need our own experimental subjects for the retake. Right? Wait a minute. Instructor Mo felt that Zhu Shurjiu's train of thought was quite strange. Yes, the experimental subjects for your makeup exam are indeed free. But you may have forgotten that I said before that if you fail the makeup exam, then you will become an experimental subject. Zhu Shurjiu took over and said. Instructor Mo's serious face darkened. Since you know, why do you take the initiative to apply for a makeup exam? Because I am confident that I can pass the makeup exam. Instructor Mo pulled the corner of his mouth. I don't believe you. You just killed 60 experimental subjects. And you were the first to be wiped out among all the students. You actually said that you are confident that you can pass the makeup exam? What a joke. You seem to be insulting my IQ. while Instructor Mo felt insulted. He looked at Zhu Shizhou's serious expression and didn't seem to be blindly conceited. At least when he was absolutely rational. Zhu Shizhou would never have unrealistic ideas. Then why did Zhu Shizhou, who was easily wiped out last time, now say with great confidence that he could pass the makeup exam? Could it be that he found a loophole that the entire Black Soldier organization could not find, so that he could use this loophole to pass smoothly? Instructor Mo was shocked, and then felt that he could not make up his mind about this matter. Wait a moment. Then he walked aside and chose to contact the head of the headquarters. He knew that the head of the headquarters paid close attention to this kid and must have some information that he didn't know. The head of the headquarters was obviously not prepared for Instructor Mo's report. But after a long silence, she agreed. Instructor Mo came back and said, "Let me confirm one last time. Do you really want to take the makeup exam, and are you not joking?" Zhu Shizhou nodded. "Yes, I'm sure." The conversation between the two was directly heard by other students. With their rational logic, they could not imagine that Zhu Shizhou would apply for a makeup exam after the first class. Even before all the points were deducted, they were not surprised. But they started to think about it. Zhu Shizhou's previous performance was naturally quite bad. Didn't he have self-awareness about this? Zhu Shizhou must have known it. However, he still chose to take the makeup exam. Why? Did he have some kind of method to pass the makeup exam 100%? It's not surprising that the students thought so, because they could not imagine that Zhu Shizhou was actually using the way of replaying the game to get free experimental subjects and training experience. Borrowing? At least in this command class. He didn't need to use this method to get the opportunity to practice with the experimental subjects. Chapter 230 Makeup Exam. The makeup exam this time is still for 30 experimental subjects. Instructor Mo said, "To be honest, you are the first student in history to take a makeup exam in the first class." Speaking of this, Instructor Mo still cursed in his heart. This is too much bullshit. How can there be such a person? Generally speaking, the content of our makeup exam is based on the progress of the class. A student prepares for the makeup exam content of a certain difficulty according to the progress of the class. And you are only in the first class now. I am not sure how much you understand. Anyway, the makeup exam content is the same as the previous class. Zhu Shizhou had expected it long ago, which was equivalent to him having another rehearsal opportunity. None of the other students left. From a rational and logical point of view, the number of courses they selected was very small, and they did not need to rush to the class location of each department like Zhu Shizhou. That is to say, they are still free now. On the other hand, Zhu Shizhou is still taking the makeup exam, but other courses have already started, which means that Zhu Shizhou is still absent from classes. The students want to see what method Zhu Shizhou is going to use to pass the makeup exam. Su Chan is even more so. She is the most confused among all the students. Zhu Shizhou's behavior of applying for a makeup exam is against her rational logic, which is directly related to her interests. If Zhu Shizhou fails to pass the makeup exam, she needs to find another strong person to rely on. In her opinion, Zhu Shizhou's behavior of choosing to take the makeup exam is quite irrational. If you have a 100% method to pass the makeup exam, then can't you wait until all the points are deducted before doing it? But you still have 700 points left. Su Chan didn't understand. But considering that Zhu Shizhou was a being with wisdom far beyond her, maybe he had some plans beyond the imagination of ordinary people? In the midst of everyone's misunderstanding, the makeup exam began. 30 brand new experimental subjects. They performed much better than the B-type experimental subjects that Zhu Shizhou had chosen before, and they all looked like skilled veterans like Lao Lang. Report your respective abilities. Report truthfully, and you will die if you lie. Zhu Shizhou began to communicate with the experimental subjects. The communication process was standard, but Zhu Shizhou learned a lesson and threatened them with death directly. At the same time, he also briefly introduced their current situation and the content of the experiment they were about to face. He did not say that this was his makeup exam, because he was worried that these experimental subjects would choose to destroy themselves in an impulse to drag him down. Instructor Mo watched from the side. Although Zhu Shizhou's threatening words were standard, he did not make the same mistake as before. Then, Zhu Shizhou divided the 30 experimental subjects into groups, namely the reconnaissance group, assault group, emergency mobile group, and support group. He also selected an experimental subject who had participated in the experiment for the longest time as the temporary command captain. After the formal battle, He would come to command the experimental subjects on how to fight. Not bad. Instructor Mo nodded. It was obvious that Zhu Shizhou had thought about how to group when he was used as a negative example. Otherwise, he would not have done it so quickly. The trainees were also learning and secretly reviewing the operation of Zhu Shizhou. So far, it is still in line with the rules. After entering the venue, Zhu Shizhou let the reconnaissance team conduct reconnaissance while delegating power to the temporary command captain and constantly asking for his opinions. And he never acted arbitrarily. Everything behaved like a normal commander. Soon, the reconnaissance team came back with a look of panic. There are obvious traces of alien insect activity ahead. The blood is very fresh, and a large number of incomplete bodies of experimental subjects are seen. It is estimated that the death time is no more than 1 hour. Judging from the traces of alien insect activity, the direction of blood continuation is 2 o'clock. It is recommended to continue reconnaissance in the northwest direction. This is a real reconnaissance team. Zhu Shizhou sighed in his heart. The bloodstains ahead are naturally the traces left by their group annihilation during class. The organization did not have time to clean up the traces. So Zhu Shizhou applied for a make-up exam. As the reconnaissance team said, anyone who is not blind can find it. The experimental subjects began to panic. They knew what the traces ahead meant. Of course, as the reconnaissance team reconnaissance forward again and again, the mood of the experimental subjects became heavier. Later, the death results that were constantly reconnaissance made them numb. Corpses. All fucking corpses. The experimental subjects walked forward with great vigilance. About 2 kilometers. The reconnaissance team still reported back obviously bad results again and again. Sir, before we move on, can you tell us the truth? Will we die today? The experimental subject appointed by Zhu Shizhou as the temporary commander finally couldn't help but ask with his sixth sense fully activated. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Instructor Mo, who was watching silently, knowing that he couldn't show any emotion of pity. So he said indifferently, "If I say yes, then you won't fight?" The experimental subject sighed. "No. I just want to be mentally prepared. You won't die. I will protect you." Zhu Shizhou said something that was not really true. In a future round, he can indeed protect them. But sorry. Alien insects. Suddenly, a loud shout accompanied by a burst of white light directly cut through the sky of the forest. The sixth sense did not work, because the one who made the shout was the reconnaissance team 500 meters away. Unfortunately, they encountered alien insects first during the reconnaissance. Go to support. Zhu Shizhou just opened his mouth. Stop. Be alert. However, the experimental subject appointed by him as the temporary commander interrupted Zhu Shizhou's words with a roar. Sir, this is the fate of the reconnaissance team. The reconnaissance team itself bears the risk of being a bait. The experimental subject seemed even more ruthless than Zhu Shizhou, and shouted nervously into the communicator. If we go to support, the Zerg can easily change their target and target us, Zhu Shizhou said. But in that case, the reconnaissance team. The experimental subject interrupted Zhu Shizhou directly. Wait until the Zerg start eating the members of the reconnaissance team. Then we can aim and shoot. Although the Zerg are intelligent, they are sometimes more irrational. This is the simplest and most effective bait tactic. The deliciousness of humans is enough to make the Zerg greedily eat and ignore the danger around them. In this way, they can take this opportunity to attack the Zerg, and the Zerg will die. I suggest implementing the bait tactic I proposed. Zhu Shizhou trembled inwardly when he heard the experimental subject's words. After a moment of silence, his face was indifferent. Well, it's a good idea, but I refuse to accept your suggestion. I need you to support them immediately because they haven't lost yet. I don't want to waste resources. If I don't support them, they will die. Why does a cheater need bait tactics? He will use repeated attempts to find the correct route to pass the level. And he also needs to see the abilities of this group of make-up test subjects to consider whether to fight or retreat in the next few rounds. However, Zhu Shizhou's indifferent words made the test subjects despair. He knew that his decision was correct. But the commander did not agree with his decision and forced them to go forward to fight. Going up to fight is likely to die. And now stopping will immediately die. What about saving them? Hack you. At this time, the test subjects no longer pretended. And they cursed one by one. One day I will make you kneel down and lick my feet. Brothers, come on. Show this idiot commander what idiot orders he issued. Finally this day has come. I haven't tasted the taste of alien insects yet. I'll have some meat today. The experimental subjects knew that their death was inevitable, and they exposed their true nature directly. They were no longer respectful, but all spit out dirty words and rushed forward with tragic roars. Brothers, listen to me. The assault team marches and shoots. The emergency mobile team covers the entire field, and the support team is on alert. Pay attention to the cooling of the laser. This time, after learning from the lesson and experience, Zhu Shizhou persisted for 20 minutes.